Tang Hanxing unexpectedly travels through the Hong Kong film world of the 1980s and unexpectedly becomes an undercover agent for Hung Hing at the beginning. In the midst of danger, he bound to the Xiong system and single-handedly bloodied Causeway Bay, killing Baba and his 6 fierce generals in a brazen manner. Big Shot B was amazed and quickly promoted. What's even more dangerous is that what he casually saved and recruited as his confidant were the future dominant Tony brothers, Lok Tin-hung, Jimmy, and other ruthless wolves. Just as the trend of rising is beginning to show, the former enemy Liang Quan's anger is raging. Move, my brother? I'll take your life tonight. Tang Hanxing sneered. My life? You Liang Quan can't afford it. Hongxing Dragonhead, I'll take it for granted. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. I am currently very angry. Xiangjiang, inside a certain bathing center. Tang Hanxing leaned back on the massage chair, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. A pedicurist is kneeling at his feet, carefully trimming his toenails. Who would have thought that one second he would be sipping coffee and scrolling through his phone in 2025, and the next second he would fall into the 1980s of Hong Kong? Even more outrageous is that this world is a composite of countless Hong Kong films pieced together. Although he is an old movie fan, he is familiar with those classic plots. But now he is holding an extremely dangerous identity, an undercover agent planted by the police at the entrance of Hongxing Causeway Bay. There are less than 5 people in Hong Kong who know his true identity. He is now a small boss under Big Boss B. In the 1980s, Xiangjiang infiltrated the club as an undercover agent. How could he have a peaceful life? Whether it's death or life, it's just a line between them. But he has no way out. As soon as he withdraws from Hongxing and waits for him, the whole city will be chasing after him. The former owner of this body had countless enemies. Tang Hanxing could only grit his teeth. Since we can't escape, let's walk all the way to the top. What's the point of being a dragon head? He whispered to himself, as if speaking to this chaotic world. Since Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing can sit on the throne of the dragon head, Tang Hanxing may not be incapable either. What he has more than Jiang Tiansheng is decades of knowledge and experience. Just as he was pondering, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The Xiong system is being bound. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. The beginner gift pack has been distributed. Please select the current event handling method. 1. Solve Bhagwan alone. Reward, Spring of Life. 2. Collaborate with Chun Haonan and others to resolve the issue of Bhagwan and gain Chun Haonan's trust. 3. Stand idly by and receive 10,000 yuan in cash. Tang Hanxing looked up and indeed saw a tattooed man not far away, challenging his younger sister who was fixing his feet. Are you new here? Baba go. She's really new here. Wearing a bra to do things, rubbing against it feels uncomfortable, taking it off. Several shirtless tattooed burly men stood aside, obviously Baba's henchmen. Tang Hanxing quickly calculated in his heart. Working alone can indeed obtain the fountain of life, but the problem is, there are still a few thugs around Bhagwan. He alone has a low chance of winning. Wait a little longer? Chun Haonan and his group will arrive soon. At that time, the opportunity will be gone. He suddenly remembered something. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Body Strengthening Effect X1. As soon as the system prompt sound ended, Tang Hanxing felt a powerful force surging from his heart and rapidly spreading throughout his body. That force rushed from the chest to the limbs, and then from the limbs straight to the top of the head, as if all the meridians in the body were activated. After just a few seconds, everything returned to calm, but Tang Hanxing was already covered in sweat. He whispered, open the personal panel. The screen appeared. Name, Tang Hanxing. Strength, 30. Physical fitness, 30. Agile, 30. Spirit, 30. Tip. The average for ordinary people is 10, while for professional athletes it can reach 25. Skills, none. Props, none. He stared at the data in front of him, his eyes sparkling with light. Gently clench your fists, and an unprecedented sense of strength explodes within your body. With his current physical fitness, not only Special Forces soldiers, but even ancient fierce generals may not be able to match him. Comprehensive and balanced hexagonal ability, without any shortcomings. In that case, Tang Hanxing's gaze turned cold, and he looked at Bhagwan across from him. This person is just a small thug with some influence. Clean him up, it only takes a few seconds. At this moment, the master who was repairing Baba's feet was interceding for the foot repair girl beside him. Baba go, she just came to work and doesn't accept guests. Are you his mother sick? Ba closed his foot and kicked the teacher. Tang Hanxing extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, threw it into the ashtray, and gently pinched his fingers. The manager of the bath center rushed to him. Brother Bashi, what's the matter? Bashi raised his hand and slapped. You his mother can't understand people? Then, he slowly stood up and stared at the fallen master. Just then, a slightly mocking voice came from the corner. Ba closed. Are you not being disciplined? Your parents didn't teach you. Should you respect the elderly? The voice was not loud, but it was enough for the entire audience to hear. Ba and his men turned their heads at the same time and saw a young man in his early 20s leaning in the corner with sharp eyes. That person doesn't have a tattoo, and he doesn't seem like a mixed bag in society. Babu scolded. Who the fuck are you? Hurt him. With a command, several subordinates rolled up their sleeves, revealing their tattoos, and walked towards Tang Hansheng with sinister smiles. The guests around stood up and walked away, their eyes seeming to say, "You're looking for death." In their eyes, this young man was not only impulsive, but also a bit foolish. I'm afraid I can't even save my life today. Facing the approaching tattooed, burly man, Tang Hansheng only demonstrated with a slight smile, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. Taking off clothes to show off tattoos is to scare people. If it were an ordinary person, seeing such a scene would have scared them away long ago. However, Tang Hansheng had a wide range of knowledge, and tattoos had no intimidating effect in his eyes. In this era, Xiangjiang exudes a sense of savage growth amidst chaos. The martial arts world has its own rules, and for Tang Hansheng, these rules are just empty words. Even if they are killed, no one will call the police. Tang Hansheng now has a deep respect for the rules of the martial arts world. Before the war broke out, a sentence flashed through his mind. This is the best era, but also the worst era. Ba closed, I am Hung Hing. Today I will teach you how to be a good person. He exhaled a complete circle of smoke, placed the cigarette on the table, and rushed up without hesitation. With a kick, the first short person to pounce flew out directly. A loud bang shook the entire room. The person hit the wall, and even a brick was smashed off. Double the strength, double the speed, and double the battle rhythm. Tang Hansheng's eyes darkened as he swung his fist and hit the second person's chest with a gust of wind. With one punch, the opponent's chest sank, and they fell to the ground, spitting blood from their mouth. Then, he swept his leg and knocked down the third person, lowered his head with one elbow, and hit the person's face in the center. The plasma mixed with unknown liquid splattered out, creating an extremely terrifying scene. In the martial arts world, what fears the most is not the seasoned veteran, but the impulsive and reckless young man. The party that was originally powerful and influential was instantly defeated in front of Tang Hansheng. You have some skills, you're worth it. Ba Close stood up, his physique like a small mountain. Tang Hansheng remembered that movie, where Chun Haonan, De Tian'er, Chow Pai, and Jian Pai couldn't stop him. In the end, he had to rely on a surprise attack by a mountain chicken to subdue him. Next year today, it's your anniversary. Ba closed his mouth and grinned, his fist pounding like a bull. Tang Hansheng dodged sideways, and a hook punch hit his jaw with a crisp click sound. Ba was stunned by a punch, but Tang Hansheng took advantage of the situation and kicked him away with 2 kicks. Then he turned over and pressed down on him, hitting his head with both punches wildly. Bang! Since it's a short mule, we should fight and kill it. Don't hesitate, don't be weak. Bang! Bang bang! Tang Hansheng was like an emotionless killing machine, punching to the point of flesh, and his face was already covered in blood and flesh. At this moment, the guests in the room finally reacted and screamed, running away in all directions. People outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion, and Chun Haonan, De Tian'er, Chow Pai, and Jian Pai also rushed to the scene. Pushing open the door, the scene in front of me reappeared like hell. They looked closely and saw that the young man who looked like a killing god was none other than Tang Hansheng. They are all subordinates of Big Boss B, so they naturally recognize him. It's you, Ashong. Hurry up, don't stay here. Chun Haonan and De Tian'er hurriedly pulled Tang Hansheng up. Tang Hansheng said, wait a minute, I haven't finished smoking yet. Tang Hansheng slowly got up and picked up the still burning cigarette from the ashtray. He said that cigarette butts can leave saliva, and there is DNA in the saliva. Some things still need to be cautious. With a gentle flick, the cigarette ash fell into the metal tray. To be honest, this scene is like a movie scene. I couldn't believe it without seeing it firsthand. In ancient times, it was said that Yu Wenjiu would slay Hua Xiong. Today, Tang Hansheng broke through the enemy's formation alone, and in a blink of an eye, he single-handedly defeated Ba Guan and his brothers. After this battle, Tang Hansheng's name was destined to make waves in the martial arts world. You, who are you? Chun Haonan stood still. The small man from Causeway Bay in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Stop talking nonsense, quickly retreat. Why are you standing there? Run away. Chow Pai and De Tian'er immediately helped Tang Hansheng up and rushed out of the encirclement. Chun Haonan pulled out his machete and chased after him to make up for it a few times. That night, in the morgue of Causeway Bay Hospital, Liang Kuen's eyes were red as he stared at the gruesome corpse, unable to accept it. He took a tissue from his subordinate and asked word by word, who is so bold to kill my brother Ba Guan? His subordinate replied in a low voice, it's Tang Han's vivid hand from Big Boss B. A graceful woman leaned over and comforted softly. Kuen Gu, don't be too sad. Liang Kuen suddenly slapped him and said, what a pity. This guy still owes me over 20 million yuan. Now that he's dead, who can ask for the debt? He pointed to the body and cursed, bastard, Big B, you're really good. Then he grabbed the woman's head and pressed it against his crotch, saying, I'm very angry now. At the same time, the entrance of Hung Hing Causeway Bay Hall. Big Brother B sat in the main seat, listening to Chun Haonan explain the entire process. The Tian Air, Chow Pai, Jian Pai, Shanji, and Tang Hanxing all sat below. Brother B, that's how it is. When we arrived, Ah Sheng had already knocked Ba Bao down. Even his 5 little brothers were beaten to the ground. Speaking, Chun Haonan glanced at Tang Hanxing with a complex expression in his eyes. Chow Pai excitedly added. Ah Sheng lit a cigarette before starting the fight, and only burned half of it after finishing. Pai Lian quickly corrected. It's not half, just lit a little bit, and the cigarette, but didn't burn. All right, don't argue anymore. Big Brother B waved his hand and smiled at Tang Hanxing. Ah Sheng, you can tell me. Chapter 2, Collecting Debts. Tang Hanxing spoke in a subdued tone. Brother B, you often say we should respect our elders. When I saw Ba Bai about to strike the podiatrist, I couldn't help but intervene. It's all thanks to your teachings. He briefly recounted the events without boasting, attributing all the credit to the esteemed Brother B. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, Brother B chuckled, You rascal, in the future, do not act too impulsively. Do you know that Liang Kuan nearly vomited upon seeing Ba Bai's corpse? As the cigarette ignited, Brother B's gaze settled on Tang Hanxing, his surprise evident at how this formerly inconspicuous underling had suddenly proven to be so formidable. In the underworld, a character of such ruthlessness deserved a rightful place. Brother B inquired, Ah Sheng, how long have you been by my side? Tang Hanxing lowered his head and replied, Brother B, I was expelled from school at 16, and you took me in. This year marks our 5th together. Brother B perused a list, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. This task was originally meant for Haonan and his crew, yet you executed it even more splendidly. By rights, I should grant you the position of Red Stick. However, rules cannot be broken. I shall first assign you to handle footwear. Continue to strive, for I have high hopes for you. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Prepare the incense hall. Without a trace of complaint, Tang Hanxing understood the rules of Hung Hing all too well. Those like Shanji, who later ascended to leadership, had to start from the ground up upon rejoining the organization. After paying homage to Guan Yu, Brother B patted Tang Hanxing on the shoulder. Come. I shall treat you to a drink. Brother B, spare me. Tang Hanxing replied with a grin. My injuries aren't healed yet. Can't we postpone the celebration? In truth, he bore no injuries, only a pressing desire to return home and discover what this so-called spring of life truly was. Very well, check if you are injured. Brother B said, handing him an envelope. He then tossed him the car keys. Drive. It'll be more convenient. Haonan, take him to the billiards hall tomorrow. That venue will be under Ah Sheng's management. Guide him well. Understood, Chun Haonan responded. Thank you, Brother B. Tang Hanxing expressed his gratitude. Following Ba Bai's removal, Brother B immediately rewarded him with a sum of 100,000. The vehicle was an older model Toyota Crown, not much inferior to Chun Haonan's MR2. Tang Hanxing found a secluded spot to park the car, promptly accessing the system interface to claim his reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spring of Life. Spring of Life restores the host's health and stamina every second. Is this akin to the Spring of Life in Warcraft? Tang Hanxing was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he felt that spring manifesting at his chest. With each heartbeat, the spring water coursed through his veins, permeating every capillary and diffusing into every cell, mending his internal wounds. As a delinquent who fought relentlessly each day, this Spring of Life meant that as long as he wasn't killed outright, he could recover fully. What a remarkable boon. For him at this moment, this reward was akin to a lifeline. Regaining his composure, he restarted the vehicle and headed towards TSC Wanshan. The journey from Causeway Bay to TSC Wanshan took merely 20 minutes. He parked near the housing estate, and, as he stepped out of the car, was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Hey, it's Ah Sheng. Don't speak carelessly, it's Brother Sheng now. Brother Sheng, you're incredible. Taking down Ba Bai and 6 others all by yourself. Brother Sheng, can you take me under your wing? Brother Sheng, let me be your brother. Several youths looked at him with admiration. Hong Kong was small. News of the skirmish in Causeway Bay had spread to TSC Wanshan by midday. Now that he had established his footing and Brother B had entrusted him with the venue, it was indeed an opportunity to recruit new allies. Yet, what purpose did these young rascals serve? Lacking decorum, their strikes were indiscriminate, and their wits were dull. They could easily cause trouble if not kept in check. But it was precisely this recklessness that could be advantageous in critical moments. Tang Hanxing tossed a few packs of cigarettes their way. What are you doing following me? Just tagging along to catch a breeze? Thank you, Brother Sheng. Wow, what about the red packets? Thank you, Brother Sheng. Now scram back. He waved with a smile, turning to head into the housing estate. Just as he turned into an unoccupied alley, seeking a corner to relieve himself, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Help! Help me! Water! Water! He halted, glancing toward the source of the sound. In the corner lay 3 individuals in a pool of blood, their faces pale and breathing weakly. So it's you three. Tony, a Jia, and a Hu, renowned in the underworld as the three hungry ghosts. Indeed, they were individuals of potential. Tang Hanxing knew they were pieces of a larger puzzle. Yet he also understood how they would treat their leader in the future. These three wolf cubs bore no sense of gratitude. With the urge to relieve himself having passed, he pulled up his pants, initially intending to leave. However, a Jia propped himself up, kneeling on the ground, and bowed his head. Boss, save our lives, and we will certainly repay you. Save us. Thud, thud, thud. Three heads struck the ground, their foreheads breaking skin and bleeding. Tang Hanxing looked down at him, a thought striking his mind. A lack of ambition among subordinates could be far more dangerous. Once he solidified his position, could he not keep these three mutts in check? With a shift in thought, he squatted down to a Jia's level. Can you still walk? I can't. Yet, before he finished speaking, a Jia collapsed unconscious. Useless. After spending some time dragging the three of them back to his less than 20 square meter room, Tang Hanxing forced a bit of the spring of life into each of them, leaving the rest to their own devices. Half an hour later, the system finally chimed with a notification. By saving the three brothers Tony, you have earned the reward of master-level Tang Dao swordsmanship. As soon as the words left the system, the three on the bed slowly opened their eyes. Tony stared at Tang Hanxing, suspicion lacing his tone. You saved us? Tony, are you disrespecting your benefactor? Do you wish to die? Ahu admonished in a low voice. Upon hearing this, a Jia immediately got to his feet and knelt down. Benefactor, I will remember this kindness. If you ever require assistance, the three of us will do our utmost, never faltering. With that, he bowed his head again, and Ahu and Tony hastily followed suit. Unexpectedly, a sturdy arm blocked their path. A true man stands tall. He kneels only to heaven, the earth, and his parents. At no other time should one kneel before others. Tang Hanxing stated firmly. He then returned to his chair, lit a cigarette, and inquired, You three, did you arrive by smuggling? Yes, benefactor, Tony replied respectfully. Tang Hanxing nodded. What are your plans moving forward? The three brothers fell momentarily silent. They had come to Hong Kong in search of a way to survive, but beyond that, they had not contemplated much. Among 10 smuggled individuals, 5 perished at sea. Merely stepping on a Hong Kong soil was already a new beginning for them. Tang Hanxing extended an invitation. I am with Hongxing. My name is Tang Hanxing. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not join me? As long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry. Thank you, benefactor. Tony was the first to respond, his tone sincere. Very well, boss. Both my elder brother and second brother are with you, and so am I. Tang Hanxing stood up and said, From now on, call me Brother Sheng. Let us go and have a meal first. He led the three of them outside, where each bought 2 sets of clothing before taking them to a bustling eatery for dinner. Observing their voracious appetites, Tang Hanxing, while smoking, instructed, Tomorrow, I will take you to apply for your identification cards. As you work alongside me, remember to observe keenly, learn diligently. Think critically, speak less, and read extensively. There must be decorum. Even as a subordinate, one must possess intelligence. Otherwise, one will merely remain a thug for life. Regular practice is essential. Moreover, under no circumstances should you ever touch narcotics. Gambling games like cards or mahjong are permissible, but avoid betting. Tony, with a chicken leg in his mouth, nodded and replied, Brother Sheng, I understand. Tang Hanxing smiled. Then reiterate what I just conveyed. The three immediately recited Tang Hanxing's words verbatim. Even Ahu recalled them clearly. Their intelligence indeed surpassed expectations, but considering their past standings, it was understandable. Without some capability, they could not have risen to such positions. The following day, at the break of dawn, Tang Hanxing took them to a tea house for breakfast before arriving at the boxing gym of Boss B. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing's robust physique and muscular build, the three brothers were somewhat astonished. First, we will practice the fundamentals, Tang Hanxing declared, initiating a high-intensity training session. Initially, the trio appeared nonchalant, but after a few rounds of following Tang Hanxing's pace, they quickly became exhausted. Tang Hanxing's physical prowess had reached a level that was nearly unattainable for the average person. Coupled with the aid of the Fountain of Life, his stamina could almost be described as terrifying. Even as the three brothers rested, he continued to train relentlessly. After completing 20 sets of high-intensity exercises in one breath, Tang Hanxing tossed a pair of boxing gloves to the three, saying, Come, let us spar a bit. Ahu hesitated momentarily and said, Brother Sheng, I fear I might not control my strength. Please be careful. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Ahu who stepped forward. Tang Hanxing said nothing, merely beckoning him with a finger. Ahu let out a loud shout and charged forward, to which Tang Hanxing responded with a swift whip kick that struck him squarely. Following that, he executed a swift turn, driving his elbow towards Ahu's head, the elbow being one of the hardest parts of the human body. Had that blow landed fully, it would have resulted in severe injury or even death for Ahu. Fortunately, Tang Hanxing pulled back at the last moment. Nearby, Aja and Tony were thoroughly startled. Tang Hanxing's movements were too rapid, so swift that they scarcely registered what had transpired before who nearly collapsed. Tang Hanxing chuckled and waved to Aja and Tony. One person isn't enough? All three of you can come at me together. 15 minutes later, the three lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated yet respectful. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance of the gym. Ashang. Tang Hanxing immediately stood up. Boss. These are my new brothers, Tony, Aja, and Ahu. This is my boss, the influential figure of Hung Hing in Causeway Bay, Boss B. Quick. Greet the boss. The three promptly stood at attention and chorused. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. Boss B regarded the trio with a hint of surprise. He had observed them for a full quarter of an hour and had already discerned that their skills were quite impressive, even surpassing Chun Haonan by a few degrees. He had not anticipated that, after just one night, Tang Hanxing would find such capable aides. Even more astonishing was that Tang Hanxing, single-handedly, had completely dominated the three. Boss B nodded. Shang, well done. Keep it up. You three, follow brother Shang, stay united, and work diligently. The three responded in unison. Understood. Boss. Tang Hanxing did not conceal the backgrounds of the three, directly approaching Boss B, saying, Brother B. These fellows have some identity issues. Boss B waved his hand dismissively. A trivial matter. Once the identity issues were resolved, Chun Haonan took Tang Hanxing to collect debts, familiarizing him with the upcoming tasks. As the end of the month approached, it was time to gather the dues owed to the various establishments under their purview, which would then be handed over to the accountant of the organization. While it sounded simple, the process was intricate, as the money included substantial protection fees and usury. Although most individuals would pay on time, there were always a few who would find various excuses to delay payment. In such cases, a firm hand was often necessary to facilitate communication. Their final stop was a billiard hall. Upon entering, Chun Haonan called out to the proprietor, Jimmy, this is Brother Shang. From now on, this place is under his management. Brother Nan, Brother Shang, please have a seat. Jimmy promptly invited. Tang Hanxing felt a sense of familiarity with the individual before him, but did not dwell on it. He introduced, Jimmy, this is my brother, Aja Tony. And Ahu. Just call me Jimmy. I've heard all about you, Brother Shang, from yesterday's events. Impressive. You must take care of me, your little brother, he replied, quickly pulling out several bottles of soda and a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among them. Thank you. Tang Hanxing accepted the cigarette and said, Jimmy, I don't drink soda. Just a bottle of water will suffice. Chapter 3. This is not a man, but a god. After Chun Haonan finished a cigarette, he went off to attend to other matters, leaving Tang Hanxing with the three. Billiard halls typically attract students and some local ruffians, making them prone to conflicts. Tang Hanxing found a spot to sit down, took out a business magazine from his pocket, and began flipping through it with a notebook in hand. Jimmy offered him a cigarette, chuckling. Wow, Brother Shang, you're reading? Times have changed. Even in this line of work, one must possess some knowledge. Tang Hanxing accepted the cigarette, replying with a smile. Jimmy felt a tightening in his chest. He had encountered countless ruffians before. Some were troublemakers, some were womanizers, others frequented bars, but he had never met one who read. Upon hearing about Tang Hanxing from Hung Hing, he had expected a cold-blooded villain, but instead, he found someone like this. Just as he pondered, a girl's piercing scream suddenly echoed through the billiard hall. Tang Hanxing looked up to see several local thugs surrounding two beautiful girls, lewd remarks spilling from their lips. Such stunning ladies. How about joining us for dinner tonight? What are your names? Interested in a photo shoot? Such scenes were not uncommon in entertainment venues, and as long as they didn't escalate into major incidents, they typically wouldn't intervene. Tang Hanxing lit his cigarette and exchanged glances with Tony and the others, who immediately stood up and walked over. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl shielded her long-haired companion, firmly stating, What do you want? Stay away from us and don't disturb us. You asking for trouble. Aren't you? The lead thug growled angrily, preparing to strike. A strong, powerful hand suddenly seized his wrist, gripping it as tightly as a vice. Tang Hanxing strode forward, his voice booming, flirting with girls on my turf? Damn it, this is the territory of Hung Hing. I am Shiqiang, one of Liang Kuan's men. Who are you? Tang Hanxing coldly stared at him and quietly said, I advise you to apologize to these two ladies and settle the bill. Shiqiang grinned. Why should I? Tang Hanxing's gaze turned icy, his tone calm. Because there are paths you should not tread and people you should not provoke. Let me enlighten you on what will transpire next. I shall turn back to my seat and continue reading, while you can either play your billiards quietly or settle the bill and leave. In a few years, you will be grateful to have survived this day. For you appeared at the wrong place at the wrong time, committing a grave error. Yet, you still have a chance to choose the righteous path. By the way, my name is Tang Hanxing. His voice, though soft, struck the ears of the crowd like a hammer. Upon hearing the name Tang Hanxing, A group of short gangsters trembled. For he was renowned as a ruthless individual, a madman who had killed 6 men barehanded. Had they not shared a common background, they would have believed he was about to strike. Shiqiang stood frozen, and Tang Hanxing gently patted his face, his tone indifferent. Do you understand? Speak. What do you intend to do? Shiqiang suddenly snapped back to reality, his teeth clattering. I'm sorry, we'll leave. He shot a fierce glare at Tang Hanxing before scurrying off to settle the bill with his underlings. Tang Hanxing smiled slightly to the side. Ladies, I apologize for the fright. Allow me to cover the bill, and I wish you a pleasant time. With that, he turned and left, his departure swift and decisive. Not lingering even a second longer for beauty. The 2 ladies stared at his retreating figure, momentarily stunned. The Tony trio mulled over Tang Hanxing's words repeatedly. How could the boss speak with such authority? How could he be so formidable? They still had a long way to go. As Shiqiang exited the billiard room, he immediately made a call, speaking softly. Kuan-gu, we encountered Tang Hanxing on Boss B's turf. On the other end, Liang Kuan's voice was hoarse. All right. Instruct the men at Heji to take action. I want to see Tang Hanxing's corpse lying in the morgue tonight. Understood. Returning to the bar, Tang Hanxing said to Jimmy, the money for those 2 ladies. He pulled out a banknote and placed it on the table. Brother Shang, those are Liang Kuan's people. You shouldn't provoke them, Jimmy advised cautiously. Tang Hanxing shook his head. What can one earn from students and short thugs? There are plenty of beautiful women and wealthy individuals in Causeway Bay. You need to think bigger. The more protection money I collect, the better. Brother Shang, I truly wonder if you're a gangster or a businessman, Jimmy said with admiration in his eyes. Tang Hanxing exhaled a puff of smoke. Quite similar, one relies on fists, the other on wit. Indeed, you were truly impressive just now. Jimmy pushed the money back. Yours is on the house. Just as Tang Hanxing was about to question this, a wave of fragrance wafted past his nose, accompanied by a crisp voice. Sir, thank you. Turning around, he saw the 2 ladies accompanied by a student. The one who had spoken was the long-haired woman. He had been too focused on dealing with Shiqiang to notice her appearance, but now, upon closer inspection, his heart stirred. A thought flashed in his mind. Beautiful indeed, but lacking a soul. Tang Hanxing acted decisively, and with such striking looks, who needed a soul? The short-haired beauty, undeterred, extended her hand toward Tang Hanxing. I am Shufan, and this is my colleague Xin. Boss, could we have a few bottles of soda? They seemed unaware that the man before them was a cold-blooded killer. I am Tang Hanxing. Please, take a seat. He gently shook Shufan's hand and gestured for her to sit. Shufan, if memory served correctly, was the daughter of a pastor, while the stunning Xin was undoubtedly the heroine from Gangs of Hong Kong 4. Once seated, Xin noticed a business magazine in front of Tang Hanxing, accompanied by a notebook and a pen, which were densely filled with notes. He appeared to be quite different from the typical street thug she had imagined, prompting her to glance at him again. Tang Hanxing looked at Xin, who promptly diverted her gaze, initiating a conversation. I'm Zhou Jiesin. We came to find my student, Luo Tianhong, but got into a conflict. Thank you truly. The student named Luo Tianhong lifted his head. His eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Tang Hanxing. Brother Shang, I want to follow you. What the hell? Another fierce character. A person bold enough to challenge even his own boss. How unfortunate for me, Tang Hanxing. The Tony trio was already a headache, and now came Luo Tianhong. Although Tang Hanxing was tempted to take this formidable individual under his wing, he sternly reprimanded. Your name is Luo Tianhong, right? What makes you think you can follow me? Can a small thug achieve anything? His tone grew increasingly severe as he pulled Luo Tianhong closer, scolding. Let me tell you what my situation is. Today I might feast and drink, but tomorrow I could be murdered. Look how much your teacher cares for you. To be honest, I envy you. You are cherished. I grew up without parents and barely attended school, and now it's too late for regrets. If I were to die, there would be no one to claim my body. Remember this. One misstep leads to another. I have no way back. Having finished his admonition, Tang Hanxing softened his tone. You should return with your teacher and study diligently. If anyone bullies you, just say you are under my protection. If things get dire, come find me. Though he had spoken, Tang Hanxing felt a twinge of regret. If this kid genuinely heeded his advice and walked the right path, wouldn't he lose a potential henchman? Luo Tianhong, however, looked even more resolute. Brother Shang, I've trained. I can help you fight. If you die, I will avenge you and take care of your spirit. Tang Hanxing couldn't help but laugh, but still said to Xin, this kid, you need to teach him how to speak. You two take him back and discipline him properly. Yes, Mr. Tang, thank you. After the 3 departed, Jimmy looked at Tang Hanxing and said, Brother Shang, the stories about you in the underworld are legendary. Many wish to follow you. Tang Hanxing chuckled, his tone nonchalant. Just empty tales. Brother Shang, if you don't take disciples, why not consider me? Jimmy asked earnestly. Observing his frail figure, Tang Hanxing jested. Get lost. Focus on your business and earn me some more money. That is far more valuable than anything else. Aren't you lacking a brain? I can do business, I'm serious. Jimmy said, offering a cigarette. At that moment, Tang Hanxing finally recognized who he was. At this time, Jimmy bore no resemblance to the future head of Liansheng. Taking the cigarette, Tang Hanxing lit it. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Jimmy wielding a cleaver, chopping meat, with a starved wolf dog locked nearby for days. What kind of meat was that? As this thought crossed his mind, his stomach churned, and he quickly shifted his gaze, casting a deep look at Jimmy. Some individuals may appear fierce, but at most, they are merely ruthless characters, like that one whom he dealt with. However, Jimmy is different. He is a true master. He understands the intricacies of human interaction, excels in business, and possesses the audacity to take action. When such a person is provoked, that is when true ruthlessness is unleashed. Yet, Jimmy is also a capricious fellow. Even the likes of Brother Lu from the Lianxing gang fell victim to him. What fate has befallen me, Tang Hanxing? Can't I be blessed with a few loyal subordinates? Never mind. Never mind. It would indeed be a waste not to recruit such a character. Just as I was about to speak, a furious roar erupted from the entrance. Tang Hanxing. Today, the He gang has come to collect your life. Immediately, Zhou Jiasin and Shufan rushed in, dragging Lok Tin-hung, shrieking. Tang Hanxing sprang to his feet, with Tony, Asia, and Ahu instinctively shielding him. They were saved by Tang Hanxing, and he was their leader in their hearts. This was a reflexive response. Tang Hanxing swiftly pulled the three behind him, and upon looking up, he saw the entrance crowded with ominous figures, each wielding iron rods and machetes. Indeed, the underlings of He's brother Ba. Such is the way of the underworld. One moment, all is calm, and the next, enemies are at the door. Detected that the host is in a state of danger, please choose one of the following countermeasures. 1. Fight to the death in the billiard room. Obtain a prop fund converter. 2. A wise man knows when to retreat. Escape to gain 2 points of agility. What a choice. He could run, but what about the people behind him? Tang Hanxing stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Jiasin and the others. They have nothing to do with me. Let them go. Damn it, do you think I'm blind? His adversaries roared. Brothers, charge. Eliminate his women. Avenge Brother Ba. As soon as the words left their mouths, a group charged forward. The iron curtain was suddenly pulled down by He's men. Tang Hanxing let out a furious roar and seized a chair, hurling it at the approaching crowd. Brother Sheng, escape through the back door. Tony shouted. It's fine if we die. Just remember to collect our bodies. Before the words had even settled, a dozen more men surged through the back door, radiating murderous intent. Asia pulled Tang Hanxing behind him, his gaze resolute. Brother Sheng, my mother is still in Vietnam. Thank you for the opportunity. I am your leader. Tang Hanxing bellowed, swinging the chair horizontally, sending knives and rods flying. Jimmy tossed a few Tang knives, which Tang Hanxing caught, commanding, take those three inside, lock the door, and do not let them out. Just as the words left his mouth, a machete swung down before him, and there was no time to evade. As the blade descended, a Tang knife intercepted it. Lok Tin-hung grinned. Brother Sheng, didn't you just ask me if I had the qualifications to stand with you? Before he could finish, he lunged into the fray. Ha ha. Tang Hanxing laughed maniacally, wielding his knife with ferocity. The blade struck like a mountain, swift as the wind. A He underling was cleaved in two from head to waist, blood splattering everywhere. He descended like a vengeful deity, roaring, I, Tang Hanxing of Hung Hing, am here. If you wish to die, come forth. This roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the venue. Everyone froze, no one dared to move. They had seen countless skirmishes in the underworld, but such a bloody scene was unprecedented. This was no mere man. This was no petty figure. This was a god. Chapter 4, A Fortunate Romance. As the ancients said, Guan Yu cleaves Bianxi, today we have Tang Hanxing slaying the He gang. At that moment, the billiard room speakers blared a man should be strong. Tony, Asia, Ahu, and Lok Tin-hung slowly stood behind Tang Hanxing. The five formed a barrier at the storage room entrance, behind which were Qin Shufan, Zhou Jiasin, and Jimmy. Someone in the crowd shouted, there are only 5 of them. 1,000,000 for each kill. If one dies, someone will support their family. Charge! 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 A clamor arose, but no one took a step forward. The drumbeats intensified. The atmosphere taut as a bowstring. Tang Hanxing lit a cigarette, turning to Tony, Lok Tin-hung, and the others. If you follow me and fall, I will buy you a plot on Victoria Peak for a grand burial. Tin-hung, you are still young. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he raised his head and roared, cowards, dare you act recklessly? Kill! Kill! Ahu followed closely behind. Damn it, let's do this. Tony, Asia, and Lok Tin-hung also charged out. They knew that if they were to die tonight, they would do so with purpose. Outside the glass windows, Zhou Jiasin and Qin Shufan witnessed the 5 most insane individuals in the world, faced with over 100 He gang members. They launched a charge that was almost self-destructive. They witnessed the most shocking and suffocating scene of their lives. What does it mean to never bow down? This is it. What does it mean to never compromise? This is it. What does it mean to disregard everything? This is it. Tang Hansheng plunged into the crowd, raising his arms. And the glint of his knife sliced through the night sky, instantaneously severing the throats of 2 He underlings. At the moment their heads flew off. They even caught a glimpse of their own bodies. Their nerves continued to transmit signals mechanically, the final image freezing in their minds, before the world fell silent. Zhou Jiasen felt her stomach churn, and Jimmy quickly said, "Sister-in-law, don't look outside. What did you just call me? It doesn't matter if you got it wrong. Anyway, the He gang people all say you are his woman." As Jimmy spoke, he pulled out 2 kitchen knives, forcing a smile. "You all keep the doors shut tightly. Brace it with tables and baseball bats, and only open it when the Hung Hing people arrive. Don't do anything reckless." Chen Shufan shouted anxiously. Jimmy grinned. "My boss is out there killing." Just as he finished speaking, he pushed open the storage room door and charged into the chaos with the kitchen knives. After landing, Tang Hansheng swung his Tommy knife, and 4 arms rose into the air, eliciting screams from 4 He underlings. "I, Tang Hansheng of Hung Hing, am here. Anyone wishing to die, come forward." He roared again, charging towards the densest part of the crowd. Where the blade pointed, none could withstand. In the confined space, this roar exploded like thunder, drowning out all noise, reaching even neighboring shops. The He underlings were also driven mad by bloodlust. Just as their shouts arose, they were consumed by the music. Inside the billiard room, the He gang encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time. They could not suppress it. They could not block it. They could not fight against it. 5 minutes later, the ground was littered with the groans of He underlings. Jimmy sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily, still clutching 2 kitchen knives. Lok Tin-hung bent over, propping himself on his knees, his gaze vacant. Tony, Asia, and Ahu leaned against the bar, gulping down soda. Tang Hansheng kicked Jimmy. "Cigarettes." "Ouch. Boss, don't kick me. I've already been cut twice." Jimmy trembled as he pulled out a crushed pack of Hongmei from his pocket. "I told you to stay inside, but you wouldn't listen, causing me to get cut in the process of saving you." Tang Hansheng gasped as he scolded. "You are my boss. If we die together." As he trembled uncontrollably, Tang Hansheng snatched the cigarette box and hurled individual cigarettes to Tony, Ahu, Aja, and Lok Tin-hung. "A lighter," he demanded. Tony swallowed hard and cautiously approached. "Boss, where are we headed? Let us eat first." Yet, the lighter was already soaked in blood, and no matter how Tony tried, he could not ignite it. Tang Hansheng turned to Jimmy. "Is there a lighter at the bar?" Jimmy shook his head. Tang Hansheng kicked him, exclaiming, "Can't you be a little prepared?" Tony persisted in trying to light it, again and again, with no success. "Useless. You can handle a knife, but you can't manage anything else. Hand it over." "Ha ha ha, boss, let me try." Suddenly, the iron door was yanked open, and hurried footsteps approached. Tang Hansheng swiftly grabbed the large machete from the ground. As Jimmy scrambled to his feet, he shouted, "No way, more people are coming? Boss, I've never fought before." "Woo-woo, I'm worse off. I haven't even held a girl's hand." Lok Tin-hung cried out. 10 minutes earlier, in the bustling streets of Causeway Bay, Boss B was on a winning streak at the card table, having won several rounds upon sitting down, amassing over $10,000, which sent his 6-card companions fleeing in terror. "B, are you even human? You dared to call that hand?" Uncle Xing chastised him from across the table. Boss B chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I won, so I collect my winnings. Today's luck is just splendid. Not just luck, your connections have improved too. I hear your underling Tang Hansheng has become the idol of every subordinate in Causeway Bay." Fatty Lee laughed, holding a banknote in his hand. Boss B extinguished his cigarette but, saying with feigned nonchalance, "Stop praising him. We can't let the young ones get carried away." Yet, internally, he was elated. He knew well that Tang Hansheng was intelligent, composed, and surrounded by reliable brothers. With Chun Haonan's crew, it was only a matter of time before Causeway Bay fell into their hands. Suddenly, the door of the mahjong hall was flung open, startling everyone. Boss B quickly stuffed the money into his pocket and muttered, "At this hour, it can't be the police, can it?" Everyone was accustomed to this routine, hastily collecting their money and cards, waiting for a routine inspection. To their surprise, 2 underlings rushed in, whispering urgently into Boss B's ear. His expression froze as he stood up abruptly. "Xing uncle, Fatty, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now." As he walked away, he urged, "Repeat that." The underling anxiously replied, "Over 100 from He have surrounded the billiard room, trapping Xing Gu and his girlfriend inside. If we don't act soon, someone will really die. Gather everyone immediately. If anything happens to Tang Hansheng tonight, He will pay with their lives." Boss B's eyes glinted with intensity, his voice low. Causeway Bay was small, and soon all the brothers had gathered. Boss B was the first to jump into the car, while the others followed suit in silence. However, the traffic in Hong Kong was notoriously terrible. Frustrated, Boss B gritted his teeth, leaped from the vehicle, and shouted, "Charge forward." A throng of people sprinted towards the billiard room, met by a heavy stench of blood. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the room cloaked in darkness with the sound system unplugged. An eerie stillness prevailing. Chun Haonan forcefully pulled open the iron curtain, while Boss B extinguished his cigarette butt and shouted, "Brothers of Hung Hing, join me in slaughtering these scoundrels and avenging Sheng Ge and his girlfriend. Kill, kill, kill." The third cry abruptly ceased, and everyone stood frozen. The scene before them was beyond mere description of carnage. Soon, the sounds of retching erupted in waves. "Boss, you're just in time. Lend me a light." A voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Tang Hansheng, drenched in blood, frowning as he struggled to ignite the lighter. With a few clicks, the flame refused to appear. Seeing this, several of his underlings sighed in relief, lowering their knives. "Where are He's men?" Chun Haonan retrieved his lighter and handed it over. Tang Hansheng inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling smoke, and pointed to the ground. "They're all here. These wretched dogs. To save my brother, I took several stabs. Boss, you must avenge me." As the words fell, Hung Hing's underlings once again leaned against the wall, retching violently. Boss B surveyed the scene, inhaling sharply. He suddenly recalled an old poem, a 3-foot dragon spring sword, unseen in its sheath. A fallen goose bow, with 100 golden arrows. "For the country, I pledged my loyalty, facing peril in battle. May I achieve my ambitions, and stand before the Emperor." Regaining his focus, Boss B decisively commanded, "Haonan, Mountain Chicken, you take Sheng and the others first. I'll handle the aftermath." "All right, boss, sorry to trouble you again. I'll take them." Tang Hansheng suddenly interjected, "Boss, how about this? I'll go with you, along with Haonan and Mountain Chicken, to sweep He's territory. You send 2 men to escort Asia and the others for treatment." Boss B's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Brilliant plan. Truly ruthless and clever." He looked at Tang Hansheng and asked, "Can you manage? Don't push yourself. It's just minor injuries." Tang Hansheng ripped off his bloodstained jacket. "Boss, I'll first see them out." Saying this, he opened tea. The chaotic battle raged on for half an hour, stretching from one end of the street to the other, with Tang Hansheng unwaveringly leading the charge. Though his body bore fresh wounds, the life spring nestled in his chest continuously restored his strength and mended his injuries. After clearing out the last bar, Tony and the others were compelled by Tang Hansheng to tend to their wounds. He retrieved a rare bottle of Matai from the liquor cabinet, an uncommon luxury in Hong Kong, and downed it in one gulp. Only through such means could he suppress the surging murderous intent within and alleviate his pain. "Shanji, quickly take Ah Shang to get his wounds treated." Boss B gasped between breaths. "Yes, Brother B." Shanji promptly stepped forward. "Ah Shang, shall I support you? I can manage myself." Tang Hansheng waved him off. "Boss, shall we go have hot pot first?" "Are you serious?" Boss B glared. "I'm really hungry." Tang Hansheng shrugged. "Just call the doctor to stitch you up. I don't want injections. Don't try to persuade me." "Damn, I thought I was ruthless enough back then. Just don't cry later. Come on, brothers. Let us eat hot pot." Boss B waved his hand. Tang Hansheng turned to Shanji. "Brother G, please help me move the 2 bottles of Matai from the cabinet." "Chaopi, lend me a hand. Thanks." Chun Haonan stepped forward. "Ah Shang, I'll help you up." 5 minutes later, at the Hung Hing Tung Lowan branch, Boss B summoned the chef and 2 doctors. "Ah Shang, this is Dr. Liu, the finest physician here." The doctors swiftly examined Tang Hansheng's gruesome wounds. Remarkably, he was still conscious. Dr. Liu continued, "He needs several stitches." "Don't stitch me up," Tang Hansheng said, cigarette dangling from his lips, waving his hand. He poured himself another glass of wine. Seeing him drink so heartily, Shanji poured himself a cup as well. "Doctors, be gentle," Boss B cautioned. "We know. Don't move. Endure it. I'll handle the wound first," Tang Hansheng replied. No sooner had he spoken than Dr. Liu approached with instruments, pulling open Tang Hansheng's wound to begin cleaning it. Pain etched his brow. Clutching his wine glass with his right hand, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, Anan, Shanji, brothers, thank you all for stepping in today." Boss B waved dismissively, impatience in his tone. "No need to thank me. You almost dragged us all down. Over 100 died in the billiard hall. My head's pounding already. It's either them or me in situations like that. We can't worry about much else." Enduring the pain, Tang Hansheng shouted back loudly. Boss B sighed, "Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll meet Mr. Jiang. Tonight, just drink. Come. Cheers." Raising his glass, he stood. "Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." After swallowing the first cup, Tang Hansheng caught Shanji's wide-eyed gaze. He forced a smile through the agony. "Brother G, refreshing, I assent it? Absolutely exhilarating. This is the drink of real men." Shanji gasped, then roared. Beside them, Chun Haonan watched Tang Hansheng, memories flooding his mind. Years ago, when he had just joined Hung Hing and was gravely wounded by 3 knife wounds. Shanji had administered white powder to ease his pain, nearly ruining him. How vast the differences between people. Tang Hanxing called out to Boss B. Brother B. You want some too? Fill my glass. I want some as well. Pour me around. He laughed and scolded. Stop fighting over it. I'm holding on solely with this bottle of wine. At the second cup, Boss B's tone softened. Ah Shang, I'm not good with words. But I understand everything you've done. On Nan, Ah Shang, from now on, the future of Tung Lo Wan rests with you young men. As long as you stand united, Hung Hing's reputation in Tung Lo Wan will remain unshakable. The doctors continued stitching behind him. Tang Hanxing remained still from the waist up, propping himself with his arm as he raised his glass. Boss, here's to you. Boss B lifted his glass. To it. Cheers. Chen Haonan, swept up by the atmosphere, raised his glass as well. Cheers. Downing his drink, Boss B gave a thumbs up. Indeed, potent and fiery. The third cup carried unspoken words, all poured into the wine. No sooner had they finished than Chun Yao, strategist to Jiang Tiansheng, burst through the door. Brother B, Mr. Jiang sent me to check on you all. The sight before him stunned him. At the center sat a man with wounds deep enough to expose bone. 2 doctors stitching him up. Yet he sat shirtless, upright, conversing with ease. His demeanor alone exuded a mountain-like steadiness. In ancient times, heroes like Guan Yu endured bone-scraping poison treatments without flinching. In the present day, the fierce general of Tung Lo Wan, Tang Hanxing, after slaying hundreds, calmly feasted by the fire, his wounds being stitched without a furrowed brow. That night, Ho Ki, a venerable establishment in the underworld, was nearly uprooted. That night, the name Hung Hing Tung Lo Wan was spoken with trembling reverence. From then on, anyone daring to covet Hung Hing's territory would first ponder if their neck was sturdy enough. From then on, those bearing grudges against Tang Hanxing would first calculate whether they possessed the means. Overnight, the title of war god echoed throughout the underworld. The legend of that battle stirred blood to boil. Night was far from over. At Hung Hing Mong Kok branch, Liang Kuan embraced a sultry woman. Laughing loudly at the gambling table, humming, life is like a gamble, no risk, no win, no tomorrow. His mind pictured Tang Hanxing lying in the morgue. The woman whispered close. Brother Kuan, what hast the bet this round? Double down on the banker. Liang Kuan declared confidently. At that moment, Sha Chong approached, whispering urgently. Liang Kuan turned sharply, slapping him. You joking? Brother Kuan, it's real. The morgue is full. Even the police station is overwhelmed. Sha Chong covered his face. Liang Kuan immediately dialed a number. After a few words, he jumped up, eyes wide with shock. Smash. The phone shattered. Clenching his teeth, he spat out each word. Tang. Hanxing. Damn your ancestors. The night was still young. Back at Hung Hing Tung Lo Wan branch, Tang Hanxing regarded the man known as Chun Yao, whose intelligence seemed almost inhuman, with mild surprise. Chun Yao succinctly outlined the current situation. Mr. Jiang promptly met with the police commissioner upon hearing the news. The Ho Ki members are now being summoned for questioning. This money was entrusted to me by Mr. Jiang. 2 small cases were brought in and opened, revealing stacks of cash. The room instantly buzzed with energy. Chun Yao continued. Half goes to Hanxing, the other half. Boss B will allocate. Boss B motioned for his men to secure the money, smiling. Brother Yao, we are Hung Hing. What is due shall be received. Chun Yao smiled, pointing at Tang Hanxing. Ah Shang? Tang Hanxing responded, gesturing to rise. Chun Yao quickly held him back. Don't move, just lie down. Boss B, once Ah Shang recovers. Mr. Jiang wishes to meet both Ah Shang and Ah Nan. Understood, Brother Yao. Boss B nodded in assent. Having said his piece, Chun Yao rose. I have matters tonight. You carry on. I bid farewell to Brother Yao. Before Big Brother B could utter a word, Ah Nan rose to his feet. As the door closed behind him, the doctor clipped the final stitch, wiped the sweat from his brow, and declared, it's done. Tang Hanxing immediately looked up in surprise. So soon? The doctor nodded solemnly. Brother Yao, the operation is complete. I have practiced medicine for over a decade, Lu Wen remarked, giving a thumbs up while speaking. I have treated countless patients. But I have never encountered anyone like you. Truly not human. Tang Hanxing was already drenched in cold sweat, but forced a smile. I'm just more resilient. Big Brother B handed a wad of cash to the doctor. Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work tonight. Lu Wen accepted the money, gave Tang Hanxing a few final instructions, and then departed. Afterwards, everyone dispersed quietly, no longer disturbing one another. Big Brother B patted Tang Hanxing's shoulder. Ah Shang, I'll see you off. Inside the car, Big Brother B smoked as he drove, speaking slowly. Ah Shang, is there ever a day you can spare Chen Haonan? Tang Hanxing turned to look at him. Big Brother B also turned his face, his voice softening. Among you few, Haonan has followed me the longest. When he was 17, he was kidnapped by Sha Meng of the East Star and beaten to near death. In front of East Star's leaders, I stabbed myself to make them release him. To me, he is no less than a son. In the underworld, every shift in power is a storm of blood and violence. But there is only one seat. Everyone longs to claim it. Tang Hongqing lit a cigarette. Brother B, I have already spilled too much blood. In this world, one's fate is not always one's own. If given a choice, I would withdraw from the gang and live a quiet life, making steady money. Ashong. If you leave, can I hold the fort alone? Big brother B scolded. You brat, pull yourself together. Lately, fight less and recruit more. Mr. Jiang is preparing to open a funeral parlor for you. Your status as a red pole is solid. The venues in Ho Ki's territory will be yours to manage. Big brother B seemed to think he was joking, but Tang Hongqing's gaze out the window revealed a trace of melancholy. He began to yearn for the web novels on Feilu, the takeout meals of his past life, and those trivial daily moments. Yet, he steeled himself anew. Upon arriving at Xianshan Estate, Tang Hongqing got out of the car as Big Brother B handed him a suitcase. This is for you. Once you've healed, bring your girlfriend here for dinner. Boss, are you serious? Those two girls, really, I only met them for the first time today. I'm not lying. You're too pathetic. Learn from Shanji. They exchanged a smile. Also, get a tattoo soon. You're now a red pole of the Hung Hing cause in Causeway Bay. As a boss, you must look the part. Boss, I'm off. No need to see me out. Tang Hongqing said, then dashed away. You brat. Returning home. As he pushed open the door, a fresh scent greeted him. The previously messy room had been tidied immaculately. Even the bedding was new. Under the warm yellow light, a long-haired woman lay quietly on the bed. It was Zhou Jiesin. Damn. Tang Hongqing muttered softly. He had intended to rest well at home, but now, though not a paragon of virtue, some matters require mutual affection and natural progression. Tang Hongqing pulled a blanket over himself and leaned against the sofa, summoning the system interface. Bloodbath at the billiard hall mission complete. Reward, capital converter. Jimmy's loyalty secured. Reward, startup capital of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Luo Shenhong pledged allegiance. Reward, ancient Miao Blade. Tony Brothers pledged allegiance. Reward, 1 each of AK-47, Desert Eagle, and AWM. Hidden achievement renowned in the Jianghu unlocked. Reward, Bentley Brooklands. 5 rewards at once. He was practically swimming in wealth. Adding the 2 million from Jiang Tiansheng, he now had 12 million at his disposal. The Miao Blade was truly a magnificent weapon. The 3 guns were currently surplus, reserved as trump cards. The Bentley was already parked downstairs. The capital converter was incredible. Insert money. And within a second, it would be cleanly and legally transferred to his account. Simply miraculous. Tang Hongqing drifted into a deep sleep, satisfied. Yet, the healing wounds sent sharp pains through him, and the ointment failed to fully soothe the discomfort. He tossed and turned, brow furrowed, teeth clenched, fists tight, emitting muffled groans. The noise roused Zhou Jiesin, who looked upon the half-naked man wrapped in bandages with a swirl of complex emotions. The image of him being called Big Brother and her being Big Sister was etched like a brand in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Contemplating his future, what kind of life he would lead, what kind of family he might build, she frowned involuntarily. Within mere hours, he had become an inescapable knot in her heart. She recalled a saying, meeting Yang Guo is a lifetime-s misfortune, not meeting him is a lifetime-s regret. Suddenly, Tang Hongqing clenched his fist and slammed it on the sofa, attempting to suppress the pain. Zhou Jiesin immediately reached out, gently stroking his arm to comfort him. The movement startled Tang Hongqing awake. He opened his eyes and, seeing her, asked, Why haven't you left yet? I'm waiting for my student. Zhou Jiesin looked at him. Tang Hongqing wiped his sweat. Tianhong was taken by my brother for wound treatment. You're really waiting here for him? Besides, you know he doesn't want to study. He'll follow me, and I'll teach him. But he only has his mother as family. Do you understand? Zhou Jiesin's tone was heavy. Tang Hongqing nodded. I'll take good care of him. Today, I was slashed several times because of him. I plan to go into business later. If you're worried, you can come see him anytime. She had no words to refute, for he had proven himself through actions. I'll see you home. Your family will be worried. He struggled to rise, wincing in pain as his wound tensed. Zhou Jiesin hurried to support him. Don't push yourself. Lie down properly. I can go by myself. All right. Tang Hongqing nodded. I can get to the bathroom alone. You don't have to help. With that, he slowly made his way toward the bathroom, leaning heavily on his own strength. Zhou Jiesin placed his arm over her shoulder, her tone reproachful. Stop forcing yourself. They staggered to the bathroom door. She quickly stepped out. After a minute, the silence was profound. She heard a low, almost tearful voice. Could you please help me? I can't move anymore. I'm about to lose it. Please. The scene was awkward beyond words. Chapter 6. I will officially marry you. Afterwards, Tang Hongqing returned to bed. Zhou Jiesin's eyes were rimmed with red. Tang Hongqing panicked. It was just the two of us. No one else knows. I won't tell anyone. She could not help but cry out. No, I despise myself for loving you. After just one meeting today, I have already fallen. There's nothing wrong with having feelings for someone. Tang Hanxing softly replied. I fear for your life. I dread the thought of never seeing you again. I feel so insignificant. I was not like this before. In her childhood, she did not understand why people still smoked despite the warnings on cigarette boxes about the dangers to health. Now, she comprehends that life is akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Those warnings are merely self-deceptions. After speaking, she bent down and kissed Tang Hanxing. Tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling. Tang Hanxing, love me. Some emotions are destined for the abyss from the very beginning. Yet there are still those who leap into it without hesitation. It is not the taboo itself that is alluring, but rather the beauty concealed within sin. Downstairs, a Toyota Crown came to a slow stop. Bao Pai yawned, holding a cigarette, and remarked, I really don't understand you all. Don't worry. The boss of He has gone to speak with Mr. Jiang about peace. Brother Sheng will definitely be fine tonight. Asia, with his left hand wrapped in bandages, stepped out and extinguished his cigarette, saying, Brother Pai, you don't understand. If we count it, our lives are all given by Brother Sheng. Without him, we would go hungry tomorrow. You have your support in Xiangjiang, but we only have him. Tony chimed in with a smile. And me, Lok Tin-hung added excitedly. My life also belongs to Brother Sheng. You don't know, I returned just for him. Bao Pai turned to Jimmy and asked, Jimmy, should I take you back? Brother Pai, don't mind me. I'm so frustrated right now. I've lost my billiard hall, and I don't know what to do tomorrow. I can't face my family. My dad worked hard all his life to open this shop for me, and now I can only rely on Brother Sheng. Jimmy slumped in his seat, his tone dejected. With Brother Sheng around, don't worry about just a billiard hall. I can open you a bar in the future. Bao Pai laughed as he offered a circle of cigarettes. You crazy bunch, stop calling me Brother Pai. Just call me Bao Pai. Also, don't go upstairs. Sister-in-law is up there. After saying this, he revealed a knowing smile. Lok Tin-hung looked astonished. The boss is the boss. I respect him in fighting. And I respect him in romance. That's my teacher, Xine. How many rich second generation from Xiangjiang have pursued her, yet she wouldn't even glance at them. Little brat. That's what a true boss looks like, Ehu said, ruffling Lok Tin-hung's hair. After finishing a cigarette, Bao Pai yawned and said, I'm off. I'm taking a taxi. Tony quickly said, Bao Pai, I'll take you. Do you have a license? The short mule is driving. It doesn't require a license. Worst case scenario. My brother will bail me out. Damn. Watching the Toyota Crown drive away, Asia glanced up at the building. His eyes filled with longing and desire. Brother Sheng is truly impressive. I wonder when I can be like him. As long as we brothers stand united. One day we will be on equal footing with him, Jimmy said after taking a few puffs of his cigarette. Yes, a group of people, one heart. Wow. That car is a Bentley. As long as we follow Brother Sheng, we will eventually be able to sit in one. Exactly. Mingling with Brother Sheng means there will always be food to eat. They never questioned the man who had shielded them from knives more than once. At dawn, Tang Hanxing was feeling much better. He turned over and saw Zhou Jessen staring at him motionlessly. Her long hair cascaded down her fair neck, flowing like a waterfall. And after a shower, she appeared even more delicate and captivating. Her bright eyes rendered the city and sky outside dull in comparison. Have you been watching me all night? Zhou Jessen nodded. I won't disappear. Do you not have class today? I want to resign. She bit her lip and said. Being a teacher is quite good. It's stable and easy. Tang Hanxing gently pinched her cheek. I don't want to cause you trouble. She took a deep breath. As if making a significant decision, tears falling once more. Tang Hanxing, marry me as you marry a chicken, and follow me as you follow a dog. From now on, I am your woman. Being the woman of the boss is not an easy task. You do not understand, Tang Hanxing replied calmly. Zhou Jessen bit down on his shoulder, crying as she said, I don't care about how many women you have in the future. I am the first wife. Remember, you must not betray me. If my parents find out I am with a short mule, they will kick me out of the house. From now on, I will only recognize you, Tang Hanxing. Don't cry. Do you have your ID with you? Why? To register. Think again. You still want to run, huh? After some playful scuffling, the two tidied up the room. Seeing the streak of red on the sheets, Zhou Jessen's face immediately flushed. What are you looking at? You vixen. Today I will assert my husbandly authority. Stop messing around. I'm starving. Husband, please take me to eat. Holding Zhou Jessen's hand, they descended the stairs. And Tang Hanxing spoke of future plans. Don't rush the resignation. Wait until my business is up and running, then you can help me with the accounts. She tightened her grip on his hand, cautiously asking, Are you lying to me? She feared he might disappear again. Tang Hanxing replied earnestly, What are you thinking? How could I let you suffer alongside me? I want to marry you openly. I want the whole world to know that Zhou Jessen is my woman, Tang Hanxing. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take you away from me. During this time, I will arrange for someone to pick you up and drop you off from work. This way, I can see you every day. You are in my heart. You are my first woman. Zhou Jessen nodded gently, whispering, Then I will follow your arrangements. When they reached the bottom of the building, Tang Hanxing witnessed the scene. Several students were surrounding Luo Tin-hung, questioning him incessantly. Brother Tin-hung, your boss is truly formidable. Brother Tin-hung, were you really there last night? Tin-hung. Tin-hung. In the face of the students' skepticism, Luo Tin-hung exhaled a puff of smoke, raising an eyebrow. Listen well, the ones sleeping in the car are my brother Jia, brother Tony, brother Hu, and brother Jimmy. I rank 6th. You can go ask around on the street if I was present last night. Even brother B praised my skills. Look closely this scar. Saying this, Luo Tin-hung took off his shirt, displaying the wound as a badge of honor. The student's eyes instantly changed. Wow, it's real. Brother Tin-hung. How many people did you cut last night? I heard brother Sheng cut 100. Is that true? Luo Tin-hung took a puff of smoke. His tone filled with pride. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Moreover, my brother Sheng was stabbed 80 times and still went for hot pot, with doctors stitching him up right beside him. You can ask the Hongxing people. Brother Haonan was there last night. I was just a bit less than brother Sheng. I only cut 10. By the end, his tone faltered slightly. Brother Tin-hung. Does brother Sheng take in people? I want to follow him. Luo Tin-hung waved his hand, exhaling a puff of smoke, mimicking Tang Hanxing's tone. You're called Airplane, right? What qualifications do you have to follow my brother? Is being a short mule a promising future? There's only one letter S difference between outstanding and funeral. Remember this. One misstep leads to many. I have no way back. His tone carried a hint of self-satisfaction. You should return to your studies diligently. If anyone dares to bully you, just say you belong to me. If things get really tough, come find me. The surrounding students once again murmured in admiration. Brother Tin-hung. You even know how to preach grand principles. You really should consider who you're following. Zhou Jiesin bit her lip, stifling a smile. Tang Hanxing finally couldn't hold back any longer and laughed as he called out. Luo Tin-hung, come here. Oh, our big boss has arrived. We'll talk later. Luo Tin-hung, as if caught by the tail, hurried over. Greetings, big boss. Greetings, teacher's wife. Upon hearing Tang Hanxing's voice, Tony and the others, along with Jimmy, quickly got out of the car and approached him in unison, exclaiming, Hello, sister-in-law. The students gazed at Tang Hanxing with eyes full of envy and reverence. Tang Hanxing looked at the 5 of them and asked, Who among you can drive? I can, brother Sheng, Tony said with a smile, raising his hand. Tang Hanxing continued. And who else doesn't have a license? Everyone exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Tang Hanxing frowned. I told you all to get your driver's licenses earlier. But you didn't listen. Brother Sheng, but we've only been with you for 2 days. Ahu began hesitantly. Tang Hanxing pulled several bundles of cash from the trunk and neatly laid them on the table. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Even the group of students couldn't help but swallow hard. He pulled out several stacks, each person receiving 100,000, and said, Later, accompany me for morning tea. Afterwards, buy yourself a suit, dress properly. Remember, you're not mere small players. You are Tang Hanxing's brothers. No sooner had he spoken than the money was already distributed among the 5. Tang Hanxing instructed, Tony, drive to the tea house we visited yesterday. If you don't know the way, ask Jimmy. Jimmy immediately said, Brother Sheng, you and sister-in-law can take the car. We'll take a taxi. That crown will be your ride from now on. I have other plans. With that, Tang Hanxing walked toward a brand new Bentley BROKLANDS not far away. In these times, Bentley and Rolls-Royce share the same lineage, but Bentley's market performance is more robust. This BROKLANDS boasted the iconic Parthenon grille, exuding grandeur. Everyone present was visibly moved. So Brother Sheng's true ride is here. Although his left hand was injured, he could still drive with one hand. After the meal, Tang Hanxing assigned tasks. I'll be going to the library these days. You all go recruit people. They must have clean backgrounds, preferably ones you know. The poorer, the better. Tell them, if they stick with Brother Sheng, I'll make sure they never go hungry. I only want the elite. I'd rather have a pack of wolves than a herd of sheep. On the day we open the hall, each will receive 10,000. Don't worry about money. I'm more worried you can't find enough people. After taking sister-in-law to work, you decide what to do. The group's eyes gleamed with excitement and enthusiasm. As a return part of the money he had just received, Brother Sheng, 10,000 is enough. Keep the rest for me. I still need to bring my mother over. Tony said, Boss, you must have quite some expenses these days. Jimmy also spoke up, Brother Sheng, I'm not short on money now. Wait until you help me reopen the billiards hall. The youngest, Luo Tin-hung, hesitated before adding, Brother Sheng, buy sister-in-law a few more designer clothes. That's fitting for the big boss woman. You brat. Tang Hanxing opened his notebook and said, I've noted it down. I'll keep the money safe for you. You'll need it when you marry and buy a house. Hurry up, what are you still standing there for? Tin-hung. Wait a moment. Zhou Jiesin beckoned Luo Tin-hung over. Sister-in-law? Zhou Jiesin pulled Luo Tin-hung aside and whispered a few words before letting him go. As soon as Luo Tin-hung returned, He immediately exclaimed, "Boss, sister-in-law told me to protect you well from now on. She said you were in pain all night." "Don't worry, boss, I'll train hard." Zhou Jessen shot him a glare. "Tin-hung, you're so disloyal. Women, always meddling." Tang Hanxing feigned anger. "Also Tin-hung, you're young. Don't go around brandishing knives recklessly. Go prepare yourself quickly, don't let me down. Asa, keep an eye on him. Also, when new recruits arrive, give them a red envelope to give them some hope." "Understood, boss." "All right, boss." After they left, Tang Hanxing couldn't help but smile. No matter how things change in the future, he quite liked these people now. The car drove all the way to Xingyu High School. Tang Hanxing stopped the car and spoke softly. "Later, I'll go to the Xiangjiang Library. Remember our promise. Within a year at most, I will marry you officially. Then you will be my legitimate wife." "Huh, who wants to be your legitimate wife? Dream on." Zhou Jessen laughed as she got out of the car. Just as she was about to enter the school, a voice called from behind, "Xin." "What?" She turned around. In full view of everyone, Tang Hanxing embraced her and kissed her. Chapter 7. During the day, you continue recruiting people. Luxury cars and beauties. This scene inspired envy in all who witnessed it. The two arrived at Xiangjiang University Library. It was said to be open to outsiders, so Tang Hanxing deliberately wore glasses to appear scholarly. Just as he entered, a young man who had just hung his work badge stopped him. "Student, may I see your student ID? You must register before borrowing books." "I thought this place was open to the public?" Tang Hanxing frowned. "I'm not a student of Xiangjiang University. Our library is not open to outsiders. Please exit through the door behind you." Upon hearing he was not a student, the young man's smile vanished immediately, pointing to the door behind Tang Hanxing. His tone polite but cold. "My friend said you could come in here." The youth hesitated before explaining, "Your friend is mistaken. The Chinese Language Institute's library is open to outsiders, not this one. We mainly have English books and professional materials. The Chinese Institute has the full set of Chinese books." "Understood." Tang Hanxing turned to leave but paused after a few steps, came back, adjusted the young man's badge, and read the name aloud before speaking in fluent English. "Su Wenbiao, do you think that knowing English and reading English books makes you superior to others? If your parents didn't have degrees from this university, would you deny them even a glance? People like you have been brainwashed by the British. You only see three classes: foreigners, the Chinese big shots they recognize, and ordinary Chinese. You stand in the middle tier. Your sudden change in attitude just now truly resembled that of an upper-class person. Impressive. Goodbye." Tang Hanxing's words flushed Su Wenbiao's face red. After a moment of silence, Su Wenbiao said, "I have my principles. Since you see through me, take my student ID and use it." Looking at Su Wenbiao's worn clothes, Tang Hanxing said, "Call me Tang Hanxing, Su. Lunch is on me to thank you." "No need, just don't be too noisy." Tang Hanxing appraised him, sensing something special about the young man. He came to the library to quickly grasp society and find opportunities. Taking several newspapers, some financial magazines, and a Chinese-English dictionary, he sat opposite Su Wenbiao. He glanced over and saw Su Wenbiao was reading a book on architecture. The entire morning, the two sat across from each other, as if temporarily escaping the chaos, their hearts gradually finding tranquility. At the same time, the Tony brothers, Jimmy and Luo Tianhong, appeared at the court. Dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, their expressions were stern, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Passers-by, neighbors, and even students engaged in a scuffle all came to a halt. "Shoo!" Luo Tianhong whistled and loudly called out to the surrounded figure, "Airplane. Do you want to roll with Brother Shen? Do you have what it takes? Here's your chance." Upon hearing this, Airplane, who would later become the top enforcer for Lian Shang, narrowed his eyes and suddenly charged at one of the students attacking him. He seized the student by the hair and delivered a powerful knee strike. Ignoring the fists raining down on him, he clutched the opponent's neck with both hands. A clean and swift guillotine maneuver. Once executed, hardly anyone could withstand it. Moments later, that student collapsed unconscious. Wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, Airplane shouted, "Brother Hong, am I qualified now?" "Qualified," came the reply. "From today onward, you are one of us." Tony and the others applauded and stepped forward. Just then, Fat Corpse approached, wielding a glass bottle and flanked by two lackeys, exuding an intimidating presence. "Which side are you on? This territory is under my protection." Jimmy stepped forward. "I'm Jimmy, from Hung Hing. Less chatter, who is your boss?" Fat Corpse sneered. Jimmy smiled and looked at Tony and Luo Tianhong. "Who is my boss?" Tony stepped forward, his tone resolute. "Have you heard of Tang Hanxing? He is my elder brother, the leader of Hung Hing." The moment Tang Hanxing's name was uttered, Fat Corpse and his two lackeys visibly shrank in stature. Fat Corpse stubbornly retorted, "Tang Hanxing? So what? Is he something special? He can fight his way through Causeway Bay. I, Fat Corpse, can do the same." As soon as he finished speaking, he violently smashed the bottle to the ground. Bang! Glass shards scattered. And a group of students outside, hearing the commotion, rushed over with bottles in hand. their eyes filled with frivolity and provocation. 30 bottles should make for a good experience. Fat Corpse boasted. You're looking for death. Lok Tin-hung, seething with anger, lunged at Fat Corpse. Aja shouted, Tin-hung, Ahu, don't go too hard. With that, the chaos erupted, an airplane charged in as well. Minutes later, the ground was littered with groaning figures. Lok Tin-hung kicked Fat Corpse. You can't even handle me. And you dare to touch my brother? Fat Corpse, wiping his nosebleed, asked, Can I roll with Brother Shung? Lok Tin-hung scoffed. You? Go back to school and study hard. My brother only takes the tough ones. You're not qualified. At that moment, a voice called out from afar, What about me, Dongguanzai? Am I qualified? A stern young man elegantly vaulted over the railing, emanating an imposing aura. Tony fixed his gaze on him. Dare to take on 10 of my moves? Having arranged to meet in the evening, Zhou Jiesin dragged Chen Shufan to the library at noon. Darling, this is chicken soup I made for you. She placed the lunchbox on the table. You two are just too sweet. Chen Shufan remarked disdainfully. Tang Hanxing took the lunchbox and looked at Chen Shufan, annoyed. Then why are you here as a third wheel? Su Wenbiao, seated across, remained engrossed in his homework, his head down. Several cold buns were left on the table. Tang Hanxing opened the lunchbox. Wenbiao, join us for a bite. No need to refuse. You lead me into the library, and I'll treat you to a meal. Friends should look out for each other, right? Tempted by the aroma, Su Wenbiao hesitated but nodded. Thank you. Let us eat outside, so we don't disturb others. After lunch, Chen Shufan left for her afternoon class. Zhou Jiesin stayed with Tang Hanxing to continue studying. He could manage speaking, but needed to check the dictionary for difficult words. Meanwhile, she kept observing him, this enigmatic man. His ruthlessness in battle. His calmness while reading. Which one was the true him? Perhaps it was that day when he shielded her from a knife outside the storage room, bloodied yet fearless. That she had already begun to harbor feelings for him. In the evening, Tang Hanxing first escorted Zhou Jiesin home. Don't always think that constant companionship leads to enduring love. After sending her off, he drove straight to a restaurant in TSC Wanshan. The sky had darkened, and before entering the private room, he could hear the lively chatter within. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a raucous gathering of battered individuals clinking glasses and drinking heartily. Tang Hanxing entered with a playful scold. Do you all not understand the rules? Daring to eat before I arrive. Boss, didn't you say we could eat first? Jimmy replied with a grin. Tony and the others immediately stood up, calling out in unison, Boss. The rest of the table stood as well. Their eyes fixed on Tang Hanxing, the man known as the god of war of Hung Hing, and together they shouted, Good to see you, boss. Good to see you. Shenggu. Looking at this group of fierce, imposing brothers, Tang Hanxing felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't he help but reflect on his fortune to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. He took his seat at the head of the table, where Jimmy had already prepared a bottle of liquor for him. Raising his glass, Tang Hanxing proclaimed, Brothers, for the first toast, let us drink before discussing anything else. Tonight, drink freely. If you can drink, drink. If you can't, that is fine too. We are brothers, and we must look out for one another. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Cheers. 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 They downed their drinks in one go, and Tang Hanxing waved his hand for everyone to sit, saying, Everyone sit down, and let us chat slowly. At that moment, Jimmy had already filled his glass again. Tang Hanxing surveyed the room and began, Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Hanxing. I haven't received an education and lack culture. I'm an orphan who started mingling in society at 16, chased down the streets, and forced to kneel at knife point. It was Big Brother B who gave me a meal. To have made it to today, to sit here with you, and to have a wife, Zhou Jiesin, your sister-in-law. Though she isn't here today, I don't understand grand principles. I only know one thing. Share the burdens and hardship and the joys and fortune. Regardless of any past grievances, today, settle scores on the spot, grievances on the spot, one word, drink. After tonight, we are brothers. What does it mean to be brothers? It means being able to trustingly entrust your back to one another. Today, everything is simple. In a few days, we'll have the opening ceremony. Each of you will wear suits and ties, look sharp, and remember, you are Tang Hanxing's men. Later, let us take turns introducing ourselves so I can get to know you. As soon as he finished, Tang Hanxing downed another glass of liquor. The entire room erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The Tang Hanxing before them spoke openly, candidly sharing his lack of education, which made him seem different from those lofty bosses. Precisely how he differed remained unarticulated. Jimmy raised his glass and said, I'm Jimmy. If it weren't for Sheng Gu blocking a few knives for me yesterday, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Aja also lifted his glass. I am Aza. And let me make it clear from the outset, my life was saved by the boss. Everyone began to introduce themselves one after another. Yet, Tang Hanxing smiled bitterly in his heart. The Tony brothers, Jimmy, and Lok Tin-hung. These capricious fellows were one thing. But now, there was also Dongguanzi, who was intent on challenging the leader, and Jiaqi and Zhao, who would do anything for money. Tang Hanxing was well aware that the five of them, led by Tony, had poor judgment when recruiting. What kind of underlings had they actually brought in? Speaking of which, the Hung Hing Tongloquan branch truly was a reservoir of talent, with people who spoke with tact and propriety. No wonder everyone was willing to mention this place. Fortunately, with able lieutenants like Fei Shui and Master Su, Tang Hanxing was somewhat reassured. When the dinner party ended, Tang Hanxing handed out red envelopes to everyone and said, "Tomorrow, come with me to meet my elder brother. We are taking over the territory of Heji. During the day, continue recruiting. I have never trusted a territory that isn't mine." "Understood, boss," they replied in unison. At 1 p.m., we will find a tea house to invite these bosses for tea and remind them not to be late. Jimmy, Fei Shui, and Master Su, you are responsible for this matter. Make sure your attitude is cordial. Since this is now our turf, we must make sure these bosses understand the rules. Clear, boss. The three nodded in agreement. Jimmy, work hard. Arrange for several Toyota Land Cruiser troop carriers to come tomorrow. I'll give you the money soon. In Hong Kong, troop carriers were the most practical vehicles, each capable of seating over a dozen people. Chapter 8. Tang Hanxing, you dare lay a hand on me? Jimmy hesitated slightly. Boss, do we really need to buy the best ones? Tang Hanxing waved his hand. You are my men. When you're out there, the first thing others notice is your image and your grandeur. After giving other instructions, Tang Hanxing added, even if you play the role of a stooge, you must use your brains. Without thinking, you'll be a mere henchman for life. Especially you, Fei Shui. Let us go, Tianhong, follow me. Watching the Bentley fade into the distance, Fei Shui scratched his head. Boss, how do you know I haven't been thinking? Because your name is Fei Shui, came the laughing reply. Inside the Bentley, Tang Hanxing inquired about Luo Tianhong's recruitment efforts today. From what he heard, it was mostly about settling matters with fists. No wonder everyone bore bruises on their faces. Luo Tianhong spoke animatedly. Boss, why did you only call me to come along? Are you trying to find out what the big sister-in-law likes? I've already found out. Tang Hanxing smiled. I'm short of someone who can get things done. And you happen to be the most suitable. He knew that although Luo Tianhong was young, his mind was wild, still like a blank slate, loyal but lacking restraint. He needed to be kept in check. No way, boss. Luo Tianhong looked aggrieved. Tang Hanxing chuckled. You have much to learn. In this world, filial piety comes first. If you're not filial, you have no right to hang with me. It's embarrassing just to say it. Understood, boss. Remember to buy some food to take back to your mother. The next day, a high-end tea house in Causeway Bay. Anti-Triad unit inspectors Huang Ziqing and Lu Qichong had received advance notice that Tang Hanxing, the red pole of Hung Hing's Causeway Bay branch, would be convening some bosses here to discuss business. Surveillance footage showed several modified off-road vehicles slowly entering the frame. This was a transfer fraught with undercurrents. No one wished to see the situation spiral out of control. 4 black SUVs parked steadily in front of the tea house, with an old Bentley sandwiched in the middle. Almost silent. Doors opened, and a dozen men in suits emerged one after another, all with stern expressions and imposing presence. Then, the Bentley's rear door was pulled open, and Tang Hanxing, wearing sunglasses and a white shirt, stepped out. Huang Ziqing stared at the target figure and slowly said, throughout Hong Kong, only his men wear suits and ties even when standing on the street. Lu Qichong bit on a popsicle, speaking softly. Interesting, today's matter 1 TB simple. He casually pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Let us wait until they finish their business before we move in. At that moment, 2 little girls selling flowers slowly approached the street. Want to buy flowers? Want to buy flowers? Children like these were often manipulated by someone behind the scenes. As they reached Tang Hanxing, the group of suited men's eyes instantly turned cold. The atmosphere tightened abruptly. The target was present. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Inside the car, Huang Ziqing gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, his expression grave. Lu Qichong straightened up, his hand resting on the car door handle, ready to act at a moment's notice. His knuckles whitened, his eyes full of alertness. After all, this was a man responsible for bloodshed firsthand. They had seen the evidence. Huang Ziqing held the door with his left hand and pressed his right hand on his holstered gun. Both knew clearly that a single mistake could have dire consequences. At this critical juncture, Tang Hanxing suddenly squatted down, looking at the 2 little girls with a gentle tone. How old are you? I'm 4. I'm 6. Uncle. You're so handsome. The children's innocence was oblivious to the danger before them. Tang Hanxing smiled, took out some bills from his pocket, and gently placed them in their hands. Jimmy was stunned. Boss, what are you doing? Their families are all from the underworld. Who says I can't give? If you have pocket money, bring it all out for me. Tang Hanxing stood and shouted to his men. Boss, I just gave money to my wife. Only have 100 left, Master Su said with displeasure. Are you even listening to me? You can't even control your wife, so what are you doing? Hand it over. Tang Hanxing reached out. Boss, I gave it all to my dad. Only enough for cigarettes, Fei Shui said with grievance. Enough with the excuses. Be proactive, or I'll make you. The anti-triad team watched the scene, eyes wide. Hung Hing rifled through his men's pockets, finally collecting a stack of cash, which he gave to the two little girls. Huang Ziqing and Lu Qichong simultaneously exhaled, their bodies relaxing. Lu Qichong whispered, "This Hung Hing seems different from what we thought." Huang Ziqing lit his cigarette with a detached expression and said slowly, "Don't be fooled by appearances. The more low-key someone is, the more you must be wary." He gently patted the flower-selling girls' heads. Hung Hing stood and walked leisurely toward the tea house. Jimmy muttered behind him, "Boss, giving them money is useless. Their families will just use it to buy drugs. Do things with conscience. Be true to yourself and don't overthink. I hope that when I leave this world, I can face everything calmly. Even if I voluntarily go to hell, the judge will say I belong in heaven, because someone is waiting for me there." Hung Hing's steps were firm, his voice steady as he walked. Inside the tea house, Hung Hing met with various bosses from his sphere, some running bars, others managing mahjong parlors, and some operating billiard rooms, a diverse array of enterprises. Upon their initial encounter, the bosses displayed a keen understanding of the situation, with some presenting gifts while others offered their support. Among the offerings were golden watches and gilded Buddha statues. As the clock struck 1, Hung Hing spoke up, declaring, "No more waiting, let us commence. We shall disregard those who arrive late. Who shall brew the tea today?" He removed his sunglasses and cast a gentle gaze over the assembly. No one dared to respond, each individual appearing tense. Although he was dressed impeccably and exuded an air of refinement, they were all too aware of the brutal incident at the Causeway Bay billiard hall, rumored to have claimed over 100 lives. While such claims might seem exaggerated, they had witnessed the ruthlessness firsthand. It was a well-known rule in their world: the one in charge brews the tea. Everyone understood this, yet none dared to seize that position. Hung Hing chuckled. "Do not just look at me. Speak up. Who will brew?" At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried up the stairs, breathless and with a sheepish grin. "Ah Shang. I apologize. I was caught in traffic. It was unintentional." Hung Hing narrowed his eyes. "Uncle Lu, find a place to sit." He then decisively commanded, "Aja, Tony. Ahu, remove the empty chairs. You may step outside first." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the tea set. "Since no one is willing to brew, I shall take on the task myself." Initially intending to treat everyone to a meal, he acknowledged that they were all businessmen with evening commitments. Hence he opted for a simpler affair. Courtesies would be observed when necessary, yet candor would prevail when required. The rhythm must be meticulously maintained, and the attitude must be impeccable. Ultimately, these individuals were all under his purview. He knew precisely how to navigate the situation, as long as he did not overstep. Who would dare voice dissent? Recently, he had heard that the newly appointed police commissioner intended to crack down on drug-related activities, for the sake of everyone's well-being. He declared, "From now on, this street shall not permit the sale of illicit substances. I hope for your cooperation, as we all seek long-term stability, which is far more vital than anything else." Having said this, Hung Hing poured the freshly brewed tea, serving each of the bosses present. He was acutely aware that the Hung Hing gang was on the brink of significant upheaval. Before that occurred, his priority was to act discreetly, focus on accumulating wealth, and expand his territory. Once the turmoil subsided, he would refrain from engaging in any detrimental dealings. He had long established a code: should any of his subordinates be implicated, the first offense would result in the loss of a finger, while repeat offenders would face more severe consequences, being expelled from Hung Hing. Although the bosses had their grievances, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, their losses amounted to 20% of their business, while Hung Hing's losses would be even greater. The second matter at hand involved his intention to transform this street into the most enticing entertainment district in all of Hong Kong. Jimmy and his assistant Sue brought forth several large boxes, which, upon opening, revealed neatly bundled stacks of brand new banknotes. The assembled bosses exchanged glances, swallowing hard, uncertain of Hung Hing's true intentions. He remarked, "I have conducted an assessment, and there are 3 nightclubs on this street. Qianzong's Palette de Danse, Uncle Lee's Night Return. The business here relies on your support, so I raise my cup to you all." Qianzong lifted his teacup. "Boss Tang, you are too kind." Uncle Lu also raised his cup. "Ah Shang, I am quite familiar with Big B. Do come and visit when you have the chance." Hung Hing set down his teacup without responding to Uncle Lu, and instead declared, "However, I believe your business models are rather antiquated. Therefore, I propose to invest and take a controlling stake, managing all establishments under a unified banner. You need only send an accountant to ensure a 10% annual profit increase." Having made his proposition, he surveyed the room, asking, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" The reaction was immediate. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. This was an overt display of dominance, a clear assertion of control. Those singled out by him paled in response. Just a moment ago, Hung Hing had spoken softly. Now he revealed his fangs. This was not a partnership, it was a takeover. Uncle Lu slammed his teacup onto the table in fury, exclaiming, "Ah Shang, do not push your luck. By seniority, I am your uncle, and I do not consent to this business." Without hesitation, Tang Hanxing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. "Do not blame me for being ruthless. I have tolerated you for too long. How dare you arrive late by even a minute?" With a loud crash, Uncle Lu fell to the ground. Tang Hanxing dusted off his hands and adjusted his tie. The door swung open, and Tony and a few others entered, their expressions icy as they surveyed the room. Inside the private room, silence enveloped them. Qianzong was the first to speak. "Boss Tang, your regard for me is appreciated. I am in favor. Money is not an issue. I shall offer you 10% of shares. I am in favor." "So am I." Tang Hanxing took a drag from a cigarette, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Qianzong, you truly know how to conduct business, but 10% is insufficient. I require at least 51. In business, one must adhere to the rules. I shall pay the money. I do not have it on hand now, but I will keep a tab. Those who recognize the times are true heroes." Qianzong immediately agreed. "Boss Tang, you are a straightforward person. I trust you." "Very well." Tang Hanxing nodded slightly, then tapped Uncle Lu with his toe. "Uncle Lu, the world has changed. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Allow me to elucidate what is to follow. Shortly, I will present several contracts for your signature, and I will then pursue my studies at Hong Kong University. You will return home to find your daughter. She is studying at St. Yuchang Middle School. Once every few years, when you gaze upon her face, you will be grateful to be alive. For there was a day when you made a grave mistake and spoke words you should not have. Yet, it is not too late to turn back. You may choose the light rather than the darkness. Do you understand? Now, answer me once more. You know I am a reasonable person, despite the circumstances." Uncle Lu remained seething with anger. "Tang Hanxing, do you dare to touch me? We are in the business realm. You may leave. I will keep your venue reserved. Just do not come begging to me on your knees. I have already extended my opportunity." Half an hour later, within the confines of a Bentley, Assistant Sue gripped the steering wheel, Tony occupied the front seat, and Jimmy sat beside him. Tang Hanxing closed his eyes, contemplating his gains and losses. This transaction had cost a total of 9 million, securing 51% stakes in 4 nightclubs, while also settling numerous outstanding debts. Jimmy, slightly bewildered, inquired, "Brother Shang, will our handling of today as affair create enemies? The contracts are signed. The money has been exchanged. It was a mutually agreeable arrangement, and I did not coerce anyone." "Jimmy, remember, I am a pragmatic individual, not a benevolent soul." A smirk played at the corners of Tang Hanxing's mouth. Their current dissatisfaction was inconsequential, for they would soon witness the influx of profits. By that time, who would still dare to shake their heads in disapproval? Tang Hanxing had no doubts regarding this. Chapter 9. Tonight, all expenses are on Mr. Tang. First, take me to the library. Be cautious. There were police watching us downstairs not long ago. In the following days, Tang Hanxing found himself perpetually busy. Mornings were spent at the library, afternoons at the club, personally instructing Jimmy and Assistant Sue on how to manage the nightclubs and recruit staff. Evenings were dedicated to checking on the newly acquired younger members while conducting inspections of the venues, identifying any shortcomings. He had often frequented nightclubs in his past life, and thus, he was thoroughly adept at this. Uniform attire, standardized service, even in the restroom, one is graciously offered a warm towel and a shoulder massage. To come here is to feel like a deity. In a bid to attract patrons, he has also collaborated with shop owners along Sheffield Road to distribute numerous discount vouchers. The results were immediate. The generous discounts coupled with the enchanting atmosphere, curated by the exquisite beauties personally selected by Tang Hanxing, created an irresistible allure. From their hairstyles to their attire, even the color of their nails was meticulously overseen, with every detail attended to with utmost precision. At 5 in the afternoon, an excited cacophony of voices and hurried footsteps surged from outside the library, reverberating through its halls. "Wow, Brother Shang, you're really here studying. Incredible. You can actually sit still. Ah Shang, Brother B is inviting you to dinner tonight. Wait, you're wearing glasses? Quiet. This is a library. Can't you see the sign?" Su Wenbiao immediately intervened upon hearing the commotion. Tang Hanxing removed his glasses, casually remarking, "Why not just make a phone call? No need to come all this way." The exuberant Bao Pai muttered softly, "We were just curious, you know. The word on the street is that you're a ruthless killer, a god of war. Who would believe you're actually here studying? Watch your words, or I might sue you for defamation," Tang Hanxing retorted, closing his notebook. He then turned to Su Wenbiao, saying, "Thank you, Biao." Su adjusted his glasses and returned to his reading. "Ah Shang, you come here daily, spending generously. Don't you have a job? You're so young. Don't waste your time. Your English is excellent, and your notes are so neatly written. Even if you're not a university student, you could certainly work as an administrative assistant in a large company. Here, take my library card. You can borrow books and still make money while studying." Shanji couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, The person before you is a cold-blooded killer who hasn't even blinked after taking out hundreds of lives. You want him to get a job? Tang Hanxing interjected. You have no evidence to support that claim. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. So be careful. I might actually sue you. He swiftly scribbled down his phone number and handed it to Su Wan Biao. Biao, this is my number. Just mention my name if you need anything. Sometimes, one must learn to be adaptable. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I'll take my leave now, but I'll be back when I have the chance. Goodbye. As they exited the gates of Xianjiang University, Chen Haonan couldn't contain his curiosity. Ah Sheng, who was that just now? A principled man with ideals. He might be of use in the future, Tang Hanxing replied, taking a drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it and opening the car door. Let us go. We shouldn't keep the boss waiting. That evening, the Hongxing Tongluan faction hosted a family dinner. Tang Hanxing attended with Zhou Jiasen, accompanied only by Jimmy and Tony, one literary, the other martial, while the rest of the brothers remained at the venue. Boss B observed Tang Hanxing with a complex expression. After decades in the underworld, he had never encountered a young man like this. In terms of courage in combat, he could take on 100 foes. Regarding cunning and strategies, he was astute and ruthless. He had misjudged him. He had initially thought of him as a mere brute, but realized he was a talented strategist. Noticing the stunning girl by his side, he was taken aback by her beauty. Approaching Boss B, Tang Hanxing respectfully introduced, Boss, this is my wife, Zhou Jiasen. Xin. This is Brother B. And this is sister-in-law. Hello, Brother B, Zhou Jiasen sweetly greeted. Hello, little sister. This lad is impressive. When I was his age, I already had a child. Boss B laughed heartily. This car is quite impressive, isn't it? Tang Hanxing replied with a smile. Boss B, I acquired it from Saigon. I can't let my little brother down. The scene must not falter. Though he claimed it was a water truck, the system had long since equipped him with all the vehicles he needed. Ah Sheng, I've heard about Uncle Lu's situation. For the sake of all our uncles, let us not touch him. I know you understand what I mean. Boss B patted his shoulder. Boss, I'm not that kind of person. Tang Hanxing nodded in agreement. The incident with Uncle Lu was merely for show, intended to demonstrate that Tang Hanxing was not one to be trifled with. Though Uncle Lu had not signed a contract, Tang Hanxing still arranged for people to oversee his venue, keeping business out of his hands. It was as simple as that. For the past few days, Uncle Lu had been on edge, fearing for his family, which included an elderly person and a young child. During dinner, Boss B grew increasingly pleased with Tang Hanxing. His companions were well-behaved, unlike Shan Ji's crew, who often lacked decorum. Of course, Shan Ji and his band also provided their fair share of amusement. Just as he was pondering about Shan Ji, the latter spoke up. Boss, you wouldn't believe it. Ah Sheng was actually studying in the library wearing glasses. Tang Hanxing adjusted his glasses, playfully mimicking a student. See, doesn't it look like I'm studying? Times have changed. Even short people need to study and recharge, you know? Wow. Ah Sheng can also speak English? Brother Sheng, you look really handsome tonight. After a burst of laughter, Boss B said seriously, still laughing. You lot should take a lesson from him. Shan Ji was taken aback. Boss, you're not actually suggesting we go to school, are you? You go to school, and isn't it just to chase girls? Boss B raised an eyebrow, prompting another round of laughter. Eat up, don't let it get cold. After the meal, Boss B set down his chopsticks. Ah Sheng, tonight we're celebrating your success. Tang Hanxing's eyes lit up. Boss, where are we going? Where else? Of course, to the Paletta Sports. Boss B stretched lazily. Ah Sheng, you certainly have a knack for this. Right now, your venue in Causeway Bay has the most beautiful women and the liveliest atmosphere. All right, boss. I'll make the arrangements right away. As they entered the Paletta Sports, the pulsating music and beats instantly ignited everyone's spirits. With an array of beauties, Caucasian, Russian, and a myriad of others, one could hardly take it all in. Tang Hanxing embraced Zhou Jiasen and signaled to the DJ, who had been personally invited by Tony. The DJ took the microphone and shouted, brothers and sisters, tonight's entire bill is on Mr. Tang. Let us hear some cheers. The Atmosphere crew immediately joined in. With paper flowers soaring through the air, lights flashing, and the crowd erupting in excitement, Chen Haonan surveyed the extravagant scene, feeling a pang of envy. Why had his venue never been this lively? Boss B threw an arm around Tang Hanxing's shoulders, teasingly scolding, you little rascal. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Boss, the best is yet to come. Tang Hanxing grinned. The current nightlife in Xianjiang was a far cry from the past, almost like a wild frontier. The hottest A01 booth in the venue had already been reserved by Tang Hanxing. Upon reaching their table, he waved to Jimmy, who promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie. In less than 5 minutes, a long line of staff streamed in, each bearing a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne. The Atmosphere crew waved glow sticks, igniting small fireworks, their outfits becoming increasingly revealing as they swayed their bodies. The DJ bellowed, ladies and gentlemen, tonight marks the largest expenditure since the Paletta Sports opened. Mr. Tang, occupying booth A01, has just spent 1 million in one go. Tonight, Mr. Tang's boss, Brother B, is also here. Brother B, Mr. Tang wishes you prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Here is a song, blade and sword. In Wan Chai, I always reign supreme, having traversed the Hung Hing territory. The brothels, the chicken dens, the big stalls, all bow to my presence. This is the pinnacle of the underworld. Amidst the thunderous music, the night unfolded. Brother B rose to his feet, gesturing with a courteous bow to those around him, before leaning closer to Tang Hanxing's ear to whisper a few words. However, the atmosphere was so electrifying that Tang Hanxing could scarcely discern what was being said. Once the staff had taken their positions, Tang Hanxing, cigar between his lips, extracted a thick wad of cash, feeling its heft. With a dramatic flourish, he tossed the bills into the air, letting them cascade down like confetti. He then seized a bottle of Dom Perignon, gave it a vigorous shake, and unleashed a jubilant spray over the throng. Not content with his solo revelry, he pulled Brother B into the frenzy, smashing several more bottles of champagne and dousing a bunny girl in a lavish champagne shower. The venue erupted with screams and cheers, the atmosphere at the Club Royale soaring to unprecedented heights. The gentlemen at the A02 table were left utterly dumbfounded. Goodness! This was the true essence of royal indulgence, an opulent feast. People have a penchant for vanity, and nightclubs thrive on the extraordinary pleasures that one seldom encounters in everyday life. A dapper young man, adorned with a watch and handsome features, beckoned to the marketing manager. The latter immediately bowed his head in attentive submission, nodding vigorously, his eyes wide with astonishment. Within 5 minutes, the spectacle intensified. The DJ practically screamed into the microphone. Tonight, the atmosphere at Club Royale is absolutely explosive. The esteemed Mr. Hung at the A02 table has spent 3 million. In a noisy corner, Lu Qichong bit down on his straw, pondering Tang Hanxing's true intentions. He shook his head in resignation. Huang Zhiqing, sipping his beer, murmured, "This place is a money pit. Tang Hanxing is quite something." With that, Huang Zhiqing rose. Leaving? Lu Qichong frowned, his face a mask of confusion. As Huang Zhiqing walked away, he began to recount Tang Hanxing's recent activities. In the past few days, the people in Group A have been saying that he spends his days reading and his nights guarding the venue. So honest, it's almost suspicious. Have you noticed how much more popular CFA has become lately? Those selling and consuming powder have all flocked to his side. At this, Huang Zhiqing shook his head lightly. Tang Hanxing doesn't make his money off the white stuff. Just look at how lively his venue is. Let us call it a night. In a couple of days, I'll pay him a personal visit. Just as they neared the door, footsteps echoed from outside. Tang Hanxing strode in, a pack of cigarettes in hand, smiling as he said, "Gentlemen, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Today has been exceedingly busy." Beside him stood Luo Tianhong, his expression stern, while Zhou Jiesin appeared somewhat anxious. Huang Zhiqing regarded the infamous figure before him and smiled. "Boss Tang, may I have a word?" Instantly, a nearby lackey tensed up. Tang Hanxing produced a business card. "Officer Huang, here is my contact information. I'm truly unable to spare any time today as I need to escort my girlfriend home. Shall we chat another day?" Huang Zhiqing glanced at the card. Tang Hanxing, chairman of Shunfeng Entertainment, the number clearly printed. He raised an eyebrow. "Very well, we'll speak another time. I trust you understand." With that, he took his leave. At the entrance, Tang Hanxing instructed Luo Tianhong, "Drive slowly. Remember to bring your mother some late-night snacks, and then come back for me." "Understood, boss," Luo Tianhong nodded, his tone steady. The car gradually pulled away, and as they watched Tang Hanxing's figure fade from view through the rear window, Zhou Jiesin turned her gaze back to the road ahead. Luo Tianhong, focused on the road, noticed her subtle movements and could not help but speak up. "Sister-in-law, are you worried that boss might be swayed by another woman?" "My elder brother is not that kind of person," Zhou Jiesin retorted instantly, never doubting this fact. Tang Hanxing was a man of discretion. She had her own apartment, living alone, and had once invited him to move in, but he had declined. Even if he were to have another woman outside, what could it matter? She, Zhou Jiesin, was not the petty type. Deep down, she harbored a belief that one day, her man would stand at the pinnacle of Xiangjiang, commanding the respect of all. After all, which big shot in Xiangjiang was not surrounded by wives and concubines? Chapter 10, subtly providing Liang Kuan with a stepping stone. Luo Tianhong self-deprecatingly slapped his face. "Oh dear, I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, sister-in-law." At Club Royale, Tang Hanxing deliberately visited the A02 table, after a round of toasts to express gratitude to the gentlemen for their support. He also collected a few business cards in return. Returning to the A01 table, Shanji and Bao Pai were currently embracing ladies and indulging in drinks, while Chen Haonan sat quietly beside Big Brother B, lost in thought. Big Brother B waved him over, and Tang Hanxing leaned in to sit down. Big Brother B spoke. You two accompany me to the restroom. The three men entered the restroom. Big Brother B, his face flushed, casually remarked to Chen Haonan. Make sure to visit Xianchen when you have the chance, and see your grandma. Chen Haonan replied nonchalantly, of course, but my mother keeps urging me to settle down soon. Big Brother B chuckled teasingly. Anan, you're not thinking of cutting off that aspect of your life, are you? Tang Hansheng, with utmost seriousness, interjected, impossible. Brother B. Just look, it's clearly intact. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Big Brother B burst into laughter. Chen Haonan couldn't help but chuckle as well. Ah Shang. You've finally come to your senses today. Just as the laughter subsided, a waiter entered with several cups of hot tea, claiming it was for sobering up. Tang Hashing accepted the tea and discreetly slipped a few bills to the waiter to send him on his way. Big Brother B grasped Tang Hansheng with one hand and Chun Haonan with the other, stacking their hands together. Anan, Ah Shang, the Shantang event kicks off tomorrow. And Mr. Jiang will be present. Yaoga mentioned to me that Mr. Jiang has assigned you both a task, though I'm not entirely clear on the details. After saying this, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and sighed. I truly am getting old. I've sprouted white hairs overnight. Chen Haonan quipped. Yet you're still out chasing women? Big Brother B waved his hand, his tone calm. In this line of work, one foot in hell and the other in prison. There are many things one cannot escape. Anan, Ah Shang, I trust both of you. Anan, make sure to learn the ropes of business from Ah Shang. Work hard. Before I retire, I want to see a clean Causeway Bay. Chun Haonan nodded, and Tang Hansheng solemnly echoed his agreement. Tang Hansheng gazed into the mirror, contemplating Big Brother B's eventual fate. The road of the underworld is long and fraught with constraints. He was acutely aware that his ambitions were vast, yet Xiangjiang was limited. Territories were scarce, and positions were insufficient. He had long made his choice, but time was not on his side. He turned to Chun Haonan, his tone resolute. Anan. You are older than I am. There is this life, but no next. Chun Haonan's gaze was unwavering. This life, but no next. Just then, the restroom door swung open. Coming in. Wait, there are people inside. Tang Hansheng looked up, his expression instantly shifting. The newcomer was all too familiar to him. Disheveled hair, a face adorned with stubble, and an eye-catching orange suit. It was none other than Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan lifted his head from the neck of the girl in his arms, and upon turning, he happened to spot Tang Hansheng, Chun Haonan, and Big Brother B. With a grin, he approached, his voice hoarse. Abi, I initially thought it was someone else, so thoughtless. I was planning to have some fun in this restroom. My film has just wrapped up, and tonight, we shall celebrate outside. Let us have a couple of drinks together later. Chun Haonan gazed at him. A smile on his face, yet his eyes glimmered with a frost as cold as winter. Liang Kuan feigned politeness, but Tang Hansheng knew that the intent to kill was unmistakably concealed beneath. Of course, Tang Hansheng remembered that fateful night at the Xianchen football field, where countless students had fallen victim to his bullying, including Chun Haonan. Subsequently, Liang Kuan betrayed Big Brother B, resulting in Chun Haonan being forcefully taken away by Dongxing S. Xiameng, almost losing his life in the process. It was Big Brother B who had taken action back then, kidnapping the daughter of the Dongxing leader, Lin Tu, in front of all Dongxing's heads. He made a cut on his own body to exchange for Chun Haonan's life. Consequently, Liang Kuan was framed by Big Brother B and sent to prison. From that moment on, the two severed all ties, their brotherly bond irreparably broken. Big Brother B looked at Liang Kuan in the mirror, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, you're even more illustrious than Zhou Wenqi. When it comes to filming, one must always earn a little extra. He chuckled lightly, not responding, but turning his gaze elsewhere. Liang Kuan, holding the girl in his arms, looked towards Tang Hansheng. Ahan. Kuan Gu. Tang Hansheng crossed his arms, his tone calm. You've got some guts, even fiercer than me. Have you ever considered working for me? Chun Haonan stood to the side, feeling a pang of discomfort. Once, he was the most promising underling of Hongxing. Yet now, Tang Hansheng was the one stealing the spotlight. Every underling in Hong Kong was circulating his name. He not only dared to force CFA, the nightclub owner under his domain, to relinquish shares, a boldness and cunning that Chun Haonan dared not even contemplate. As for the money Tang Hansheng presented, neither he nor Big Brother B had ever doubted it. Just based on Tang Hansheng's current standing, he was worth far more than 10 million. Akuan, what do you mean by that? Big Brother B's temper flared at the words. Are you trying to move against me? Oh, are we not brothers? Your men are my men, are they not? Liang Kuan said this while poking Big Brother B's chest. Big Brother B sneered. Then your women are also mine? The girl in his arms panicked, quickly pleading. Kuan Gu. Say it isn't so. You like her? Then go ahead and have your fun. You're getting old, aren't you? After saying that, he pushed the girl towards Big Brother B, who she struggled against, retreating. Big Brother B's expression darkened. Don't be too ruthless, or the outcome will be quite unpleasant. What is this? Have you recently delved into literature and turned soft? Scared to take action? Coward. Big Brother B could no longer contain himself, seizing the tea on the table and splashing it directly onto Liang Kuen's face. Who are you calling a coward? A few burly men immediately charged in from outside. Chen Haonan promptly stepped in front of Big Brother B, shielding him. Tang Hanxing advanced a step, gripping the neck of the lead man in sunglasses. The Tony brothers and others rushed in as well, each subduing Liang Kuen's men. Outside, more of Tang Hanxing's underlings continued to gather. Luo Tianhong burst in wielding a knife, shouting, "Who dares to touch my brother, must first step over my corpse." Tang Hanxing tightened his grip on the man in sunglasses, coldly stating, "Kuen Ge, your attendance at the palais is welcomed. Tonight's expenses are on me. It's only right given your age. However, if you wish to cause trouble here, I'm afraid this is my domain, and I call the shots." Tang Hanxing. Liang Kuen roared, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." Tang Hanxing raised his hand, tossing the man in sunglasses to the ground, shaking his wrist, glaring at Liang Kuen as he shouted, "Liang Kuen, if the youth isn't fierce, can he still be considered young?" The atmosphere was taut, conflict poised to erupt at any moment. Liang Kuen stared at Tang Hanxing. Visions of the mangled corpse in the morgue and the stream of bodies delivered in recent days flashing in his mind. He understood that should a fight break out, his brothers would likely meet their end today. Yet, as the leader of Hongxing Wanshai, he could not show weakness. Enough, don't engage with a madman. Ashang. Anan, let us go drink. Big Brother came over to persuade Tang Hanxing. Tang Hanxing acquiesced, thinking that had Liang Kuen not been of use, he would have acted tonight. He smoothly offered Liang Kuen an out. "Kuen Ge, did I just interrupt you? Would you like me to book a room for you to cool off?" Liang Kuen laughed. "Oh, you're just here to tease me." Tang Hanxing smiled, turning to leave with Big Brother B. At that moment, in the parking lot, a beautiful woman in high heels approached a Bentley, humming a tune. She unlocked the car door with her key, a smug smile gracing her lips. Just as she was about to slip inside, a cold voice pierced her thoughts. "Miss, are you mistaken? With so many cars in the parking lot, why choose my boss S?" She abruptly looked up to find a scowling face, flanked by two men in suits. Jimmy, seizing the car door, gestured politely. "Miss, please cooperate. Step out. I'll take you to meet my boss. How it's handled. You'll heed my boss's instructions. Don't force me. My boss has stated that he respects women, so don't make this difficult for me. Besides, we haven't done anything. Don't wrongfully accuse us." While speaking, Jimmy spread his hands, indicating he had not laid a hand on her. Little Jia stammered, "Please, spare me this once. I'll give you the keys. You. No way." Jimmy interrupted decisively. Little Jia had no choice but to comply, getting out of the car and following Jimmy. She dared not flee, as several burly men loomed nearby. Upon returning to the booth, a young underling hurriedly approached, whispering something. Tang Hanxing's expression darkened as he said to Big Brother B, "Boss, I have something to attend to." Big Brother B nodded. Tang Hanxing then turned to Chen Haonan. "Anan, Shanji, Bao Pai, you accompany the boss for a drink. I'll step out for a moment." Chen Haonan also stood up. "Ah Sheng, what's the matter? I'll go with you." Shanji rose as well. "You have matters and don't call me? What's the loyalty in that?" Big Brother B waved his hand. "All right, you all be careful. This is indeed Ah Sheng's territory, so I'm at ease." "Good." In the office, as Tang Hanxing and the others entered, they were met with a striking scene. Jimmy stood with his arms crossed, coldly staring at little Jia, who sat defiantly across from him, chewing gum. Fei Shui munched on peanuts, smacking her lips. Little Jia, with her striking features reminiscent of a blooming rose, radiant yet delicate, exuding an indescribable charm, chewed defiantly. Tang Hanxing paused. "Is this the fabled Xiao Jia? Damn." He glanced back at Chen Haonan. Today Haonan also drove. Why did she have to steal his car? Upon seeing Tang Hanxing enter, Jimmy and the others immediately stood at attention, respectfully calling out, "Brother Nan, Brother Ji, Brother Pai." Jimmy pointed at little Jia. "Brother Shang, it was her who stole your car, and I happened to catch her in the act. Tianhong is too unreliable." Tang Hanxing chuckled, shaking his head, his tone devoid of reproach. Luo Tianhong had just returned when he heard about the incident in the restroom and dashed straight in. How could one bear to reproach such a brother? Xiao Jiaba fixated on Tang Hanxing, stammering as he spoke. Big brother, this is an urgent plea from the Jianghu. You stand to lose nothing at all now. Hostess predicament detected. Please select from the following options. 1. Let Xiao Jiaba go immediately. Reward, mastery level Muay Thai. 2. Firmly refuse without mercy. Reward, 1 million yuan, 2 attribute points, and unlock subsequent quest chain. There is truly no need for hesitation. Is money not more tangible than Muay Thai skills? Funds are urgently needed lately, with so many brothers to support and a company full of employees awaiting their salaries. Tang Hanxing turned to Jimmy. Is there an elder present? The law enforcement is particularly stringent nowadays. Jimmy shrugged. How could that be? Just use the usual methods you taught us. If you doubt it, ask her yourself. Tang Hanxing approached Xiao Jieba, lowering his gaze upon her with a cold, piercing stare. Instinctively, Xiao Jieba raised her handbag to shield her chest, retrieving a pack of red 10s. Several big brothers, please have a red 10. Previously, Jimmy and the others had shown her some courtesy. She assumed Brother Sheng would be amenable as well. Tang Hanxing grabbed the big brother's phone from the table and placed it before her, bracing himself against the chair and leaning forward. An overwhelming sense of pressure immediately descended. Chapter 11. Conceal your weapons and accompany me to meet Fei Hong. Xiao Jieba grew flustered. Hey, don't act rashly. My big brother is Changle Fei Hong, with over 10,000 disciples. He kills without a blink. Tang Hanxing enunciated each word. Now, call your boss. Quickly. I have no patience left. I am very angry right now. Gritting her teeth and stomping her foot, Xiao Jieba reluctantly picked up the big brother's phone. Tang Hanxing listened attentively. Brother Fei Hong, I am being held by Hung Hing people in Causeway Bay. Please come rescue me quickly. Were you raised eating excrement? Can't you be more resourceful? I am only doing this for the society. Tang Hanxing grimaced and snatched the phone. You are Changle Fei Hong? Who are you? Who I am is not important. Will you come to pick up the person or not? Looking for trouble, huh? Kid, whose side are you on? Kid, are you dreaming? Watch your words. Who are you? I'm quite familiar with the big boss in Causeway Bay. If there's no problem, just release the person. Tang Hanxing smirked. I am Tang Hanxing. Tell your big boss to speak with me. I know you. Others may be your underlings, but how can you be so ignorant? Release the person immediately. Fei Hong's voice rose. To meet me and still dare speak like that? I must say, you have guts. Anyone can speak pleasantries. Good, I appreciate those with backbone. I hope you can remain just as resolute later. After the call ended, Tang Hanxing's tone turned cold. Advisor Su, stay and accompany big brother. Jimmy Azza led 2 squads, the rest guard the premises. Azza nodded understandingly and waved to the brothers. Summon everyone. Move out. Brother Jia, should we bring weapons? Are you out of your mind? Only now did Xiao Jieba realize the man before her was none other than Tang Hanxing, the most dazzlingly ruthless figure of Hung Hing in Causeway Bay. A terrifying overlord who could slash without batting an eye. She was genuinely terrified. Tang Hanxing grabbed Xiao Jieba's hand and strode out. She struggled, shouting, I'll walk by myself. I'll walk by myself. News spread swiftly, prompting immediate action. At various Sheffield venues, those fierce-looking disciples received orders and promptly assembled at the Paletta dance, moving with coordinated precision. Screech, screech, screech. The sharp sounds of emergency braking pierced the night as 2 Toyota troop carriers flanked a Bentley, stopping steadily at the Paletta dance entrance. Suit-clad disciples opened the Toyota doors and exited in single file, their movements crisp and resolute. Tang Hanxing roughly pushed Xiao Jieba into the front passenger seat and casually closed the door. Big Brother B hurried over, holding the big brother's phone, and said to Tang Hanxing, Ashung, Fei Hong just called me. If he truly wants to mess with you, don't be too impulsive. No matter what you decide, I support you. I'm your big brother. His words were clear. Fei Hong's conduct represented Hung Hing's stance. This was the essence of his message over the phone. Tang Hanxing felt warmth in his chest and nodded. Big brother, I will give Fei Hong face. With that, he instructed Chun Haonan and Shanji to enter the carriage first. Then followed himself. The doors closed. The car started, and Tony pressed the accelerator, turning left. The 2 Toyotas followed closely behind, their roaring engines deafening. Xiao Jieba was visibly shaken by this spectacle. Tang Hanxing's tone softened. Beauty, you're in front. Fasten your seatbelt. Don't fall out, or others might think I. Tang Hanxing, lack manners. Why yes, Xiao Jieba responded softly. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit night owl bar, Uncle Lu listened to his subordinate's report, picked up the big brother's phone, and dialed Fei Hong's number. Fei Hong, I have a business opportunity for you. Dare to take it? Fei Hong replied directly. Uncle Lu, speak. Uncle Lu, cigar clenched between his teeth, eyes cold and ruthless. Tang Hanxing brought 2 vehicles full of men heading your way. Eliminate him, and I'll pay you 5 million. Tonight could be your chance to turn things around. It all depends on you. Uncle Lu, Tang Hanxing is too formidable now. I'm not confident. Let me call back. The call ended. Fei Hong touched his thick gold necklace, frowning deeply. Hung Hing, the Four-Eyed Gang, and the Dongxing faction. If he truly confronted Tang Hanxing, Changle's old bones could not withstand Hung Hing's counterattack. Fei Hong beckoned the head horseman. Tell the brothers to ready their weapons. Wait for my orders. Summon everyone and adapt as the situation demands. Understood. Simultaneously, Mr. Qian received intelligence from his subordinates and immediately dialed Tang Hanxing's number. As soon as the call connected, Tang Hanxing's voice came through. Mr. Qian, is tonight's Paletta dance to your satisfaction? Haha, Ashung, your business acumen amazes me. In a few days, I'll bring some big bosses to support you. Make it grand so they can witness your prowess. Mr. Qian chuckled as he spoke. The so-called big bosses were simply wealthy patrons. He was exceedingly pleased with tonight's revenue. A single night's earnings equaled about a month's usual intake. Leaning back on the sofa, Hung Hing spoke casually. By the way, I took many photos tonight and gave them to Advisor Sue. Tomorrow's Hong Kong newspapers will surely feature the Paletta dance. No problem, I'll contact Advisor Sue. Ashing, be extra careful tonight, understand? Though the words were incomplete, the implication was unmistakable. If anything happened to Hung Hing, it would actually be beneficial for him, allowing him to legitimately reclaim the Paletta dance. As for that contract, it was never an issue. Of course, as long as Hung Hing lived, he would gain favor and lose nothing on either side. After hanging up, a notification tone sounded in Hung Hing's ear. Mission triggered. Please select from the following options. 1. Eliminate the renowned Fei Hong of the 13 Protectors of Chang'e and be rewarded with supreme marksmanship. 2. Reach a truce and receive a reward of 10 million and 2 attribute points. Note, task rewards fluctuate based on performance and can be completed in parallel. Indeed, both rewards are enticing to Hung Hing. He has long ceased to concern himself with martial arts. However, supreme marksmanship? That is an entirely different matter. In the underworld of Hong Kong, there exists an unspoken rule. When it comes to blades, the police turn a blind eye, but when firearms are involved, the police cannot withstand the pressure from above. The current chaos in the underworld has led many to disregard the rules. Possessing marksmanship for self-defense is akin to gaining an additional means of survival. After a moment of contemplation, Hung Hing speculated on who might wish him harm. He could essentially rule out Leon Cohen. That individual harbors great ambition, preferring to manipulate others rather than confront him directly for the time being. Thus, the only remaining suspect is Uncle Lu. With this thought, Hung Hing dialed Boss B's number. Boss, some say Uncle Lu is planning to take action against me. Do I need to teach you how to communicate? Would you like me to send someone to speak with him? Boss B's expression turned icy, his tone unfriendly. Hung Hing waved his hand. No need, boss. Just have Master Su take the call. Master Su was by Boss B's side, and upon receiving the call, he said, Brother Sheng, I need to see Uncle Lu tonight. You understand the necessary steps, right? Brother Sheng, I understand. He is not an ordinary person. Do not pressure him too much. You know what to be cautious about without me saying it. Keep things clean. Rest assured, I shall handle it well. I'll go speak with him shortly. After hanging up, Hung Hing turned to Chun Haonan and Shanji. Nan, Shanji, there may be some complications tonight. Shanji scoffed. Changle? What could possibly happen? Chun Haonan whispered sharply. Shanji. Hung Hing replied calmly. Nan, don't be anxious. Shanji, stay alert. Tony, park the car, we're getting out. The Bentley came to a gradual stop. Let us disembark first, and you, beautiful, remain in the car, Hung Hing instructed. Xiao Jieba mumbled. What is going on? Shouldn't he, I just apologized to him? What are you talking about, you idiot? Shanji kicked the car door open. After stepping out, Hung Hing looked up at the sky, where dark clouds loomed. The weather forecast had predicted thunderstorms for the night. He said to Tony, bring 2 more cars over, enter through the back entrance, and drive slowly. Once we arrive, have Aja stay in the car. Each vehicle should have 3 people disembark, conceal your weapons, and follow me to meet Fei Hong. The rest should remain on standby, acting according to the situation. Tony nodded, promptly making arrangements. He understood that every step taken by the boss was deliberate. With the deployment complete, the convoy continued onward. Meanwhile, Master Su, carrying a bottle of wine and accompanied by 2 others, entered the night returns establishment. Upon seeing him, Uncle Lee's expression became complex. Master Su approached briskly, his tone respectful. Uncle Lu, are you still angry? Brother Sheng has matters to attend to tonight, and specifically sent me to convey a message, seeing everyone thriving in business. Don't you feel tempted? Uncle Lu took a puff from his cigar, fully aware that the situation had reached a critical juncture. He gestured towards Master Su, his voice icy. Among Ah Sheng's group, you and Jimmy are the only ones with some sense. Sit. Master Su accepted the wine bottle and placed it on the table. Regarding the incident the other day, Brother Sheng regrets it, but there was no way to retreat. He knows you enjoy drinking, so he had me bring this bottle. He produced 2 high-stemmed glasses, poured one for Uncle Lu, and presented it with both hands. Uncle Lu remained unmoved. Master Su set down the glass, filled his own, and drank it in one gulp. Uncle Lu, you are magnanimous. Isn't it better for everyone to have a meal? There will be no business tonight. Our people will take over tomorrow. You only need to ensure wages are paid as usual. Don't mention this to anyone else, or Brother Sheng will find himself in a difficult position. Uncle Lu glanced at his men. You all return. I'll drink a few more. The door slowly closed. Uncle Lu raised his glass, his tone menacing. Master Su, I have always admired you as a young man. However, Ah Sheng's actions have been rather excessive. With that, he tilted his head back and drank. As time passed, Master Su continually refilled Uncle Lee's glass, while he himself barely touched his own, behaving like an obedient junior. Before long, Uncle Lu slumped over the table, unconscious. Master Su retrieved a contract and a box of ink paste from his bag, dipped Uncle Lee's finger in the ink, and pressed it onto the contract. Subsequently, he pulled out a packet of white powder from his pocket, placed it on the desk, and dialed the police. After reporting, he searched for Uncle Lee's family contact number and called, "Sister-in-law, I am Master Su, a subordinate of Tang Hanxing. You need to pack your things quickly. Take a boat to Hong Kong, and then a flight abroad. Uncle Lee's drug dealings are under police scrutiny, and we are assisting him in leaving." From the other end of the line, Aunt Lee's voice responded, "This is Hong Kong, a place governed by law. You let Uncle Lu take the call. He has already boarded the boat." Master Su paused. "Sister-in-law, do not be so naive. Uncle Lu has offended too many people. He is not one of us from Hongxing. We are merely helping him keep watch. Do you understand? If not, should I have Brother B speak with you?" The car arrived in Kowloon, the territory of Changle Feihong. The Bentley came to a steady halt. Tony quietly reminded, "Brother Shang, there are quite a few eyes around." "I know." Tang Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement. The region of Jiaoji has long been embroiled in conflict, with factions aplenty. He had not inquired about the past of the Tony brothers, but judging by their demeanor, they had likely seen battle, perhaps even enlisting as child soldiers. Such individuals naturally possessed keen reconnaissance abilities. The car door swung open, and the passenger door was also opened. Whereupon Tang Hanxing pulled Shao Jiaba out forcefully. Chapter 12. Hongxing Brothers. "Tonight I, Zhan Fei, shall take your life." Shao Jiaba rubbed his arm, complaining, "Didn't you say you would teach the younger brothers to respect girls?" Tang Hanxing frowned, rubbing his temples. "Could you refrain from speaking? Listening to you is truly exhausting." "Ah Shang, be gentle," Chun Haonan chuckled, offering a cigarette. Tony, Ahu, Jimmy, Luo Tianhong, Dongguan, and others gradually exited the vehicle, while Fei Shue pulled a handful of peanuts from his pocket. Luo Tianhong stepped forward, his tone apologetic. "Brother Shang, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again." Tang Hanxing embraced his shoulders, patting his head. "Silly boy, do you think I would blame you?" In the distance, the sound of brakes screeched as Fei Hong, adorned with a large gold chain, turned to look. The little brothers beside him cast cold glances at the newcomers. Leading the group was a tall man in a white shirt, holding on to Shao Jiaba. The brothers following him were mostly clad in suits, distinctly different from the attire of Fei Hong's side. They were all errand runners, so why the disparity? Tang Hanxing pushed the door open, without uttering a word. He walked straight up to Fei Hong, pointing at Shao Jiaba. "I've brought the person, not a single hair is missing." Shao Jiaba immediately hid behind Fei Hong. Fei Hong, nearing his 40s, gazed at the young man before him, known as the god of war of Hongxing, a ruthless figure. He gestured towards a chair, saying, "Sit." Tang Hanxing pulled out a chair and took a seat, followed closely by Chun Haonan. The brothers he brought along, witnessing this, also began to pull out chairs and sit down. Shan Ji and Bao Pai initially intended to remain standing, but upon seeing others seated, they too complied. Fei Hong observed this scene, as Jimmy, standing behind Tang Hanxing, produced a pack of cigarettes and began passing them around. Fei Hong felt a slight easing of his tension. Truth be told, he had no desire to sever ties with Hongxing. He was well aware that securing Tang Hanxing tonight was not a certainty. He had the manpower and the territory in Changle, but what if Tang Hanxing managed to escape? After lighting a cigarette, Fei Hong leaned back in his chair and remarked, "You've got quite the audacity, coming to Julong with just a handful of people." Tang Hanxing spread his arms in a gesture of feigned innocence, smiling but remaining silent. Fei Hong took a drag from his cigarette and pointed with his index finger. "I am acquainted with De Bi and Liang Kuan." Tang Hanxing, "I showed De Bi some respect. Tonight, someone is offering 5 million for me to eliminate you, but I did not agree. Care to enlighten me as to who it is? You're clever. You should be able to guess." Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow, asking furiously, "Who?" Fei Hong shook his head, saying, "Uncle Lu, from the Night Return faction." "What do you say? How will you thank me, you little rascal?" In an instant, Fei Hong had betrayed Uncle Lu. Such is the way of the underworld. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji were left in shock, not for any other reason, but because, prior to their arrival, Tang Hanxing had just spoken with Brother B, mentioning Uncle Lu. To their astonishment, it was indeed him. Tang Hanxing's men were unaware, each wearing expressions of disbelief. Luo Tianhong gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Brother Shang, leave it to me. I'll take him down, that old fool." Fei Hong, while smoking, observed their reactions with a sense of satisfaction. Why the panic? Tang Hanxing halted his men, rubbed his face, and said slowly, "Brother Fei, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, he picked up a bottle of beer, bit off the cap, and added, "I was a bit harsh on the phone earlier. Brother Fei, please don't take it to heart." With that, he tilted his head back and finished the beer in one go. Fei Hong gave a thumbs up, saying, "A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Well done." Tang Hanxing leaned closer, sitting beside Fei Hong, and warmly stated, "I want to elaborate on the great favor you've bestowed upon me, but if you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. I am also one of Brother B's men, and since I'm on your turf, could you arrange some food for us? My brothers are hungry, and a full stomach is essential for work. After hearing this, Fei Hong realized that Uncle Lu was in dire straits this time. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He called out to the head horseman, "All right, have everyone outside withdraw." The head horseman nodded and turned to make arrangements. Tang Hansheng, however, was left momentarily stunned and somewhat flustered. "Brother Fei, this." Fei Hong chuckled as he patted Tang Hansheng's shoulder. "You're still too inexperienced. One must always be prepared. I've arranged for 300 men for you tonight." Tang Hansheng grimaced, saying, "Do you really regard me as a god of war? That's just idle talk." Fei Hong shouted to his subordinates, "Do you understand the etiquette of hosting? Serve the finest dishes, the best wines, and one whole Dongxing grouper per table." Turning back to Tang Hansheng, he added, "You don't grasp the ways of the world. Think critically. I've traveled more roads than you've consumed meals." Tang Hansheng nodded in response. "Today I have learned much. I will remember it." Fei Hong continued, "Now, everyone knows that Xie Fei Dao is the liveliest spot. Ah Sheng, I do not seek your gratitude, but how do you feel about my men conducting business in your territory? If they're not causing trouble for them, who else would they bother? Come, Brother Fei, I'll raise a glass to you. May our collaboration be fruitful." Tang Hansheng poured himself a glass of beer and lifted it in a toast. The primary source of income for the Changle gang was theft, cars, wallets, precious metals, jewelry, watches. Anything of value was fair game. Half an hour later, after finishing 3 bowls of rice and completing a round of cigarettes, Tang Hansheng turned to Xiao Jiaba and asked, "Brother Fei, how do you plan to deal with her?" Fei Hong, cigarette in mouth, replied, "Tomorrow she'll be sent to Liangkuan for a shoot. How does that sound?" Xiao Jiaba set down his chopsticks, his expression suddenly changing. "No, Brother Fei. I don't want that. Brother Sheng, you're a magnanimous man." No one spoke on her behalf. The room fell into a chilling silence. After hearing Fei Hong's words, Tang Hansheng nodded in satisfaction. He pulled out his large mobile phone and dialed his advisor Su. "What is the status of the situation?" "Brother Sheng, I'll have him speak with you." A bucket of ice water was poured over the bloodied Uncle Lu, who awoke and immediately said, "Ah Sheng, let my family go." Tang Hansheng rose, stepping behind Fei Hong, and shouted, "You offer 5 million for Fei Hong to take me out. Do you look down on me? Why not make it 1 million? As he spoke, Tang Hansheng's right hand slipped into his pants pocket, retrieving a specially prepared replica Desert Eagle, which he pressed directly against Fei Hong's head. "We've eaten our fill, brothers. Let us get to work." Tang Hansheng's men brandished their weapons. The atmosphere, which had previously been congenial, instantly turned tense. Xiao Jiaba stood in the middle of the two factions, utterly at a loss. Tang Hansheng put away his mobile phone. "I've had too much to drink tonight. Do you wish to witness your leader's brains splattered?" Fei Hong's expression shifted from shock to fury, then to disbelief. He turned to face Tang Hansheng, shouting, "No one move." "Tang Hansheng, you've got guts. You play dirty and disregard the rules, don't you? Are you brave enough to pull the trigger?" Tang Hansheng retorted with a laugh. "Rules of the Underworld? You think you're worthy to mention them? The first rule of Hongmen. Once you enter Hongmen, you're a trickle of blood slid down from his forehead." And Fei Hong quickly added, "Xiao Jiaba, I'll escort you as a form of compensation." Tang Hansheng glanced at Xiao Jiaba, who was still in a daze. He pulled back the gun's bolt and, smiling at Xiao Jiaba, remarked, "Do I really need your assistance to decide whom I wish to toy with? Well then, it's time to send him on his way." Fei Hong closed his eyes. He felt a warmth spreading below, unable to hold back, and soiled his pants, while those around him hastily covered their ears. Bayubiu. Several jets of water splashed onto Fei Hong's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tang Hansheng let out a hearty laugh. "How pathetic. You're so scared that you wet yourself. It's merely a water gun. What a disgrace. What future can you expect when you associate with a leader like this? Come on, stretch out your hands." Trembling, Fei Hong slowly extended his hands. Tang Hansheng took a deep drag from his cigarette and pressed the burning tip into the palm of Fei Hong's hand. Sizzle. Fei Hong winced in pain, his face contorting, yet he dared not utter a sound. He knew all too well the nature of Tang Hansheng, a figure far more ruthless than a devil. The smoke billowed slowly from Tang Hansheng's mouth. He clasped Fei Hong's hand tightly, the pressure creating a series of hissing sounds. "Fei Hong, let me make your death clearer." Tang Hansheng's tone was calm. "I had someone set up to capture Uncle Lu while we were in the car. That little performance earlier was merely to let your guard down." Fei Hong gritted his teeth. "Spare my family and give me a quick end." Tang Hansheng nodded. "Rest assured, I am not so heartless as to harm your family." With that, he turned to Xiao Jiaba, his tone stern. "What are you still doing standing there? Men act, while women step aside. Hurry back to my car. Do you truly wish to be sent off to film with Fei Hong?" Xiao Jiaba hurriedly got up and dashed into the Bentley. Watching her leave, Tang Hansheng took the knife from Jimmy Zai's hand, positioning the blade against Fei Hong's neck. "Soon, I'll have Uncle Lu accompany you, In your next life, don't be a lowly mule, find a respectable job. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Han Sheng swung the knife. Blood sprayed, splattering onto his already expressionless face. Fei Hong clutched his neck, his face a mask of shock as he collapsed. Chen Haonan, Shanji, and Tony immediately sprang into action. At that moment, a group burst from around the corner. Wielding knives and clubs, they were indeed the lackeys of the Chonglu gang. One of the 13 protectors, Zhang Fei, brandished a machete and charged forward, pointing at Tang Han Sheng, bellowing, Hong Xing. Tonight I, Zhang Fei, will take your life. Tang Han Sheng's lips curled into a smirk. You've come at just the right time. Here to collect Fei Hong's corpse? Jimmy's eye looked a bit anxious. Brother Sheng, what do we do? Without replying, Tang Han Sheng acted. He hurled the long knife, like a javelin, toward Zhang Fei. The blade sliced through the night, striking Zhang Fei squarely in the forehead. Bang! Zhang Fei's eyes widened as he collapsed with a thud. So talkative. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Tang Han Sheng leaped forward, drawing a miao knife and shouting, Brothers, follow me. Let us eliminate these scoundrels. At his command, everyone sprang into action. Chapter 13. Goodness, even heaven is conspiring against me. Chen Haonan rarely uttered a curse. Damn. This guy is truly insane. Brothers, follow Ah Sheng into battle. In the territory of Chonglu, Fei Hong and Zhang Fei, both protectors, were taken down by Tang Han Sheng. If the Hung Hing gang could not be eliminated, Chonglu would have no place to stand. Thus, the 13 protectors all emerged, reinforcements pouring into the tavern. However, they were oblivious to the fact that their opponents were not mere men. Tang Han Sheng had brought only the elite of the elite. The three brothers, Tony, along with a Wu and Qian Gu, had already surpassed the red stick level in strength. Hurdle Master Dong Guanzi and Fei Shui were no slouches either, although Lok Tin-hung was still developing. His sword skills had already surpassed those of the red sticks. As for Chen Haonan and his crew, Shanji appeared unserious, but once engaged, his strength was formidable. Barehanded, Chen Haonan was merely an average red stick, but once armed, he transformed completely. Coupled with Tang Han Sheng, wielding a miao knife and possessing skills that exceeded human limits, his set of Tang knife techniques resembled a killing machine. The scene was akin to a max-level boss crushing a novice village. With Tang Han Sheng as the vanguard, the three brothers, Tony and Lok Tin-hung, flanked the sides. The lackeys of the Chonglu gang fell like weeds, one after another. Half an hour later, the streets echoed with wails. 6 of the 13 protectors from Chonglu had perished, along with Fei Hong, totaling 7. The remaining members dared not even raise their heads. As long as they could still walk, the uninjured members of the Chonglu gang fled without a trace. On the Hung Hing side, there were injuries, but no one was crippled. Covered in blood, Tang Han Sheng's clothes were torn in several places. Chen Haonan, trembling, pulled a cigarette from the pack. Ah Sheng, call a doctor and head back to the hall. Tang Han Sheng took what was offered, lightly shaking his head. It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. After a brief pause, he fished out an old mobile phone from his pocket, took a deep breath, and dialed Boss BS number. The call connected swiftly, and Tang Han Sheng spoke. Boss, 7 protectors have fallen on the Chonglu side, and the rest have been driven away. Next, should we contact Uncle Xing from the Kowloon side to relinquish the territory? Although Causeway Bay had been secured, Tang Han Sheng understood that their foundation was still shallow and expansion should not be rushed. Rather than taking over personally, it would be more profitable to do a favor for the decision-makers of Hung Hing. After a few seconds of silence, Boss BS' voice came through low. You really took down 7 protectors in Chonglu? A few phrases abruptly surfaced in his mind. Only drink a cup of Hong's wine. Brothers bow their heads together. The dragon's head and phoenix's tail are still behind. The great marshal on the road. The literati can pin peace for the world. The warriors can mount horses to stabilize the realm. Boss BS' tone shifted to one of affirmation. Ah Sheng, I'm pleased to see you think this way. I will contact Uncle Xing right away. I will also arrange for Uncle Lu's family to be sent to Haojiang. Tang Han Sheng added, Boss, allocate an additional 2 million for them. Consider it my payment for his drinks. Boss B chuckled lightly. I'll have Uncle Xing cover this. He stands to gain the most tonight. It's only fair he pays. Tang Han Sheng continued. Could you provide me with the number for Long Long? I need to reach out to him. All right, jot this down. After receiving the number, Tang Han Sheng immediately dialed Long Long's phone. After the call, he approached the Bentley and opened the door. Xiao Jiaba, terrified, shrank back while crying, Brother Sheng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I don't want to go find Liang Kuan to film. Come here. Tang Han Sheng pulled her closer, gently wiping away her tears, his tone softening. Don't cry. I'm most afraid of girls crying. I 1T bully women. There are matters to attend to tonight. You must come with me. I 1T cry. I 1T cry. Just don't touch me, okay? She struggled to hold back tears, managing to force a smile. While stroking her hair, he whispered, You've been through a lot. Just get some good rest. No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck swiftly, rendering her unconscious with a chop. After the personnel from Uncle Shing's side arrived for the handover, Tang Hanxing led his team directly to the Saigon dock. Just before boarding the vessel, his phone rang again, displaying Uncle Shing's name. "Ah Sheng, I've taken care of everything. You need not worry." Uncle Shing's voice radiated excitement. Initially intending to take a back seat, he hadn't anticipated the grand gesture from Tang Hanxing. "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Shing," Tang Hanxing replied, cigarette in mouth, his tone calm. "Not at all. We're like family. I've already negotiated the terms with your boss, B. Come by when you have time for tea and a chat, and to see us old bones. I'll visit you at your post tomorrow." "All right. See you tomorrow. I'll send someone your way first." "Sure. See you later." After ending the call, Tang Hanxing boarded the ship with his subordinates. As the engine roared to life, the vessel slowly departed from the dock. At the bow, the lawyer Su and the head of Hung Hing in Saigon, Long, sat with cigarettes in hand. Tang Hanxing took out a cigarette as well. Expressing a hint of apology, "Brother Long, you shouldn't have come for such a trivial matter." Long accepted the cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "The situation in Chang'e is nearly under your control. I just wanted to check on you. Ah Sheng, you'll be in the spotlight again tomorrow." He paused, turning to Chun Haonan and another individual. "How are you two holding up? Are your injuries serious? Do you need me to arrange for someone to tend to you?" Chun Haonan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Ask him." Tang Hanxing chuckled. "It's nothing severe, just minor injuries. I'll send Uncle Lu on his way. Fei Hong is waiting below. Anan, keep Brother Long company for a smoke." Long nodded. "I've prepared the cement. You go on." At that moment, Uncle Lu was tightly bound. As Tony and the others were about to approach, Tang Hanxing waved his hand. "You all go smoke over there. I'll handle this myself." He ripped off the tape covering Uncle Lee's mouth, pulled over a bucket of cement, and began mixing it while quietly saying, "Uncle Lu, do you remember? I gave you a chance back in that meeting." Uncle Lu opened his eyes, his voice weak. "Just give me a swift end." Tang Hanxing scooped a spoonful of cement, pried open his mouth, and continued, "I've arranged for your family to go abroad with 2 million. You can leave in peace." Before the words could settle, the cement poured into Uncle Lee's mouth. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. Everyone turned their heads away. Chun Haonan, cigarette in mouth, pondered. The refined-looking Tang Hanxing, hands stained with blood, committing the most brutal acts. Which one is the true him? Long furrowed his brow, ultimately drawing a handgun and firing several shots at Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu's eyes widened, pupils constricting violently. Just before closing his eyes, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He was a dignified man in life. "The rest is for my brothers to handle," Long declared. Tang Hanxing nodded. 5 minutes later, a metal barrel slowly rolled toward the stern of the ship. With a splash, it sank into the sea, disappearing into the night. Upon returning to the dock, Tang Hanxing washed his face and turned to Jimmy. "Jimmy, take the little stutterer to your sister-in-law." Jimmy, eyes wide with disbelief, replied, "Boss, are you serious? You're sending the second wife to the first. Won't my sister-in-law skin me alive? How can you expect me to do this?" "I refuse." Tang Hanxing shot him a fierce glare. "What nonsense? What first and second wife? What do you think I'm feeding you for? You can't handle business, can't fight, and now you won't even deliver someone? Do you still want to be part of this?" Jimmy shrank his neck and fell silent. Tang Hanxing smirked, turning to the others. Tony immediately jumped into the vehicle. "Boss, I'll take the brothers to get patched up. We have the meeting tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, the car had already started. Lok Tin-hung reached out, shouting, "Tony, wait for me. Give me a ride." In the blink of an eye, everyone scattered. What else could this group of scoundrels do? It seems the only option is to hand them over to Zhou Jiexin. At 1:30 in the morning, a knock echoed. The door opened, revealing Zhou Jiexin in silk pajamas. Standing at the threshold, her eyes widening at the sight of Tang Hanxing cradling a beautiful girl. Tang Hanxing, with a calm demeanor, stated, "This is Xiao Jiaba. She stole my car. Fei Hong from Chang'e wanted to hand her over to Liang Kuan, but I stopped it. Coming quickly." Zhou Jiexin glanced outside and hurriedly pulled Tang Hanxing inside. Xiao Jiaba was settled into the guest room. Moments later, she awoke, saw Tang Hanxing, and hid in the corner. Frightened, Zhou Jiexin looked at Tang Hanxing and said, "You should go take a shower first." Just after Tang Hanxing finished washing up and Han Ti had a moment to drink water, Zhou Jiexin flung open the guest room door, fuming. "Tang Hanxing, have you become increasingly reckless? Bringing someone like this to me, do you think I want to get angry?" Yet to Tang Hanxing, her angry demeanor appeared irresistibly cute. "Wife, am I that kind of person?" Tang Hanxing stood, solemnly raising his right hand, pointing to the ceiling. "If I, Tang Hanxing, deceive you, may the heavens strike me with thunder." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous crash resonated. Lightning split the night sky, and the long-anticipated storm finally unleashed its fury. Damn, even the heavens are out to get me? In that instant, Tang Hanxing wished he could dive into a vat of acid, believing it the only way to clear his name. Zhou Jiasun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I believe you. Tang Hanxing sighed with relief. You should rest early. I'll take my leave. Zhou Jiasun embraced his waist from behind, resting her head against his chest. Silly, it's pouring outside, and you look utterly exhausted. Don't go, stay with me. After Zhou Jiasun fell asleep, Tang Hanxing quietly summoned the system to claim his task rewards. Completion reward, 1 million, 2 attribute points. Completion reward, master level handgun proficiency. Completion reward, 10 million, 2 attribute points. He had earned a total of 4 attribute points, which he distributed evenly. Name, Tang Hanxing. Strength, 31. Constitution, 31. Agility, 31. Spirit, 31. The baseline for an average person is 10, while a professional athlete is around 25. Skills, master level Tang Dao techniques, master level handgun proficiency. Items, Fountain of Life, Capital Converter, Antique Watch, AK-47, AWM, Desert Eagle. Current financial status. After the last encounter with Heji and the bounty on Jiang Tiansheng, his funds were nearly depleted. He was recruiting, acquiring shares in 4 establishments, and still owed 15 million. This task rewarded him with 11 million. Securing the Chang'e gang would surely yield some funds from Uncle Xing, though the exact amount remained unclear. Jiang Tiansheng would likely arrange for them to head to Haojiang in a few days. Fully alert, Tang Hanxing rose and walked to the living room, casually opening a bottle of baijiu and slowly sipping while seated on the sofa. After finishing a glass, his gaze regained its determination. Without a touch of ruthlessness, one cannot hope to establish a firm foothold. Sacrifice begets gain. Since the decision has been resolutely made to ascend to the pinnacle, certain attachments must be decisively relinquished. Hesitation equates to failure. Chapter 14. A significant portion of the influential forces in Hong Kong have arrived. Had Fei Hong been more decisive, the outcome would have been uncertain. His loss stemmed from his indecisiveness. Last night, he had the opportunity to simultaneously deal with Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan, yet he refrained from taking action. Would the Hung Hing Society truly step forward? Perhaps Boss B would intervene, but without Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan, Hung Hing would not stand a chance against Chong Lo. As for the other decision-makers, each is merely calculating their own interests, putting on a facade at most. Despite the seemingly amiable demeanor of Uncle Xing and the dinosaur today, they will not genuinely exert themselves without sufficient incentive. Unbeknownst to them, the ashtray has become heaped with cigarette butts. Zhou Jiasun emerged from her room in her pajamas and approached Tang Hanxing, softly inquiring, "Darling, do you have something on your mind?" Tang Hanxing nodded, casually extinguishing his cigarette. "But, it's about the gang." Zhou Jiasun asked, "Darling, how do you plan to handle the matter with Zixilai?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the guest room. Tang Hanxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not even considered this issue. Zhou Jiasun crouched down, saying, "Darling, as your business expands, there will be matters I cannot handle directly. She can represent you. She was raised in an orphanage." Tang Hanxing was somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded in agreement. Once this thought took root, it began to crystallize in his mind. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Tang Hanxing awoke. In the living room, Zhou Jiasun and Xiao Jiaba were engaged in cheerful conversation, apparently discussing something. He stretched lazily and walked over to embrace Zhou Jiasun, then turned to Xiao Jiaba and asked, "Do you feel better?" "Thank you," she replied. Xiao Jiaba was acutely aware that without Tang Hanxing, her fate would have been dire. She was filled with gratitude. "Let's clean up. We are preparing to head out," Tang Hanxing remarked, nodding in agreement. They first went to the bank to withdraw 5 million in cash, then proceeded to enjoy dim sum at their usual spot. Tony and a group of trusted brothers had also arrived early. Tang Hanxing was quite pleased with the news about the Palais de Sports featured in the newspaper. Closing the paper, he handed a suitcase to Jimmy. "Distribute this money among the brothers who worked last night. You all decide how to allocate it, with each receiving no less than 50,000. Master Su shall receive 200,000. Master Su quickly waved his hands. "Boss, I did not do anything. It seems inappropriate to give me so much." Others at the table echoed similar sentiments. Luo Tianhong said, "Boss, I can't spend that much. I won't take this money." Aja chuckled. "Boss, when are you going to buy yourself a place? We feel embarrassed bringing you to meet friends." Upon hearing this, everyone shared a quiet laugh. Jimmy added, "Yes, boss, my dad wants to invite you over, but I feel too shy to ask." In terms of material pleasures, Tang Hanxing was not particularly concerned at that moment. He removed his sunglasses, a smile gracing his lips. "You have risked your lives for me. How could I monopolize the benefits? This money will remain untouched for now. The night returners are now under our purview. You all invest a bit, and I will account for your shares." "Understood, boss." The group of brothers could hardly conceal their excitement upon hearing this. Aligning with the right people leads to prosperity. Aligning with the wrong ones only results in misfortune. They were grateful they had not taken the wrong step. After the others departed, Tang Hanxing turned to Xiao Jiaba. "Zixilai, you have two options. Take 100,000 and leave, or come work for me at my company, where I will enroll you in night school and you can learn during the day. I will follow you. At least with you, no one will dare to bully me. Tang Hanxing wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Zhou Jiasin, Wife, take her to enroll in night school. I will head to Kaishan Hall first. All right, darling. Today is your day. This is a gift for you. Zhou Jiasin pulled out a watch box from her bag and handed it over. Upon opening it, he discovered a Rolex Panda dial. He was unsure of its worth, but it warmed his heart. He stood up and embraced her. Once I buy the villa, you will be the first to meet your father. Hurry, don't keep them waiting. He kissed her forehead and turned to leave, taking his entourage to a bathhouse. As everyone watched him disrobe and soak, they suggested he get a shoulder dragon tattoo. While soaking, he smoked a cigarette, saying, Tattoos don't signify much. If you want to get one, I won't stop you, but the face and hands are off limits. Our focus should be on business. Also, Master Su and Jimmy. In a couple of days, I may not be around. There will be some plumbing work coming in, so be sure to handle it well. Jimmy, I want to convert your billiard room into a boxing gym and fitness center. Jimmy nodded, whatever you say. After discussing business, Tang Hanxing inquired, Tony, Aja, have you arranged everything? They both nodded. Get them pumped up. Today all 12 decision-makers from Hung Hing will be present, along with many esteemed guests from the Underworld. Do not embarrass Hung Hing. With that, Tang Hanxing stood up. Half an hour later, four Toyota buses, accompanied by a Bentley Brooklands, made their way toward the Gaoxi Miao. Gaoxi Miao is the official establishment site of the Tiandahui, the origin of the Hung Mon. The current temple was built later, financed by Jiang Tianxing's father in collaboration with various parties. Before they even reached the entrance, the sound of drums and music filled the air. Get energized. Tang Hanxing called out softly. Aja glanced back at the brothers and shouted, Let Mr. Jiang see the might of our Causeway Bay. As the convoy entered the dirt road leading to Gaoxi Miao, everyone in the vehicles was taken aback. Even Tang Hanxing could not help but furrow his brow. On either side of the square in front of Gaoxi Miao, hundreds of drummers were energetically performing. Two large drums, over 2 meters wide, were flanked by 4 burly men beating out the rhythm, in sync with the music's ebb and flow. In the center of the square, 2 azure dragons and 16 lions were dancing and leaping, their movements fierce, sometimes leaping, sometimes tearing at the air. Occasionally, cars would arrive, and most of those disembarking were middle-aged men in suits, accompanied by 1 or 2 subordinates, evidently guests invited by Jiang Tianxing. It had been a long time since Hung Hing had hosted such a grand event. Jiang Tianxing was evidently intent on elevating his status. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Tang Hanxing alighted, and Bao Pai rushed over. Mr. Jiang is inside the temple, entertaining the various bosses. Those from Liansheng, Dongxing, and Zhong Exin have all arrived. Brother Sheng, today is truly remarkable. Remarkable, my foot. Quickly take me inside. How long have they been here? Not long after arriving. Tang Hanxing, accompanied by Tony and Aja, followed Bao Pai into Gaoxi Miao, heading straight for the back courtyard. 2 guards stood at the entrance, while inside sat a group of elder figures from the Underworld, engaged in lively conversation. Many of the 12 decision-makers from Hung Hing were present. The bosses from Causeway Bay, the 13th sister from Bolan Street, the elder brother from Western District, and the prince from Tsim Sha Sui, Huait Sing's Han Bin, Mongkok's Liang Kuan, North Point's Fat Lao Li, Tun Mun's Dinosaur, and Kowloon's Uncle Hing, combined with Chen Yao, complete the assembly of 10 individuals. This marks Tang Hanxing's first encounter with Jiang Tianxing in person. Once the guards confirmed identities, a loud announcement rang out. Hongxing's Tang Hanxing from Causeway Bay, Tony the 49er, and Aja have arrived. The dozen or so people inside turned their heads, and Jiang Tianxing paused his conversation. Bosby wore a smile on his face and beckoned to Tang Hanxing, who promptly approached. Bosby introduced him with a respectful gesture. This is our rising star from Hongxing, Tang Hanxing of Causeway Bay. The 2 by his side are his trusted aides, Aja and Tony. Jiang Tianxing raised a hand and said, Ah Sheng, come and greet these uncles. They rushed here from the city early this morning, just to support you. He gestured to a man. This is Uncle Deng from Lianxing, then pointed to another. This is Uncle Crow from Dongxing, along with the smiling tiger. And here, we have Lian Hao Long and Lian Hao Dong from Zongyixin. Finally, this is Mr. And I and his son, and I Yong Shao. A significant portion of Hong Kong's influential figures had gathered. Each name resonated with prominence in the underworld. Among them, Lianxing held the strongest power with 50,000 members, closely followed by Hongxing, Zongyixin, and Dongxing. Uncle Deng of Lianxing held a high status in the underworld, on par with Jiang Zhen and Luo Jingwu, both of whom had passed away. While the current leader of Lianxing is Chu Ji, the one whose words truly carry weight is still Uncle Deng. Conflicts often arise between Dongxing and Hongxing, yet Jiang Tianxing shares a good personal rapport with Luo Tua. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing, Crow from Dongxing harbored a hint of provocation in his gaze. Ni Kun and Ni Yong Shao wore perpetual friendly smiles, a reflection of their business dealings, as the main income of the Ni family derived from flour. Tang Han Sheng smiled, performing the customary underworld greetings. Chen Yao entered the grand hall through the back door, standing beside Jiang Tiansheng, and spoke. The Hung Hing incense hall is now open. I invite the incense master of Hung Hing and all brothers to proceed. Chen Yao is the sole Baiji-shan of Hung Hing and the host of today's ceremony. The current underworld differs from the past. The title of Baiji-shan has long lost its former significance, gradually becoming a nominal position. The red stick is now the coveted title. Although Baiji-shan is respected, it is the red stick that can truly instill fear. Only the red stick is deemed worthy of presiding over significant matters. Previously, when Tang Han Sheng was initiated as a grass shoe, a small ceremony was held at the Causeway Bay Hall. However, to be inducted as a red stick, all major factions would convene at the Gaoshi Temple for a formal ceremony. Chen Yao led everyone into the side hall, while Tang Han Sheng's subordinates were escorted to the venue by designated personnel. Dressed in suits, these individuals were elite selections personally chosen by Tony and Aja. Their uniform appearance, combined with an imposing presence, even prompted Jiang Tiansheng to nod in approval. The underworld figures present began to murmur among themselves. Only upon my command may you enter the city, Chen Yao whispered from outside the door, stepping in first. Once Chen Yao entered the secret chamber, a middle-aged woman at the altar called out, "We respectfully invite the altar master." Chen Yao stepped forward to pay his respects, receiving a ceremonial knife and staff from the female attendant, placing them on the altar and reciting, "The knife belongs to Hong Min, the staff to Long Feng. Those who enter my Muyang city shall be of the Hong family." Afterward, he turned to lead Jiang Tiansheng and the Hung Hing brethren in kneeling to pay their respects, and the spectators followed suit. Even Uncle Deng tremblingly knelt down. Chen Yao, kneeling before the altar, proclaimed loudly, "Hongmin Hung Hing reopens the incense hall." With incense master Jiang Tiansheng and altar master Chen Yao presiding over the promotion ceremony for our Hung Hing brothers, may all witness. Hung Hing belongs to Hong Min, receiving the Hong Ing after passing through 5 gates, competing with the heavens for brilliance for 60 years, turning the world red, Hong. After the ceremony, everyone rose to their places, and Chen Yao stood up, turning to say, "The wind left precious seal esteems the wind." The altar master passes down the wind poem. To say I am the wind is not mere wind, 5 colored flags fluttering high. To the left, the gathering of dragon, tiger, tortoise, and snake. To the right, longevity and peace. The auspicious hour has arrived. Ride forth into the city. The 2 sturdy guards at the door shouted to Tang Han Sheng and the others, "Please enter the city." Tang Han Sheng, along with his brothers, approached the altar, bowing in respectful greeting. Chen Yao produced a stick of incense, distributing one to each person, who raised the incense above their heads. Chapter 15. Anyone who transgresses any rule shall be dealt with by the family law. Chen Yao turned and removed the Hong Min knife from the altar, holding it aloft with both hands, addressing the crowd. This knife is no ordinary weapon. It was forged in the furnace of the old master. On the 9th day of the 9th month, it was tempered in the flames, ultimately becoming 3 blades of heritage. The first belongs to Guangong, named the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. The second belongs to King Jin, known as the Founding Blade of Tang. The third is entrusted to Hong Ing, specifically for eradicating treachery. With loyalty and righteousness, bonds are formed. Without loyalty and righteousness, the 3 blades and 6 eyes will end you. Following this, he stepped forward and lightly tapped Tang Han Sheng's back with the knife's spine, sternly asking, "Do you value your brothers and sisters, or do you value gold?" Tang Han Sheng raised both hands high with the incense, roaring in response, "I value my brothers and sisters." Behind him, everyone echoed in unison, "We value our brothers and sisters." The sound was like tearing fabric, brimming with murderous intent, piercing the heart. Chen Yao continued to declare loudly, "The first oath. Since joining Hong Min, your parents are my parents, your brothers and sisters are my brothers and sisters. Should you violate this oath, you shall be met with the wrath of 5 thunders. The second oath, if any brother's parents pass away and cannot afford a burial, you must inform brothers from all corners. Those with means shall contribute money, those without shall offer labor, ensuring it is completed. Should you pretend not to know, 5 thunders shall strike." Tang Han Sheng and his group responded in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. A female attendant presented a rooster, which Chen Yao accepted, holding the knife in his left hand and reciting the phoenix slaying poem. The phoenix is born with 4 heads aligned. Across the 5 lakes, we stand united. With loyalty and affection, through fortune and misfortune, we exchange our coarse garments for purple robes. Just as the words left his mouth, the knife struck, and the rooster fell lifeless to the ground. The female attendant held a porcelain bowl to collect the blood. Tang Han Sheng and the others knelt forward, incense in hand. eagerly receiving the drops of blood wine that Chun Yao flicked into each person's mouth. Hongmen Hongxing's disciple Tang Han Sheng is officially appointed as the fourth red stick. Rise. Hongmen Hongxing's disciple Aja is officially appointed as the fourth grass shoe. Rise. This marked the official induction of Tang Han Sheng as a red stick. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to red stick, gaining the leader aura. Leader aura. All subordinate members gain 2 to all attributes. 2 to all attributes. This aura is simply extraordinary. It is worth noting that he had fought to accumulate merely 4 points of attributes up to this point. Tang Han Sheng immediately activated the aura. His subordinates, whether influenced by the atmosphere or the effects of the aura, felt their hearts racing and blood surging, yearning to roar to the heavens. Who else? The ceremony concluded. The 2 guarding men and the female attendant began to dismantle the altar, tossing its components into the fire pit to be reduced to ashes. Chun Yao sheathed the Hongmen knife and the dragon and phoenix staff, stepping forward to report to Jiang Tianxing. Patriarch, this time our Hongxing Xiangtong has promoted 50 individuals, including 1 from the 12 red sticks and 3 from the 9 grass shoes. Jiang Tianxing rose and replied to Chun Yao, the master of the altar has worked hard, and so has everyone else. With the ceremony concluded, I asked the patriarch and all brothers to leave this place. After their exchange, the leaders of each faction passed by the altar, patting Tang Hanxing on the shoulder, a gesture signifying that should any troubles arise in the Jianghu, he should not hesitate to speak up. With the altar ceremony completed, the crowd exited the side hall, where the main hall of the Gao Shi Temple housed the statue of Guandi. Members of other societies instinctively retreated to the sides, led by Jiang Tianxing. The newly promoted members of Hongxing stepped forward to offer incense in reverence. After burning the incense, Jiang Tianxing personally sliced the roasted pig, subsequently handing the knife to Chun Yao, instructing him to take it back, while he jovially addressed Tang Hanxing and the others. From this day forth, you shall be the backbone of Hongxing. The future of the society rests upon your youthful shoulders. Asheng, make sure to toast a few more drinks to honor these elders. Tang Hanxing feigned humility, saying, Mr. Jiang, I, Tang Hanxing, am grateful for your support, and I shall ensure that the name of Hongxing resounds throughout Causeway Bay. He understood well that Jiang Tianxing did not genuinely regard him highly. He was acutely aware that this ever-smiling Jiang Tianxing was the most cunning, strategic, and ruthless character within Hongxing. At that moment, the courtyard was adorned with banquet tables. At the main table sat Jiang Tianxing, several council members, and prominent figures from the Jianghu. Other attendees were seated at different tables, accompanied by Tai Zi, Liang Kuan, and others. Tang Hanxing found himself at table B with the big shots, and before he could take more than a few bites of his meal, he was whisked away by Big Shot B to toast. By the end of the meal, the promotion ceremony had officially concluded. The group returned to the Causeway Bay headquarters. Big Shot B presented Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan each with a box, one larger than the other. This is from Uncle Xing. He then turned to the 2, saying, Anan, yesterday Asheng contributed the most. You have no objections, do you? We are family here. Let any grievances be aired openly. I do not wish for there to be any rifts among you brothers. Chun Haonan immediately shook his head. How could that be? If there are any objections, it should be towards Asheng, who brought a full 50 men yesterday. Tang Hanxing smiled in response. Boss, we are family. There is no need for external talk. Subsequently, Big Shot B rubbed his forehead and said, Tomorrow, the 2 of you will accompany me to meet Mr. Jiang. He has matters to discuss with you. So remember to arrive early. A heaviness settled in Tang Hanxing's heart as he thought, so it has finally come. The task at Haojiang was daunting. It was not the territory of Xiangjiang but belonged to others, compounded by Liang Kuan's behind-the-scenes machinations. Even if the task were assigned solely to him, he dared not claim he could accomplish it with absolute certainty. He exhaled slowly and replied, Understood, boss. Chun Haonan also solemnly acknowledged, Clear. No one anticipated that Big Shot B was also troubled. Regarding the matter of Haojiang, he had already gathered some clues. Initially, he had intended to assign the task to Tang Hanxing, as he commanded a significant following. Characters like Shan Ji, De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai were still inexperienced compared to the Tony brothers. However, the issue lay in Tang Hanxing's rapid rise, whether it was the society or the headquarters. Maintaining a balance of power was paramount. No one should monopolize the limelight. Dragging their small luggage back to their territory, Tang Hanxing began to take stock. Uncle Xing was indeed generous, providing a substantial sum of 10 million. Coupled with the 6 million he had on hand, it was sufficient to repay the 15 million debt. However, debts, as they say, should not be rushed. They require patience. He placed all the money into the capital converter and then summoned the Tony brothers to initiate the next phase of their plan. He pulled out cigarettes, distributing them to everyone, saying, Speaking of which, after all this time together, I still don't know much about your past. The three brothers had been saved by him and had served time for him, their loyalty beyond question. After a fragmented narration, Tang Hanxing learned that they had emerged from a refugee camp. They had been child soldiers for a brief period. Tang Hanxing nodded and inquired, "How many brothers do we have now?" Aja replied, "Boss, 200. Tang Hanxing lit a cigarette and declared, "We can also start recruiting from the periphery. Although the boxing gym has yet to open, our brothers must not slacken in their training. Head directly to Big Brother B's for practice." He paused before asking, "Do you have any connections to procure firearms?" Tony's eyes lit up. "Boss, are you looking to enter the arms business?" Tang Hanxing laughed and scolded. "Do you think the political department is merely for show? The guns we procure are for our own use." Aja immediately chimed in. "Understood, boss. I'll ask a few fellow villagers about it." Tang Hanxing added, "You three should try to keep a low profile." Aja nodded, rest assured. Tang Hanxing continued, "Bring in Jimmy and Master Su." "Got it." Once the three left the office, Tang Hanxing sighed lightly. It was a pity that they were not particularly skilled marksmen, otherwise he could have entrusted the task of training shooters to them. Calling in Jimmy and Master Su was primarily to discuss some details regarding the bar. He had spoken rather broadly in the morning and feared they might not have understood. As it turned out, he had worried unnecessarily. Upon their return, the two had organized the information on several companies involved in gilding in Xiangjiang and had prepared a pricing proposal. They had also scheduled meetings with several design firms to discuss the bar's renovation collaboration. Tang Hanxing nodded in satisfaction. These subordinates had indeed not let him down. "In a few days, I need to attend to some business in Haojiang, so you can focus on your current tasks. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be expelled immediately," Tang Hanxing stated before departing. "Understood, boss." The following morning, Tang Hanxing, Big B, and Chun Haonan set out together to Jiang Tianxing's residence. The vehicle exited the Wanchai Tunnel, following the coastal highway eastward, ultimately stopping in front of a seaside villa. This place was a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of Causeway Bay, tranquil like a different world. In the distance lay the sea, while nearby were the sun, green trees, and sandy beaches. Upon disembarking, Tang Hanxing immediately spotted several luxury cars in the garage, including a Lamborghini and a Ferrari. "B brother." Jiang Tianxing's bodyguard greeted warmly. Chen Yao, hearing the commotion, peeked out from the house. "Ah B, follow me." The group trailed Chen Yao through the garage, past the grand living room, and finally arrived at the gym. "Mr. Jiang, Big B and the others have arrived," Chen Yao announced. Jiang Tianxing was seen lifting weights, clad in a black tank top. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. "Ah Yao, take them to the garden. I will join you shortly," Jiang Tianxing said while continuing his workout. In the backyard, a woman in a swimsuit was swimming. Big B, Tang Hanxing, and Chun Haonan tacitly turned their backs, avoiding any glance at one another. In the realm of the underworld, while personal relationships between men and women could be casual, chaos within the gang was strictly prohibited. Betraying one's brothers, seducing a brother's wife, and undermining the brotherhood were the three cardinal sins in the Jianghu. When Big B first joined the Hung Hing, he had made this abundantly clear. Anyone who transgressed these rules would face the consequences of the house law. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Tianxing emerged draped in a towel. Once seated, he began conversing with Big B, sharing that his recent schedule had become more regular, and he urged Big B to enjoy life after so many years of toil. After a while, Jiang Tianxing's tone turned serious as he declared, "I have summoned you for a matter that requires our attention. There are several establishments in Hojiang that have long been under the protection of Hung Hing. This year, a fellow named Fat Dog has emerged, demanding a 30% cut from every gambling table for anyone coming from Xiangjiang, even more ruthless than the local authorities. We have negotiated multiple times without reaching an agreement." Jiang Tianxing spoke in a calm manner. Big B inquired, "How are the other gangs handling it?" "I am not concerned with others. Hung Hing will not acquiesce." Jiang Tianxing replied succinctly. Big B nodded, "Mr. Jiang, I understand. Yao will brief you on the specifics," Jiang Tianxing added. Subsequently, Chen Yao elucidated all pertinent details regarding Fat Dog, including his whereabouts, habits, and favored haunts. He also instructed them to find a fellow named Shaxiang in Hojiang, a subordinate of Hung Hing, to assist with their plans. Chapter 16, Masterful Disguise. Shaxiang was once the trader who sold out Tang Hanxing, revealing his whereabouts to Heji. Tang Hanxing gently rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat disoriented. Where did Chun Yao truly stand? After a moment of contemplation, he formed a judgment. If Chun Yao had allied with Liang Kuan, then Jiang Tianxing would likely have met his demise long ago. Big B glanced at him and inquired, "Ah Shang, what is on your mind? Are you worried about the trip to Hojiang?" Tang Hanxing nodded in response. "I do have some concerns, as we are entering enemy territory. In this line of work, every endeavor feels like a fight for survival." Big B sighed and continued, "This mission cannot involve too many people, yet it cannot be too few either. I plan to send you along with Annan and a few others. Do you have any objections?" Tang Hanxing shook his head. Boss, how could I possibly object? Even if you allowed me to arrange my own team, whom could I call upon now? I fear that if I leave, Tony and the others might struggle to maintain order. No worries, I will be here in Xianjiang. Bigby chuckled, fearing nothing more than Tang Hanxing harboring doubts. Anan, ensure that Shanji and the others remain vigilant. Chun Haonan nodded steadily in agreement. At that moment, Tang Hanxing received a prompt. The system has activated the task ring. 1. Eliminate Fat Dog to unlock the system store. 2. No penalties for task failure. Note, through the system store, the host can purchase items and real-world goods, such as machinery and vehicles. If you desire it, we can provide it. The description was simple, yet exuded an unusual aura. Damn, it seems that Fat Dog must be dealt with. With this system, I might finally ascend to greatness. Tang Hanxing exhaled deeply. The pressing question now was how to eliminate Fat Dog. Should he arrange for Tony to provide backup? He immediately dismissed this notion, as detection would lead to dire consequences. After some contemplation, he inquired of Big B, Boss, do you have any acquaintances in Hojiang? Someone who can get things done regardless of legality, as long as the price is right? What's the matter? Big B asked. I have a private issue to attend to. Big B replied, I don't have a specific number, but remember this, there's a hotel in Hojiang called Lisbon. Upon arrival, tell the front desk you are looking for CFU. He is an intermediary and quite shrewd, just be cautious. Understood. To prevent complications, the operatives were scheduled to depart the following day. The distance from Xianjiang to Hojiang was not far, merely 62 kilometers in a straight line, reachable by boat in an hour. Upon arriving at the dock, Chen Haonan, Datianair, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai were already waiting. Shanji was embracing his girlfriend Kuan, whom he had just met at the bailment. Her father was a local authority. Ah Sheng, brother Sheng, would you like a char siu bun? As Tang Hanxing greeted them, he politely declined the char siu bun offered by Bao Pai, his gaze sweeping across the group. Among the four, only Chun Haonan wore a furrowed brow. The others appeared remarkably relaxed, as if embarking on a leisurely outing. Let us go, he said in a cool tone, his expression stern. Tang Hanxing understood his irritation stemmed from the casualness with which Chun Haonan handled the leadership of the group. Ultimately, it was Chun Haonan's laid-back demeanor that had led to a lack of hierarchy among the brothers over time, resulting in a sense of familiarity that blurred the lines of authority. This indicated that Chun Haonan still lacked the maturity required for such responsibilities. Tang Hanxing fixed his gaze on Shanji, speaking earnestly. Shanji, this is not a trivial matter. Do not bring her along. Shanji appeared awkward, unsure of how to respond. After all, Tang Hanxing's status was now above his, yet Ken was his girlfriend. Upon hearing of the trip to Hojiang, she had insisted on accompanying them. I can go with you. I won't interfere with your work. Kuan pouted. I can entertain myself. Call him Brother Sheng, Shanji quickly reminded her. Tang Hanxing interjected once more. Kuan, Hojiang is not our turf. Be careful not to get into trouble. Ah Sheng, why are you so chatty today? Kuan said, leaning against Shanji. Tang Hanxing sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. On the ferry, his gaze fell upon four individuals in the corner. They were divided into two groups, their positioning suggesting something unusual. All four wore sunglasses and carried heavy travel bags. The outlines of gun barrels were faintly visible, protruding from the bags. He furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity about them. Turning back, he noticed Chun Haonan's expression growing increasingly grim. The reason was simple. Shanji and Datianair had begun purchasing lottery tickets on the ferry. I won. Wow, that's fantastic. Brother Nan, Chao Pai really won. Chun Haonan could no longer contain himself, rising to shout, are you here to have fun or to work? His words silenced the group, leaving them too startled to continue their antics. He glanced at the composed Tang Hanxing beside him, feeling a twinge of envy. Despite both being leaders, why were other subordinates so reliable while his own seemed perpetually lackadaisical? Tang Hanxing smiled faintly, remarking, Anan, I suggest you read some management books. Take some time to peruse them. Chun Haonan was momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Hanxing continued. Or perhaps you should consider taking over a shop and try leading a team yourself. You will then understand the difference. All right, Chun Haonan replied softly. More than an hour later, the group arrived in Hojiang. As Shanji and Ku In disembarked, they eagerly prepared to explore the sights. Chun Haonan did not intervene. Instead, he handed over a business card. This was Sha Chang's contact number, should any issues arise, as they were all allies. They were to convene at 6 o'clock the following morning. Remember to remain adaptable. Understood, Shanji exclaimed, taking the card and sprinting off with Kuan's hand in his grasp. Tang Hanxing said little. After all, Shanji was one of Chun Haonan's men. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Haojiang, Liang Kuan stood at a gambling table. A cigarette clenched in his mouth as he played Pai Gao. Sha Chang entered, leaning in to whisper to Liang Kuan, Chun Haonan and Tang Hanxing have arrived. A total of 7 individuals. Chun Haonan called me, confirming that they intend to take action early tomorrow. Liang Kuan set down his cards and informed the players at the table, "Excuse me." He rose swiftly and walked toward the door, inquiring as he went, "Who are the 7? Chen Haonan, Tang Hansheng, Shan Ji, De Tian, Chao Pai, Bao Pai, and Shan Ji's girlfriend," Sha Chong replied. "Bringing a girlfriend along for a job?" Liang Kuan stifled a laugh. "Arrange for someone to bring her in. Why bind her? She's with Shan Ji," Sha Chong questioned, puzzled. "Just do as you're told." Liang Kuan snapped coldly. "That rascal Shan Ji is notorious for his lechery. We need a few women to distract him." "Understood, boss." Sha Chong nodded. Liang Kuan inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, his gaze turned steely. "Curse you. You were the one who harmed my sworn brother, Bada, and killed Fei Hong. Tomorrow, let's see how you escape. Tell Fei Go that I will pay 10 million to take down Tang Hansheng and 1 million for Chen Haonan. Do you understand me? Clear, boss. Also, handle matters with Fei Go personally. This time, let us see what Mr. Jiang has to say." Recalling Tang Hansheng's ferocity, Sha Chong hesitated and asked, "Boss, what if Chen Haonan and Tang Hansheng aren't eliminated? You know how difficult Tang Hansheng can be." Liang Kuan's voice turned hoarse. "You're truly foolish. If we're going to act, we must go all out. Arrange for 2 vehicles to be on standby. Once they're in the car, administer a dose of the drug and bring them back to base." Sha Chong looked confused. "Boss, if we've gone this far, why not just take them out directly? If you can guess that, I could retire," Liang Kuan scoffed. A wild smile on his face. Step 1. Sabotage the task assigned to Tang Hansheng and the others by the big boss B. Step 2. Have Fei Go eliminate Tang Hansheng. Step 3. Let Fei Go become a ghost under Sha Chong's command. 3 birds with 1 stone. That night, the group rested at the Haojiang Longue building. The following morning, Tang Hansheng and his companions arranged to meet Sha Chong by the seaside. Shanji was late, and Xiao Pai called several times, but no one answered. Upon seeing Tang Hansheng, Sha Chong instinctively shrank back, hastily approaching him. "Brother Sheng, I apologize for the earlier incident at the billiard hall. I had no idea she was your girlfriend." Tang Hansheng offered him a cigarette with a smile, saying, "Sha Chong, we are all brothers. Ignorance is no crime." He then turned to Chen Haonan, suggesting, "Anan, I think it's best to let Sha Chong drive. We aren't familiar with this area. What do you think?" Sha Chong was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. Chen Haonan nodded. "Sha Chong, you drive then." Sha Chong shook his head vigorously. "This is my younger brother Fei Ji. He got drunk last night, and surely won't be running today. My younger brother can lead us." "Your younger brother looks as flighty as his nickname. Can he be relied upon?" Tang Hansheng wrapped an arm around Sha Chong, his tone fierce. "What is this? You want to give me any face? I'm asking you to drive, not to kill someone. Curse you. Had you not apologized just now, I would have wanted to deal with you right away." Sha Chong was already soaked with sweat, fully aware that Tang Hansheng was not one to be trifled with. But Liang Kuan had other plans, and he needed to extricate himself. He quickly added, "My boss Kuan Gu instructed me to handle other matters." "What could possibly be more urgent than gang business?" Tang Hansheng asked with a grin. Out of options, Sha Chong went with the flow. "All right then. It's a rare honor for Brother Sheng to think highly of me." Chen Haonan exhaled 2 smoke rings from his nostrils, extinguished his cigarette, and declared, "Let us go." He opened the door of the van. De Tian asked, "Aren't we waiting for Shanji?" "No time for that. Let us move," came the reply. The group climbed into the van, which slowly began to roll forward. Detecting the host's current situation, activating task ring 2. 1. Save Chen Haonan, Bao Pai, Chao Pai, and De Tian. Reward, divine level disguise technique. 2. Mission failure. For each person lost, for attribute points will be deducted. Divine level disguise technique. The task reward was exceedingly tempting, but the cost of failure was equally severe. Inside the vehicle, Tang Hansheng sat beside Sha Chong, who leaned against the door, drenched in sweat. "Sha Chong, why are you so nervous?" Tang Hansheng asked with a smile. Sha Chong wiped his brow, stammering, a bit anxious. "Anxious about what? It's not you who'll be making the move." Tang Hansheng, cigarette in mouth, fixed his gaze outside. He vaguely recalled that in the film, they would encounter an ambush at this juncture, but the specifics eluded him. Just as the van ascended the Aodong Bridge, Tang Hansheng noticed a large white truck closely trailing them. His heart raced as he immediately looked ahead, spotting an identical truck barreling towards them. Bang! A deafening crash. The 2 trucks wedged the van in between, rendering it immobile. They were ambushed. Bao Pai shouted, "Brother Nan, what do we do?" Chen Haonan yelled, "Fight back!" De Tian rifled through the back seat, shouting, "Brother Nan, the weapons are fake. You sold us out." Tang Hansheng roared in anger. All eyes fell on Sha Chong. In a moment of panic, Sha Chong drew a small knife and stabbed it into his younger brother's neck multiple times, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've been betrayed. Run." At that moment, a group of short figures armed with knives jumped down from the 2 trucks. Chen Haonan wasted no time, drawing his chain and shouted, "Run." Tang Hansheng shoved Sha Chong out, using him as a shield as several knives came slicing towards them. Quick-witted, Hung Hing yanked Sha Chong back, using him as a human shield. Swish, swish, swish. Several machetes struck Sha Chong. The man was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had fallen into Fei Go's hands. His eyes remained stubbornly shut, even in death. The little men from Fei Go hesitated momentarily. Although they recognized Sha Chong, they were too frantic to care. Hung Hing seized Sha Chong's ankles, swinging his body like a weapon, creating a gust of wind. The foremost of the short thugs had initially thought he would use the body to block knives, but they never expected such ferocity. With their hearts trembling, their grip loosened, causing their knives to clatter to the ground, clearing a small space. Hung Hing, not granting them a moment's respite, gritted his teeth and hurled the corpse forward, toppling several of them. Amidst the chaos, he drew a machete from the depths of space and picked up several cleavers from the ground, tossing them to Defying and the others, shouting, "Grab a weapon and fight." Defying, quick on the uptake, caught the blade and began to strike. Hung shouted urgently, "Ah Shang, if you can escape, make a break for it. Don't sacrifice yourselves here. To hell with it. We are brothers. I will hold the rear. Anan, you lead the others forward." Hung Hing understood all too well that retracing their steps through the throng was nearly impossible. There were too many of them, an endless sea of bodies, and they had no advantage in terrain. Besides, he was accompanied by Defying's band of ineffectual fighters, not the likes of Luo Tianhong or Tony. Seizing the opportunity, several short mules charged at him while he was speaking, swinging their weapons. Enraged, Hung Hing retaliated with a swift downward slash, severing one adversary's arm. The machete wielded considerable force and sharpness, rendering the ordinary cleavers utterly ineffective. A mere touch shattered them. Each man stood resolutely against the onslaught from behind. Once the tumult subsided, the group regained their footing. Haonan led the charge, while Hung Hing held the rear, with Baopi and Defying flanking them. They fought while retreating, just as they were about to break free from the encirclement. Baopi was overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Baopi! Haonan's eyes reddened as he turned to charge back, but Defying hurriedly restrained him. "Ah!" Baopi cried out in agony. "Brother, you all must run. My sacrifice is enough." "Baopi!" Haonan roared. "Go now." Several cleavers fell once more, plunging into Baopi's body. Hung Hing shouted, "You all go ahead. I will save him." Before the words left his mouth, he dashed back, disarming one attacker with a powerful strike. Seizing the moment while the short mules were momentarily stunned, he grasped Baopi and tucked him under his arm, pushing forward. The short mules pursued relentlessly. Finally, they burst through to the bridgehead. Reinforcements arrived. A police motorcycle came to a halt. The officer, calling for backup, drew his handgun and aimed it at the short mules. "Everyone freeze. The cops have arrived. Disperse quickly." The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. In the distance, Hung Hing's gaze turned icy as he spotted a small car, conveniently halted before Haonan. It was evidently a trap set by Liang Cohen. He could have warned Haonan, even prevented him from entering the vehicle. Yet he remained still. A heart that lacked resolve would falter. In pursuit of the position of the Tong Lu YS leader, he could only apologize to his brothers. Without a moment's hesitation, Haonan dove into the car. Shortly thereafter, another Toyota pulled up before Hung Hing and Baopi. The window rolled down, and a head popped out. "Brother Shang, Brother Pai, I'm with Hung Hing. Quickly, get in." Hung Hing opened the back door and tossed the unconscious Baopi inside. Defying and Baopi hurriedly followed suit. Hung Hing opened the driver's side door and unceremoniously hurled the driver out. "Hey, Brother Shang, what are you?" Hung Hing shut the door firmly and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle speeding away. Defying panted, "Brother Shang?" Hung Hing replied coolly, "That man was suspicious. We were just ambushed. It's only been a few minutes." Baopi pressed down on Baopi's wound, his voice trembling. "Brother Shang, my brother has lost so much blood. What do we do?" Without a flicker of concern, Hung Hing replied, "First, let us head to the Rotten Ghost building. Shan Ji won't be able to find us. He will surely wait for us there. You two contact the boss later and have him arrange for a doctor." As the vehicle neared the Rotten Ghost building, Hung Hing stopped ahead of time, lifted Baopi, and rushed toward the accommodation arranged by Boss B. This place was provided by Boss B's friend in Haojiang, ensuring safety. After administering a bottle of life-giving water to Baopi, Hung Hing received a system notification. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, God-level disguise technique." Excellent. With this skill, he had an 80% certainty of eliminating Fat Dog. Yet, he still needed to gather intelligence at the Lisbon hotel. Following the failed assassination, Fat Dog would undoubtedly be on high alert. After changing into a clean outfit, Baopi returned, breathless, carrying supplies. "Brother Shang, I bought everything. Bandages, alcohol, and medicine. Where's Defying? He went to call Brother B. Give me a lighter." He quickly treated Baopi's wounds. Leaning against the wall, Tang Hanxing lit a cigarette. Baopi will be fine. We just need to wait for him to wake up. When Defying returned, he said, Brother Sheng. There is still no news from Nango. I informed the boss of the situation. He said he would arrange for a doctor right away and told us to wait. Should we go out to find Nango? These few individuals had no ideas of their own. Without Nango, they naturally followed Tang Hanxing's lead. He exhaled a smoke ring. Looking at the two, you stay here and watch over Baopi until Shanji and Anan arrive. The boss won't abandon us. I need to step out for a moment. I have something to take care of. Brother Sheng, where are you going? Tang Hanxing's tone was resolute. I'm going to deal with Fat Dog. If I mess this up, it will tarnish the boss's reputation. Brother Sheng, I'll go with you. Defying stood up. Tang Hanxing shot him a cold glance. Perhaps realizing he would be of no help, or perhaps intimidated by Tang Hanxing's gaze, Defying halted. Tang Hanxing coldly stated, you all stay here. If I don't return, just withdraw. With that, he left without looking back. Behind him, Baopi called out, Brother Sheng, make sure to come back safely. Don't worry. Tang Hanxing replied, his pace unwavering. Detected host condition, triggering task ring 3. 1. Act alone to eliminate Fat Dog. Reward, God-level sniping technique. 2. Complete the task with others. Reward, 20 million and 3 attribute points. Note, this task does not affect the main storyline. 20 million and 3 attribute points. Or the God-level sniping technique. Tang Hanxing actually preferred the first option. However, the God-level sniping technique was of little use to him. Although this skill couldn't be bought on the market, he had already taken up the position of the boss. Some matters were better entrusted to his brothers. While he orchestrated from the shadows, finding a budget hotel, Tang Hanxing used the God-level disguise technique to change his appearance and outfit. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the target location. In an old community, Liang Kuan was growing increasingly restless as he awaited news from Sha Chong. Boss, we still can't get through, a subordinate whispered. If you can't reach them, keep calling until you do, Liang Kuan replied. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. If you can't handle such a trivial matter, do I have to teach you? Useless. The subordinate dared not speak further. Merely dialing repeatedly. After an unknown number of attempts, the few inside suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Kuing-gu, Kuing-gu. A voice, laced with desperation, called out. They arrived. A figure burst into the room. Liang Kuan's heart tightened as he seized the person by the collar, demanding, what happened? My boss was forcefully taken away by Tang Hanxing and subsequently met a tragic end at the hands of Fat Dog subordinates. My younger brother cried out in despair. Damn it. Liang Kuan's veins bulged with rage, yet he quickly regained his composure. Underlings could be cultivated anew, but the paramount concern was the plan. Once he ascended to that position, everything would fall into place. What about Chun Haonan and Tang Hanxing? Liang Kuan inquired. His subordinate replied, we have brought Chun Haonan back. But Tang Hanxing, along with Defying and Bao Pai, managed to escape. Liang Kuan produced a camera. Go to Shanji's woman, force the drug down her throat. And do not hold back, record the entire process. The younger brother gritted his teeth and said, Boss, why complicate things? Just kill her directly. You anticipated this long ago. What is the point of all this hassle? Can I still call you big brother? That fellow surnamed Jiang is someone of great importance to him. Moreover, seducing the second sister-in-law is a grave taboo in the underworld. As long as we possess this tape, his life will be effectively over. Liang Kuan retrieved a vial of drugs from his pocket and handed it over, instructing, give that kid a few more pills. Do not delay my plan. At the Lisbon Hotel, infused with Portuguese charm, a gust of salty sea breeze swept through. After disembarking from a taxi and settling the fare, Tang Hanxing had barely stood still when suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air. An old blue truck halted beside him, and 5 men clad in trench coats. Their expressions icy, descended. Tang Hanxing recognized 4 of them from their encounter on the ferry just yesterday. Danger zone detected, task 4 initiated. 1. Recruit a Hua, a Tai, a He, a Mao, a Bo, all with 100 loyalty. 2. Eliminate the 5 men to acquire their shooting skills. It was indeed them, the assassin quintet from the film Exile. Just what he needed. He was in dire need of 5 elite marksmen, both to handle troublesome matters and to train newcomers. However, to recruit these 5, he first had to eliminate several notorious figures in the underworld, Brother Defei and Dan Wanchong. The process would not be easy. With an impassive expression, Tang Hanxing entered the hotel, prepared to adapt to the situation. The 5 men led the way. The front desk inquired, daily rate is 350, an extra bed is 50. How many rooms do you require? He replied, looking for Siefu. Upstairs, Siefu, dressed in leather, heard the call, whistled, and he led his men upstairs. When it was Tang Hanxing's turn, he casually stated, looking for Siefu. He and the others, who were heading upstairs, couldn't help but glance back at him. Siefu settled the 5 men, and quickly jogged downstairs, comically opening a room for Tang Hanxing to enter. After sizing him up, Xie lowered his voice, saying, "The wind outside is quite turbulent. Everyone has been busy settling old scores these days. There are ample opportunities." He produced a photograph from his pocket. Placing it on the table, Zhuhai Zai, 100,000, hiding on a ship in international waters. He pulled out another one, Shantan Zai, 150,000, currently imprisoned in Heisha Huan. You'll need to act in jail. Then he retrieved another photo. He Gui Zai, 200,000, currently vacationing in Pattaya. Airfare is on you. Tang Hanxing was momentarily taken aback, having said nothing. Chapter 18. By tonight at the latest, the news will be out. Noticing his lack of response, Xie leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. There's a big job. If you want to earn, you have to go all in. If you're going to do it right. If not, don't let it slip. 5 tons of gold are set to be transported tomorrow morning. It's dirty money, with high-ranking officials trying to escape. The convoy will pass by Guanyin Mountain. If you retrieve it, I'll handle the disposal. We'll split it 50-50. Think it over. Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Hush. Xie gestured for silence before swiftly exiting the room. This was indeed the most valuable gain from this trip to Haojiang. Fortune favors the bold. Tang Hanxing understood that tonight, he and his group would undoubtedly flee overnight, ultimately arriving at Guanyin Mountain. At that time, 3 groups would converge there. One would be the security escorting the gold, among whom was an exceptionally skilled marksman. Ahua and his group, along with He, would perish tonight. Another group would consist of robbers intent on seizing the gold. He and his gang would assist the sharpshooter in repelling the robbers and subsequently take the gold for themselves. However, this also posed a dilemma. Should he keep the 5 tons of gold for himself or share it with others? This was a rhetorical question. Thus, he must eliminate Ahui's group. Along with that marksman, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If Tang Hanxing was to act, he would emerge as the ultimate victor. Yet, before he could lay his hands on this gold, he must first deal with Fat Dog. Only then could he ensure absolute certainty. After a brief wait, Xie re-entered the room, gazing at Tang Hanxing. Tang Hanxing calmly retrieved a photo of Fat Dog from his pocket and gently placed it on the table, saying, "You misunderstood." Xie took the photo, inhaling sharply. "Fat Dog, the difficulty is exceedingly high, and the cost will be substantial." Tang Hanxing shook his head. "I'm not buying a life, I'm purchasing intelligence. I only need to know his movements tonight." Xie extended a hand, 500,000. It was indeed black, which indicated that Fat Dog was quite valuable. Tang Hanxing continued, "Additionally, include 2 submachine guns, 1 pistol, and 2 grenades. I'll go raise the funds. 60,000. Deal." Tang Hanxing nodded and stood up. As he pushed open the door across the hallway also swung open. And Tang Hanxing exchanged glances with Ahua and Ahes group, all somewhat surprised. Exiting the Lisbon hotel, Tang Hanxing headed left, while Ahua's group went right. After collecting the money, Tang Hanxing obtained intelligence from Xie. At 5 o'clock tonight, Xie would meet a man named Liang Kuan at the entrance of the Return Power Casino. Tang Hanxing nodded slightly, handing over a suitcase filled with cash to Xie. After Xie counted it, he handed a travel bag to Tang Hanxing, containing 2 AK-47s and a Glock pistol. "Pleasure doing business." After inspecting the weapons and ammunition, Tang Hanxing shook hands with Xie to bid farewell and exited the hotel. He hailed a taxi, heading straight for the vicinity of the Return Power Casino to scout the area. Subsequently, he entered a supermarket and purchased several women's garments. Upon returning to the inn, he booked a room, hung a do not disturb sign, drew the curtains, and turned on the light. A minute later, a blue-eyed, golden-haired, petite foreign woman emerged from the room. This was the result of top-tier disguise techniques, which not only altered facial features, but also adjusted height. He took a stroll outside, then booked another room downstairs. He rested until evening, suddenly opening his eyes wide. The thunderstorm had just ceased, leaving the air fresh and bright, as if the entire sky had been washed clean. In the western sky, a streak of blood-red sunset cast an inexplicable sense of unease. At the Sullivan restaurant on South Bay Road, Liang Kuan sat by the window, cradling a cup of coffee, quietly instructing the 2 young men beside him. "Both just turned 18. When Fat Dog arrives, I'll be the one to talk to him. You shall approach at the opportune moment, execute the plan, and withdraw immediately. I will arrange for you to temporarily leave the country." One individual maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly, while another exhibited signs of restlessness, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Liang Kuan fixed his gaze upon him, his tone growing grave. "Should any misfortune occur, I will look after your parents. However, if the mission fails, you shall have no choice but to seek refuge beneath the waves." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes inadvertently drifted towards the corner of the room. There sat a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, dressed in a simple white shirt. her face partially obscured by a tennis cap emblazoned with the Nike logo. She was quietly engrossed in a book, her coffee long cold, yet she seemed indifferent, occasionally taking a delicate sip before glancing out the window, a faint smile playing on her lips. Leon Cohen found himself entranced, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Unfortunately, he could not utter a word of English. Otherwise, he would have seized such a rare opportunity without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, a mature-looking chef in uniform approached, carrying a cup of hot coffee, and gently replaced the one in front of her. The girl raised her eyes and replied in impeccable English. "I did not request a replacement. Your cup had grown cold. This is freshly brewed, complimentary." She nodded, flipping a page of her book, softly murmuring, "Thank you." Her tone was aloof, as if an invisible wall separated her from the outside world. The chef, understanding the situation, nonetheless pulled out a chair on the opposite side and sat down. "If you don't mind, I would like to introduce myself. My name is..." "Today is quite suitable for significant matters," she interrupted, her gaze fixed on a black Mercedes gliding past the street. She promptly closed her book, placed some cash on the table, and stood to leave. The chef was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement, watching her silhouette vanish at the door. Leon Cohen and the chef's eyes followed the girl as she crossed the street towards the nearby gambling hall. Everything on the street seemed ordinary, the neon lights flickering, vehicles bustling by, and two police officers casually chatting inside their patrol car. A black SUV gradually pulled over to the curb. The girl suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and walked over to the vehicle, leaning down to speak through the window. Both men instinctively withdrew their gaze, a hint of displeasure stirring within them. Just then, Leon Cohen abruptly turned, his expression tightening. That was Fat Dog's car. The girl's body shifted slightly, a shadow flitting past outside the window. In an instant, the car window shattered with a deafening crash. Before the occupants could react, she had already made her move. Two hands reached in from outside, gripping two handguns, one aimed at the bodyguard, the other targeting the man who burst from the passenger seat, who was reaching into his suit as if to retrieve something. Leon Cohen would likely never forget the fleeting moments that followed. The gunfire erupted suddenly, clear even within the confines of the restaurant. The setting sun painted the street crimson, the glass windows reflecting a scene of carnage. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying in every direction. The girl did not pause. Her gun swiftly turned towards the other two bodyguards. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, and both men collapsed, blood erupting from their chests. From the rear of the SUV, several gunmen rushed out, but the girl was already firing back. Her hands steady, her movements precise. Within moments, they all lay motionless. Discarding her guns, she drew two AK-47s from her coat. Without hesitation, she opened fire on the man who leapt from the driver's seat. His body was shredded by bullets, flesh and blood scattering, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson on the ground. The AK-47 then pivoted towards the interior of the vehicle, flames erupting from the barrel. In mere seconds, the entire car was riddled with holes, and the two inside had been reduced to mere shapes of horror. The girl opened the car door, rummaged inside, retrieving an item to stow in her pocket. Next, she produced a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it inside. Boom! The SUV erupted into a fireball, flames shooting skyward. Amidst the explosion's glow, a girl clad in white leisure wear emerged from the inferno. Her figure, illuminated by the flames, exuded an icy chill. In the patrol car around the corner, the two officers finally grasped the situation. They leapt from their vehicle, brandishing their handguns, shouting at the girl, "Don't move. Drop your weapons." Leon Cohen also snapped back to reality from his shock. Yet the girl charged forward, leaping over a speeding car, and in a few bounds, she vanished into the alleyway, right before everyone's eyes. Leon Cohen's two subordinates sighed in relief and whispered, "Brother Cohen, what now? Back to Hong Kong first." In less than 5 minutes, a swarm of police arrived at the scene. According to information provided by the hotel front desk, all forces converged on a nearby hotel. Just as they reached the front desk, a series of confident footsteps echoed from the staircase corner. The officers immediately drew their firearms, holding their breath, preparing for confrontation. A tall, handsome man stood at the spot, an expression of surprise on his face as he quickly raised his hands. The officers relaxed slightly, directing their guns outside, commanding him to exit. Hung Hing strode outside. He found a public phone on the roadside, inserted a coin, and dialed Boss B's number. "Fat Dog is dead." "Dead? Did you do it?" Hung Hing replied calmly. "It wasn't me. It was my friend. I witnessed it myself." "Boss B, the news will break by tonight at the latest." "Good." After exchanging a few more words, Hung Hing hung up. He found a room to stay in, summoned the system, and immediately a series of prompt tones filled his ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The system store is now open. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have acquired supreme marksmanship. Congratulations, host, for eliminating Fat Dog. You are rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. He opened the store interface, with the payment method being the reputation points he had just earned. The store boasted a wide variety of goods, from luxury watches and cars to fine wines, all at relatively reasonable prices. Some equipment banned internationally from being sold to China bore exorbitant prices. There were also rare items that one could hardly find in reality. Moreover, there were numerous ways to earn reputation points, such as through gang conflicts and tasks. This operation could be deemed immensely fruitful. He lightly tapped the table twice, signaling that the next phase of his plan could commence. Determining the details could wait until he returned to Hong Kong. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment, the scenes from the film Exile flashing through his mind. If memory served him right, at this moment in the film, that group was engaging in operations at a restaurant, preparing to make a move against Egg Roll. Unfortunately, they were soon interrupted by Brother Defying. After he was injured, the four took him to find an underground doctor, only to be confronted head-on by Brother Defying and Egg Roll's men. Alas, he ultimately met his demise, prompting the remaining four to embark on a desperate flight that serendipitously led them to Guanyin Mountain, where they seized gold. Subsequently, they learned that Ahi's wife and child had also fallen prey to the gang led by Dan Wan. The four could do nothing but retrace their steps to rescue them. It was a pity. Had he intervened, Ahi's family might have suffered an even graver fate. Yet, to establish a firm foothold, one could not afford to show even the slightest weakness. Having regained his strength and taken a meal, Tang Hansheng hailed a taxi, directing it towards Guanyin Mountain. Under the cloak of darkness, he surveyed the terrain near the mountain. There was but a single dirt road for passage, and the only suitable ambush site was a small thicket. At the thicket's apex, a fork in the road awaited. Chapter 19. Brothers, this is where it ends. Tomorrow, 3 groups would arrive, a team of guards, a band of robbers, and the quartet of Ahi. If he were a robber himself, he too would choose to strike within that thicket. From the recesses of his memory, he recalled that near the small pond within the grove, another faction lay hidden. Thus, this location was ill-suited for him, as it would render him too easily detectable. The effective range of the AWM is 1,100 meters. It is said that someone once accomplished a 2-kilometer sniper feat with it. A thought flickered in Tang Hansheng's mind, prompting him to scan his surroundings. In the distance, an ideal ambush point came into view, surpassing the effective range of most submachine guns and rifles. He approached swiftly, meticulously observing the terrain and field of vision. After a brief contemplation, he procured a Barrett M82A1 from the system marketplace, a heavy sniper rifle specifically designed for dealing with equipment. The rationale was simple. The foliage was too dense, and he feared the AWM's power would be insufficient to penetrate the layers of obstruction. Next, he entered the marketplace once more, exchanging 10 points for a green tactical camouflage suit. He gathered some grass and leaves from the vicinity, crafting a rudimentary disguise for his body and equipment. Additionally, he set up rudimentary traps around the area as a means of early warning. All these tactics were part of the teachings included in the skills of a god-tier marksman. Then came the interminable wait. He dared not light a cigarette, nor ignite any flame. Even when nature called, he refrained from straying too far, opting instead to relieve himself on the spot, disregarding whether any splashes might soil him. He could not ascertain if enemies would come to scout that night. He did not consider himself the sole clever individual in this scenario. Perhaps this was one of the most excruciating moments one could endure. He closed his eyes, feigning a moment of slumber, yet dared not truly fall asleep. Time slipped by, and he heard the faintest of sounds. Through his night vision scope, he observed a group of robbers emerging onto the dirt road. They scanned their surroundings, eventually taking refuge in the very ambush point Tang Hansheng had previously identified. Before he could react, another commotion caught his attention. Bad news. Another group had arrived, concealing themselves amidst the foliage across from the pond, in pursuit of treasure. The boldest souls from the underworld had converged. As dawn broke, Tang Hansheng twisted open a bottle of water and took a few sips before stowing the empty bottle away in his spatial compartment. The sun gradually spread its rays, and a snake slithered past him, rendering him motionless. Following were ants, centipedes, and various venomous insects. The waiting was excruciating. Although the tactical suit boasted insect-repelling features, stray pests still found their way into his collar, biting him and causing his entire body to itch, even breaking the skin. He could not move. The sensation of simultaneous numbness and itchiness was nearly overwhelming. He even learned to mimic a horse, using localized muscle contractions to alleviate the discomfort. Gradually, the unbearable itch transformed into a warm sensation upon his skin. One must learn to embrace suffering, he murmured to himself. Since he could not ignore it, he would attempt to accept it. The sun climbed higher, growing ever more intense. He was drenched in sweat, akin to a waterlogged sack. The silver lining was that the insects finally ceased their advances. The downside, however, was that sweat had seeped into his wounds, causing excruciating pain. One must learn to embrace suffering, Tang Hanxing gritted his teeth and repeated. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his spatial compartment, replenishing a modicum of his strength. Tang Hanxing lay flat on the hillside, coolly observing the chaotic battle below. His stillness did not imply that others shared his composure. Down the slope, the robbers concealed in various locations could no longer contain themselves. Members of different factions, though adversarial, tacitly acknowledged one another's presence in this moment. They each occupied advantageous positions, some even forming temporary alliances, united by a common goal. All eyes were set on that convoy. After 12 hours of lurking, the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Through Tang Hanxing's scope, a cargo truck slowly entered the fray, flanked front and back by troop transport vehicles, their headlights piercing the night as they crept along the dirt road. The drivers were a group of security personnel clad in camouflage. Tang Hanxing's gaze fixated on the cargo truck, noting that the middle vehicle's chassis sagged, suggesting it bore an exceedingly heavy load. A smirk crept onto his lips as he extracted a cigar from his pocket and placed it between his lips. He inhaled deeply, the aroma of the tobacco invigorating him. At the very moment the convoy entered the thicket, a deafening explosion erupted. The leading troop transport vehicle was thrust skyward, creating a massive crater in the ground. Immediately thereafter, the sounds of screeching brakes and gunfire erupted. Tang Hanxing remained still. The moment was not yet ripe. He meticulously monitored every shift on the battlefield. He witnessed a young man leap from the last troop transport, agile and strikingly handsome, not at all resembling a mere bodyguard. A cigarette hung unlit from his lips, and he brandished a sleek black sniper rifle, swiftly finding cover, raising his weapon, and taking aim. Bang! The head of a distant robber erupted in a spray of crimson mist. The marksman swiftly reloaded, his movements crisp and efficient. With a deft pivot, he fired again, sending another robber crashing to the ground. This individual moved with astonishing speed. Once a target was locked, it was almost an instantaneous kill. Tang Hanxing was captivated. This man was the true victor of the night. For Ahua, Atai, and the others would inevitably confront him, yet in their quest to rescue others, they would all perish. In mere minutes, the robbers who had lain in ambush here the previous night had been decimated by him and his comrades. Regrettably, the number of robbers far exceeded that of the security personnel. One by one, the marksman's companions fell, just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Tang Hanxing noticed 4 figures emerging from the foliage. Ahua, Atai, Amao, and Abo. They had not come intentionally. Rather, they had unwittingly stumbled into this area. The 4 quickly secured advantageous positions, observing quietly, biding their time before striking. They intended to play the part of the Yellow Sparrow, waiting for the moment when others would be mutually weakened before they would act. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an eagle loomed overhead, coldly watching their every move. Tang Hanxing replaced the magazine in his rifle, holding his breath. For this chaotic melee had reached a pivotal moment. Abo utilized a mirror to reflect sunlight, aiding the marksman in pinpointing concealed foes. To be precise, they were employing a marksman's hand to eliminate all obstacles. The gunfire gradually thinned. The marksman's magazine was empty. He switched to his pistol, concealed for a long time in the reeds by the pond. The last group of bandits presumed their moment had arrived. They abruptly rose and charged towards their target, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The sharpshooter was on the verge of being encircled. A gunshot pierced the air. Ahua, Atai, Amao, and Abo leapt out from behind cover, guns blazing. The sharpshooter recognized them. They were the ones who had come to his aid in the critical moment. An indescribable intuition passed between them. Their eyes met, and understanding dawned. Under the firepower of these 5 elite marksmen, the bandits fell one after another, until only the cicadas chirping remained. The situation abruptly shifted once more. Those who had fought side by side moments ago instantly became adversaries. The sharpshooter stood his ground. Ahua and the others remained motionless. They exchanged silent, intense gazes. Another gunshot rang out. The sharpshooter's weapon was precisely shot from his hand. Amao shook his gun and said, "You may leave." The message was unmistakably clear. Get lost, the gold is ours. The sharpshooter, wearing sunglasses, stared at them without departing. Instead, he bent down to retrieve his gun. He knew well that if the gold was not delivered, he too would be eliminated. Ahua and the others followed at a measured pace. Just as the sharpshooter was about to grasp his weapon, Ahua raised his gun. At that moment, a dull gunshot, laden with lethal force, struck Amao. Amao's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground. The 3 remained unfazed. As top assassins, composure was their fundamental virtue. Distracted by their fallen comrade would only mean their own demise. The sharpshooter lunged for his gun, while the trio swiftly took cover behind a tree. Bang! Another shot sounded. Abo, hiding behind cover, had his arm shattered and fell in agony. Bang! A second shot followed. Abo's head exploded in a crimson mist. Only Ahua, Atai, and the sharpshooter remained. They allied once more, tracing the gunfire to pinpoint Tang Hanxing's location. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. After an exchange of fire, Tang Hanxing was struck by a bullet. As blood flowed relentlessly, Ahua and the others saw in the distance a tall figure clad in camouflage charging forward. It was Tang Hanxing. He reached the sharpshooter, drew a desert eagle, and pressed it to his forehead. Sorry, I intended to leave you alive to handle things. But now that's unnecessary. Farewell. Bang. A close-range shot from the formidable desert eagle ended the sharpshooter's life. Tang Hanxing then approached Ahua. Not bad. You actually managed to hit me. Sunlight bathed his face. And Ahua finally recognized him, the young man he had seen at the Lisbon hotel and on the ferry the day before. Hearing that he had wounded Tang Hanxing, Ahua donned his sunglasses, a trace of relief curling his lips. After a muffled sound, silence descended. A few more shots ensured no one remained breathing. Suddenly, a pager in a pocket buzzed. Tang Hanxing knew it was their mastermind calling, with Ahie's wife and children in his grasp. He coerced Ahua and the others back. The ringtone echoed in the emptiness. Tang Hanxing ignored it, opened the cargo box, and 5 tons of gold gleamed prominently. Greed flickered in his eyes. Swiftly, he cleaned the scene and loaded all the gold into a fund converter. 5 tons of gold transformed into $12.6 billion, appearing in his account within seconds. Without lingering, he departed rapidly, leaving behind only silence. He claimed the money with righteous certainty, for it was illicit gold. His heart remained unmoved. Ahie, Ahua, and the sharpshooter were merely stepping stones on his path to dominance. Even if someone sought to investigate, they would find nothing, for the only trace left was a puddle of urine. Unless someone dug through 2 kilometers of land, and even then, that puddle yielded no DNA. Current technology was utterly incapable of tracking him. 1 kilometer from the ambush site, he immediately claimed his reward. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished, acquired the marksmanship skills of Ahua, Atai, Ahie, and others. Enduring bodily pain, he changed into clean clothes. The wounds from yesterday had nearly healed, thanks to the fountain of life. But new injuries, especially the gunshot lodged in his bone, required extraction. He could not manage alone. Returning to the dilapidated building, a single day felt like an eternity. Are you insane? You actually slept with her. Are you some kind of beast? Tang Hanxing saw Chun Haonan and Shanzi fiercely wrestling in the alley. Nearby, Kuan, Baopi, and Detian stood bewildered. Chun Haonan roared. Where the hell were you when we were attacked? Didn't Tu know we were ambushed? Baopi nearly died. If not for Ashung, Shanzi slapped him away. Enough. This is where our brotherhood ends. With that, Shanzi stormed off, Kuan quickly following. Chun Haonan crouched. Clutching his head in despair, Detian punched the wall. Baopi covered his face, weeping. How did it come to this? Tang Hanxing emerged from the shadows. Left hand retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I heard everything. Let Shanzi cool off for a few days. Chun Haonan lowered his head. Ashung. About this matter Tang Hanxing whispered, I know. You were framed. Heaven and earth bear witness. Only a few of us know the truth. How is Baopi now? Baopi gratefully patted Tang Hanxing's arm. Brother Shung, thanks to you yesterday, my brother's life was saved. Unfortunately, the pat landed on his wounded right arm, causing Tang Hanxing to wince and emit a muffled groan. Baopi immediately noticed the spreading bloodstain. Chapter 20. Securing from the 1st to the 8th floor. Brother Shung, you're hurt. Tang Hanxing replied calmly, gunshot wound. He said no more. Baopi and the others refrained from pressing. All understood the injury was likely sustained during the takedown of Fago. Seeing this, Chun Haonan immediately helped Tang Hanxing up. Let us go back and talk later. De Tian'er turned and said, Baopi, Nangu, take care of Brother Shung. I'll contact the doctor from yesterday. Hurry. Returning to their residence. Baopi remained unconscious but breathing steadily. His injuries were severe. Fortunately, Tang Hanxing had used the fountain of life and, with the timely aid of the doctor summoned by the boss B, they managed to save his life. However, recovery would require time. Soon, the doctor arrived. After examining Tang Hanxing's injuries, the doctor furrowed his brow and inquired, Why have you only come to me now? This injury is beyond my capacity to manage. He must be taken to the hospital and requires anesthesia. The wound has lingered for some time. However, unbeknownst to him, the peculiar state of seeming delay was due to the life spring within Tang Hanxing's body slowly mending the damage. In the world of gangsters, there exists a rule among the shorter members. Death does not lead to a hospital, and life does not depend on officials. They avoid hospitals to evade trouble and to prevent exposing their whereabouts, thereby attracting the attention of enemies or law enforcement. Consequently, unless a wound is life-threatening, most injuries are treated discreetly. Yet, when faced with a dire situation, such concerns are easily cast aside. With unwavering determination, Tang Hanxing asserted, Doctor, proceed and extract the bullet. The doctor frowned, questioning, Can you endure this? This is no jest. Chun Haonan handed over a wooden stick, while the Tian presented a bottle of liquor. Tang Hanxing tilted his head back and took a swig, biting down on the stick, and urged the doctor to commence. The procedure began, proving even more excruciating than the knife wounds sustained during the confrontation with Hiji. As the scalpel descended, an immediate wave of agony surged through him, blood gushing forth swiftly. Strangely, during past altercations, he could withstand numerous cuts, yet this time, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. "Ah!" Tang Hanxing nearly cried out, his body convulsing violently. Chun Haonan quickly restrained him. "Ashung, bear with it. Baopi, de Tian, come help hold him down." The two rushed forward. The doctor, frowning, deemed the incision insufficiently deep and made another cut. He continued until the bullet finally surfaced. The doctor swiftly retrieved a pair of tweezers, but despite his efforts, he could not extract the bullet. The surface of the bone was laced with nerves, and each attempt felt akin to stabbing Tang Hanxing's chest and brain with a knife. Chun Haonan and the other two brothers held Tang Hanxing down firmly, preventing any movement. The doctor had no choice but to widen the wound, exerting considerable effort to finally remove the bullet. He then proceeded to disinfect, stitch, and bandage the injury. Tang Hanxing spat out the wooden stick, his complexion ashen, as if all vitality had drained from him. Witnessing his suffering pained Chun Haonan and the others. Were it not for Tang Hanxing, they would have perished on the bridge long ago. Without him, this mission would have been impossible. "Ashing, can you still endure? How about a bit of liquor to bolster your spirits?" De Tian suggested, offering the cup to Tang Hanxing's lips. Tang Hanxing took a sip and weakly replied, "I can't hold on any longer. Why don't you try?" "I would gladly take your place," De Tian responded. After tending to the wound, Chun Haonan said to Tang Hanxing, "Ashung, you should rest. I will stay here." Tang Hanxing nodded, finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a deep sleep. Chun Haonan, De Tian, and Baopi took turns keeping vigil, caring for him and Chow Pai, remaining awake throughout the night. At their feet, cigarette butts had accumulated in heaps. 2 days later, under the arrangements of Boss B, they returned to Xiangjiang. That evening, Tang Hanxing entered the Palais de Danse nightclub. He duplicated the account books of the Xiangjiang gambling establishments and, after flipping through several pages, discovered an abundance of concealed secrets. This ledger was perilously dangerous. It was likely the true reason Jiang Tiansheng had sent them to Haojiang. What should be done with it now? After pondering for a moment, Tang Hanxing surmised that with Chun Yao's astuteness, coupled with Jiang Tiansheng's cunning, they would certainly deduce that the ledger was in his possession. Their lack of inquiry was indicative of them waiting for him to make the first move. Should he feign ignorance? No, that would not suffice. Should he secretly return it? That, too, was out of the question. After exerting such effort, it would be unreasonable not to seek some advantage. Thus, the ledger must be surrendered. Furthermore, taking this opportunity, Tang Hanxing aimed to discern the forthcoming upheaval and subsequently expand his influence. He intended to enlist Jiang Tiansheng's assistance at a critical juncture. Once his power was solidified, he would then strive for dominance. With clarity of thought, he dialed Chun Yao's number. "Yao Gu, it's me, Tang Hanxing." As soon as the call connected, he spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, Chun Yao chuckled brightly. "Asheng, you have truly brought glory to Hongxing. Mr. Jiang has sung your praises." They had already learned of the events that transpired on the streets of Haojiang 2 days prior. They were fully aware of the entire ordeal. A top-tier female assassin had brutally eliminated the entire group, led by Fat Dog. It was reported that Fat Dog had sustained over 30 bullet wounds, nearly turned into a sieve. This figure sufficiently illustrated the cold-bloodedness of the assassin and the ruthlessness of Tang Hanxing. Based on eyewitness accounts and sketches provided by the police, the Haojiang police had issued a manhunt announcement. Yet, despite scouring every corner, the female assassin seemed to have vanished without a trace. Tang Hanxing lowered his voice. "Yao Gu, I found the ledger in Fat Dog's car, but I'm uncertain how to handle it, and I lack Mr. John's contact information." The laughter abruptly ceased, and Chun Yao inquired, "Who else is aware of this matter?" "Currently, there are only 3 of us. You, me, and my brother, whom I've arranged to leave. Rest assured, I will not act on it, nor would I dare to," Tang Hanxing replied. Chun Yao promptly resolved, "You go to Mr. John's villa and wait. I will contact him immediately." "Understood. Is this a performance for me?" Chun Yao, though rarely featured in the Triad, had weathered numerous storms and remained as steadfast as a rock. This man was not to be underestimated. He exited his office, his right hand still bandaged and movement restricted. Tang Hanxing had Lok Tin-hung drive him. Under the cover of night, the two arrived at Jiang Tiansheng's residence. Chun Yao was already waiting at the door. Tang Hanxing instructed Lok Tin-hung, "You wait here," then alighted from the vehicle. Chun Yao approached, saying, "Follow me." In the study of the villa, Tang Hanxing met Jiang Tiansheng. They sized each other up, their gazes locking. Jiang Tiansheng evidently recognized that the newly appointed figure in Causeway Bay was backed by another force. Regarding Fat Dog's incident, to act so brazenly and incite such upheaval while emerging unscathed was something he deemed impossible. In all of Haojiang, Only 2 individuals could achieve such a feat. Have a seat. Tang Hanxing placed the ledger on the table. Jiang Tianxing barely glanced at it, merely asking, "What do you wish to know?" Since we are all clever individuals, Tang Hanxing boldly stated, "Mr. Jiang, I have heard that several influential figures in the Triad have accepted Liang Kuan's money." As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Yao and Jiang Tianxing exchanged glances. Chun Yao rose and shut the door. This gesture spoke volumes. Chun Yao had indeed accepted Liang Kuan's money, and Jiang Tianxing was aware of it. In other words, Liang Kuan was merely a pawn sacrificed for a greater purpose. Jiang Tianxing seized this opportunity to eliminate internal threats. Tang Hanxing smiled, saying, "I believe I have come to an understanding." The 3 men shared a moment of silent eye contact before breaking into laughter. After a brief pause, Jiang Tianxing regained his composure and asked, "What do you desire?" Now that the cards were laid bare, it was time to negotiate terms. Tang Hanxing spoke earnestly, "Mr. Jiang, once internal strife erupts within Hung Hing, rival factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to encroach. At that juncture, Lung Quan may not be able to maintain control of the situation." Jiang Tianxing jotted down a few numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Tang Hanxing. "These contacts, I will give them a heads up in advance. If Brother B's side fails to resolve the matter, you can turn to these people. Also, you are a discerning man. There are certain things you must absolutely avoid getting involved with." Understood. Tang Hanxing did not mention Chun Haonan's affairs even in passing. Though he admired Chun Haonan, he was fully aware that only by eliminating Chun Haonan and after Boss B's departure could he truly consolidate his position in Causeway Bay. He knew in his heart that even if he had informed Jiang Tianxing beforehand, the outcome would remain unchanged. Upon leaving Jiang Tianxing's villa and settling into the Bentley, Luo Tianhong asked him, "Brother Sheng, are we heading to your sister-in-law's place?" "Causeway Bay. I just got shot, and I don't want Zhou Jiesin to worry." Back at the Palais Royal, Tang Hanxing brought out the account ledger. Having weathered several upheavals, he trusted his subordinates greatly. Yet matters concerning the accounts demanded his personal scrutiny. Currently, the 4 bars were managed by Master Su and Jimmy, while the Tony brothers collected protection fees on the streets. As he reviewed the books, a few loyal lieutenants nonchalantly smoked nearby. Tang Hanxing looked at Azza. "Have you noticed anything unusual these past few days?" Hearing his name, Azza cleared his throat. The drug dealers have all been driven away. Also, a few bosses from Malin. Another matter, the East Star's Smiling Tiger recently rented a venue nearby and opened a bar called Dongman, which is still under renovation. Tony continued. Smiling Tiger Wu Jiwei leads it, with investments from Downhill Tiger Crow and Hung Hing's brother Go. We've gathered all the intel. This matter is not to be taken lightly. We await your decision upon your return. Bang! Tang Hanxing slammed his cup onto the table, shattering the glass into pieces. This brother Go actually betrayed us, collaborating with East Star to open a bar in our territory without so much as a courtesy call. Is he still the one in charge of Hung Hing? He clearly doesn't regard me, Tang Hanxing, with any respect. Everyone was startled. Having followed Tang Hanxing for so long, none had witnessed him so enraged, save for minor clashes with outside gangs. Little Jibaixi also grew alarmed and quickly replaced the cup. Pouring him some tea, Azza said solemnly, "Boss, it's my fault for letting you down. Shall I take men to wreck their establishment? Or eliminate a few of them directly?" Several lieutenants' eyes glinted with suppressed fury. The current Zifido is the cleanest place in all of Causeway Bay, free of drug dealers or thieves. This territory was hard-won. Tang Hanxing's expression cooled. Then he smiled faintly. "Let them open. Since they're conducting business on our turf, they must pay us a cut, monthly protection fees. If they refuse, we'll bring them down. Let us see who ultimately loses face, the East Star or Hung Hing." Understood. Azza responded. Tang Hanxing closed the ledger and turned to Jimmy. "We can arrange for more men to come in." "Boss, I already brought the Night Walker's designer to inspect the venue a couple of days ago," Jimmy replied. Tang Hanxing produced a cigar from his pocket. Luo Tianhong immediately stepped forward, igniting it with a lighter. He took a deep puff, exhaling the smoke slowly. "This design won't do. I plan to acquire the entire Night Walker building and create a large-scale entertainment complex. The office will move there eventually." Jimmy hesitated slightly. "Boss, wouldn't renting it be simpler?" Master Su pondered briefly. "Difficult or easy, we'll manage. We're the short mule. We scare when we must and collect when required." Fei Shui spoke up. "Boss, I'm experienced in these matters. Leave it to me." Tang Hanxing's tone was resolute. "No renting. I want to buy the whole thing, from the first floor to the 8th. Jimmy, Master Su, you two go see the landlord tomorrow morning and negotiate a lower price." The Hong Kong real estate market was currently at a low ebb. Chapter 21. The system truly knows how to pick its moments. How cheap were the prices? Simply stating them was almost unbelievable. Tang Hanxing had previously researched that property prices in Causeway Bay hovered around 8 to 9,000 HKD per square foot. Larger areas cost more, and commercial spaces were outrageously cheap. Hearing this, the lieutenants' faces lit up with excitement, nearly bursting into cheers. Tang Hanxing waved them to silence. Master Su, Jimmy, make another run and scout for vacant factory buildings in the industrial park. I want to buy 2 for business purposes, preferably within Hung Hing's territory. No problem. Ever since perusing books at the Hong Kong University Library, Tang Hanxing had entertained thoughts of entering the clothing business. Now equipped with system support, his confidence had grown. We'll pursue fashion and electronics simultaneously, grasping both firmly. All right, everyone, let us go for a drive. Tonight's on me. We'll have supper together. Jimmy's eyes brightened. Boss, where to eat? Of course, the Dai Pai Dong. Azza, you remember the first place I took you all? It's been a long time. Tianhong, go fetch my sister-in-law. Little Jibaixi, you come too. Several cars slowly made their way toward TSC Wanshan. As they passed the territory of Smiling Tiger and Crow, Tony slowed the vehicle. Boss, that's the Dongman bar. Through the window, they saw workers busily renovating the bar at night. Tang Hanxing puffed his cigar. Let them open. Once they do, we'll collect protection fees and acquire some shares. Meanwhile, at East Star, on Crow's turf, a heavily scarred subordinate knelt on the ground, sobbing. Boss, I truly regret joining East Star. I don't want to end up like Little Sang, taking the fall for others, serving 5 years in prison, and not even getting settlement money. Nor do I want to be like Big Goo, fighting Hung Hing at Shek Kip Mei, losing limbs, having my eyes gouged out, intestines spilled, and finally being thrown into the sewer, unrecognizable. Crow, shirtless, slowly stood up. He approached the subordinate and violently KIC before his words had fully escaped his lips. The Crow brandished a blade and severed his subordinate's hands, subsequently lifting him to hurl against the altar of Lord Guan. Bang! The deity's statue shattered upon impact with the ground. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to utter a sound. It was well understood that both the diminutive mules and the officers held Lord Guan in high regard. Yet, the Crow spat contemptuously, cursing, "What good are your prayers? Your subordinates can stab their own brothers. Damn your mother." With that, he crushed the remnants of the statue beneath his foot, wishing to obliterate it entirely. In this line of work, there's no loyalty left. Your antiquated ways have long since expired. At the Xianshan housing estate, in a bustling eatery, a group of stout men dressed in suits gathered around a table, voraciously consuming noodles. Their imposing demeanor, coupled with their uniform attire, rendered them particularly conspicuous. The Tony trio was sweating profusely as they ate. Aja wiped his mouth and remarked, "In all of Hong Kong, this is the only noodle stall that truly satisfies my palate. Even if I feast on delicacies every day, I still crave this." Ahu nodded in agreement as he chewed. "The first time I met Brother Sheng, he treated me to this very dish. I thought to myself, as long as Brother Sheng continues to invite me for this, I will acknowledge him as my leader." Laughter erupted among the group. Tony slurped a mouthful of noodles, washed it down with soup, and called out boisterously, "Boss, another bowl please. The pig's blood is fragrant, the noodles are robust, and the sauté beef brisket is phenomenal." The customer's praise brought a wide smile to the boss's face, who quickly responded, "Coming right up, coming right up." Tang Hanxing, whose right hand was still bandaged, could only be fed mouthfuls by Zhou Jessen. The two sat closely together, eliciting envy from onlookers. "How could you be so careless?" Zhou Jessen asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. "You see, that day I was in such a rush, I missed a step, and by the time I got up, my hand was already numb." Tang Hanxing explained casually, omitting the true details of the incident. As they spoke, he suddenly spotted Shanji walking alone on the street, and immediately called out, "Shanji! Shanji!" Ahu, ever attentive, swiftly brought Shanji over. Upon sitting down, Shanji appeared despondent. Tang Hanxing offered him a cigarette. After taking a drag, Shanji quietly asked, "Brother Sheng, how is Nanga now?" Tang Hanxing replied in a calm tone, "He was stabbed in the abdomen. I almost didn't survive that day either. He kept vigil over me the entire night." "What are your plans now?" Exhaling a puff of smoke, Shanji's voice was hoarse as he responded, "I'm heading to Taiwan. My cousin Ahua is there." Without saying much more, Tang Hanxing removed a Rolex gold watch he had intended to gift to Tianhong and handed it to Shanji. "Take this. You'll need some money when you get there. In unfamiliar territory, having a good watch will help you make an impression. Remember to establish a foothold first when you arrive." Shanji nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Hanxing patted his shoulder. "Think things through. Once you've made up your mind, act on it." He understood that some people are not meant to stay and do not wish to. After sending Shanji off, he turned to Xiao Jieba and inquired, "How has your learning been of late?" Xiao Jieba's face flushed as he stammered, I'm not quite getting it, but I'm trying hard." Tang Hanxing chuckled, "Take your time, don't be nervous. Do you remember the welfare home you used to live in?" "Yes. I want to take in some children, provide them with an education. For those unwilling to study, I'll teach them to box and drive." Xiao Jieba hesitated and asked, "Are you looking to take in little brothers?" Jimmy quickly interjected. Brother Sheng is doing good deeds. Tang Hanxing shook his head with a smile. It's not as you imagine. Just remember that it exists. Understood. In truth, he aspired to forge a team that would heed only his commands. The more clandestine the group, the better. The fewer who knew, the better. Regrettably, he had yet to find suitable candidates. Each time he considered this, he longed to reunite with those few individuals from years past. Currently, Xiao Jiaba and Zhou Jiesin resided together. After dinner, Tang Hanxing and Luo Tianhong accompanied them home. As they stepped outside, Tang Hanxing said to Luo Tianhong, "It's getting dark. Why not stay over with me tonight?" Luo Tianhong beamed brightly. "Sure, let us stop by the supermarket for some drinks on the way." For her, being by Tang Hanxing's side was the most reassuring and joyous experience. The Bentley smoothly roared to life, gliding forward with elegance. Behind, an old van quietly started, stealthily following. Tang Hanxing was the first to sense something amiss. He scrutinized the rearview mirror for a moment, his expression turning grave. He murmured, "Tianhong, call Tony immediately. Instruct them to rendezvous in the Wang Tai-sen area." Luo Tianhong promptly responded, "What is going on, boss?" Tang Hanxing's tone was somber. "That van behind us has been tailing us for quite some time. Tell Tony to arm themselves and bring more people." "Understood. Anyone daring to mess with the boss is truly courting death," Luo Tianhong replied, her voice brimming with excitement as she already reached for her phone. After arranging the meeting point, a complex expression crossed Tang Hanxing's face as the system unexpectedly displayed a prompt. Detected the host's predicament, please choose from the following options. Option 1. Eliminate the 7 sons of Tianyang. Reward with all their martial prowess and 10 million. Option 2. Forcefully subdue and recruit the 7 sons of Tianyang. Reward with 100 loyalty and 700 reputation. Damn, the system certainly knows how to pick its moments. These 7 are clearly among the most formidable mercenaries in the Hong Kong film world, the 7 sons of Tianyang. And Tianyang Sheng is, without a doubt, the top villain in these films, boasting unparalleled combat prowess. If it weren't for the demands of the plot and the protagonist's invincible aura, these individuals would be virtually indestructible. While eliminating them would indeed enhance his strength, did he truly require that at this juncture? Moreover, Prince, Tony, and Luo Tianhong were all waiting for their moment to shine, weren't they? 10 million? In comparison to these 7 elite fighters, that seemed negligible. If he could recruit them, the Royal Guard plan would finally have a chance of succeeding. Of course, if the reward were in the billions. He might just give it serious consideration. Tang Hanxing instructed Luo Tianhong, take a detour to the convenience store and grab a few packs of cigarettes. Don't let the followers behind us catch on. Let Tony and the others head ahead. Don't worry, boss. The winding mountain roads of Wang Tai-sen were shrouded in darkness. Upon spotting the familiar military transport vehicle, Luo Tianhong slammed on the brakes and swiftly opened the car door. Tang Hanxing followed suit, his movements swift and decisive. At that moment, the headlights of the opposing transport vehicle suddenly illuminated. Tianyang Sheng shouted, "Reverse!" Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, instantly puncturing the van's tires. As his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he realized that their intended target was now facing a dozen guns pointed directly at them. Dewoda stood at the center of the crowd, coldly signaling for them to disembark. Tianyang Sheng uttered a single word, wait. Wait for the opportunity. The 7 brothers remained calm, having faced far more perilous situations before. Seeing their lack of movement, Tang Hanxing gestured for action. He approached the side door of the van, shattered the glass with a punch, and pulled the door open with his left hand, his muscles bulging. That hand appeared noticeably thicker than usual. Immediately, a piercing sound echoed. A harsh screech. The car door was violently wrenched open, the metallic distortion resonating painfully in the night. Tang Hanxing flung the door aside and coldly commanded, "Get out." The Tianyang 7 exchanged glances and ultimately complied. Their initial plan had been to raid a substantial cash source, procure some weapons, but unexpectedly, before they could make a move, they were intercepted. The 7 stood in a line, casting wary glances around. Tony and his companions were on high alert, particularly the 3 brothers, all seasoned veterans of war. Yet, the aura emanating from these 7 was more perilous than anyone they had encountered on the battlefield. Luo Tianhong let out a cold laugh, addressing Tang Yanxing, "Brother, who do you represent? Are you trying to deceive us? Do you underestimate my brother Sheng? With just 7 of you, why didn't you bring a few hundred?" Tony whispered a warning, "Boss, we're unarmed in the car, but they are armed. We mustn't get too close. These individuals possess considerable strength, especially the one wearing sunglasses." Aja tightened his grip on the submachine gun, inquiring, "Boss, shall we make a move?" Tang Hanxing shook his head, aware of the risk in approaching recklessly. Even the system did not grant 100 loyalty from Tony's trio, clearly apprehensive they might turn against him. Chapter 22. Infiltrating the campus. Moreover, his right hand was injured. Tang Hanxing merely stated, "Let them speak." The 7 remained silent. and it dawned on Tang Hansheng that they had been conversing in Mandarin all along. He rephrased his question. What brings you here? Tang Yanxing intended to divert their attention and replied candidly. We came to rob you. We've been watching you for several days. You always carry a substantial amount of cash. Tang Hansheng frowned. How long have you been watching me? Tang Yanji responded. I saw you at the tea house a fortnight ago when you were distributing money. A fortnight. This group certainly exhibited remarkable patience. Tang Hansheng scrutinized their tattered clothing and gestured toward the east. Did you come from that direction? Planning to rob me, grab some money, and then pull off a bigger heist? Perhaps a bank robbery? Tang Yanxing's expression shifted, and he did not deny it. Tang Hansheng chuckled lightly. A group like you thinks you can move stealthily and escape? Let me guess, do you have a backing? Is someone among you a corrupt officer? Upon being accurately called out again, someone among the Tianyang brothers could no longer contain themselves, their face flushing. Luo Tianhong bellowed. Damn it. The boss allowing you to follow him is your good fortune. Stop your incessant prattling and quickly acknowledge the boss. Tang Hansheng ignored him, gazing at his gun with a cold demeanor. Because I have a gun, and because you can still stand here tonight, you have a choice. After following for so long, Tang Yanxing and the Seven had long understood Tang Hansheng's capabilities and knew he was indeed willing to act. They all turned to their leader, Tang Yanxing. He played it slick. All right. We'll follow your lead. But could we at least have the guns put away first? Tang Hansheng remained expressionless. Call me boss. Boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, gaining 100 loyalty from the Tianyang 7 and 700 reputation points. A mark seemed to be inscribed in the minds of the Tianyang 7. From this moment on, their gazes towards Tang Hansheng bore a touch more trust and closeness, feeling he was someone they could rely on. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Hansheng waved his hand. All right, put away your guns, and you can stand up now. Tang Yanxing slowly rose, his demeanor as icy as a millennium of frost. Tony and the others sighed in relief, but remained cautious. Tang Hansheng gestured. Let's go back to Shifei Road. Someone asked, Boss, what are we going back for? Tang Hansheng pointed at Tang Yanxing and the others, to buy them clothes. The clothing stores on Shifei Road typically closed at night, but who ruled this street? Tang Hansheng. After purchasing several outfits, a subtle change appeared on Tang Yanxing's cold face. He introduced himself. I am Tang Yanxing. Next to me are Tang Yanji, Tang Yangxi, Tang Yangzi, Tang Yangli, Tang Yanxing, and Tang Yanggao. Upon hearing this, Tang Hansheng already had plans in mind. Tang Yanxing and Tang Yanji would naturally serve as close bodyguards. Tang Yangxi would be responsible for protecting Zhou Jiasen. The remaining four would be cultivated as the core of his elite guard. Tang Hansheng introduced himself as well. I am currently a red stick in the Hongxing Tongluan faction, and my name is Tang Hansheng. This is Tony. Only then did Tony and the others genuinely relax. Tang Hansheng continued. Let's head to the hotel. I'll arrange a few rooms for you. However, Tang Yanxing replied. Just give us a car. We can sleep in it. Tang Hansheng frowned. Your leader wouldn't he even provide you with a place to sleep? He waved his hand, making direct arrangements. The following day, after rising, Tang Hansheng took Brother B to visit Chen Haonan. Upon returning to Xianjiang, Chen Haonan had been recuperating at home. Brother B sighed. You're quite the anomaly. Always charging to the front lines, getting the worst of it. Yet within days, you're back on your feet. Tang Hansheng chuckled and changed the subject. Boss, I plan to open a factory. I've got my eye on a building in Kowloon. Should I give Uncle Xing a heads up? Look at you. You're really making a name for yourself in business. Just go and speak to Uncle Xing personally. After all, you helped him tremendously last time, so he won't charge you a protection fee. Boss B remarked nonchalantly. Tang Hansheng nodded, and then proposed, Boss, why not invest some money in my company? I'll allocate shares, and it can go towards college for my nieces and nephews, or for buying houses. Damn. You're quite the considerate one. Just call me when you're opening. Do you think your boss lacks money? If I truly did, why would I still be your boss? With that, they arrived. Just as he finished speaking, Boss B knocked on the door. The one who opened it was not Chen Haonan, but a strange girl. Both Tang Hansheng and Boss B were taken aback. Chen Haonan emerged from behind the door to explain, This is Kelly, a classmate from my school days. Kelly, this is my boss, Brother B, and this is Ah Sheng. You can just call him Shenggu. Boss, come in. Only then did Tang Hansheng comprehend that, back in school, Chen Haonan had dated a wealthy girl. However, due to their vastly different backgrounds, the relationship had ended before it truly began. Now, they had reunited. After sitting with Chen Haonan for a while, the two returned to the faction. In the car, Boss B sighed. Sometimes I truly dread sending you out on missions, fearing the worst news. The underworld is like that. Also, Big Head has been released from prison. He doesn't wish to return to the gang and has opened a newsstand. Sometimes I can't fathom why we even bother with the gang. Big Head had been by Boss B's side longer than Chen Haonan. He was also half a disciple of the Hongxing prince. In terms of strength, he was likely only subordinate to the prince himself, far surpassing Chen Haonan. Back in the day, he had taken the fall for Boss B. Tang Hansheng consoled, Boss, since Big Head wants to live a peaceful life, let us not disturb him. Boss B shook his head. He operates a newsstand in Dongxing's territory. I can't shield him even if I wanted to. This kid is far too stubborn. Then take him down. You'll feel at ease, suggested Tang Hanxing. Boss B waved his hand dismissively. Focus on stabilizing yourself for now. There's no need to rush. Mr. Jiang has a good rapport with Camel, so let's refrain from confrontation if possible. From these words, Tang Hanxing discerned that Boss B's temperament had softened considerably compared to before. Boss, I need to share something with you. Tang Hanxing revealed the news about the Smiling Tiger opening a bar in Hongxing's territory. However, to maintain some face for Brother G, he omitted the details of his shares. He concluded, Boss, I won't interfere with their bar, but I will definitely collect protection fees when the time comes. What if they get too brazen? Need I even say? Just hit them. On my turf. Who is there to fear? Boss B replied nonchalantly. Tang Hanxing shook his head. With you backing me, why should I fear anyone? However, the Crow and the Smiling Tiger are both rather restless. Conflict is inevitable. Boss, I wanted to give you a heads up so you can prepare. Understood, Boss B replied gravely. The vehicle came to a slow halt, and Tang Hanxing spoke. Boss, I need to step out to handle some matters. I've been quite busy these days, so feel free to call me anytime. In the following days, Tang Hanxing was extremely active, with funds flowing like water into various projects. He spent 64 million to acquire a building under the name of Night Returner, which included an underground parking garage, totaling 160,000 square meters. The first floor was designated as a bar, featuring a dance floor, booths, and a large kitchen. The second and third floors were transformed into a KTV, with the second floor being an open area, and the third floor consisting of private rooms. The fourth and fifth floors were designated as a casino, accessible only via a dedicated elevator from the third floor. The sixth floor housed a high-end VIP casino, open solely to top-tier wealthy individuals. The seventh and eighth floors were allocated for the organization's office space, serving as the Group's headquarters. This building was purchased in the name of the company, with Zhou Jiasin as the legal representative. Concurrently, Tang Hanxing also acquired 2 large factory buildings in the Kowloon Industrial Park for 15 million, registering 2 companies to engage in clothing and electronics production, branding them as Azure Blue. He then spent 20 million and 8,000 prestige points in the System Mall to purchase a batch of the world's most advanced machinery, which is currently in transit. Finally, he made personal donations totaling 5 million to several welfare homes and selected some promising children to be secretly nurtured by Tian Yangji and 3 others, with the training base located in a remote village in Yunlong. This place was known only to him and the Tianyang 7 brothers, with even the Tony 3 brothers and Zhou Jiasin being unaware. For Tang Hanxing, the Imperial Guard was the foundation for his future, requiring meticulous management. For days had swiftly passed since returning from Haokong. On Friday, 2 military transport vehicles flanked a black, armored, and extended Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL, slowly coming to a stop at the entrance of Adam Smith International School. The display was quite impressive, drawing the attention of many. The armored vehicle was newly acquired by Tang Hanxing for safety considerations. During this time, Zhou Jiasin's career had also reached new heights. She was now teaching at this international school, with most of her students hailing from affluent backgrounds, many of whom were foreigners. Holding a rose, Tang Hanxing discreetly greased the school gatekeeper and, accompanied by Tian Yangsheng and Luo Tianhong, slipped into the campus. However, the school was simply too vast, and the 3 soon lost their way. Boss, should we ask a student for directions? Tian Yangsheng suggested. Luo Tianhong, you're a junior, just like the others. How are you managing? Tang Hanxing chided with a chuckle, about to speak when he suddenly spotted a girl sitting on the wooden floor by a bookshelf. Engrossed in her reading, he subtly gestured to Luo Tianhong. She promptly approached and politely inquired. Hello, could you tell me where classroom 507 is? That's where Ms. Zhou teaches the 2nd year. Tang Hanxing couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, the girl looked up. A delicate and graceful face came into view, her beauty a serene elegance rather than the ostentatious charm of Zhou Jiasin. Her features were striking, exuding a youthful aura, with a playful demeanor in her movements. This face bore a striking resemblance to someone he had once dared not confess his affection for. The girl wore a Nike baseball cap and an oversized knit sweater, giving her an effortlessly casual appearance. Excuse me, do you know where Ms. Zhou Jiasin's office is? She teaches 2nd-year students. The girl hesitated for a moment before asking, and who might you be? Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow slightly. I am her fiancé. Oh, I see. I'm one of Ms. Zhou's students. You can call me Cindy. Follow me. Isn't this the legendary scenario where the truant dragon meets Cindy? Following Cindy, Tang Hanxing noticed she was holding a book titled Waves, and casually remarked, that novel might not be quite suitable for you. The protagonists endure a fleeting romance, facing numerous trials only to meet a tragic end. You'd be better off with something lighter. Cindy frowned lighter. Tang Hanxing nodded, explaining, for example, Ishu's Dreams of Spring, Hojo Tsukasa's City Hunter, Akira Toriyama's Dr. Slump, and Huang Yulan's Dragon Tiger Gate. Those would suit you better. Wow, boss, you really know a lot. Luo Tianhong couldn't help but praise. Tang Hanxing laughed and scolded. You brat, you can't even give a compliment properly. In the midst of their banter, they arrived at Zhou Jessen's office door. We're here. Ms. Zhou is inside, Cindy announced. Thank you. Tang Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhou Jessen looked up, her exquisitely captivating face drawing their gaze. Chapter 23. I, Liang Kuan, only acknowledged Tang Hanxing. They exchanged a glance, and Tang Hanxing raised the rose in his hand as a gesture. Her eyes sparkled as she hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Darling, what brings you here? The hearts of the male teachers in the office skipped a beat, as if they had just heard the sound of shattering glass. Yet, some remained undeterred, pondering, what does marriage matter? There might still be a chance. With enough effort, no corner is too secure to be unearthed. Tang Hanxing smiled. I've set my sights on a few villas that I quite like, but I still want to settle down together with you. Just wait a moment. The villa he had his eye on was located in the top residential area of Xiangjiang. The most striking one was situated at 22 Baijidao, one of the most prestigious locations in Xiangjiang, historically home to British officials and wealthy expatriates. The community boasted tight security, ensuring peace of mind. Future property prices here would easily start in the 9-digit range. Their first stop was to view this property. A few sharply dressed real estate agents guided the couple through the entire house. Tang Hanxing noticed a glimmer of awe in Zhou Jessen's eyes. He asked, Do you like it? She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Darling, is this place too expensive? If you like it, then let's buy it. Tang Hanxing chuckled as he pulled out his checkbook and turned to the agent, inquiring, Over 30 million, correct? The agency manager exclaimed, Mr. Tang, so soon? Would you like to consider other options? It had only been 10 minutes since he entered the room. The decisiveness of the young couple took Tang Hanxing by surprise. He had assumed that this luxurious residence would require more negotiation. After all, numerous affluent individuals from Hong Kong had previously come to inspect it, with some returning as many as 54 times, yet still remained indecisive. These individuals were regulars on the front pages of financial magazines and newspapers. Unexpectedly, 30 million was merely a number to Tang Hanxing at this juncture. With a staggering $12.6 billion, equivalent to over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars today. His recent spending had been extravagant, yet he still had more than 800 million remaining in his account. He waved his hand and declared, Let us choose this one. Zhou Jessen's lips curled into a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She had always known Tang Hanxing was extraordinary, but the fact that he could effortlessly acquire a property on Beijiadao left her in disbelief. Ultimately, Tang Hanxing secured the property at number 22 Beijiadao for 30 million. With a total area of 400 square meters, it also boasted a 200 square meter garden. This residence would be valued at 10 billion in the future. The paperwork was completed on the same day, and Tang Hanxing immediately contacted the Tianyang Seven Brothers to initiate the security design for the villa. They began to procure furniture, as there were still some deficiencies despite the existing high-end amenities. He summoned Tony and the three brothers for assistance. While everyone was busy unloading goods from the roadside, a Mercedes-Benz 500 SEL slowly came to a halt. The reason was simple. The truck Tang Hanxing had called occupied most of the street. Tang Hanxing retrieved a pack of cigarettes and approached. The driver, clad in a suit, was a bodyguard, while the young lady in the back seat was none other than Cindy. Taken aback for a moment, Tang Hanxing offered a cigarette to the bodyguard and turned to Cindy, asking, Is it you, the fiancée of Teacher Zhou? Cindy had a profound impression of Tang Hanxing. Just then, Zhou Jessen emerged from the house. Cindy quickly exited the vehicle, her face alight with surprise. Teacher Zhou, you've moved here? Zhou Jessen smiled at Tang Hanxing. We just moved in. This is my husband, Tang Hanxing. Dear, could you let the car pass for a moment? Sister-in-law, it will be done shortly, Ahu replied. Once the truck departed, Cindy skipped joyfully onto the driveway. Teacher, we're not far apart. I'll come to visit you when I have time. That evening, everyone gathered together, personally preparing dinner. Chef Fei Shui, along with Tony and the three brothers, handled the side dishes, while Tang Hanxing and others lent a hand. The meal was far from exquisite, but the camaraderie among the brothers brought a unique warmth to the gathering. After dinner, he poured himself a glass of baijiu and sat alone in the garden, gazing at the distant sunset. From this vantage point, it felt as if he could overlook the entire city. With a bank balance of 820 million, he was contemplating acquiring a few more properties in Causeway Bay to accommodate important members of his gang. Just as he finished his drink, Jimmy rushed in. Boss, Uncle Xing has passed away. Brother B wants you to go to the hospital immediately. What? Who did this? Jimmy quietly explained. He was old and suffered from heart disease. Tang Hanxing set down his glass and prepared to leave. At the hospital, key figures from Hongxing had mostly gathered, including the leader, Jiang Tianxing. Uncle Xing held a significant position within Hung Hing. Even Jiang Tianxing addressed him as uncle. Jiang Tianxing was conversing quietly with Uncle Xing's family, attempting to console their emotions. Uncle Xing's most trusted disciple, Xian, appeared mournful, his eyes reddened. Yet amongst the crowd, there were several individuals with complex expressions, tinged with envy. With Uncle Xing's departure, the position of power in Kowloon City would likely shift to him. Xian's real name was Han Xian. Alongside Han Shun from Tun Mun and Han Bin from Kwai Chong, the notion of the three heroes of one family had long circulated within the circles. However, Tang Hanxing understood well that given Jiang Tianxing's character, no matter who ascended to power, it would not be Xian, not even the likes of Liang Kuan. He had originally intended to speak with Uncle Xing about establishing a factory in Kowloon after the leaders' meeting. Little did he expect that he would never have the chance to voice his thoughts, as the man had already departed. The unpredictability of fate and the impermanence of life are undeniable. Nevertheless, Uncle Xing's passing was relatively peaceful. For individuals in the underworld, this could be considered a good end. Few are fortunate enough to leave this world due to a sudden heart attack as he did. Most do not even reach the age of 30, perishing in street violence. Even those who live beyond 30 often fall victim to gang conflicts before they turn 40. Hung Hing's regulations dictate a routine meeting every 3 months, an annual gathering at the end of the year, and a leadership election every 3 years. In the event of an emergency, the heads or elders of the 12 halls may propose to convene a leadership meeting at any time, without time constraints. The Hung Hing headquarters is situated between Wan Chai and North Point in Hong Kong. Despite having ample funds, it is not located in a high-end office building, but rather within an old community. In the center of the conference room stands a statue of Guan Yu, facing south, with a long table capable of seating over 20 individuals below. The walls on either side are adorned with black and white portraits of deceased elders, serving as a reminder for future generations to remember their roots. After bidding farewell to Uncle Xing, the group headed directly to the Hongmen headquarters. When Tang Hanxing and the others arrived, several influential figures were gathered, sharing risque anecdotes. The last time I went to Macau with a few friends, we disembarked and went straight to find Fat Ma and A.B., Brother G began, only to halt abruptly as Big Brother B entered, promptly shifting to greet him. Who doesn't know that Causeway Bay is now the strongest faction within Hung Hing? Chun Haonan is a red stick. Although Tang Hanxing is a newcomer, his tenacity is formidable, and his business is thriving, earning him considerable respect and recognition within the circle. The earliest brothers who followed him are now referred to as the Three Tigers of Wan Chai. Big Brother B smiled as he distributed cigarettes around. Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan found a spot in the corner to sit down, right beside Xian. Tony and De Tian, due to their relatively junior status, could only stand aside. The topic of the previously interrupted risque anecdotes reignited. Brother G animatedly recounted a recent romantic escapade, captivating everyone's attention. Among the members of Hung Hing, Brother G is the most skilled at telling risque stories. He can turn mundane events into vibrant narratives, making listeners feel as though they are witnessing the scene firsthand. Just as he was in full swing, pounding the table and gesticulating with enthusiasm, he abruptly stopped, waving his hand excitedly. "Ah Kuan, you finally arrived?" Tang Hanxing and the others turned to see Liang Kuan entering, clad in a bright orange suit and accompanied by a group. Upon entering the conference room, he ignored everyone and first cast a glance at Big Brother B, before directing his gaze toward Tang Hanxing and the others sitting by the wall. Then, he made a crude gesture towards Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan immediately understood that the one behind the scenes was indeed Liang Kuan. Tang Hanxing swiftly grabbed him, preventing any rash actions. Liang Kuan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he turned to don a friendly demeanor, greeting the heads of the various factions. Suddenly, a voice called out at the entrance, "Mr. Jiang." The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Jiang Tianxing, accompanied by his bodyguard, strode in leisurely, with Jiang Tianyang closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching his designated chair, he smiled and said, "Apologies for my tardiness." Brother Gu immediately replied, "No worries. We have just taken our seats." Liang Kuan let out a cold snort, muttering as he walked to his seat, "I've been waiting so long my neck is sore." Jiang Tianxing pretended not to hear, and once everyone settled down, he exchanged pleasantries with those present before slowly stating, "Let us keep it brief today. The first order of business is the selection of the master of the Kowloon Hall. With Uncle Xing no longer with us, I intend to appoint Xian. If anyone has other suggestions, please feel free to voice them." Kowloon is situated in a remote area, with few people and scant resources. Nevertheless, it remains a position of authority within the Hung Hing organization. The crowd began to murmur quietly. At this moment, Liang Kuan suddenly stood up and declared, "Mr. Jiang, if we are to discuss the talents among the younger generation of Hung Hing, I would first nominate Tang Hanxing." A jolt ran through Tang Hanxing. What was Liang Kuan up to? This could spell disaster. He quickly realized that Liang Kuan intended to have him transferred and take the opportunity to expose Chun Haonan's dealings, potentially crippling Big Boss B. Although he would be promoted, being reassigned to Kowloon would diminish his influence, especially since Xian was already at odds with him. Liang Kuan's move was exceedingly cunning and ruthless, a triple-edged sword. However, if he could secure this position, Liang Kuan's scheme might very well unravel. Tang Hanxing was indeed the most qualified for the role of Kowloon Hallmaster. Despite its distance from the main action, the advantages it offered were immeasurable. Tang Hanxing was known for his steadiness, and the recent successes of Hung Hing in acquiring Heji, Chonglu, and the Haogang Casino were largely attributed to his efforts. When it comes to the master of Kowloon, I, Liang Kuan, only recognize Tang Hanxing. Liang Kuan proclaimed with conviction. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Tang Hanxing's predictions, supporting Tang Hanxing while sidelining Chun Haonan. He was eager to see how Tang Hanxing would navigate this situation. Would Big Boss be easily let the Tony Trio slip away? Would you take them with you? Ultimately, the Tony Trio would surely remain in Causeway Bay. This was Liang Kuan's assessment of Tang Hanxing. To Liang Kuan, the Tony Trio were merely impoverished youths from Vietnam who could be easily managed with money. He had long since mastered this sort of maneuvering. Moreover, he had been the one to elevate Tang Hanxing to his current position. Thus, Tang Hanxing would owe him a debt of gratitude. With this thought, Liang Kuan felt a surge of control, as if the situation was already in his grasp. As soon as Liang Kuan finished speaking, the murmurs in the conference room intensified. Tang Hanxing's decisiveness, strategy, and strength compelled even the seasoned leaders to acknowledge his capabilities. Yet, he was only 21 years old. If he truly ascended to power, he would become the youngest leader in the history of Xianjiang. Sitting nearby, Xian clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Chapter 24. Seducing the second sister-in-law is a grave taboo in the underworld. However, thinking of Tang Hanxing's performance left him feeling utterly powerless. Competing for the top position against Tang Hanxing would likely lead to a humiliating defeat. Jiang Tianxing observed the expressions of the crowd and turned to Big Boss B, saying, "Hey B, Tang Hanxing is your man. What are your thoughts?" Big Boss B glanced at Liang Kuan, unable to decipher his true intentions. Then, with a smile, he replied, "I trust Ah Sheng to handle matters. I would be pleased to see him rise, but it ultimately depends on everyone's opinions." He had no objections to Tang Hanxing's promotion. Tang Hanxing was someone he had personally nurtured, and his loyalty was unwavering. Such a subordinate deserved his full support. Is there anyone else to nominate? Chen Yao tapped on the table. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment, his gaze falling upon the figure of Grey Dog in the room. Grey Dog immediately understood and spoke up. Defei from North Point has contributed significantly to Hung Hing over the years, and his experience surpasses Ah Sheng's. Since Ah Sheng is eligible to compete, Defei is equally qualified to vie for the position of Kowloon leader. Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow, noticing this development. So Grey Dog was aligned with Jiang Tianxing? What did Jiang Tianxing mean by this? He had fought valiantly for Hung Hing, safeguarding its dignity, and had personally handed over the accounts to Jiang Tianxing. Yet Jiang Tianxing did not support his rise. The long-haired Defei, who had been dozing in the corner, suddenly awoke with a start. He was bewildered, wondering how he had suddenly become embroiled in this matter. The position of Kowloon leader was both precarious and devoid of substantial rewards. Even if offered the position, he would not desire it. Compared to that, he yearned for territory in Causeway Bay. However, with the bosses making the decisions, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Tianxing nodded and stated, "Thus, there are 3 candidates for the position of Kowloon leader, Ah Sheng, Defei, and Xian. As per tradition, we will vote first and then review the results. Ah Yao, you may preside over this." Chen Yao nodded slightly and began, "If there are no better candidates, those in favor of Ah Sheng for the position of Kowloon leader, please raise your hands." The first to raise his hand was Liang Kuan. As soon as he did, he deliberately cast a glance at Tang Hanxing, his eyes conveying a clear message of support. The second hand raised was that of Brother Gu from Saiwan. Currently collaborating with the Smiling Tiger in Causeway Bay, he naturally hoped for Tang Hanxing to vacate the area. The third hand raised was Big Boss B. Although his subordinate was rising, and their statuses would eventually be equal, he was willing to give his full support. The fourth hand raised belonged to Fat Lao Li from North Point. Sharing Liang Kuan's sentiments, he naturally supported Tang Hanxing. In the blink of an eye, 4 votes had been cast. Chen Yao also raised his hand, marking the 5th vote. At this moment, Tang Hanxing found it difficult to discern whether this was Jiang Tianxing's intention or Liang Kuan's arrangement. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned more towards Liang Kuan's strategy. Clearly, Chen Yao had diverged from Jiang Tianxing's stance. The Prince of Tsim Sha Sui shrugged. "I choose to abstain." The 13th sister from Boland Street, the Toon Mun dinosaur, Quan Tong Ah Chow, Grey Dog, and others exchanged glances. Finally confirming once more, Chen Yao asked, "Is there anyone else wishing to raise their hand?" Just as he was about to announce the results, Han Bin suddenly raised his hand. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The usually mild-mannered Han Bin, who refrained from engaging in conflicts, had not supported his own brother, Shi Yan. Was this the onset of a rift between brothers? The expressions of the dinosaur and Shi Yan shifted, while the 13th sister displayed her surprise. All right, 6 votes in favor. Chen Yao cast a meaningful glance at Han Bin and announced, "Next, please raise your hand if you support Shi Yan's ascension." No sooner had he finished speaking than the dinosaur was the first to raise his hand. Following closely was the 13th sister. Grey Dog from Chaiwan declared, "I abstain." Huantong Achao also stated, "I abstain as well." These two were the weakest among the leaders. Chen Yao lightly tapped the table. "Is there anyone else?" As he spoke, his gaze landed on the prince of Tsim Sui. The prince shrugged, "I abstain." Shi Yan's expression dimmed. This position was now beyond his reach. He turned his head to look at Han Bin, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. He could not comprehend why his elder brother did not support him. However, Han Bin had his own considerations. He was acutely aware of how Uncle Lu had met his demise. Tang Hanqing had sent his aide, Su alone, who effortlessly bound Uncle Lu and brought him back. Tang Hanqing's subordinates were not to be trifled with. This man knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was cunning and ruthless, and Han Bin believed it would be unwise to provoke him lightly. Moreover, the Han family already held 2 positions. What would happen if the squint-eyed one were to ascend? Would it lead to a direct confrontation with Jiang Tianxing? Those in favor of Defei's ascension, please raise your hands, Chen Yao continued. The Grey Hound and Achao immediately raised their hands, having previously abstained. 13th sister and Dinosaur followed suit. Then, Jiang Tianxing also raised his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room. His expression was far from pleasant. Compared to Tang Hanqing, he actually preferred Defei to take the lead. Tang Hanqing's rapid rise made Jiang Tianxing uncomfortable. He wished for him to remain under the command of Boss B, who was Jiang Tianxing's confidant. Tang Hanqing was indeed loyal to Boss B, a fact that Jiang Tianxing could discern. The favors Jiang Tianxing bestowed upon Tang Hanqing did not imply that he genuinely wished to see him ascend. At the moment Jiang Tianxing's gaze swept the room, Brother Ji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised his hand. As for the prince, he abstained 3 times consecutively. Now, there were 6 supporters for Defei and 6 for Sheng. After Jiang Tianxing finished speaking, his eyes flickered between Defei and Tang Hanqing. Then he addressed the assembly. Since the votes are tied, how about we let Defei and Sheng each compete in Kowloon? Whoever prevails shall become the decision-maker. What do you think? Mr. Zhang speaks aptly. We shall heed Mr. Zhang's arrangements. I am in favor, came the immediate response from Dinosaur, 13th sister, and their companions. Just then, Defei stood up and clasped his fists, saying, I am grateful for the esteem in which you hold me, but I, Defei, lack the ability to be the decision-maker and will voluntarily withdraw. He was not foolish enough to compare himself with Tang Hanqing. Tang Hanqing had Tony and the 3 brothers, Luo Tianhong and Jimmy, who dared to confront the elite of Heji directly. With merely 50 men from Causeway Bay, he boldly chased after the people of Chang'an. How could he compete? Besides, he had a strong bond with Chun Haonan, who was also close to Tang Hanqing. A friend of a friend is indeed a brother. Thus, Defei decisively chose to step back. After he spoke, he returned to his seat. All eyes in the room fell squarely on Tang Hanqing, the remarkably young man. At that moment, the youngest leader of Hongxing was born, and indeed, the youngest in all of Hong Kong. Jiang Tianxing's mind raced with countless thoughts before he finally spoke. Since Defei has withdrawn, from today onward, the leader of Kowloon shall be Tang Hanqing. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, and thank you all for your support, Tang Hanqing said as he rose, first shaking hands with the squint-eyed one, then with Defei. He then turned to Jiang Tianxing and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you. I will strive to meet your expectations. What does it mean to embody the essence of a leader? This is it, thought Jiang Tianxing, who had previously opposed Tang Hanqing, now wearing a smile. For he had already concocted a plan in his heart. With Tang Hanqing's youth and rapid ascent to leadership, countless individuals in Hong Kong would undoubtedly set their sights on him, stepping on him to climb higher. No one in Jiang Tianxing's memory had ever survived long after reaching such heights at a young age. Tang Hanqing's path was destined to be fraught with peril. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I shall give it my all, Tang Hanqing replied with unwavering determination. Indeed, he would exert every effort. Having already ascended to the position of leader in Kowloon, Tang Hanqing harbored a singular ambition to claim the throne of the Dragon Head. The advantages this position could yield were immense. More importantly, Kowloon was in close proximity to his factory, enabling him to gradually expand his influence while distancing himself from his past shadows. Kowloon also boasted the advantage of a sparse population. He could even purchase a factory to train his marksmen. Previously, he had lamented the lack of suitable venues. Causeway Bay was out of the question. Training marksmen on someone else's territory? That would only invite trouble. Someone brought in a chair. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Tang Hanxing leisurely took a seat in the position that originally belonged to Uncle Xing. Many red sticks from various factions gazed at him with envy. With his new identity, his address had to change. He was no longer a Sheng, but now had to be called Brother Sheng. Chen Haonan felt happy for him. Yet a hint of envy lingered in his eyes. After Tang Hanxing sat down, Jiang Tianxing spoke. Next, we shall discuss the second matter. But he had barely begun when... Wait a moment, Lien Kuan interrupted, raising his hand. Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. A Kuan, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Lien Kuan scoffed. His voice hoarse as his gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Chen Haonan. Boss B slammed his hand on the table. Lien Kuan, Mr. Jiang is speaking. Show some respect. I have great respect for Mr. Jiang, Lien Kuan retorted, throwing a tape onto the table. Our little brothers of Hongxing are quite creative in making videos, even involving the women of their brothers. As he spoke, he pointed at Boss B. Bigo, when you mix in this world, you must take responsibility for your actions. If you get hit, you must stand tall. Look at the people you brought. What a disgrace. Lien Kuan, if you don't clarify things today, we're not done. Boss B erupted in fury, stepping forward. Lien Kuan laughed sinisterly. Enticing the second sister-in-law is a grave taboo in the underworld. Should I release it for everyone to see? I hope you hand over the person as a way of giving Brother Sheng an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haonan stepped forward, stating, I, Chen Haonan, apologize to Hongxing. This incident occurred because I failed to manage my brothers properly. The fault lies solely with me. He understood that if Lien Kuan were to release the tape, it wouldn't just be him who would face disgrace. The consequences would be equally severe. Boss B looked at Chen Haonan, who had stepped forward, astonished. Nan, why didn't you tell me sooner? He now understood why Shanji had seemingly vanished, not even answering calls. With his head lowered, Chen Haonan spoke in a subdued voice. I'm sorry, Bigo. How could he explain this matter? What would Bigo think of him afterward? What would the brothers say? This was precisely why he had never fully articulated his thoughts. Lien Kuan pointed at Chen Haonan, a cold smile playing on his lips. If you can take responsibility, that simplifies things. Brother Sheng, how should we handle Chen Haonan's entanglement with the second sister-in-law? According to the rules, shouldn't it be 3 knife wounds and 6 holes, followed by expulsion from Hongxing? The various decision-makers in the hall whispered among themselves, while Jiang Tianxing's face turned ashen. Today, these two matters completely took him by surprise. Previously, Tang Hanxing had already begun to overstep his bounds, and now the very person he intended to support was none other than Chen Haonan. Chapter 25. All formal members are to remain for a meeting. Yet now, with the scandal having erupted, how could he maintain the trust of others and secure his position at the helm? The emperor violates the law and is guilty just like the commoners. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules, which must be enforced. Jiang Tianxing spoke each word with unwavering resolve. Tang Hanxing hastily rose to his feet, eager to explain. Mr. Jiang, we were ambushed in Haojiang. He then turned to glare at Liang Kuan, his voice sharp. Kuan Gu, Sha Chong is one of yours. How do you explain this? All the weapons you provided us were fakes. I should thank you, really. That fellow, Sha Chong, was already tainted. Ah Shang. Thank you for helping me clear my ranks, so I wouldn't have to dirty my own hands. Liang Kuan appeared indifferent, for the man was already dead. And words held no consequence now. However, several of his informed subordinates felt a pang of discomfort. The big boss B made another attempt to plead for Chen Haonan. He understood that it would be a near impossibility for Chen Haonan to escape this time. Yet, to deliver a severe sentence would be tantamount to sealing his fate. No more talk. Chen Haonan is your man, so you shall execute the family rules yourself. Jiang Tianxing's tone was firm, though his voice quavered slightly. Tang Hanxing immediately stepped forward, anxiety evident in his voice. Mr. Jiang, esteemed leaders, please hear me out. Anan has followed Brother B since childhood. Their bond is akin to that of father and son. Over the years, he has made significant contributions to Hongxing. Had it not been for Anan during the ambush in Haojiang, I, Tang Hanxing, would have long since lost my life. Mr. Jiang, I implore you, for the sake of compassion, grant Anan a chance to live. Chao Gu, Long Gu, please lend your voices in support. The two were not only brothers, but also fellow disciples. Although Tang Hanxing harbored ambition, he never denied the importance of brotherhood. Should this news spread, others would also say he valued loyalty. Perhaps moved by Tang Hanxing's heartfelt plea, the leaders began to quietly deliberate. Indeed, I have watched that young lad grow up. Alas, although he has erred gravely, he is still young. Granting him a chance would not be amiss. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Very well, Chen Haonan. Today so many have interceded on your behalf. I am not a heartless man. Death may be averted, but living with consequences is inevitable. A.B., you understand my meaning. Jiang Tianxing's tone was cold. Yes. Given the circumstances, the big boss B could only nod in acquiescence. Soon, Chun Hao-nan was stripped of his shirt and knelt upon the ground, with a cohort of leaders standing nearby as witnesses. Anan, do not blame me. The big boss B said, lifting a lit incense stick, looking at him. Brother B. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the big boss B forcefully plunged the incense stick into Chun Hao-nan's chest. With old wounds unhealed, new pain was inflicted. Chun Hao-nan could no longer withstand it, letting out a harrowing scream before collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Once the family rules were executed, Tang Hanxing immediately spoke. Tony, Daitian Air, what are you waiting for? Tony and Baopi, along with Daitian Air, swiftly approached, hoisting Chun Hao-nan and leading him away. Once the situation settled, everyone returned to their seats. Jiang Tianxing appeared somewhat weary and waved his hand, saying, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If there are no further matters. Wait. Liang Kuan finally tore off the facade, rising to speak coldly. If you have something to say, speak it. Jiang Tianxing squinted at him. Every year, it is you. Jiang Tianxing, who occupies this position. Liang Kuan shrugged. No sooner had he spoken than the big boss B slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Liang Kuan and shouting, Ah Kuan, what do you mean by this? Are you plotting a rebellion? AB, sit down. This is a meeting. Do not cause a ruckus. Jiang Tianxing rapped the table, his tone heavy. Sit down. Once the atmosphere calmed, Ji Gu slowly began. In recent years, Hongxing has developed quite smoothly. However, I have not fared as well. As soon as the words left his lips, Liang Kuan immediately chimed in. I believe it is time for a re-election. To be frank, Ah Kuan has indeed earned quite a bit for Hongxing over these years. Chao Gu also voiced his agreement. Tang Hanxing cast a glance at Chao Gu, fully aware that Chao Gu had likely received favors from Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianxing chuckled, asking, are you eager to occupy this position? Liang Kuan leisurely toyed with a lighter, as if everything was well within his grasp, according to the rules. Elections are held every 3 years. Do I not have the right to run? Yao Gu, what do you say? Yes, Chen Yao replied. Upon hearing Chen Yao's words, the big boss B's eyes widened, fixating on him. Liang Kuan continued, methodically listing his contributions. Over these years, I have done quite a bit for the company. Everyone knows this. Chao Gu, we grew up together. Do you remember those years when we dealt with those from Montian? Chao Gu nodded. I remember. Liang Kuan smiled, looking at Jiang Tianxing. And that time you ordered the operation against Shapai, reclaiming the Xiangjiang fish stalls, that was my doing. In the battle at Jiandong, I killed Qin Chi, and as a result, I spent 3 whole years in confinement. When it comes to merit, I am undoubtedly qualified for this position, am I not? The crowd murmured among themselves. Jiang Tianxing responded nonchalantly. Indeed. Liang Kuan scanned the room, his expression one of arrogance. Ask yourselves, when my brothers sought my help, have I ever failed to deliver? He shifted his tone, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping in. Brother Sheng, you command from an air-conditioned room. Of course, it's comfortable. We out here are truly struggling. The big boss clenched his fists, roaring. Liang Kuan, you can play me for a fool, but how dare you challenge Mr. Jiang? That is beyond reproach. Liang Kuan shrugged, casting a glance, and saying, Yao Gu, I leave the rest to you. With that, he took his seat. All right. Chen Yao turned to Jiang Tianxing, speaking slowly. Mr. Jiang, does everyone present today have voting rights? The play must continue. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Indeed. Then allow everyone 2 minutes to deliberate. Chen Yao surveyed the crowd. Brothers, if you support Ah Kuan, please raise your hands. This territory of Hongxing was originally carved out by Jiang Tianxing's father. Yet rules are rules. Everyone deserves a chance to sit in that position. The crowd whispered among themselves, reluctant to be the first to step forward. As the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Yao decided to shatter the silence. If Ah Kuan were to sit in this position, I would be the first to support him. He spoke truthfully. Capable individuals should rise. Having said that, Chen Yao raised his hand first, with a leader emerging. Fei Lao Li raised his hand, Ji Gu raised his hand, Hui Go raised his hand, and a Chao followed suit. Liang Kuan let out a cold laugh. Of course. I will cast my vote for myself. What about you all? No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand high. The big boss B, still hot-tempered, was now left in the dark. What are you all doing? How does Mr. Jiang usually treat you? He seized Chen Yao, lowly shouting, and you, the traitor. You were the first to raise your hand. I will deal with your whole family first. Chen Yao remained unruffled. Bigu, think carefully about the consequences before you speak. Tang Hanxing grasped the big boss B, who reluctantly sat down. Chen Yao appeared to be the most steadfast follower of Liang Kuan. Continuing to inquire, is there no one else supporting Ah Kuan? What about the others? Detecting the host's situation, task ring 4 is activated. 1. Support Liang Kuan's ascension, reward 10 million and 100 reputation points. 2. Oppose Liang Kuan's ascension, reward 1,000 reputation points and 5 attribute points. It is commonly said, in the world of werewolf, no matter how eloquently you speak, Your actions will ultimately reveal your true self. At this moment, Tang Hanxing surveyed the entire scene, perceiving all truths from his vantage point. It was only then that he comprehended who was behind Chen Yao. It was not Jiang Tiansheng, but rather Jiang Tianyang, the brother of Jiang Tiansheng. No wonder, after Jiang Tiansheng's death, Chen Yao fervently advocated for Jiang Tianyang's return to take charge. However, Tang Hanxing would never allow him to succeed. After scanning the room, he resolutely declared, I oppose Liang Kuan's ascension. 13 Mei immediately voiced her dissent. I oppose as well. Han Bin followed suit. So do I. The crowd turned their gaze towards the crown prince. He shrugged. Don't look at me. I am neutral and abstaining. Recently, he had become engrossed in martial arts, indifferent to the affairs of Hongxing. Even the dinosaur quietly added, I too abstain. Jiang Tiansheng ultimately announced, 6 votes in favor, 4 against, and 2 abstentions. The election is public, and I am willing to accept this outcome. Liang Kuan's position now belongs to you. After Jiang Tiansheng spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. The struggle for leadership had finally come to a close. Inside the car, Tianyang was quietly gripping the steering wheel while wearing sunglasses. Tianyang sat in the passenger seat, silent. In the back seat, Boss B was smoking, his expression forlorn. Ah Sheng, you've gone to Kowloon. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. I will still guard the territory you left behind, but you know about the protection fee. Just as big brother Tang Hanxing was about to say something, Boss B interrupted him gently. Since we are now equals, don't call me Brother B anymore. Also, the people you wish to take with you, that's entirely your decision. I won't say much about it. I will guard the territory. Once you get there, you must stabilize Kowloon's domain. Use Uncle Xing's people if you can, but don't force those you cannot use. Tang Hanxing pondered for a moment and replied, Anan has already left Hongxing, so I'll leave Tony and his 3 brothers to Brother B. Among the 3, Aja is the most astute, Ahu is suitable for action, and Tony can be put to good use. I will take Jimmy with me. Master Su is quite capable. Brother B, you can fully trust him. Boss B softly said, please check on Anan for me and give him some money. Brother B, you don't need to say, I will also visit Shenhaonan. Upon returning to the territory in Causeway Bay, before even entering the door, Tang Hanxing heard a chorus of cheers. 3 individuals suddenly rushed out, spraying champagne at his face as confetti flew everywhere. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. A throng of voices erupted. Tang Hanxing cast a glance, and everyone wore expressions of excitement. Only Aja, Master Su, and Jimmy had complex expressions, as their minds worked faster and delved deeper than others. Tang Hanxing smiled. All right, everyone disperse, return to your tasks. All formal members stay for a meeting. The hall of the bailman was packed with people. Tang Hanxing sat at the head, while others had to stand. He clearly outlined the upcoming arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, Aja interjected, Boss, what do you mean by this? Of course, we want to follow you. Tony also grew anxious. Right, boss? We were the first to follow you. If you leave, what significance remains for us? Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong, Feiji, Au, and Fei Shui appeared somewhat excited, as being taken along signified opportunities for them. Tang Hanxing raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Chapter 26. Can you help me settle a bill? That shouldn't be a problem. You all know what happened today. Since you know, you should understand my arrangements. Anan has already departed from Hongxing. If I take all 3 of you away, who will support this mess in Causeway Bay? Who will keep watch over my business? Master Su Aja. You 4 must cooperate with Brother B to stabilize this side. Understood? Master Su nodded in response. Understood. Upon hearing Tang Hanxing's words, the Tony trio immediately felt the weight of pressure. Tang Hanxing added, in the future, if you seek women, do so outside. Anyone who dares to approach their own employees in a bar, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if the other party is a woman from the gang, do not touch her. Everyone knows Chun Haonan's fate. This rule is not without reason. It is for the sake of everyone. History often repeats itself. Brothers turn against each other, often over a woman. Understood? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Tang Hanxing bellowed, lacking energy to eat. Huh? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. That is how you repay me for bringing you out. Remember, from now on, you are Brother BS people. Don't bring shame upon me. Tang Hanxing turned to Aja. How many people do we have now? Aja immediately replied. We've recently recruited quite a few, with 423 formal members and 1292 peripheral ones. Tang Hanxing contemplated for a moment. I'll first take away 200 formal members. The rest will continue to expand. Then select 100 skilled individuals from the periphery. Tianyang Sheng, Tianyang E, you are responsible for training. It's not just about combat skills. Marksmanship must also be solid. Jimmy, go to Kowloon and find a discreet factory with good equipment. The training apparatus must be new. And the kitchen should have a professional chef. Nutritional balance cannot be overlooked. Understood, Jimmy nodded in response. Tianyang Sheng smirked coldly. I fear they won tea hold up. I fear you'll go soft. Tang Hanxing stood up. As long as I'm still in this position today, Tony, you all come with me to handle some affairs. The rest may disperse. Tony asked, Boss, which car shall we use? The armored stretch Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL, Tang Hanxing replied. As the one in charge. It's south only fitting to drive such a vehicle. At the Chi-Yun Mountain Estate, Tang Haonan's home, Tang Hanxing gently knocked on the door, which was opened by Kelly. Chun Haonan had already been bandaged and was lying on the bed. De Tian Er and Bao Pai were present, and even the still healing Chow Pai had arrived. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing enter, they all greeted him. Brother Sheng. Hello, Brother Sheng. After Tang Hanxing sat down, he placed a box beside him and looked at Chun Haonan. Mr. Jiang is also helpless. Brother B has no other choice. Anan, I await your return. This is the money Brother B asked me to bring you. 1 million. Take it easy at home and recuperate. I will no longer return to the gang. Chun Haonan's voice was weak. I've also come to understand. Thank you, Sheng. I wish to open a small bar with Kelly and live a quiet life. He was expelled from Hongxing by Jiang Tiansheng, and now that Liang Kuan held power, he could return, but he no longer wished to be involved in the underworld. I want to advise you, just think it through. If you need anything, just say. And if you truly wish to open a bar, choose Causeway Bay. I don't trust any other territory. As soon as Tang Hanxing's voice faded, Chun Haonan had already turned and departed, leaving behind a solitary tear trace. Exiting Chun Haonan's residence, Tang Hanxing was poised to confront the smiling tiger when his phone rang, an incoming call from the Crown Prince. Brother, is there something you need? Tang Hanxing inquired as soon as the line connected. Sheng, I'm in Tsimsha Sui with 13 Sister, Dinosaur, Han Bin, and Defei. Let's have a meal together. The Crown Prince's voice resonated. Hold on, I will be there shortly. 2 Toyota vans flanked a bulletproof extended Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL, gliding slowly into Tsimsha Sui, causing passers-by to pause in their tracks. This Mercedes was a vehicle fit for heads of state, wielding a more formidable presence than Rolls-Royces or Bentleys. Its arrival invariably signified that a person of great stature was about to make an entrance. Tony opened the rear door for Tang Hanxing, who instructed, You all go find a restaurant. Wait for my message. Luo Tianhong interjected, Boss, I'm going in with you. It's fine. Han Bin supports my rise, Tang Hanxing assured him. Fully aware of the significance of this gathering, he speculated that this meeting had likely been orchestrated by Han Bin through the Crown Prince. If Han Bin truly wished to undermine him, he would not have permitted him to occupy such a position. Just as he prepared to enter the restaurant, a girl clad in a pink hoodie caught his eye. She was walking alone, engrossed in a copy of Dragon Tiger Gate. A group of thugs loitered behind her, their gazes laden with ill intent. The girl was Cindy. In recent days, Tang Hanxing had learned that her family was engaged in industry. Though not on the scale of Li Ka-shing, they had enjoyed several generations of wealth. Though the ruffians dared not act openly on the street, Tang Hanxing still felt a pang of concern. He signaled to his subordinates, Bring her over. Tian Yangxing and Tony promptly moved forward, each blocking a thug and shielding Cindy behind them. The gangsters recoiled in fear upon recognizing Tony and the 3 tigers. Only then did Cindy register the situation, her face lighting up upon seeing Tang Hanxing. Brother Tang? Tang Hanxing chuckled. What's this? Skipping school already in high school? I came to buy comics. The one you recommended last time, Cindy replied, waving the book in her hand. Her face radiated innocence, her eyes clear and unblemished, like a blank canvas. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that such innocence could be profoundly impactful to someone like Tang Hanxing, who had weathered many storms. Deliberately avoiding her gaze, he said, Tianhong, make sure to escort her back to school. But it's already vacation. I barely managed to sneak out. I'm not going back. Cindy pouted, her eyes darting as she suddenly asked, Brother Tang, are you involved in the underworld? Do you fight against evil like in the comics? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Just as Tang Hanxing was about to respond, he suddenly remembered that this comic was one he had initially recommended to her. The second call from Han Bin came through, urging Tang Hanxing. A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. All right, today I'll show you what true figures of the underworld are like. It's rather dull, but you can tag along. Cindy, brimming with anticipation, skipped alongside him as they entered the private room. Inside, there were only 4 individuals. Han Bin, known as the Tiger of Bin, the Crown Prince, the war god of Hung Hing, along with 13 Sister and Dinosaur. Defei was also present, while the skinny-eyed one was absent. Tang Hanxing, smiling and clasping his hands in greeting, said, Apologies for the delay, I was caught in traffic. He turned to introduce Cindy. This is Cindy, a friend of mine. This is Brother Han, Sister 13, Brother Dinosaur, Brother Crown Prince, and Brother Defei, the most loyal person in all of Hong Kong. Defei responded with a grin, You can't lack in loyalty either. Tang Hanxing replied, They're just supporting me. Han Bin remarked, Sheng, this abalone dish is the best in all of Hong Kong. Congratulations on becoming the youngest Triad leader. As Tang Hanxing took his seat, Cindy settled beside him. The table buzzed with conversation, recounting stories from the underworld. Although young, Cindy remained silent, simply absorbing the tales. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. Han Bin spoke up. Ah Shang, today I had the Crown Prince act as an intermediary, primarily for my brother. I hope you will look out for him in the future. Dinosaur added, I'll clarify matters with the skinny-eyed one. You needn't worry. After the Dragon Head conference, Han Bin had hinted at a few things, and Tang Hanxing grasped Han Bin's intent. A memory flashed in his mind of how he had dealt with Uncle Lu in the past, tightening his chest. Tang Hanxing looked at the two and shook his head. The skinny-eyed one is still in a foul mood. Discussing it with him now would only worsen the situation. Rest assured, I will handle it. I'll take on this dark role. It's not suitable for you to intervene. Han Bin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. All right, I entrust this to you. After all, Tang Hanxing was now the leader of Kowloon, and the skinny-eyed one was under his command. Moreover, Han Bin recognized that Tang Hanxing had a measured approach, and he found him trustworthy. The Crown Prince, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Ah Shang, how about a sparring match sometime? Tang Hanxing's injury had healed, and he responded with a smile. Why not today? The Crown Prince stood up, glancing at Han Bin. Could you settle the bill for me? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Huh. Han Bin hesitated for a moment, then replied. It's not a problem, albeit with a slightly reluctant tone. Good brother, I'll pay you back in a couple of days. You all stay and watch me spar with Ah Shang, the Crown Prince said, patting Han Bin on the shoulder. After the Crown Prince, Tang Hanxing and Cindy departed. Han Bin turned to Defy, whispering, Defy, we're brothers. This is a lifelong matter. Defy hurriedly interjected. Hey, don't say that. I'm even poorer than you. Han Bin responded. We are brothers. Is this how you treat me? The Crown Prince had ordered dishes that were too expensive, causing discomfort in Han Bin's heart. Defy replied earnestly. Of course we are brothers. If we are brothers, we should go to the racecourse to borrow money. Not come here to borrow. 13 Sister handed over a check. Take this. Han Bin glanced at it. I don't take money from women. I'm a woman. But I'm also your brother, 13 Sister said, cigarette dangling from her lips. Consider it a 3% interest. Upon arriving at the Crown Prince's boxing gym, Tang Hanxing shed his jacket and shoes. Bare-chested, he donned competition shorts and boxing gloves. His muscular physique and healthy complexion rendered him akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. The Crown Prince, eyeing Tang Hanxing's physique, jested, Ah Shang, are you still the short meal? A fitness instructor without a single tattoo? In his previous life, Tang Hanxing had been impoverished, unable to afford tattoos. Now, in this new existence, he had no time for such frivolities. He glanced at the Crown Prince's tattoos, several dragons, intricate yet lacking in dominance. Tang Hanxing replied, no time for that. Let me grab a drink. He summoned the system, claiming the rewards for opposing Liang Kuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 attribute points and 1,000 experience points. Distributing the points evenly, he added an extra point to strength. Name, Tang Hanxing. Strength, 33. Physique, 32. Agility, 32. Spirit, 32. Skills, Master Level Tang Dao, God Tier Handgun. Items, Fountain of Life, Currency Converter, Meow Knife, AK-47, AWM, Desert Eagle. After glancing at the data, Tang Hanxing took a sip of water and donned his mouthguard. The Crown Prince stated, let us fight freely, no need to adhere to rules. Just a light touch will suffice. Tang Hanxing nodded. The two exchanged fist bumps, marking the commencement of their bout. Xindi, Han Bin, and others stood by, observing. The Crown Prince, being slightly older, assumed a defensive stance, waiting for Tang Hanxing to make the first move. Tang Hanxing, displaying no hesitation, launched an immediate strike. A right hook, followed by a left hook, and then another right hook, a trio of swift blows. The onlookers heard 3 resounding thuds that resonated almost as one. The Crown Prince staggered back a few steps, not due to evasion, but as a result of the sheer force behind the blows. This outcome was difficult for the Crown Prince's subordinates to accept. Chapter 27. Raven. Today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. The Crown Prince was taken aback. The speed and ferocity of Tang Hanxing were astonishing. What caught the Crown Prince's attention even more was Tang Hanxing's straightforward approach, devoid of any technical finesse. Seeking to validate his assessment, the Crown Prince advanced once more. Tang Hanxing immediately unleashed a ferocious assault, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, leaving the Crown Prince struggling to defend himself. He finally realized that brute force was not a viable strategy. Consequently, he altered his approach, avoiding close-quarters combat with Tang Hanxing and instead relying on his experience and footwork to maneuver nimbly, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The dynamics of the match shifted. The Crown Prince moved unpredictably, while Tang Hanxing remained as steadfast as a mountain. Tang Hanxing's strikes were swift and powerful, akin to a beast unleashed, relentlessly attacking. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince exhibited remarkable agility, his evasive skills fully engaged, spending most of the time on defense, occasionally countering with lethal precision. The audience held their breath, with Xindi feeling her heart race with anxiety. She was both astonished by Tang Hanxing's fierce onslaught and concerned for the Crown Prince. This match was a thrilling spectacle. At that moment, Tang Hanxing threw a punch, shifting his center of gravity and inadvertently revealing an opening. The Crown Prince reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to deliver a hook directly to Tang Hanxing's ribs. Bang! A muffled sound erupted within the boxing gym. Xindi felt a pang of worry. However, Tang Hanxing merely swayed slightly, regaining his balance and pressing forward. The Crown Prince was utterly stunned. He was well aware of the force behind his punch, aimed at a critical target, yet Tang Hanxing appeared unfazed. Such resilience was terrifying. In the moment of his astonishment, Tang Hanxing had already closed the distance, wrapping his arms around the Crown Prince and delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. The blow was as heavy as a mountain, forcing the Crown Prince to retreat 2 steps. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a sweeping kick that knocked Tang Hanxing to the ground, subsequently pinning him down with his left hand gripping Tang Hanxing's neck. In the instant Tang Hanxing fell, his legs swiftly coiled around the Crown Prince's neck, while his hands firmly restrained the Crown Prince's arms. Bang! The Crown Prince was forcefully slammed to the ground. Arm entanglement, leg trap, hip thrust, crosslock. The Crown Prince practiced Muay Thai, which inherently lacked ground techniques, and faced with a crosslock maneuver, he had little chance of escape. Within seconds, the Crown Prince had no choice but to tap out and surrender. The spectators were left in utter shock. The Crown Prince rose, exhaling a deep sigh. It seems the title of the God of War in Hung Hing now belongs to you. Tang Hanxing, taking a sip of water, replied, fame in boxing comes with a price, and strength comes with stature. In terms of technique, you still surpass me. Besides, your reputation was not earned in the ring, but forged through years of struggle. He paused for a moment, smiled, and added, I prefer the moniker Human Slayer. It has a more intimidating ring to it. The Crown Prince chuckled, your tongue is truly formidable. Come, let us drink tonight. I'll treat, you can pick up the tab. How does that sound? Not today. I have some matters to attend to. Dongxing has encroached upon Hongxing's territory, and I need to address that. Tang Hanxing turned to the others, saying, Bin go, long go. Prince Go, once I stabilize things here, we shall discuss business. Contact me anytime. Farewell, everyone. Xindi softly concluded, hastening to follow after him. The two exited the boxing gym, one after the other. Tang Hanxing glanced at Xindi and inquired, does it align with your expectations? Xindi nodded, then shook her head. There are a few discrepancies. But Brother Tang, you are indeed formidable. Tang Hanxing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, the black bulletproof Mercedes-Benz rolled to a stop in front of them. As the group settled into the vehicle, Tony spoke up, Brother Shang, where to next? Leaning back in his seat, Tang Hanxing replied, dinner is done. It's time to stretch our legs. Let us head to Dongman Bar. This was a place he needed to resolve matters before leaving Causeway Bay. Understood, boss. Should I notify the brothers? Let them decide. If they dare to make a move today, I'm curious to see if they have the guts. The vehicle made its way to Shekpai Road. Tang Hanxing turned to Xindi. You mentioned wanting to witness the true underworld. Stay in the car and don't venture out. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Behind him, Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangyi, Tony, along with Luo Tianhong, Jimmy, Feiji, Au, and Fei Shui followed closely. Tang Hanxing kicked forcefully, sending a metal barrel flying, shattering a glass window. He bellowed, this is Hongxing's territory. No one has come to pay up for so long. Do you not wish to survive? Instantly, a group of individuals rushed out from the bar. Who the hell is looking for trouble? Who dares to cause a ruckus? What is going on? Crow, the Smiling Tiger, and Brother G all emerged. A flamboyantly dressed, short thug charged forward, pointing at Tang Hanxing and hurling insults. Tang Hanxing's gaze turned icy. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the Crow, the Smiling Tiger from Dongxing. Do you even understand the rules? The Smiling Tiger responded with a grin. Ah Shang. Shekpai Road doesn't bear your name. Our Dongxing is conducting business here without infringing on your rules, right? Tang Hanxing replied nonchalantly. Indeed. My name is not written here. However, your underlings have disrespected me, lacking an understanding of hierarchy. How do you lead your men? Ah Shang. Brother Shang. Teach him a lesson, so he understands what rules mean. Before the words had even left his mouth, Tian Yangsheng had already lunged forward, delivering a punch to the thug's face. He then seized the thug's hair, yanking him back, followed by a forceful knee strike. Finally, he twisted the thug's arm. A sharp crack resonating in the air. The short thug clutched his arm, wailing, Boss, my arm is broken. It hurts. The Crow was still processing the situation when Tian Yangsheng had already returned to Tang Hanxing's side. Such speed, but having his subordinate beaten in public. He could not swallow this humiliation. Yet this was Shekpai Road, surrounded by Tang Hanxing's men. If he chose to act, he had no hope of victory. Moreover, With Tony and the trio of powerful fighters, including the capable Tian Yangsheng, it was a feat just to protect himself. Waiting it out would yield no benefits. Today would likely be a loss. Brother G hastily stepped in to mediate, standing in the middle and saying, "Let us talk this out." Tang Hanxing's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon him. "Have you involved yourself in this as well?" Brother G managed a wry smile, just a little. "Brother G, let me speak frankly." The smiling tiger stepped forward, declaring, "I am a major shareholder. Dongxing has taken root here. Is there an issue?" Tang Hanxing stared at him. "Have the audacity to say that again." The crow scoffed. "Tang Hanxing, do you truly consider yourself the boss?" "I, the crow, do not regard you at all." As he patted the crow's chest, Tang Hanxing spoke. "All right, crow, today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. This street is under my authority. You can either pay a protection fee, relinquish 51 of your shares, or close your doors. The choice is yours." Brother G hastily interjected. "Ah Shang, do not go too far." "Brother G, how do you still not comprehend?" Tang Hanxing's tone grew more severe. "This bar is called Dongman, with Dong representing Dongxing. Have you not realized you've been duped? Ah Shang, do you still consider me one of your own? If you value our relationship, then cease this commotion." Brother G was somewhat incensed. Tang Hanxing retorted loudly. "Brother G, if I were to disregard you, I would have acted long ago. You trust those who offer you shares? In business, such fortuitous opportunities are rare. When someone approaches you unbidden, you must remain vigilant. Do you understand? If you wish to open a bar for some extra income, you should have consulted me. If members of Hongxing are running a bar here, would I remain silent?" After being chastised by Tang Hanxing, Brother G finally fell silent. Tang Hanxing's gaze swept over the smiling tiger and the crow. "Have you considered it carefully? Will you continue to operate? If so, first inquire whether the Hongxing brothers agree. My rise in this world relies on 3 principles: ruthlessness, loyalty, and a multitude of brothers. Do you wish to leave today?" The crow chuckled. "All right, I shall remember this. We shall take our leave." With that, the crow turned to depart. With his words, the smiling tiger found himself at a loss. In just a few exchanges, he managed to dissuade the crow and the smiling tiger from Dongxing. Cindy, seated in the car, felt her heart in turmoil. Once the Dongxing members had left, Tang Hanxing embraced Brother G. "Brother G, do not be angry. Come to my place for some tea. There are plenty of business opportunities." "Ah Shang, I have truly become muddled. Please keep this matter to yourself. I know your character. I shall take my leave." Brother G patted his shoulder. Tang Hanxing did not retain him, fully aware that Brother G was a fair-weather friend, swaying with the prevailing winds. "Return to the villa first, Ah Shang. In the coming days, bolster the villa's security to ensure my sister-in-law's safety. As for the little stutterer, do not let her attend night school. Arrange for a few people to keep watch, and be swift about it." As soon as he entered the car, Tang Hanxing immediately began issuing orders. He understood the methods of the crow and the smiling tiger. In the movies, they dare to target even Jiang Tianxing's women. However, Bai Jidao was not an ordinary person. Should the crow truly attempt to intrude, he might find himself in dire straits. For once Dongxing takes action, it would mean confronting the upper echelons of the entire Hong Kong establishment and the police system. At that point, it would be uncertain whether Dongxing could endure even a single day. The crow and the smiling tiger could very well be extinguished that night. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of their desperate actions. Having said this, Tang Hanxing dialed Boss B's number, briefly explaining the situation. Boss B was indeed preoccupied with other matters. With Tang Hanxing's ascension, Chun Haonan had exited Hongxing. He had gone from being the most prominent figure in Hongxing to the most downcast. Puffing on a cigarette, he remarked, "Ah Shang, if Dongxing wishes to fight, then let them. If you have the time, come over and share a drink with me. B, I will come to pick you up shortly." After hanging up, Tang Hanxing sighed, realizing he needed to have an earnest discussion with Boss B that night. Otherwise, after Boss B left Causeway Bay, it would undoubtedly become a problem. On the way back, Tang Hanxing pondered how to counter Dongxing's offensive. Cindy, sitting beside him, softly remarked, "Brother Tang, you exude such an impressive aura today. Aura my foot. Playing a minor role can cost a life, and you are still too young to understand," Tang Hanxing replied. Cindy puffed out her chest. "How am I still small?" Tang Hanxing chuckled and turned to gaze out the window. Upon returning to the villa, Zhou Jiesin was trimming branches in the garden. Seeing Tang Hanxing and Cindy enter together, she expressed surprise. "I ran into her on the street and brought her back," Tang Hanxing explained. "Teach her well. The outside world is rather unsafe." Cindy quickly grasped Zhou Jiesin's hand. "Teacher Zhou, please do not tell my mother. Just say I am here for tutoring." Zhou Jiesin smiled helplessly. "Since it is for tutoring, I shall fetch the textbooks." Meanwhile, Tang Hanxing took out some pu'er tea, brewing it while lighting a cigar. In the countryside of Yuanlong, what is it that people strive for in this dog-eat-dog world? Is it not for money? In today's society, it is all about money. You too, with your legs still unsteady, dare to provoke Tang Hanxing? Do you wish to bring about my demise? He has money to spare. Tossing out 10 million would have people chasing after you all year long. If you don't die, you'll surely starve. Luotu walked back and forth while reprimanding them. He was more aware of Tang Hanxing's true nature than the crow. The crow waved his hand dismissively, not taking Luotu's words to heart. The smiling tiger, standing nearby, remarked coolly, "Crow, did you hear what the boss said?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. The crow removed his sunglasses, his face revealing a defiant expression. Chapter 28. They dare not come up even when I lead them to wealth. Dinner was prepared by the maid. After finishing, Tang Hanxing said to Zhou Jiasun and Cindy, "I must step out to attend to some matters." Zhou Jiasun handed him his coat, softly saying, "Be careful on the road." "Dear." He made his way to the garage, selecting a Porsche 959, one of the most advanced sports cars of the time. Tian Yangsheng, accompanied by several bodyguards, followed closely in two Mercedes-Benz 600 SELs, commonly referred to as Tiger Head Benz. Tang Hanxing dialed the number of the thin-eyed man. "Thin-eyed, it's me, Tang Hanxing. Where are you? Come out to meet." It was imperative to settle this matter before taking office. Otherwise, should a conflict arise tomorrow, it would only serve to make him a laughingstock. In Kowloon, Tang Hanxing spotted the thin-eyed man and several of his underlings glaring at him from a distance. He did not exit the vehicle, but leaned over to open the passenger door. "Get in." The bodyguards immediately tensed. The thin-eyed man glanced at the Porsche ahead and then at the Mercedes behind, saying, "You all follow." With that, he climbed into the car. As the vehicle started, Tang Hanxing looked ahead, his tone calm, yet direct. "I know you are currently engaged in loan sharking. I will assist you with matters you cannot handle, and all profits will belong to you. As for the territory we seize together, I do not seek much, merely half. In the future, I shall support your rise. If you choose to oppose me, then I shall not mince words. Prepare 2 coffins, one for you and one for me. Will you walk this path with me? Or will you get out at the next intersection? The choice is yours." As he finished speaking, the car halted at a red light. The thin-eyed man stared at the red light, then glanced at Tang Hanxing's face. The seconds ticked by, and finally, he spoke. "A man of your stature. I knew at first glance that I must follow you. Even my brother supports your rise. What more can I say? Boss, where shall we begin?" In truth, the thorn in his heart is his 2 elder brothers. He has no intention of opposing Tang Hanxing. Upon hearing this, Tang Hanxing chuckled. "In a couple of days, I will take you to the bank's credit department to purchase some junk bonds. You will be responsible for their collection." "Junk bonds?" Xian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The boss truly is the boss. Such a business venture is something no one in Hongxing could have conceived, and it is entirely legal. One need not fear a court appearance. After flattering him, he continued, "I heard that the crow has clashed with you. Would you like me to deal with him to show my loyalty? I have some grievances with him as well." Tang Hanxing pressed down on the accelerator, replying nonchalantly, "No rush, opportunities abound." Behind them, 2 Tigerhead Benzes and several vans, witnessing the Porsche's onward journey, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After his conversation with Xian, Tang Hanxing went to pick up Boss B and brought him to the villa. Upon entering, Boss B marveled. "Ah Sheng, just how much have you earned? This is quite extraordinary. Brother B, when you retire, I will buy you a house nearby. Come over to relax when you have the time, and we can play basketball together." "You rascal, always thinking of such things." The 2 settled at a stone table beneath a tree, where Tang Hanxing brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Boss B, slowly beginning, "Brother B, I am quite worried about you." "Worried about what?" Tang Hanxing pondered for a moment. "I know you are at odds with Liang Kuan, and that you were not very pleased with Brother Yao today." To be frank with you, he recounted his encounter with Jiang Tianxing, clearly articulating his judgments. Yet he refrained from mentioning that Chun Yao might be someone nurtured by Jiang Tian. Ultimately, he did not wish for Boss B to encounter any misfortune. Now that he had assumed the role of the decision-maker in Kowloon, it was imperative that Boss B remained safe. He still had his principles and sincerely respected this elder brother. After finishing his thoughts, Tang Hanxing continued, "Brother B, let me be clear, the situation in Haojiang is entirely Liang Kuan's scheme. He even plans to eliminate Fat Dog to gain credit. Such a person utterly disregards the rules of the underworld. Moving forward, do not confront Liang Kuan directly. He will inevitably trip himself up." Boss B furrowed his brow, cigarette in mouth, and queried, "Are you suggesting that Chun Yao is merely acting?" Tang Hanxing nodded. "Precisely, this entire affair is orchestrated by Mr. Jiang. Consider this. Brother Yao has been working for Mr. Jiang for many years. How could he be easily swayed by Liang Kuan? Do not disrupt Mr. Jiang's plans." Boss B lifted his cooled tea and downed it in one gulp. "I understand. Then I have nothing to fear. From now on, I will lead a peaceful life. I will just join the Dragon Head Conference for the sake of it. Ha. Even if you go on a date, just give me a heads up, and I will help you keep it from your sister-in-law. Just ensure your sister-in-law doesn't hear that. Ha. After sending off Boss B, Tang Hanxing lit a cigar and summoned Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi, Do you have any acquaintances in Southeast Asia who can help me investigate a person named Jiang Tianyang, the younger brother of Jiang Tianxing? Moreover, we must ascertain Jiang Tianxing's whereabouts. Tian Yangxing glanced at Tian Yangyi, who nodded. Boss, I will arrange it immediately. Tang Hanxing tapped the table, suddenly feeling it was still not secure enough. Wait. Do you think it would be possible to find a mercenary team to directly serve our purposes? I am not entirely comfortable in trusting certain matters to outsiders. Those portrayals of crows in films are too amateurish. This must be handled according to my terms. At present, Jiang Tianxing was no longer of any use to him. The Jiang family's influence needed to be eradicated entirely, otherwise he could not secure his position as the leader. Tian Yangxing spoke. A purchase team is unreliable. It is better to leave it to a Zai to handle. Tang Hanxing turned his gaze to Tian Yangxing. Tian Yangxing continued, I have faith in my brothers. We have all walked the line between life and death. The task you have assigned him is somewhat overkill. If you have any reservations, then let a Hao accompany him. Tang Hanxing promptly replied, very well, grant them $10 million. Make it clear to them that they must not touch drugs, absolutely not. If they do, they will regret being alive. And the ones who act will not be me. Naturally, others will deal with them. Do you understand my meaning? Understood, boss. The few of us brothers harbor a deep-seated hatred for drugs. Tian Yangxing spoke firmly. In fact, we won't need that much initially. 1 million is sufficient. No, it must be 10 million. I do not have that much time. Urge them to act swiftly. We will recruit in Kowloon. Our next targets are Dongxing and the Ni family. Tang Hanxing stated gradually. The optimal moment to strike would be after Liang Kuan's goods were confiscated by the police. That police operation depicted in the films was likely orchestrated by Jiang Tianxing, not a betrayal from Boss B. After concluding their discussion, Tang Hanxing stretched and noticed that Cindy was still in the study, along with Xiao Jieba, both listening to Zhou Jiesen's lecture. Luo Tianhong was also present, and upon seeing Tang Hanxing, she displayed a look of anguish and pleading. Tang Hanxing stood at the door for a moment, then spoke. Hey Cindy, why aren't you going home? Running away from home? Cindy looked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Tonight, I am sleeping with Teacher Zhou. Damn. Zhou Jiesen stepped forward. You should go rest. Dear, be good. Once they are asleep, I will come to find you. The next day, as Liang Kuan assumed his position, he immediately convened the Dragon Head Conference. Tang Hanxing attended with Xian and Luo Tianhong, while Jimmy was busy receiving equipment at the factory and could not join. During the meeting, Liang Kuan sat at the head of the table and declared, I have gathered everyone here to discuss a matter. He casually tossed a bag of flour onto the table. Mr. Jiang can no longer keep up with the current pace. Do you know which business is the most profitable now? Do you know what the youth desire? It is this. He gestured, look. I have already established a connection with the heavens and earth. Now it is up to you to have the courage to act. Liang Kuan's intent was clear. He had taken the helm and was preparing to dive headfirst into the drug business, while also willing to share a portion of the profits. Throughout his life, he had fought fiercely for the position of leader and shed tears for money, with his mother being his utmost priority. This move clearly indicated that he was serious this time. After speaking, Liang Kuan turned his gaze to Tang Hanxing. Sheng, what are your thoughts? Tang Hanxing replied, Brother Kuan, I am the youngest, and you are the elder. However, you are aware that Kowloon is filled with the impoverished. Whom shall I sell to? Brother Kuan, please do not put me in a difficult position. Liang Kuan then looked to Boss B, intending to use him as an example to establish his authority. No one anticipated that Boss B would suddenly speak. Kuan, we are brothers for life. Let bygones be bygones. You are now the leader, but over in Causeway Bay. There are 2 police officers, one named Huang Ziqing, the other Lu Qichong, who are always watching us. His tone was gentle, completely devoid of the previous day's tension. Even the other decision-makers present were taken aback. The usually confrontational Boss B seemed unusually accommodating today. Yet, everyone understood, a new emperor, a new courtier. If the formidable Boss B does not yield, given Liang Kuan's temperament, it is only a matter of time before he resorts to violence. The onlookers couldn't help but reflect that even Boss B has recognized the need to be pragmatic. Liang Kuan's gaze swept across Brother Ji, who was just about to speak. Apologies, Tang Hanxing interjected, pulling out his mobile phone and feigning a phone call. After exchanging a few words into the receiver, he looked up and said, Kuan Gu. I'm sorry, but there is a situation at the venue, and I must return. If Hung Hing or any other gang causes trouble, just give me a call. With that, he stood up and left, followed closely by Luo Tianhong and the squint-eyed one. Hanbin called out, Hey Sheng, didn't you say you wanted to discuss business with me? Kuan Gu, my apologies, said Sister 13 as she also rose from her seat. The prince slammed the table and declared, Kuan Gu, I still owe Han Bin 100,000. I must take my leave. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 12 decision-makers had departed. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Boss B chuckled, Kuan, now that you've struck it rich, Don't forget about me. Brother G added. Ah Kuan, I still have an outstanding debt to collect from my side. The main hall was suddenly half empty. Damn it. Liang Kuan kicked over the table, his throat hoarse with rage. In that moment, he realized that being a leader was no easy feat. Kuan Go. What should we do now? Harry asked cautiously. If they are too cowardly to follow, then we shall act on our own. A bunch of cowards. They won't dare to step up even when I offer them a chance to get rich. Liang Kuan kicked a couple of chairs in frustration, his eyes fixating on the spot where Tang Hansheng had just been seated. Tang Hansheng was now closely aligned with Han Bin and Boss B. This individual would undoubtedly become the greatest threat in the future. He must be eliminated. Chapter 29, Wealth for All. The last time at Haojiang, it was Tang Hansheng who narrowly escaped danger. Liang Kuan coldly stated, prepare 1 million for Dongxing Shamang, and inform him that 300,000 is for Tony and his brothers. The rest is for him to handle. Within these few days, I want to see Tang Hansheng's corpse in the morgue. Harry hesitated and asked, Kuan Go, isn't 300,000 too much for those 3 Vietnamese? Liang Kuan erupted in anger. Who the hell is the boss here? Am I your leader, or are you? Tang Hansheng returned to Kowloon. Jimmy was overwhelmed with work, looking utterly exhausted, even neglecting to brush his teeth. Yet, the 2 factories were running smoothly. The workers were already in place, raw materials prepared, and the machines ready to start operating. As for the official opening ceremony, it would be held on an auspicious day. Soon, Tang Hansheng received the first sample. He presented it to Han Bin and Boss B, saying, this is our business. Han Bin frowned. Ah Sheng, is this what you call a business? He could not discern the value in it. Sister 13 took a look and exclaimed, wow, isn't this the blockbuster from Prada this year? It looks identical to the genuine article, just missing the logo. Tang Hansheng nodded. Exactly, the logo is still in production. To put it simply, this is counterfeit merchandise. But we prefer to call it surplus from foreign trade. Bin Gu, don't underestimate this clothing. Can you guess how much profit there is? Han Bin couldn't even begin to guess, having never been involved in this line of work. Tang Hansheng did not mention his costs, but briefly explained the entire process. The real profit depends on how one sells it. For ordinary store owners, as long as they are not foolish, a profit margin of 200 is certainly achievable. With a bit of charm, it could multiply tenfold. With even bolder moves, the profits could soar into the thousands. The equipment he purchased from the System Mall was the most advanced in the world. The materials used were of the highest quality. The workers were hired at high salaries from major factories, producing counterfeits that resembled the originals even more closely. Such goods would never lack buyers. The group then headed to the electronics factory. Upon seeing the assembly line of gaming consoles, Defay's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, high technology. Tang Hansheng, cigar in mouth, asked, how much does a gaming console cost you typically? The gaming rooms across Hong Kong were all controlled by gangs, and Defay and his companions had their own establishments. This was his area of expertise, and he answered casually, the import price is 13,000 each. Tang Hansheng patted the machine and offered, I can sell you a batch at 6,000 each. Are you interested? Let us test one first. Defay was skeptical. After trying it out, he gave a thumbs up. It runs smoother than the original from Japan. Ah Sheng, considering I'm voluntarily stepping back from competition, give me 100 units at 4% interest, and I'll write you an IOU right now. The prince couldn't hold back. Defay, is selling gaming consoles that profitable? 4% interest? Are you selling yourself? Defay nearly cursed in response. Prince, you fool. Looking at Defay's physique and recalling the prince's words about selling oneself, the group struggled to contain their laughter. Han Bin chuckled as he explained to the prince, Prince, it's not merely about the money. I own a nightclub that can easily earn over $1 million a month. Tell me, how does selling gaming consoles compare to that? But, he countered, yet how many subordinates can a nightclub accommodate? To seize more territory, one must take a bite out of others' profits. Just look at how thriving the gaming arcade business is outside. If I can dominate the supply of gaming consoles at a low price across the island, those store owners will naturally come to negotiate with me for supplies. And the condition for cooperation? It must be that we, Hung Hing, provide security services. This way, I can collect substantial protection fees and assign numerous brothers to work. You can figure out the implications. Ah Sheng, do you think my strategy is viable? After saying this, Han Bin turned to Tang Hansheng. Tang Hansheng nodded with a smile and clapped his hands. Let us go. We can discuss this over tea while I show you my office. Most people only focus on the profit margin between buying and selling, but Han Bin, worthy of being the 4th dragon head of Hung Hing from the movies, thought much deeper. The chairman's office spanned a generous 200 square feet. It was divided into an office area, a reception area, and a tea area, complete with a wine cabinet, tea cabinet, and even a mini golf area. Wow, this office is magnificent. Ah Sheng, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? With such a booming income, spending was equally lavish. Defay plopped down on the genuine leather sofa, closing his eyes and declaring, I'll be sleeping here tonight. Get up, we haven't finished discussing business. Tang Hanxing said mildly to Jimmy. Hurry up, we're being pressed for time, the dinosaur urged. The tea table was crafted from an ancient tree root, and even the chairs were transformed tree stumps, made from precious Wangwali wood. As they gathered around, Tang Hanxing opened a box of Cohiba cigars and handed one to each person present. While brewing water for tea, he spoke. I have always believed in the principle of shared wealth. Regarding the counterfeit business, I intend to keep it strictly among us. No outsiders will be allowed to interfere. We will not set up stalls or open separate stores, but rather sell uniformly at half the price of the genuine products. I say this because counterfeit goods benefit from a gathering effect. Therefore, we should concentrate our efforts on acquiring storefronts in Sneaker Street. No one questioned why this was necessary, because everyone understood that when it came to making money, no one could rival Tang Hanxing. Thus, his arrangements made perfect sense. Defay furrowed his brow and remarked, Isn't Sneaker Street the territory of Liang Kuan? The dinosaur exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to Tang Hanxing, saying, Sheng, let me tell you. I have a bit of a rapport with Liang Kuan, but I can see that his intellect pales in comparison to yours. Sooner or later, his schemes will lead to trouble. Tang Hanxing smiled as he poured tea for everyone, replying, Brother Long, we are not of the same ilk. Besides, such small ventures are beneath Liang Kuan's notice. Bingu, give him a call and let him know we wish to conduct a modest business on his turf. And see if he wants to join forces. Han Bin promptly retrieved his mobile phone, switched to speaker mode, and conveyed Tang Hanxing's message verbatim. Once the call concluded, the outcome was as Tang Hanxing had anticipated. Liang Kuan showed no interest at all, merely stating, according to Hongxing's rules, just pay the protection fee. After receiving this response, Tang Hanxing continued, Now that Liang Kuan has spoken, let's settle this matter accordingly. There's no need to worry about the supply. Your concern shouldn't be whether I have goods, but rather if you have the funds. This business is legitimate, so feel free to proceed. The profits will far exceed your expectations. By the way, you will source the gaming machines from me, and you will handle the sales. I will retain the territories of Kowloon and Causeway Bay for my own operations. The core component of the gaming machines is the Intel 8080 processor, priced at 150 yuan each. The total cost of a complete machine, from parts to labor, is less than 2,000 yuan. As for the game content, all are cracked versions purchased from the system marketplace, including every popular title, even the newly emerged Mario Brothers. Secure what you must, but do not forget to leave some for others. The upper echelon commands people, the middle tier controls resources, while the lower echelon relies on brute force for sustenance. Once they grasp the production process, these individuals will become a cog in Tang Hanxing's profit chain. Observing this 21-year-old youth, Han Bin occasionally found himself lost in thought, as if facing a well-established leader of the underworld. Tang Hanxing's eloquence, character, and approach to matters far exceeded his age. After finishing a cigar, Tang Hanxing raised his teacup and cheerfully declared, to a fruitful collaboration. Everyone raised their glasses in unison, echoing, to a fruitful collaboration. After their departure, he stood by the window, gazing at the workers bustling below. He understood in his heart that the true starting line commenced today. From this day forth, he would officially sweep across the entirety of Hong Kong. In the ensuing period, Tang Hanxing consecutively met with senior executives from several banks in Hong Kong, securing a batch of worthless debts. Most of these debts were irrecoverable for the banks, not due to the debtors lacking funds, but rather the banks being powerless to act against them. However, Tang Hanxing was well versed in various methods. He personally disbanded and reorganized the Kowloon factions, replacing them with his own people, gradually taking control. Employing both soft and hard tactics, treating them to meals became a regular occurrence. Although Di Yin was acutely aware of Tang Hanxing's intentions, he refrained from intervening. The affairs of the faction were dictated by Tang Hanxing alone, and he held a grudging respect for him. Upon his arrival, Tang Hanxing had outfitted the brothers in neatly tailored suits, giving them an air of respectability. The official membership of the faction was rapidly expanding, with Kowloon now boasting over 800 formal members. All these changes were brought about by Tang Hanxing. Meanwhile, business was steadily progressing. The entertainment venue in Causeway Bay was still under renovation, but 4 bars were already turning a profit. This month, as protection fees left Big Brother beaming with delight. The establishment on CFA Road had been organized meticulously by Tang Hanxing, becoming the preferred venue for white-collar workers and entrepreneurs entertaining clients after work. Unlike elsewhere, where watches and cars needed to be closely guarded. Out of a total of 500 shops on Sneaker Street, Tang Hanxing secured 400 in one fell swoop. His recent days had been particularly structured, checking in at the faction in the morning, touring the factory in the afternoon, and returning to his villa to rest in the evening. He even reduced his alcohol consumption, often brewing a pot of tea and sipping it leisurely on the balcony. This demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of a man from the underworld. As a result, Jimmy had also found some relief, hiring 2 general managers to oversee factory operations, allowing him to finally catch his breath. One afternoon, while Tang Hanxing lounged in the air-conditioned office, his phone rang. It was Aja. "Hello, Brother Sheng, it's me, Aja." To rewind half an hour, the golden-haired tiger from Dongxing finally met with Tony, Ahu, and Aja. They convened in a secluded little bar in Causeway Bay, a territory belonging to Hongxing, yet scarcely frequented. The tiger, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "Aja, Tony, Ahu, I know all three of you. Dongxing has 5 tigers, and Hongxing has 3. I'm quite intrigued by you." Aja replied cheerfully, "Brother Shah, those are just the delusions of others. How can we possibly compare to the 5 tigers?" As Tony slurped noodles, he chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Shah, you summoned us here to discuss business, right?" Shah looked at the trio, his tone serious. "I know you used to follow Tang Hanxing, but now he's with Kowloon. Chen Haonan over here has also stepped back. If you all work diligently, your future is limitless. Akuan has mentioned that you will be made decision-makers in the future." Almost forgetting, he added, "Our new leader, Liang Kuan, is my sworn brother." After speaking, he gestured to his subordinates. Chapter 30, The Harvest, It's Your Turn. With a few loud thuds, 3 stacks of cash were tossed onto the table. Observing the gleam in the eyes of the trio, Shah felt a wave of contempt wash over him. Indeed, they were impoverished fools, thinking they could be bought off with 3 million. He spoke directly. "Akuan wants you to eliminate Tang Hanxing. 1 million will be split among the 3 of you. This is your first step of loyalty. Do you dare to proceed? If not, get lost." After saying this, his gaze swept over the trio. Tony and the others exchanged furtive glances, as if their interest had been piqued. Aja pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Hanxing's number. "Brother Shang, it's been several days since we gathered. I miss you. Would you like to come for tea?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hanxing immediately grasped that these individuals must have ulterior motives. They almost met daily for tea. And just the night before, they had been at the villa drinking. "Cut the pleasantries. What is going on?" Tang Hanxing inquired with a smile. "A friend wishes to meet you to discuss a significant deal." "Where? Have you eaten?" The phrase "have you eaten" served as their covert signal, indicating an impending operation. Aja glanced at Shah and replied with a smile, "I've eaten. The address is." After acquiring the address, Tang Hanxing briefed Jimmy before instructing Luo Tianhong and Tian Yangxing to gather people from CFA Road. He then set off alone. Upon hearing that Tang Hanxing was indeed coming, Shah was overjoyed and immediately ordered his subordinates. As soon as he steps through the door, act. Half an hour later, an extended Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt outside. Tang Hanxing descended from the vehicle, a travel bag in hand, sporting glasses and clad in a black jacket. He appeared more like a businessman than a streetwise thug. He smiled at Tony and his brothers. Under the dim light, the 3 brothers, Tony, were smoking and drinking, the atmosphere heavy and their expressions shifting constantly. At that moment, Sha Ming's mind raced with thoughts. He could hardly fathom how foolish and naive Tang Hanxing was. Tang Hanxing entered the bar with a bag in hand, flashing a smile as he glanced at Sha Ming before tossing the bag onto the table. The sound of metal clashing against wood piercing the silence. Ahu stood up and approached the door, pulling down the iron gate. It was only at that moment that Sha Ming realized he had been deceived, and he immediately stood up. Aja, while retrieving a weapon from his bag, chuckled, "So, your brother can't come in anymore. Our people have arrived, and they are currently dealing with them." Sha Ming looked outside, where Luo Tianhong and Tian Yangsheng led a group of brothers from Causeway Bay, brandishing knives and shouting, "Brothers, charge together and cut down the scum of Dongxing." Inside the small bar, Sha Ming was astounded. Tony exaggeratedly remarked, "Brother Sheng, listen to this. He thinks we're country bumpkins, offering us 1 million to take you out." 1 million? That's a lot of money. Ahu pointed to his own head, shaking it as he said, "Sha Ming, can you use your brain for a moment? You think you can take out my brother Sheng? You?" Sha Ming's face paled, gritting his teeth. He declared, "Tang Hanxing, if you have the guts, kill me today." Tang Hanxing pulled out a machete, lit a cigarette, and seemingly ignored him, asking, "Did you tell him that my shares and dividends have already reached hundreds of thousands?" After saying that, he raised the knife and struck fiercely at Sha Ming's thigh. "Sha Ming, have you lost your mind? Mixing in this world. How can you be so foolish and naive? Use your brain." "Ah!" Sha Ming cried out in pain, and just as he attempted to retaliate, Tang Hanxing delivered a powerful kick to his chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. "Damn you!" Tony seized an iron chair and smashed it down, then charged forward with a kick that sent Sha Ming flying. Sha Ming spat blood and roared, "You 3 are traitors." Tony coldly replied, "This is how we do things." Aja added, "Brother Shang, you go have a drink. We'll handle the rest. Don't dirty your hands." The 3 took turns attacking, delivering blows one after another. Tang Hanxing poured himself a glass of liquor, added ice, and said, "Just give him a good lesson. Remember to send him to the hospital." Aja wiped the blood from his face, stating, "Boss, you've really changed lately." Tang Hanxing laughed. Keeping him alive has its uses. He now only wanted to laugh. Laugh until his stomach hurt, laugh until tears streamed down his face. Was Sha Ming simply too arrogant, or just too foolish? He couldn't comprehend it. Not even after 3 days and nights of pondering. Did he truly believe that Tony and his brothers could be bought off for $1 million? Just as Tang Hanxing finished speaking, Tony tightened his grip on the knife, responding with a smile. Got it, boss. Ahoo. Take it easy, learn how I handle things. No sooner had he spoken than he plunged the knife into Sha Ming's thigh. Ajia, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement and also stabbed fiercely into the other leg. Sha Ming, once a formidable figure, now became a mere experiment in the hands of Tony's trio. He gritted his teeth and yelled, just get it over with. Give me a quick death. Tony shrugged. Not happening. My boss has given orders. You must be kept alive. In an instant, one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, the once arrogant Sha Ming, was utterly incapacitated. The status of Dongxing's 5 tigers was not inferior to that of the 12 decision-makers of Hung Hing, perhaps even surpassing them. Ajia pulled out a tape recorder from his pocket. Brother Shang, is this enough for Liang Kuan to have a drink? Tang Hanxing laughed heartily. Hold on to it for now. Remember, send someone to keep an eye on Sha Ming. Don't let anyone finish him off. Shortly thereafter, Tian Yangsheng pushed open the door and entered the bar. Brother Shang, as you instructed, the people have been driven away, but we didn't kill them. Tang Hanxing nodded and then dialed Boss B's number, briefly explaining the situation. Boss B could hardly believe that the very Sha Ming, who had once beaten Chen Haonan to near death, forcing Big B to harm himself, had fallen so low. I'm with a Nan right now, we'll talk later. If Dongxing really intends to take action, I support you. You can recruit anyone from Causeway Bay. Tang Hanxing smiled and asked, B brother, why don't you join us? Boss B chuckled, scolding playfully, you little rascal, this old bone of mine won't join in your ruckus. After hanging up, Boss B turned to Chen Haonan. Do you remember the time when you were beaten to near death at 17? Of course, it was Sha Ming, Chen Haonan replied. Grilling skewers and offering one to Boss B, boss, have some. Boss B accepted it, saying casually, now he's been ruined by Sheng's people. De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai were visibly excited upon hearing this. Boss B continued, Anan, when are you coming out? Sheng misses you. Chen Haonan gazed at the distant sea. B brother, I don't want to just yet. I quite enjoy my current life. After the call ended, Tang Hanxing dialed Liang Kuan's number. Kuan brother. Sha Ming attempted to plot against me, claiming it was you who instigated it, saying you gave Tony and the others $1 million to make me disappear. How could I possibly believe such nonsense? As you can guess, he has now been severely injured and sent to the hospital. Are you going to talk to the camel over there? Damn. Tang Hanxing, you've done remarkably well. You've truly helped me a great deal. After hanging up, Liang Kuan kicked over the big brother phone on the table. Sha Ming, you scoundrel. He was seething with rage, raising his hand to slap Harry across the face. Tell me, did you embezzle the $2 million? Why did Sha Ming only receive 100,000? Harry, bloodied from the blow, looked aggrieved. Boss, I always handle things carefully. You know that. Sha Ming is still alive. He can testify against me. Damn you. Liang Kuan seized a small starlet, his gaze fierce. I'm in a foul mood. Don't provoke me. He pondered in silence. He never expected Tang Hanxing would spare Sha Ming's life. It was truly unexpected. Now, how to handle this situation? If Sha Ming were dead, he could pretend to know nothing and slip away easily. But he was still alive. What to do? After much contemplation, Liang Kuan clenched his teeth. What brotherhood, what loyalty, had long since vanished. His expression turned cold. In a few days, I'll invite Sha Ming to dinner. Harry, you understand what to do, right? If you mess this up, don't ever show your face to me again. Harry lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Understood, boss. I will handle it well. Concerned that Harry alone might not suffice, Liang Kuan shouted toward the corner. Tian Shou, it's your turn. A deep, powerful voice came from the corner. Another trivial matter. You all are becoming increasingly useless. Then, a towering figure stood up, exuding an intimidating aura. Dongxing's camel also learned of this matter. He puffed his cigar gloomily. Sha Ming had been with him for over 20 years, and now he had gone to Hung Hing, even attempting to bring down Chen Hanxing. In the end, he was the one who was ruined by Tang Hanxing. Camel's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. Where could he go to seek justice? He had lost face completely. By the rules of the Underworld, Tang Hanxing had shown Dongxing enough courtesy by not killing Sha Ming. In fact, he should be thanking Tang Hanxing for keeping his underlings in line. He sighed, uncertain of how to proceed. The crow stepped forward and said, Boss, I shall seek out the grasshopper and bring him back. The camel retorted angrily, do not act recklessly. Tang Hanxing has already given Dongxing a step down. Tomorrow marks the birthday of Lord Guan, and tonight we must not shed blood. Is that clear to everyone? His brow furrowed tightly. How was he to handle the situation next? An apology? A drink with the leader? Where could he possibly hide his aged face? At this moment, the most urgent task was to retrieve the grasshopper. Unfortunately, Situ Haonan and Lei Yaoyang were unavailable. The crow, having previously clashed with Tang Hanxing, was not suitable to take action. Just then, someone stepped forward. "Boss, I will go." Upon seeing that it was Da Dong, the head of the horsemen from Boland Street. Clever and capable, a rare talent, the camel felt a glimmer of hope. After settling the grasshopper in a hospital in Causeway Bay, Tang Hansheng returned to Kowloon and summoned his trusted confidants for a meeting. Those specifically named included Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangyi, Luo Tin-hung, Jimmy, as well as a few original members of the Kowloon faction. Although Ao and Feiji had not been appointed as officers, they had been closely following him. Dong Guanzi and Fei Shui were dispatched to Causeway Bay to assist the Tony brothers and the advisor Su. Kowloon was his foundation. But Tang Hansheng would not relinquish Causeway Bay either. Should Chun Haonan, who might return to Hung Hing in the future, be willing to submit to him, Tang Hansheng would not mind entrusting Causeway Bay to his management. Otherwise, once Boss B stepped down, he would elevate a Jia to power. Upon entering, Xian clasped his fists and said, "The boss is indeed the boss. Even the grasshopper has been rendered powerless by you. Everyone, take a seat." Once everyone was settled, Tang Hansheng turned to Xian and asked, "How many members do we currently have in our faction?" Xian replied, "Boss, there are over 900 in the main body, plus around 500 in the outer circle of the Blue Lantern." Tang Hansheng inquired further, "What is the exact number?" Xian hesitated and could not respond. Tang Hansheng frowned and said, "Xian, attention to detail is paramount. The roster is with you. These numbers should be etched in your mind. Perhaps you are not yet accustomed to my style, but remember it for the future." Xian quickly nodded, aware that Tang Hansheng was giving him a chance to redeem himself. Tang Hansheng scanned the room and declared, "In any case, I have grand plans in the coming days. Everyone, stay sharp." Luo Tin-hung stood up and said, "Boss, Dongxing is undisciplined. Delaying is unwise. We should act now. If not tonight, we should unite with the brothers in Causeway Bay to clear Dongxing from Kowloon entirely. They will surely not swallow this humiliation. If we do not strike tonight, they will retaliate in force. The saying goes that vengeance should not wait overnight, for delay may cost lives." Luo Tin-hung had been growing rapidly, his mind sharp. Chapter 31, Pressuring Jiang Tianxing. Jimmy also supported this notion. "Boss, it is time to take them out for a practice run. We have been in Kowloon for nearly a month." Tian Yangsheng clenched his fists and said, "Boss, let us use our weapons this time. I will lead the charge and wipe them out completely." This fellow was truly ruthless. It seemed he intended to annihilate Dongxing entirely. Tang Hansheng, with a cigar in his mouth, laughed and chided, "Tianhong, if your energy is too abundant, go practice at the boxing gym with the others." He never doubted the capabilities of Tian Yangsheng and the others. Tian Yangsheng, looking aggrieved, replied, "Surely not, boss. Our men are too inexperienced. Only Tianhong, Feiji, and I'll have some strength. I fear I might injure the others too severely." Tang Hansheng looked at Tian Yangsheng and asked, "Then you could come train with me." Tian Yangsheng hastily waved his hands. "No, I dare not train with you. Feiji, tonight I will teach you properly." Feiji, with dark circles under his eyes, stubbornly said, "Brother Sheng, let me finish my meal first." This fellow was indeed reckless. Tang Hansheng shook his head, "Not tonight. Feiji, you are to go to the hospital in place of Dong Guanzi and keep an eye on the grasshopper." Xian asked Tang Hansheng, "Boss, when will we strike Dongxing?" All eyes turned to Tang Hansheng, who pondered for a moment before saying, "Tomorrow, at the fireworks festival, we shall conduct ourselves as usual. Jimmy, Xian, Tianhong, you three will accompany me. The matter with Dongxing should be resolved in the coming days." Just as the meeting was about to disperse, a voice suddenly echoed in Tang Hansheng's mind. Detected host's predicament, issuing random task. Seize the fireworks festival's red silk, earn 1,000 reputation points, 3 attribute bonuses, and a god-level free fighting skill. Failure incurs no consequences. The reward was simply too enticing. The fireworks festival originated from the Chinese commemoration of Lord Guan's birthday, a traditional celebratory event. According to old customs, during this time, various factions would pause their disputes and gather to celebrate Lord Guan's birthday. The Hong Kong Fireworks Festival was organized in rotation by several major local organizations. This year, it was Hung Hing's turn to host. The so-called red silk was a red ribbon symbolizing auspiciousness. It was said that possessing it would ensure a prosperous year. Regaining his composure, Tang Hansheng smiled lightly and said, "Very well, I must secure that red silk tomorrow. Everyone, rest well tonight." Jimmy readily agreed. Of course, it must belong to the boss. Who doesn't know you're currently in your prime? With the meeting concluded, Tang Hansheng returned to the chairman's office at the factory. He pondered how to best approach the fat piece of meat that was Dongxing. How should he deal with Liang Kuan? It was truly vexing. He held a strong hand, yet could not determine the most ruthless play. He remained in the office until 8 in the evening. The camel had yet to call, perhaps out of trepidation or concerns for face. In any case, Tang Hansheng could not be bothered to speculate on the camel's thoughts. Even if he were to call and suggest the grasshopper host a few tables and drinks afterward, Tang Hanxing would not easily let Dongxing off the hook. With the camel remaining silent, it only provided him with more justification to take action. At that moment, a call from Sister 13 came through. Ashong. Dongxing's Dadong wishes to meet with you. In the chairman's office, Jimmy ushered in the guest who had come alone. Dadong entered, and upon his first glance, he spotted a couplet on the wall. One seeks to satisfy one's desires, yet only hopes for a clear conscience. Upon entering, he spoke, Mr. Tang. Our boss has sent me to retrieve the grasshopper. Tang Hanxing gestured for him to take a seat, his gaze fixed on the young man. This individual would, in the future, develop Dongxing into the most formidable faction in Hong Kong. Contemplating the rumors surrounding him, Tang Hanxing was already aware. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly and said, Is Dongxing out of personnel? You send only one person? Dadong retrieved a box of cigars from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. What does it matter how many come? When we are not here to compare whose courage is greater. Yaoyang and Haonan have not yet returned to port. And the Crow and the Smiling Tiger have had conflicts with you, so our boss sent me personally. Mr. Tang, these are high-quality habanos. I know you enjoy them. So I brought them specifically for you. Tang Hanxing shook his head with a smile. Dadong, you certainly possess courage. I would be pleased to count you as a friend. However, were it not for the loyalty and reliability of my brothers today, I might very well be lying in the morgue. Dadong smiled apologetically. Thus, I have brought several contracts. These are for 3 bars Dongxing operates in Kowloon, as well as a few stables. As long as you sign, they will be yours. Please arrange for 99 tables and head wine, and liaise with Deng Bo from Lianxing as the intermediary. What do you think? Inside a hospital in Causeway Bay, in a single patient room, Fei Ji is guarding Sha Meng. The door is quietly pushed open. 3 figures stealthily slip inside, their movements cautious and discreet. Upon hearing the commotion, Fei Ji sets down the newspaper, stands up, and calmly states, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Harry remains silent, drawing his machete and charging forward with his companions. After a period of rigorous training under Tian Yangsheng, Fei Ji's skills have vastly improved. He swiftly snatches Harry's weapon, delivering a precise elbow strike to his opponent's head, rendering Harry unconscious immediately. He then sidesteps another incoming blade, seizing the assailant and delivering a powerful knee strike. Subsequently, he discards the seized machete and sends another weapon flying. With a series of flying kicks, knee strikes, and punches, he decisively takes down the third adversary. Is it over? Fei Ji exhales softly. Rather intriguing, but alas. A voice emerges. A tall figure strides in, the brim of his hat obscuring much of his face, rendering his features indistinct, yet his sharp silhouette exudes an aura of intimidation. Fei Ji furrows his brow, and without hesitation, charges forward. The newcomer is Tian Shou, who stands his ground, blocking the attack with his left hand while delivering a punch to Fei Ji's face with his right. He shakes his head, stating, You are not my match. What is your name? Although the young man before him lacks strength, his courage is commendable. With a single blow, Fei Ji is sent flying 5 to 4 meters away. However, having undergone daily intensive training with Tian Yangsheng, his resilience has significantly increased. He swiftly flips back to his feet, panting, and charges once more at Tian Shou. I am Hongxing Fei Ji. After several exchanges, Fei Ji finds himself on the ground multiple times, his face marred with blood. Tian Shou is not unscathed either, bearing some injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarks, You are not my opponent. Leave, and I will spare you. I know I am of little use. Fei Ji grits his teeth as he struggles to rise. I am acutely aware of my limitations. I know I cannot defeat you, and I understand. His voice resolute and his gaze fearless, he proclaims, But I can only charge forward. It is not a matter of winning or losing. I must stand here and fight. For this is the mission assigned by Brother Sheng. With that, he lunges forward again, only to be halted by a hand. A languid voice interjects, Are you foolish? I told you to run if you cannot win. Sha Meng's death is inconsequential. Tian Yangsheng enters the room, clenching his fists as he faces Tian Shou. Big guy, your opponent is me. With that, he produces a weapon. Unfazed by Tian Shou's bare hands, Tian Yangsheng strikes without hesitation. After a tumultuous battle, he finally knocks Tian Shou unconscious. Immediately, he instructs his men to drag the others downstairs. Once in the car, he awakens Harry, rummaging through a toolbox as he speaks. Consider yourself unfortunate for crossing paths with me. You will personally experience the taste of torture. Let us see how long you can endure. With that, he yanks off Harry's shoe and slowly draws a knife towards his heel. In the chairman's office, Tang Hanxing flips through the contracts on the table, fully aware that the meager compensation from Dongxing's Luo Tua holds no value in his eyes. The phone rings. He picks up his mobile. Noticing the call is from Tian Yangsheng, Tang Hanxing steps outside to take the call. Brother Sheng, you were right. Someone attempted to assassinate Sha Meng. It's Harry from Liang Kuan's side, along with a fellow named Tian Shou. I pressed for information. And it turns out Harry is responsible for the previous incidents. How should we proceed? Tian Yangxing reports in a hushed tone. Tian Shou? The legendary giant from the Treasure Island? I did not expect such a fierce character to be around Liang Kun. Tang Hanxing muses, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Frowning, he inquires, what is the status of Fei Ji? Tian Shou did not go for the kill. Fei Ji only suffered minor injuries. Nothing serious. Tang Hanxing nods, his tone steady. Let Fei Ji recover in peace. As for Harry and Tian Shou, take them to the countryside in Yuanlong and hand them over to Li and Xing for supervision. I will arrive shortly. Regarding Xiaoming, have Dongxing's men come to retrieve him. Upon returning to his office, he resumes his seat. He gently pushes 3 contracts back to the edge of the table. Lighting a cigar, he calmly states, Dedong, I cannot accept these terms. I will accept the cigar as a courtesy, but the contract will remain unsigned. Furthermore, someone has attempted to kill Xiaoming, and my men sustained serious injuries while protecting him. Xiaoming is still in the hospital. You may take him now. Dedong hastily asks, Mr. Tang, may I inquire who was responsible? Tang Hanxing shakes his head. This is information you need not concern yourself with. Now, please return. And convey my regards to Luo Tua. I respect him. He has no intention of allowing outsiders to meddle in his affairs. His expression remains placid, leaving Dedong unable to decipher his thoughts. However, one thing is certain. Tang Hanxing has not accepted Dongxing's apology. The most pressing matter now is to ensure Xiaoming's safe return to Dongxing. Rising, Dedong respectfully states, Thank you, Mr. Tang. Regardless, Dongxing will certainly provide you with an explanation. Liang Kun swiftly learns of the failed operation. Harry and the others are unaccounted for, and even Tian Shou has vanished. He is momentarily perplexed as to whether Dongxing has arranged protection or if Tang Hanxing has intervened covertly. That night, he remains restless, sensing an impending storm. Before turning to leave, Dedong glances at a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall, inscribed with the words, Do not seek to please everyone, but strive to be guilt-free. He casts one last look at Tang Hanxing before departing. Instead of returning to the Baijidao villa, Tang Hanxing summons Jimmy and heads straight to Yuanlong. Initially, he intended to wait for Jiang Tiansheng to act, planning to strike once Liang Kun found himself in dire straits. However, now, the plan must be expedited. Unexpectedly, he finds that his cherished aircraft has been compromised. Tang Hanxing resolves to no longer delay and must apply pressure on Jiang Tiansheng. At the Imperial Guard base, he encounters Harry and the imposing Tian Shou from the Treasure Island. Harry and his companions are confined within a small iron cage, while Tian Shou is shackled separately, his limbs bound by chains. Tian Shou bears visible injuries, his left cheek severely swollen. Detected the host's predicament, please select from the following options. Option 1. Subdue the formidable Jianghu figure Tian Shou and gain his absolute loyalty, earning 3,000 prestige points. Option 2. Eliminate Tian Shou, earning 5 attribute points and 3,000 prestige points. As the system prompt sounds, Tang Hanxing's gaze falls upon Tian Shou. Although he has not made an appearance in the film, the ferocity attributed to him by others is palpable. That explosive power, rivaling that of a ferocious beast, emanates even in slumber, still echoing the aura of his past dominance in the Jianghu. A subordinate brings over a chair, and Tang Hanxing takes a seat. A few buckets of cold water were splashed down, and as the sky darkened, Harry and the others slowly opened their eyes. Chapter 32. Jiang Tiansheng ultimately remained wary of him. Tang Hanxing spoke in a calm tone. Harry, was it Liang Kun who incited you to act? Harry, powerless to respond, replied, Don't ask. Doesn't your brother already know? If I publicly identify Liang Kun, my family will be in grave danger. Jimmy, growing impatient, interjected, Brother Shang, stop talking to him. Let us just dispose of him for the dogs. Huh, this kid Jimmy seems to be turning ruthless. Tang Hanxing nodded. Very well, then. Take those 2 to Kowloon walled city first. There are plenty of dog pits there. Understood, Tian Yangyi acknowledged, opening the cage and swiftly dragging the 2 out, disposing of them cleanly before Harry's eyes. Fear spread across Harry's face. After all, he was merely a minor player. The so-called loyalty meant nothing in the face of life and death. His voice trembled. Brother Shang, I'll tell you everything. I was present when Brother Nan was recorded that day. Furthermore, it was Kuan Ge who instructed me to deliver the money to Xiaoming. And I was the one who informed Xiaoming to take action against you. If you want me to publicly identify Liang Kun, I am willing. I will do whatever you say. I only beg you to spare my life. Tang Hanxing nodded in satisfaction. You will stay here to recuperate for the next few days. You will still be of use to me. After saying this, he turned to Tian Shou, the giant from the Treasure Island. This Tian Shou was someone capable of intimidating the Underworld with a single move. The rewards for killing and subduing were nearly the same. It might be better to keep him alive. Kill or maim, it's your choice. Tian Shou responded in a deep voice. A man who had long since grown indifferent to life and death. He had anticipated this day, though he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Tang Hanxing stood up and approached Tian Shou. You certainly possess a strong will. Tian Shou spat out blood from his mouth. What do you want? And what do you not want? Tang Hanxing, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke slowly. I have high hopes for you, but you must think about those behind you. I heard your girlfriend has a growth in her brain. I am willing to help you send her abroad, where the best medical resources are available. Everyone has a weakness. And Tian Shou was no exception. His first vulnerability was his sister, but she was no longer alive. The second was his current girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Tian Shou lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Yet, being an old hand in the game, he did not immediately agree. Merely stating, I am a member of the Somnian gang. Tang Hanxing smiled and replied, changing boats is not a problem. I can afford the price. Tian Shou added, there's one more thing. You must first eliminate Liang Kuan. I came here at the Dragon Head's arrangement to assist Liang Kuan. Tang Hanxing exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, rest assured, it will be done soon. You take care of your injuries for now. When you're able, help me look after a few of my young ones. After leaving the hospital and getting into the car, Tang Hanxing dialed Chun Yao's number. Brother Yao. It's me. You should be aware of the situation by now, right? I know. Sheng, Chun Yao replied. Tang Hanxing straightforwardly recounted the entire sequence of events. Now I have both witness and evidence in hand. If Mr. Jiang does not take action soon, Hongxing will descend into chaos on its own. I will not sit idle and wait for others to clean up my mess. Otherwise, Hongxing will lose all face. Chun Yao responded. Mr. Jiang is returning soon. You need to hold on for a few days. Sheng, I appreciate your hard work. After hanging up, Chun Yao turned and walked into the backyard, recounting the events unfolding in Hongxing to Jiang Tiansheng, who was engrossed in a game of chess. Brother Sheng. It's time to return. With that, Jiang Tiansheng placed his piece down, winning that round. He took a sip of red wine, inhaled a puff of his cigar, and asked, have the prince and Hanbin been getting close to Tang Hanxing lately? Chun Yao nodded. Tang Hanxing has opened 2 factories. They are now collaborating on counterfeit goods and also working together in the gaming sector. He detailed Tang Hanxing's business landscape. As a figure who had long since distanced himself from the underworld, Jiang Tianxing had one foot firmly in legitimate business now. Hongxing was the culmination of his life's work, the empire he had built. What he now sought was to find a compliant puppet to ascend to the Dragon Head position, allowing himself to completely wash clean his past and realize his ideal life. Han Bin, the prince, and Chun Haonan had all previously been on his list of successors. However, each had their own issues or had yet to grow to the heights he desired. Now, the most suitable successor had emerged, Tang Hanxing. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianxing felt he could not control this individual. Their 2 encounters at the villa had confirmed his belief that Tang Hanxing was indeed the type of person he sought. This young man had a sharper business acumen than even himself. Despite his youth, he understood how to utilize talent, control the situation, and remained calm in the face of adversity. More impressively, he had already begun engaging in philanthropy. This reminded Jiang Tianxing of a familiar shadow, that of a politician. The future of Hongxing can only truly belong to you if I grant it, Tang Hanxing, Jiang Tianxing murmured, taking another sip of red wine. Addressing Chun Yao, have the police clean up Liang Kuan's territory. With Liang Kuan's limited intellect, he'll undoubtedly think it's your handiwork. Understood. Chun Yao nodded in response. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment before continuing. Prepare a sum of money, and have the Dark Gate take action. At least 20 men to eliminate Tang Hanxing, and then pin the blame on Liang Kuan. He understood that if Tang Hanxing survived, he would only become more formidable. Thus, this time, no traces could be left behind. 20, understood, Chun Yao replied in a low voice. Arrange for a private plane immediately. I need to return to Hong Kong. Understood. After speaking, Chun Yao turned and left. Jiang Tianxing downed the last of his drink, murmuring, what a pity, Tang Hanxing. You are still too young. On the way back, Tang Hanxing. Puffing Tang Hanxing spoke with a heavy heart. There are certain matters that I fear may spiral out of control. Only by sending you abroad can I truly address the impending troubles with peace of mind. He turned to Tian Yangtze beside him and said, you shall depart early tomorrow morning. Understood, Tian Yangtze nodded. Zhou Jiasen recognized that this was not the moment for sentimental attachments. She kissed Tang Hanxing and said, darling, I shall heed your arrangements. Should that little one remain here to keep you company? Tang Hanxing shook his head. Having discerned her thoughts, perhaps it is because she and I share a similar background that I regard her as a sister. You all will leave together tomorrow. I understand. Zhou Jiasen nodded. Tang Hanxing then looked towards Tian Yangsheng. Aji, have you found any trace of Jiang Tianyang? He is in Chiang Mai. Aji and Ahao currently command 200 men, ready to act at any moment. After a brief contemplation, Tang Hanxing replied quietly, proceed as I instructed. I await an opportunity. Once Jiang Tian begins to make a move, I shall inform you of our next steps. For now, send someone to monitor Jiang Tian's villa and head directly to the airport. Upon his appearance, report back immediately. Understood. Tian Yangsheng responded. The following day, at the entrance of the Huanya Hotel, Niu Xiong, Huang Zhixiong, and Lu Qichong arrived early, establishing their presence in the vicinity. The firework event is held annually, often accompanied by disturbances, even if no major incidents occur. A little commotion tends to attract attention. As 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles approached, one of which was a bulletproof 600 SEL model, they came to a steady halt at the entrance. The trio immediately perked up. At that moment, a few beggars approached the hotel seeking alms, and several of Hung Hing's subordinates were preparing to shoo them away. Tang Hanxing raised his hand to stop them and turned to the prince, saying, "Take out some money." The prince, already familiar with Tang Hanxing's style, grumbled, "Come on. I'm a thug, not a philanthropist. Hurry up, stop dawdling like a woman." Tang Hanxing extended his hand. While the prince fished out some cash, he complained, "Do you think I don't know? I'm just a guy running a boxing gym, barely scraping by, with the expenses of maintaining cars and housing, plus taking care of 150 little brothers. I owe you a pile of money, and my wallet is cleaner than my face. I've only got 500 right now. So take that for now, and you all chip in too." He glanced back at the little brothers beside him. Tang Hanxing also addressed his own brothers, urging them not to hold back and to hand over their money. "Boss, do we really have to do this? It's so embarrassing. How am I supposed to get by later? Stop talking nonsense. Who doesn't he know that our brother Shang respects the elderly and cares for the young?" In the police car, Lu Qichong couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is really taking on the role of leader now, looking quite the part. He is the youngest in the region, and not long ago, he donated millions to an orphanage and has taken in quite a few orphans in Yuanlong. Huang Zhixiong added, cigarette in mouth. The anti-money laundering department has checked him several times, and he is cleaner than we expected, Lu Qichong remarked, tapping the steering wheel. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, we can afford to turn a blind eye to the rest. Compared to those other figures in the underworld, Tang Hanxing is quite respectable. Niu Xiong extinguished his cigarette. Master Su approached, lightly tapping on the car window, politely saying, "Gentlemen officers, thank you for your efforts to maintain order. A few bottles of water should be acceptable?" Lu Qichong nodded. "Thank you. Let us hope nothing goes awry today. We are aware of yesterday's incident with Dongxing." Master Su smiled. "It's unavoidable. I hope you officers can be understanding." Hung Hing had already set up the venue inside the hotel. The entire event space was adorned with festive decorations, radiating a celebratory atmosphere. In the center of the stage stood a grand statue of Guan Yu, surrounded by red silk drapery. The longest banner read Changhong, symbolizing prosperity and longevity. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing and his entourage, Brother Ji, as the host, quickly approached, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. "Ah Shang, you're really looking more and more like a businessman." Tang Hanxing responded with a smile. "Brother Ji, let us have a drink later." Brother Ji surveyed the venue and said, "I still have to host the firework event today. By the way, is Changhong interested in participating? Who doesn't he know you are the big water pipe?" Tang Hanxing leaned in and whispered a figure, and Brother G's face lit up with a grin. The higher the firework event was priced, the more prestige it brought. Many of Hung Hing's 12 leaders had arrived, yet most were young. Hardly any of the older generation showed up, not even the big boss B. Just as Tang Hanxing took a seat, A Lu and Big D from Lianxing entered with their subordinates. Chapter 33. Liang Kuan has been apprehended by the police. A Lu approached first, extending his hand. "Ah Shang. It's been a while, quite the scene." The two had met previously at the job fair, and Tang Hanxing shook his hand. "Young Master Lo, please send my regards to Uncle Deng." "Sure, our Uncle Deng often speaks of you. I won't disturb you further," A Lu replied. Big D, on the other hand, directly made his way to Lianxing's seats without acknowledging anyone. Tang Hanxing understood that although Big D was flamboyant in actions, he was sincere. He intended to offer a word of caution. Remember to wear a helmet while fishing. Han Bin, 13 May, Dinosaur, and Big Fei soon arrived one after another. After everyone settled, to the left were Han Bin, 13 May, and the Prince, while to the right sat Big Fei's sister KK, Big Fei, Jimmy Boy, Luo Tianhong, and Tian Yangsheng. The Prince looked at Tang Hanxing and casually remarked, "I've been practicing jujitsu every day. Ah Shang, when will we have another match?" Tang Hanxing waved his hand. "Prince, if you have time, you can spar a few rounds with Tian Yangsheng." "Him?" The Prince turned to Tian Yangsheng. Just then, a shout announced, "Dongxing has arrived." The little brother at the entrance called out, and all eyes turned towards the door. Leading the way was Crow, donning a pair of comically oversized white-framed sunglasses and a loose-fitting gray t-shirt, exuding an eccentric vibe that seemed somewhat out of place. Closely following was the smiling tiger, Wu Jiwei. The atmosphere in the venue stirred with chatter. Dongxing had utterly lost face this time. The Dongxing 5 tigers are formidable figures. It could be said that any two of them joining forces could shake the entire underworld. The Sand Mantis, also a tough character in the underworld, never expected to fall into Tang Hanqing's hands. People couldn't help but reflect, regardless of how much loyalty one claims in the underworld, or how treacherous the path may be, ultimately, one must pay their dues. Life's ups and downs, the ebb and flow of fate, are but fleeting moments in the grand scheme of things. Oh ho! As Crow stepped inside, he abruptly raised his right hand, executing a German salute reminiscent of World War II, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother G." Brother G's face beamed with joy as he briskly approached to shake hands. "Crow, come, take a seat. We are all family here." Crow grasped Brother G's hand and called to his entourage, "Everyone, greet Brother G." The little fellows from Dongxing immediately rushed forward to pay their respects. Crow then approached Tang Hanqing's table, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Brother Shang." He removed his sunglasses, staring at KK. "Jiang Tianyang has a star girlfriend. Your friend here is quite the looker. What is her name?" Clearly misunderstanding KK's identity, Tang Hanqing glanced at Big Fei. Big Fei stood up and said, "You annoying crow. You're really bothersome. My mouth was already foul enough before, but since you arrived, you have claimed the title of the champion of bad breath, making me appear almost civilized by comparison." "Civilized, you say?" The crow chuckled and, pointing at his hairstyle, remarked, "If you want to be truly refined, you must be as stylish and suave as I am." "Ha ha ha." Big Fei laughed in response. "Stylish? I don't even think you can keep a single underling alive." The two exchanged barbs, and the atmosphere grew lively. Just then, a waiter began pushing a food cart laden with dishes. At that moment, Brother G took the microphone and stepped onto the stage center. "Gentlemen, friends, thank you all for attending this year's fireworks gathering. The Finua Hotel is truly bustling with excitement today. We gather here to celebrate the birthday of Lord Guan. And Hung Hing has prepared many performances, as well as various tributes on stage, which will be auctioned off. To avoid disturbing everyone's dining, we shall eat, auction, and enjoy the shows simultaneously. How does that sound?" The crowd erupted in applause, the atmosphere vibrant. Tang Hanqing picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let us eat quickly." One of his men inquired, "Boss, is there action plan later?" Tang Hanqing glanced at the crow not far away, then pointed to the dishes on the table. "Today is Lord Guan's birthday. These dishes are blessed." Jimmy approached and whispered a few words. "I'm stepping out for a moment." Tang Hanqing wiped his mouth, rose, and left the venue. As he walked, he instructed, "Arrange immediately to bring Brother B's family to the factory's secret room. Let the Tony brothers go fetch Brother B." Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianxing moved swiftly. After the call last night, the police raided Liang Kuan's place today, causing heavy losses. Tang Hanqing was given no respite. Fortunately, Zhou Jiasen had been sent abroad early this morning. Tang Hanqing dialed Boss B's number. "Brother B, Liang Kuan's turf has been cleared. I've sent Tony to fetch you, and I've also dispatched someone to escort your wife. Liang Kuan wouldn't dare harm my family, would he?" Boss B hesitated. Tang Hanqing's tone turned grave. "He is furious now. He is capable of anything. I've even sent my girlfriend away. Brother B, what are you waiting for?" "All right. Brother Tang, take care of yourself. I'm contacting Chun Yao now to have Mr. Jiang return to oversee matters promptly," Boss B replied. The police had already arrived with irrefutable evidence. At this moment, Liang Kuan was in an extreme state. The more dire the situation, the more silent he became. He knew he had no way out. His only hope lay in a sliver of possibility. Faces of past adversaries flashed through his mind. Boss B, Chen Haonan, Tang Hanqing. He had no proof of who betrayed him, but he intended to make everyone remember the price of provoking Liang Kuan. His voice calm yet hoarse, devoid of emotion. He commanded, "Find 10 gunmen. Eliminate Tang Hanqing. Capture Brother B's children." Chen Haonan's bar was set ablaze. "Any news on Jiang Tianxing?" a subordinate asked. "No sign of his return yet," came the reply. Liang Kuan's eyes burned fiercely as he ordered, "Keep someone watching Jiang Tianxing's villa. Strike the moment he appears." Hung Hing 1T always belonged to the Jiang family. "As long as Jiang Tianxing dies, I remain the leader." "Make it happen." "Understood." Meanwhile, the auction scene resumed its liveliness. "Attention, everyone. The grand finale item, the Chonghong, is here," Brother G announced, prompting enthusiastic applause and cheers. Everyone understood that the true climax was just beginning. Amid the cheers, the crow remained composed, exchanging a glance with the smiling tiger. Jimmy also cast a look toward Tang Hanqing. Even before bidding began, the tension was palpable. On stage, Brother G shouted, "Gentlemen, brothers, the starting bid for tonight's Chonghong is 16,800. Let the auction commence." Barely had his words fallen when Jimmy stood and declared, "My elder brother bids 180,000. Excellent." Hung Hing's youngest decision-maker, Tang Hanqing, opening with 180,000. "Brother Shang is ready to soar tonight." Brother G exclaimed passionately. The hall thundered with applause. Brother G, flushed with excitement, scanned the crowd. 180,000, first call. 180,000, second call. 180,000. Wait. The crow raised his hand and shouted, 180,000? I'll add 20,000, 200,000. Impressive. Crow from Dongxing bids 200,000. Tonight is truly lively. Brother G rallied the crowd. Jimmy rose again, loudly stating, my elder brother raises it to 280,000. Then he cast a cold glance at the crow. The crow reclined in his chair, casually raising his hand. 280,000? I'll add 100, 280,100. Lok Tin-hung immediately put down his chopsticks, frowning. This one's interesting. Jimmy was undeterred. 500,000. The crow sneered, raising his hand once more. Then I'll add a bit. 500,100. Tang Hanxing glanced at Jimmy, who nodded. 1,800,000. Excellent. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. After all, they were men of the underworld. The crow's tactics were admittedly unorthodox. 1,800,000. Brother Sheng directly shouted that amount. Brother G's face was flushed with excitement. Jimmy looked at the crow firmly. If it's a fight you want, then let us fight to the end. The crow remained expressionless. Then I'll raise it to 1,800,100. Bang. Big Fei jumped to his feet, pointing at the crow and yelling, are you here to cause trouble? The crow feigned ignorance. Bidding reflects strength. Who says you can't keep bidding? Is Dongxing the only one allowed to speak? Big Fei fumed, stomping. Why are you always so sarcastic? They raised by 100. You add 100? Fine. You add 100. I'll add 1. The crow smiled and retorted. And how do you add 1? Brother G shook his head. At this rate, it'll be difficult to manage. Implying that if the crow played this game, Hongxing would not hold back. The crow slowly stood, drew a cigarette from his pack, and lit it. Difficult? Then I guess it won't be managed. Before finishing, he flipped the table over. Clatter. Hongxing's men immediately rose, and both factions collided, plunging the scene into chaos. Tang Hanxing was swiftly shielded by Tian Yangsheng and Lok Tin-hung. The situation erupted completely. What do you think you're doing? Silence. Niu Xiong, Huang Ziqing, and Lu Qichong rushed in, struggling desperately to separate the sides. Niu Xiong roared, today is Lord Guan's birthday. Such disrespect? I have several police cars outside. Anyone causing trouble will be taken away. The crow turned and said coldly, boring. I'm going out for a walk. Shush. The crowd hissed in disapproval. Niu Xiong approached Tang Hanxing. You Hongxing and Dongxing, stop causing trouble. We're all acquaintances here. Who among the short-statured hasn't he been caught by me? Tang Hanxing smiled wryly. Brother Xiong, you see it too. How about a drink together? Niu Xiong waved his hand. Enough. Carry on. Once Dongxing departed, the staff entered to tidy up the scene. Brother G took up the microphone. Let us proceed with the auction of Chang'an. Hongxing's Aixing bids 1,800,000. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? 1,800,000. First call. 1,800,000. Second call. 1,800,000. Third call. Congratulations to Hongxing's Aixing for securing Chang'an. Aixing, may your fortunes flourish throughout this year. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in Tang Hanxing's mind. Mission accomplished. Host gains 1,000 reputation points, 3 attribute points, and a divine level Sonda skill. Tang Hanxing evenly distributed the attribute points. Name, Tang Hanxing Strength, 33 Constitution, 33 Agility, 33 Spirit, 33 Skills, Grandmaster level Tang Dao Swordsmanship, Divine level Pistol Marksmanship, Miraculous Sniper Rifle Proficiency. Divine level Sonda. Items, Fountain of Life, Capital Converter, Ancient Dragon Pill, AK-47, AWM, Desert Eagle. After the group photo concluded, Tang Hanxing placed the red envelope into the box. Hanbin spoke up. Aixing, has Liangkong been taken down by the police? Several others had also heard about the incident. Tang Hanxing replied, I'm not sure who was behind it, but Liangkong is on the verge of explosion. Mr. Jiang should be back soon. He will handle matters. In a few days, I intend to make a move against Dongxing. Prepare 100 million as settlement money. Lend me some men. Let us seize this opportunity to suppress Dongxing. As a token of greeting to Mr. Jiang. No sooner had he spoken than he rose with the Kowloon Hall members and left, leaving Han Bin and the others in stunned silence. Chapter 34. Resisting the assassination at the Gate of Darkness. Defy stammered. Did he just say 100 million? Han Bin repeated, 100 million. Kong Long stood up. No more talk. I'll return to tally our forces. The Crown Prince extinguished his cigarette. Damn it. I only earn 700,000 a month, with mortgage, car loans, and supporting my men. I'm left with at most 20,000. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Nearby tables of underworld figures had also overheard. Thus, the news of Tang Hanxing's plan to invest 100 million to strike Dongxing spread like wildfire throughout Hong Kong's underworld. Ever since Tang Hanxing had declined Dongxing's apology, Camel realized there was no room for negotiation. Tang Hanxing had resolved to act. Upon reflection, Camel thought Tang Hanxing was honorable enough to send someone secretly to watch over Locust in the hospital. Striking Dongxing was justifiable, as Dongxing had broken the rules first. If a strike was to be made, it would be thorough. What Camel did not know was that Tang Hanxing's true intention was to use the Dongxing move to extricate himself from Hongxing's mess. Yet the assault on Dongxing was genuine, not a mere show. Turbulent undercurrents surged. At this moment in Saigon, a group of men clad in black entered a small bar named Hot Dog Bar. Several barrels of gasoline were poured onto the floor, and the leader tossed in a lit cigarette. With a thunderous explosion, Chun Haonan's years of hard work were reduced to ashes. Fortunately, he and Kelly were not present at the scene. When the news arrived, Chun Haonan was utterly stunned. Only now did he truly comprehend Tang Hanxing's words from before. "Inan, I hope you can still keep the shop open in Causeway Bay. That is our territory. You must understand, even if you leave Hongxing, you still live in the underworld where grudges abound wherever there are people." He slowly regained his composure. Chun Haonan dialed Tang Hanxing's number and began. "Aixing, you were right. Welcome back. Kowloon, Azure Factory." Tang Hanxing sat in a broad leather chair, a slight smile on his lips. "Can I really return?" Chun Haonan's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Tang Hanxing replied calmly, "I have evidence. Among those who filmed your video back then, one named Harry is now with me. When Mr. Jiang returns, I will speak with him personally." "All right. Then we shall wait for Mr. Jiang to return and oversee the situation." After hanging up, Tang Hanxing understood that Liang Kong's revenge had already begun. Burning Chun Haonan's bar was merely the first step. He had ruined Liang Kong's second plan. Naturally, the ensuing wrath would be directed entirely at himself. Before long, the Tony brothers arrived at the factory with Boss B's entire family. De Tian and his men also gradually gathered. Asia's eyes were cold as he said, "Brother Shang, Liang Kong sent men to burn Brother Nan's bar and also to capture Brother B's child at school. Luckily, we acted swiftly and extracted them in advance." Boss B's face still bore traces of shock as he tightly grasped Tang Hanxing's hand. "Aixing, today we owe you for your decisive action. Liang Kong is utterly ruthless. Brother Shang, why not just eliminate him directly? What are we waiting for? Boss, we cannot delay any longer." The atmosphere was tense and fervent, yet Tang Hanxing waved his hand. "Liang Kong is still nominally the leader. We cannot act recklessly. Wait for Mr. Jiang's return. Follow his arrangements. Jimmy, inform all employees to take leave. Ae, take Brother B to the secret chamber." His tone was all obedience, placing Mr. Jiang's authority above all. The crowd responded in unison, "Yes. Understood. I'll get right on it." Such acting prowess even made Tian Yangxing involuntarily mutter Oscar-worthy. Boss B added, "I just spoke with Yao Gu. Mr. Jiang will return to the island soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ringtone of the boss's cell phone sounded. Tang Hanxing answered. On the other end was Jiang Tianxing's voice. "Aixing, it's me. I'm back. Are you available to talk now?" Tang Hanxing's expression tightened as he moved to a corner. "Mr. Jiang, it's safe now." Jiang Tianxing whispered, "Come to my villa immediately. Don't tell anyone." His heart skipped a beat. The lack of news from the dispatched spies. Yet Jiang Tianxing contacted him first. Tang Hanxing was unaware that Jiang Tianxing had flown back on a private jet and headed straight to the villa upon landing. At that moment, he immediately suspected a trap. Yet, without hesitation, he agreed. "Mr. Jiang, I'm on my way." Resolving matters with Jiang Tianxing on the spot would be ideal. Just as he resolved to depart, a prompt sounded in his mind. Detected hostess situation, mission triggered. 1. Assassinate Jiang Tianxing. Reward, 10,000 reputation, 2 to all attributes. 2. Endure silently. Earn title King of the Short Mules. Detected hostess situation. Mission triggered. 1. Successfully thwart Liang Kong's assassination. Reward, 3,000 reputation, 1 to all attributes. 2. Mission failure, death. Tang Hanxing exhaled slowly. The timing was perfect. Since Liang Kong had made a move, he might as well let the fire consume itself. The only unknown was whether Liang Kong's men dared to strike Jiang Tianxing. He summoned Tian Yangxing aside. "I will head to Mr. Jiang's villa immediately. You all hide and wait for the right moment to intervene. Liang Kong may have already sent men. If they dare act, let them come first. Remember, let a Hao and Aji get moving as well. This journey is fraught with peril. Success or failure hinges on this very moment." Tian Yangxing inquired, "Should we take action against Liang Kun? He has reached the end of his line. Whether he lives or dies bears little consequence." Tang Hanxing assessed the situation with composure. Tian Yangxing then asked, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Tang Hanxing shook his head. "I shall go alone. You all wait outside for the signal." "Understood." After briefing the others, Tang Hanxing descended the stairs. The horizon was shrouded in ominous clouds. The weather forecast warned of thunderstorms tonight. He opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and started the engine. Just as he exited the Kowloon Industrial Park, he noticed several vehicles tailing him in the rearview mirror, prompting him to accelerate sharply. The Porsche, capable of reaching 100 kilometers in mere seconds, surged forward with formidable power. Upon landing, Jiang Tianxing received word that Tang Hanxing had prepared 1 billion, intending to acquire Dongxing as a gift for him. He felt a flicker of emotion within. Therefore, he resolved to grant Tang Hanxing another opportunity. Shortly after returning to the villa, Chen Yao approached with a report. Brother Sheng. Sheng has arrived. Jiang Tianxing nodded, his gaze fixed on the young man before him, his expression complex. On the table, a chessboard had already been set up. He smiled and beckoned. Sheng, come join me for a game. Mr. Jiang, my chess skills are rather lacking, if you do not mind. I would be happy to play around with you. Tang Hanxing chuckled, rolled up his sleeves, and took a seat. Jiang Tianxing made the first move. I heard that Liang Kuan sent people to burn down Chunhaonan Bar, and also dispatched men to capture Brother B's child. Tang Hanxing replied, making his move simultaneously. The two engaged in conversation, the chessboard becoming a battlefield of strategy. Upon learning that his subordinates had lost track of Tang Hanxing, Liang Kuan issued an immediate command. Perfect, let us take them all out. Act now. However, when Liang Kuan's men arrived at the villa, they discovered a police car parked at the entrance. They could only regroup with the originally planned operatives and seek another opportunity. Chen Yao, upon learning of the police presence, rose to descend the stairs. Spotting a familiar face, he immediately donned a smile and produced a cigarette, saying, Brother Xiong, what brings you here today? Huang Zhixiong accepted the cigarette and replied, Brother Yao, we will chat another time. Today we are here to see Tang Hanxing. Chen Yao hesitated for a moment and said, Sheng and Mr. Jiang are inside playing chess. Please wait a moment. Please inform Tang Hanxing that Officer Huang requires his presence regarding the investigation into the Saigon bar explosion. Rest assured, it is nothing serious. Huang Zhixiong lit a cigarette, smiling as he spoke. Very well, Brother Xiong, let us share a drink another day. As Chun Yao entered the study, the chess game was nearing its conclusion. The battle on the board was intensely fierce, with only a few pieces remaining on both sides, the situation at a stalemate. Jiang Tianxing's moves were steady and profound, while Tang Hanxing's style was aggressive and fierce. As he himself remarked, his chess skills were not particularly remarkable. He could only rely on a hard-hitting offensive to capture Jiang Tianxing's pieces. Chen Yao gently knocked on the door, reminding, Brother Sheng, Huang Zhixiong wishes to see Tang Hanxing. It concerns the explosion at Annan's bar. Upon hearing this, Tang Hanxing furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Why is the police intervening now? Shouldn't this matter be directed at Liang Kuan? Jiang Tianxing observed Tang Hanxing's reaction without immediately responding to Chen Yao. Instead, he posed a question. Sheng, I am growing older, and among the 12 leaders of Hongxing, I hold the highest regard for you. Have you ever considered ascending to the position of a leader? The atmosphere shifted instantly with this statement. Chen Yao's expression changed slightly, and the two bodyguards at the door tightened their demeanor. Under Jiang Tianxing's gaze, Tang Hanxing concealed his inner yearning, saying, Mr. Jiang, you jest. My experience is still lacking. I fear I cannot maintain order. Jiang Tianxing took a puff of his cigar and patted his shoulder. Huh? We shall discuss this further another time. For now, let us go meet Huang Zhixiong. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. After Tang Hanxing descended the stairs, Jiang Tianxing extinguished his cigar and quietly instructed Chen Yao. Yao, let the dark gate take action. Understood. Chen Yao nodded. All of this stemmed from Tang Hanxing's remark about his inexperience. Had he expressed a desire to ascend, Jiang Tianxing would have wholeheartedly supported him, waiting for the opportune moment to retreat behind the scenes, wash his hands of the matter, and seek a clean slate. But he did not. This indicated that he was already contemplating the prospect of becoming the leader of Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing took a sip of red wine, waved to Tang Hanxing as he exited, and watched him climb into the police car as it drove away. Retracting his gaze, he spoke to Chen Yao. Yao, go meet with the other leaders. I plan to convene a summit to depose Liang Kuan. The timing will be set for after his mother's birthday. Understood. Chen Yao responded affirmatively, detecting the host's circumstances. Issuing a task. 1. Successfully fend off the assassination attempt by the Dark Gate. Reward. 10,000 reputation points. All attributes 2. Unlock skill, danger sense. 2. Mission failure, death. The Dark Gate? Tang Hanxing raised his head, exchanging a knowing smile with Jiang Tianxing. Subsequently, he opened the police car door and settled inside. You're not afraid I might drive you straight to the police station? Huang Zhixiong glanced at Tang Hanxing in the passenger seat and asked, I have committed no crime. Officer Huang, you would certainly not take those of us engaged in legitimate business to the station for questioning. Tang Hanxing replied, a cigarette perched between his lips. His gaze fixed ahead. Huang Zhixiong turned the key to start the vehicle, noticing Lu Qichang driving Tang Hanxing's Mercedes out of the parking lot, and followed suit. He leaned out of the window and called, let us head to Shekfei Road to buy a lottery ticket. There's a dining spot right next to it. Just as he pulled his head back inside, he saw Tang Hanxing rolling down the window. Huang Zhixiong then asked, Shekfei Road is still your territory, is it not? You've left the Tony brothers, Master Su, Dongguanzi, and Fei Shui to guard it, correct? The place we are dining today is on Shekfei Road. I frequent it. Almost going there every few days. Guess what? Shekfei Road has become the safest street in Hong Kong. I know not of what you speak. Tang Hanxing flicked the cigarette, but from his fingers, he certainly would not admit to any ties with the gang in front of the anti-triad unit. Chapter 35, A Perfect Feigned Injury Strategy. Speaking of the lottery, just a few days ago, the newspaper reported that Shekfei Road has won the grand prize 9 times since 1976, thus many people prefer buying tickets there, seeking good fortune. Officer Huang, why not try your luck as well? Do we need to pretend with each other? I have been purchasing lottery tickets for some time now, occasionally buying a few when I feel bored and selecting some numbers, though my luck has been rather poor. At this point, Huang Zhixiong paused momentarily before continuing. Police and triad members are much like two magnets. If positioned incorrectly, they will naturally repel one another. However, with the right angle adjustment, they can attract and coexist more comfortably. How you position your magnet is entirely up to you. If you refuse to cooperate, I will have to seek others. What is it you wish to know? Tang Hanxing looked down at his hands, his tone unperturbed. 10 minutes after the police car departed, they had likely driven far away. Liang Kuan-'s subordinates could no longer contain their excitement, their hands trembling slightly. A man at the forefront surged forward and knocked on the door of Jiang Tianxing's villa. The servant opened it and inquired, Who are you seeking? Your mother. Came the retort. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. In an instant, dozens of assassins and dwarves swarmed inside. The well-trained bodyguards swiftly dispersed to their positions and launched an immediate counterattack. Jiang Tianxing, seated calmly in his study upstairs, heard the gunshots. Unfazed, he leisurely set down his wine glass and retrieved a pistol from the drawer. Gunfire continued incessantly as both sides engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet, before long, nearly all of Liang Kuan-'s men were slain. Jiang Tianxing's guards also suffered numerous casualties, but he himself emerged unscathed. He exhaled in relief, returned to his study, and leisurely produced a bottle of whiskey, poured a glass, and added ice cubes. Gently swirling the glass, he looked at the bodyguards beside him and said, Go bring Liang Kuan-'s mother here. Understood. With the glass emptied, Jiang Tianxing composed himself, adjusted his collar, and said, Exit through the back door. Clean up everything here. Received. This was the true titan of the underworld, killing with ruthless efficiency, yet revealing no trace of emotion. Chun Haonan, Bobby, and the likes of Liang Kuan were fierce. But could they truly compare? Observe Jiang Tianxing. Has he ever displayed a murderous aura or hesitation? They are worlds apart. A genuine magnate, when faced with any injustice, can remain as nonchalant as Jiang Tianxing did. As a group had just pushed open the back door, a gun was pressed against Jiang Tianxing's chest. Mr. Jiang. Shenggu sends his regards. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots rang out, Jiang Tianxing and 2 of his bodyguards collapsed to the ground. He groaned, turning his head with difficulty as if trying to imprint the faces of Tian Yangsheng's men into memory. Tian Yang spoke. Shenggu, what shall we do with the rest? Tian Yangsheng wiped the blood from his face, smiled coldly, and said, Leave none alive. After speaking, he fired several more shots. Boom. The thunderstorm that had been brewing all night finally broke. The thunder drowned out the gunfire within the villa. The legendary underworld figure, Jiang family's second-generation Hongxing leader Jiang Tianxing, had thus fallen. The sage is selfless. The divine man gains no merit. The saint leaves no name. No matter how righteous or moral you are in the underworld, no matter how many storms and dangers you have weathered, once you enter this realm, one day you must pay the price. Life and death, fate, all are but fleeting clouds. Huang Zhixiong drove, accompanied by Tang Hanxing, directly to the lottery station on CFA Road, as expected. After buying 2 tickets while enjoying popsicles, Huang Zhixiong said to Tang Hanxing, Let us go eat. Nearby was a restaurant bustling with the dinner rush. The 3 ascended upstairs and took a private room. Liang Kuan, you've heard about recent events, right? Huang Zhixiong casually flipped through the menu and asked. Tang Hanxing remained silent. Huang Zhixiong glanced at him. Not speaking because you fear I'm recording? Even if you admit you're Hongxing's boss, without evidence, I can't touch you. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Chiang Mai, at the Tianyang estate, a month ago, Tianyang Ji and Tianyang Hao, after forcibly taking control of a 100-strong armed group in Yuanan with coercion and persuasion, immediately led several trusted men to Siam to track down Jiang Tianyang. Finding Jiang Tianyang was no difficult task. There were only a handful of wealthy Chinese in Chiang Mai. After some investigation, they quickly identified their target. Once confirmed, they wasted no time collaborating with local Chinese organizations and gradually introduced the flower trading business from Hong Kong. Upon receiving instructions from Tang Hanxing, Sensing the time was ripe, they enlisted the help of local gangs to arrange a meeting with Jiang Tianyang. The butler led the way, and through the mediation of the local Chinese gang, the two finally met him. After the bodyguards conducted routine checks on their belongings, they nodded respectfully to Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang smiled and gestured them closer. Compared to his elder brother Jiang Tianxing's calm and low profile, Jiang Tianyang was more flamboyant and assertive, his brows exuding a rebellious spirit. Handsome and naturally charming, he first nodded to the intermediary, then looked at the visitors and asked, honored guests from afar, "May I know your names?" "Along." "Ahu." The two responded in turn. As they spoke, Tianyang Ji placed goods procured from the black market before Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang signaled, and his men sliced open the packaging with a knife, flicked some powder into the air, and then gave a thumbs up. Top purity. Jiang Tianyang grew interested and gestured for them to sit. As they settled, the atmosphere gradually warmed, and Tianyang Ji took the opportunity to converse with him. Just as the discussion grew intense, Tianyang Ji suddenly grabbed a fruit knife from the table and stabbed directly into Jiang Tianyang's chest. Almost simultaneously, Tianyang Hao seized a moment of laxity among the bodyguards and snatched a gun from one of them. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and most inside the house collapsed. Coordinated with the outside, those lying in wait outside rushed towards the estate upon hearing the gunfire. Hong Kong, CFA wrote. Mission accomplished, reward, 10,000 reputation. All attributes 2. Mission accomplished, reward, 3,000 reputation, all attributes 1. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Hanxing realized that Tianyang and Tianyang had succeeded. From now on, Jiang Tianxing would no longer exist in this world. Lu Qichang patted his jacket pocket, showed empty hands indicating no recording devices were hidden, then said, "Ah Sheng, we're here just to talk. If we really wanted to arrest you, wouldn't it be easier to act directly? Tell me about Liang Kuan's affairs." Tang Hanxing was unconcerned about being recorded. In the underworld, everyone knew recordings held no evidentiary value. Otherwise, planting a mole with a recorder would have long imprisoned all the major gang leaders in Hong Kong. His real concern was that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, especially since the dwarves were already abusing official power to suppress rivals, which was taboo. Liang Kuan's matters are essentially internal gang affairs. I'm not well informed, Officer Huang. How about this? My secretary should be at the Paramount Bar now. If you want to investigate him, you can take him anytime. That's my utmost cooperation. Tang Hanxing spoke while lighting a cigarette. Lu Qichang picked up a cigarette from the table and leisurely drew one out, saying, "Ah Sheng, sometimes if I hadn't seen your file, I wouldn't believe you're only 21. A 20-year-old little guy, yet the whole island practically knows who he is. And you? Like a turtle hiding in Kowloon industrial area. You've gained your status through the Azure Group, whose game consoles are cheap yet excellent. Even better than imported ones. No one calls you Shungu, they call you Big Water Tap. I hope you understand the situation. It's a matter of life and death." Tang Hanxing raised his eyebrows slightly. This was precisely why he was here. Because a mysterious organization, the Dark Gate, had targeted him for assassination. Hence, he deliberately cooperated with the police and stayed here. Otherwise, he would have long found an excuse to go to the restroom, make a call, and have his men come settle things. Seeing Tang Hanxing's expression soften, Lu Qichang continued, "Liang Kuan, last month at the mainland border, the goods were seized. This month, the water police have yet again disrupted over 700,000 in business. Furthermore, he set fire to Chun Haonan's bar. You are well aware of these matters, are you not? The police have now turned their attention towards Liang Kuan, placing you in a precarious situation." Tang Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from responding. Lu Qichang pressed on. "Ah Sheng, what did Jiang Tianxing discuss with you today?" His approach was direct, unlike Huang Zhixiong's more circumspect manner. "A game of chess." Tang Hanxing replied with a smile. Lu Qichang got straight to the point. "We would prefer Liang Kuan to be brought to justice in court rather than being dealt with internally by your Hongxing group." Huang Zhixiong, puffing on his cigarette, waved his hand dismissively. "Ah Sheng, can you guess why I am here today?" Tang Hanxing replied with a grin. "Because I am handsome." "Of course. Perhaps," Huang Zhixiong chuckled, then turned serious. "I believe you still resemble a normal person. If you were to ascend as the leader, it would certainly ease my concerns. I hope you will cooperate with the police." Just then, Lawyer Su and a police officer rushed in, visibly flustered. Lawyer Su, drenched in sweat, leaned in to whisper urgently to Tang Hanxing, "Brother Sheng, Jiang Tianxing has been taken out." "What did you say? Repeat that." Tang Hanxing sprang to his feet, feigning shock. Although he had already received the news, he had to maintain the appearance of ignorance. Lawyer Su, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Brother Xiong and Brother Chong are here. You can ask them." The police had arrived ahead of time. After hearing this, Tang Hanxing seized the car keys from the table and dashed downstairs. Lu Qichang casually grabbed a cigarette from the table, while Huang Zhixiong hurriedly followed suit. With a swift pull of the car door and a press on the accelerator, they sped towards Jiang Tiansheng's villa. Upon arrival, the villa was cordoned off tightly. Leaders from various factions of Hung Hing, including Liang Kuan, as well as police officers, were present. A yellow police tape had been erected, with several officers stationed to prevent anyone from approaching the crime scene. Liang Kuan was seen with a bandage wrapped around his head, blood clearly visible. What a masterful act of self-preservation. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up, with Jimmy, the Tony trio, Big Brother B, and Chun Haonan also arriving at the scene. As soon as Big Brother B stepped out of the car, he charged at Liang Kuan, shouting, "You bastard! I swear I will kill you today. It was one thing for you to come after me, but how dare you kill Mr. Jiang? Damn your ancestors, Big B, don't you dare spit venom." Liang Kuan, feeling guilty, thought his misdeeds had been uncovered. Upon seeing Big Brother B lunging at him, he instinctively recoiled. Big Brother B threw a punch that Liang Kuan could not possibly block. Though he often boasted of being a red stick, in reality, he was merely a shoe sole. The punch landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to explode forth. The prince, with reddened eyes, rushed forward and landed a blow to his chest. Previously, Chen Yao had discussed with him the need to eliminate Liang Kuan and reinstate Jiang Tiansheng as the leader. He fully supported this initiative. While he was engrossed in conversation with Chen Yao, the shocking news of Jiang Tiansheng's murder broke. The prince, a disciple of Jiang Tiansheng, found their relationship strained primarily due to a previous major conflict between Hung Hing and Dongxing. Chapter 36. Will you only admit your wrongs when faced with death? The gang was required to contribute a substantial sum for the funeral expenses, and as the person in charge, the prince felt immense pressure. Yet, he had been accustomed to extravagance and had saved little. Jiang Tiansheng had the ability to provide support, but had remained aloof, constantly pushing for action, which left the prince feeling quite uneasy, unaware that Jiang Tiansheng was testing him. With Jiang Tiansheng's death, the prince no longer had time to dwell on past grievances. The teachings of his mentor surged to the forefront of his mind, and he could no longer control his emotions, launching himself at Liang Kuan. Observing this, Chun Haonan quickly intervened to restrain the crowd. Big Brother B bellowed, "Nan, step aside. Let me kill him." In an instant, chaos erupted outside Jiang Tiansheng's villa, with fights breaking out and people attempting to intervene. Tang Hanxing shouted angrily, "Is this enough yet?" His voice brought everyone to a halt. He then coldly added, "The reporters are all here. Do you wish to provide them with a spectacle?" It was only then that the brawl ceased. Tang Hanxing stepped forward and addressed the police. "I am a relative of the deceased. May we have the chance to see him one last time?" The commotion outside caught Niu Xiong's attention, and he emerged, stating, "The police have confirmed the situation. I understand your feelings. However, the priority now is to protect the crime scene. If you wish to see Mr. Jiang, you will have to go to the hospital later." He intended to say the morgue, but thought better of it, given Jiang Tiansheng's status. Tang Hanxing plastered on a smile. "Brother Xiong, please do me this favor. Allow just one person to take a look, and I assure you everyone will cooperate." Niu Xiong responded sharply, "Ah Xiong, I am not here to negotiate with you." Tang Hanxing's smile faded, his gaze turning icy. The assembled Hung Hing leaders all fixed their piercing stares on Niu Xiong, their eyes sharp as daggers. Niu Xiong felt a flicker of unease and waved his hand, saying to Chun Yao, "Brother Yao, you may go in." Chun Yao immediately squeezed through the crowd. Pushing open the villa's door, he was met with a sight reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Blood everywhere, a scene too gruesome to bear. Though he had encountered bloody scenes before, this time, he could not suppress his stomach and doubled over to vomit. Niu Xiong led him around to the back door, and upon seeing Jiang Tiansheng's lifeless body, Chun Yao broke down, collapsing onto the corpse and weeping uncontrollably. In truth, Tang Hanxing had misjudged one thing. Chun Yao was fiercely loyal to Jiang Tiansheng. The leaders' meeting that day had been a complete trap. Noticing that no one was willing to take a stand, Chun Yao became the first to publicly support Jiang Tiansheng. His master-disciple relationship with Jiang Tiansheng had endured for over a decade. Although he occasionally wavered, his interests remained irrevocably tied to Hung Hing. 2 minutes later, Chun Yao emerged from the house, his eyes red and bleary, staggering. A throng of people immediately surrounded him, clamoring for information. He silently nodded, indicating he would return to the hall to discuss matters further. Tang Hanxing instructed Tianyang Sheng to get into his car. Once inside, Tianyang Sheng spoke up. "News has come from Chiang Mai that Jiang Tianyang is dead." Tang Hanxing inquired, "Did we suffer any casualties among our brothers?" Tianyang Sheng replied, "Aji and Ahao sustained minor gunshot wounds. Nothing serious." I didn't inquire further. Tang Hanxing started the Porsche 959, lit a cigar, and instructed Aji and Ahao to handle the aftermath, ensuring the funeral expenses would not be lacking. Furthermore, how did Jiang Tiansheng meet his end? Tianyang Sheng recounted the entire assassination process. He explained that upon their arrival, they discovered 2 groups had come, indicating that Liang Kuan had initially arranged for 2 teams, one to eliminate Tang Hansheng and the other to take out Jiang Tiansheng. After realizing Tang Hansheng had been taken by the police, both groups surged in. However, those assailants were woefully unprepared, utterly no match for Jiang Tiansheng's bodyguards. Anticipating a gunfight, Tian Yangsheng had deduced that Jiang Tiansheng would not exit through the front door. Thus he and Tian Yang stationed themselves at the back entrance. After dispatching Jiang Tiansheng, they cleared the scene and set up a chain of evidence pointing to Liang Kuan. After finishing, Tian Yangsheng quietly asked, "Boss, with the Jiang brothers gone, Hung Hing's power is greatly diminished. Even if you ascend as leader, it may not be worth the cost." Tang Hansheng flicked the ash from his cigar, replying, "That is precisely what I desire. I asked you, after being with Hung Hing for so long, Brother K, Fat Low Lai, Ah Chiu, Grey Dog, among these men, whom do you hold in esteem?" After a moment of contemplation, Tin Young Sang replied, "Those worthy of your regard are probably only Han Bin, the prince, Chan Ho Nam, and Chan Yu, the key figures who hold sway." Tong Han Sang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in that. He preferred a leaner team rather than one filled with individuals harboring ulterior motives. Tin Young Sang sighed softly. Chan Yu was fortunate, originally. He too was to be eliminated tonight. Since he has escaped this fate, we must make good use of him. Tong Han Sang paused, his tone turning cold. "By the way, have Tin Young Lai bring Harry and Tin Sao to the Hung Hing headquarters." Tin Young Sang made a call to inform Tin Young Lai. After hanging up, he inquired, "Boss, what about the East Star side?" "Put that aside for now. Even the wisest make oversights. At present, arranging the aftermath for Chung Tin Sang is paramount." Tong Han Sang had intended to strike at East Star the very night he confirmed Chung Tin Sang's movements. But all matters became entangled. He then dialed Camel's number. Camel sighed, "Ah Sang, I've heard about the situation. Rest assured, as soon as we have news, you will be the first to know." Tong Han Sang asked, "Has Grasshopper regained consciousness?" Since Tin Young Sang left clues pointing to Liang Quan, Tong Han Sang was no longer inclined to delay. It was best to resolve Liang Quan tonight to avoid unnecessary complications. Camel nodded, awake, but not yet fit to move. Tong Han Sang immediately said, "Uncle Lok, let us set aside our differences with East Star for now. Could you arrange to bring Grasshopper to Hung Hing headquarters?" Camel, aware that Grasshopper had already revealed all truths upon waking, still shook his head. "Ah Sang, this is Hung Hing's affair. East Star should not interfere. 2 million. Would that suffice for Grasshopper to make an appearance? That is not quite proper. How about 10 million? All right, I'll have Big Tongue send him over." Inside Hung Hing headquarters, all members of Red Pole rank and above had gathered. Outside, several police cars were parked. Tong Han Sang entered, surveying the assembly. Each wore a different expression, their intentions inscrutable. Big Brother B, the prince, and Han Bin smoked cigarettes, their gazes frequently darting towards Liang Quan. Fat Low Lai and Brother K whispered quietly nearby. Liang Quan's face bore sorrow, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Once Chung Tin Sang was dead, his position would be secure. The next election was a matter for the future. A makeshift ancestral hall had been set up within headquarters. Tong Han Sang stepped forward, respectfully offering incense. Once seated, Chan Yu stood and declared, "Mr. Chung is no longer with us. Now, the utmost priority is to identify the murderer. Whoever it is must pay with their life. If we fail to find the culprit, Hung Hing will lose all face in the underworld." "Exactly. Damn it. Find the person and toss them into the sea. I'll handle this matter." The consensus was unanimous. Some genuinely cared for Hung Hing's welfare, such as the prince and Big Brother B. Others harbored ulterior motives, like Tong Han Sang and Liang Quan. In any case, Hung Hing's reputation must remain intact. Tong Han Sang looked to Chan Yu. "Brother Yu, what about the police?" Chan Yu replied steadily, "I will handle the police. This is Hung Hing's internal affair. Everyone should return and pursue leads on the murderer. Wait, I have something I want to address first." Tong Han Sang rose, his expression grave. As his words fell, all eyes turned to him. Even the once confident Liang Quan felt a subtle unease. Chan Yu fixed Tong Han Sang with a gaze and asked, "Ah Sang, what could be more urgent than Mr. Chung's matter?" "This concerns Hung Hing's future," Tong Han Sang said, then shouted towards the door, "Bring them in." The crowd instinctively parted, creating a passage. Tin Young Man and Tin Sao dragged Harry in like a sack. Liang Quan's complexion instantly changed. He had anticipated many possibilities, but never that Harry was still alive. He had assumed Harry and Tin Sao perished in that chaotic battle. Liang Quan's face was now a palette of turmoil, utterly dismal. Tong Han Sang fixed him with a cold glare and demanded, "Liang Quan, what else have you to say?" Liang Quan forced calm, his mind racing as he smiled and asked, "Ah Sang, what else can I say?" Tong Han Sang's tone turned grim. "Are you so obstinate you refuse to confess until death?" Liang Quan sneered. "Tong Han Sang, I respect you as the leader. But one must speak with evidence. You claim Harry is one of mine. Where's the proof? Is Harry's name on Hung Hing's roster? Of course. He wasn't that foolish. Harry was merely a short, penniless debtor, not even worthy of a blue lantern. All the Hung Hing elders present turned their gaze to Harry. Harry lifted his head, staring directly at Leung Quan. Brother Quan, you gave me 10 million, told me to give Grasshopper 7 million. Of which 3 million was the Tony brothers' reward. You planned to use them to eliminate Tong Han Sang. Can you swear it wasn't to you? Leung Quan answered without hesitation. I swear on my mother's life. In the underworld, who fears a deadly oath? No matter how filial, at times like these, even one's mother is invoked. Then he pointed at Tong Han Sang. Brother you, I am still Hung Hing's leader, right? Chan Yu nodded in assent. Originally, he had planned to depose him in a few days, but with Chung Tin Sang dead and the organization leaderless, the status quo had to be maintained for now. Leung Quan gritted his teeth. Ah Sang, you heard that, didn't you? You're challenging the leader's authority. Defying the leader is a grave taboo. Any last words? Don't bring up me burning down Chan Ho Nam's bar. He has long gone from Hung Hing. I burned his bar simply because I disliked him. What can you do to me? Big Brother B almost sprang into action again, but was restrained by the Tony brothers. Tong Han Sang merely smiled. He said, Leung Quan, I knew you'd say that. Since you refuse to learn from mistakes, bring them in. Before his words had faded, the crowd again parted. Big Tongue pushed in Grasshopper in a wheelchair, followed by a towering nearly 2-meter giant, Tin Sao. Tong Han Sang picked up a teacup from the table, smiling. Leung Quan, you surely recognize this man, don't you? Isn't this your closest brother, Grasshopper? And this one, do you truly not recognize him? Any words now? Tin Sao pointed at Leung Quan coldly. I'm Leung Quan's man, and I can testify. That night, he sent me and Harry to eliminate Grasshopper. Grasshopper sat in the wheelchair, face full of rage, shouting at Leung Quan, Brother Quan, I never expected you'd want me dead too. If it weren't for Tong Han Sang's intervention, I'd have been selling salted duck eggs in the underworld by now. Seeing his scheme unravel, Leung Quan ceased pretense, drawing a gun from his pocket and pressing it against Tong Han Sang's forehead. Ah Quan, Leung Quan, the Hung Hing members shouted angrily. Tong Han Sang, faced with the gun, dropped the teacup in shock. Chapter 37. Such acting talent is wasted if not on stage. Leung Quan's expression was calm. His voice hoarse. I curse myself for not finishing you off back in Hong Kong. I harbor a deep-seated resentment. For it was I who elevated you to the esteemed position of the 9 Dragons Enforcer. You, Ah Quan, and you, Chan Yu, abruptly stood up, pointing at Leung Quan with incredulity etched upon your faces. He could never have fathomed that the ambush on Tong Han Sheng at Haojiang was orchestrated by none other than Leung Quan himself. The crowd began to stir uneasily, with some quietly retreating as they sensed impending danger. Tai Zi, Tianyang Sheng, and Tony fixated their icy gazes upon Leung Quan, their expressions unyielding. Do not move. Everyone, raise your hands. Outside, the police, sensing something amiss, swiftly drew their weapons and charged in. Niu Xiong revealed his police badge. Leung Quan, we have discovered your business card on the shooter. What more is there to say? Put down your weapon. As his words echoed, all eyes turned to Leung Quan. Leung Quan, it is indeed your nefarious deeds. You dare to kill even Mr. Jiang. Do you possess no moral boundaries? Leung Quan threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha ha. Hong Xing, must it only bear the surname Jiang? Tong Han Sheng's expression tightened. He understood that this was no mere jest. Nevertheless, he maintained confidence in evading this life and death predicament. Intentionally diverting Leung Quan's attention, he declared, do not move. He has attempted to kill me thrice. One more time matters not. Gentlemen, should he succeed in slaying me, it shall be up to you to decide whether to fire. Leung Quan sneered. Tong Han Sheng, those who live by the sword will surely die by it. Bang, bang, out of the corner of his eye. Tong Han Sheng noticed Tianyang Sheng gripping a small knife. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, Tianyang Sheng's veins bulged as he hurled the knife toward Leung Quan's arm. Tai Zi lunged forward, colliding with Leung Quan, while Luo Tianhong, Jimmy, and others pounced on Tong Han Sheng. In that confined space, gunshots echoed, lingering long after they ceased. Huang Ji Cheng, a sergeant from the anti-gang unit, watched as a wisp of smoke rose from the gun's muzzle. A bullet struck Leung Quan in the forehead, causing him to stagger and fall. The knife's impact had rendered his right hand useless. Yet the bullet found its mark in the heart of Chai Wan's gray dog. In his final moments, his gaze remained fixed on Tong Han Sheng, his thoughts still grappling with life. He clutched the fallen Tong Han Sheng tightly and uttered, "Spare my mother." With those words, Leung Quan closed his eyes, his life extinguished. Did Leung Quan feel regret? Should one inquire of any underworld magnate, the answer would likely remain the same: no regrets. Who can articulate that final thought before death? Huang Ji-cheng, Niu Xiong, and the other officers promptly approached to ascertain Leung Quan's demise. Tong Han Sheng, supported by others, rose to his feet. For the first time in his life, he stood so close to death, and it took 5 minutes for him to regain his composure. As he watched Liang Quan's lifeless body being transported away, he pondered that Liang Quan's downfall perhaps stemmed from his utter lack of boundaries. Yet, amidst this internal strife within Hung Hing, how much more astute was he compared to Liang Quan? Boss B gently patted Tong Hansheng's shoulder and inquired softly, "Ah Sheng?" Tong Hansheng shook his head. "It's nothing. How could it come to this?" Boss B struggled to accept the unfolding events. Jiang Tiansheng had passed away, and now the newly appointed leader Liang Quan had met his end, while Chai Wan's figurehead, Grey Dog, was killed by a stray bullet amidst the chaos. In the span of a single night, 3 pivotal figures had fallen, and the losses to Hung Hing were immeasurable. It was an undeniable fact that their strength had been diminished by at least 30%. Henceforth, Hung Hing would likely plummet from a first-rate society to a second-tier one, losing its former glory. To reclaim its peak status would be an uncertain wait of years to come. Tong Hansheng steadied himself and turned to Fat Lao Li, saying, "Uncle Li, this incident must not make the news. Do you have the contact information for the editors of major newspapers? Whether through financial means or pressure. We must suppress this matter." Fat Lao Li sighed, extinguishing his cigarette. "Ah Sheng, this is not something that can be easily concealed." Tong Hansheng's expression darkened. "Even if it cannot be concealed, we must try. Jimmy, go fetch 10 million immediately. Uncle Li, once this appears in print, our reputation will be utterly tarnished." Fat Lao Li gestured towards the crowd. "Grey Dog, accompany Jimmy to visit the major editors." This Grey Dog was not the one from Chaiwan, but rather Li Zhijiao, a subordinate of Fat Lao Li, holding the position of Red Stick. Having joined Hung Hing at the tender age of 13. In the underworld, many names overlap, and there were never a shortage of fools and strongmen. A dark-skinned, muscular mixed-race man emerged from the crowd, sporting a mohawk and sharp eyes. He responded, "I understand, boss. Shenggu, leave this to me." "Damn." Tong Hansheng cursed inwardly. This Fat Lao Li was truly no fool, seeing how closely he associated with Dongxing Yaoyang. He must have ulterior motives. Tong Hansheng turned to the man known as Dog's Eye. "Dog's Eye, I appreciate your assistance." Although Jimmy felt somewhat displeased, he said nothing further. "There's no time to lose. Dog Go, lead the way, and I will follow." Tong Hansheng reiterated, "Jimmy, if funds fall short, go to the factory and retrieve more. Make it rain. I do not wish to see even a single word about Hung Hing in tomorrow's papers." "Understood, Shenggu." Jimmy replied, turning to call out, "Jia Gu, Tony Gu, you come with me." "Jimmy, I'm on it." As he watched the vehicle drive away, Tong Hansheng turned to Chinyu and said, "Yao Gu." Chinyu was busy contacting the assassin organization, Dark Gate, attempting to retract the assassination order against Tong Hansheng. If Tong Hansheng were to fall, who would bear the banner for Hung Hing thereafter? Scanning the surroundings, Chinyu knew that the only person with whom he could truly discuss matters of importance was Tong Hansheng. Even Jiang Tiansheng had once remarked that Tong Hansheng was the most suitable candidate to assume leadership. Noticing Chunyu's silence, Tong Hansheng quickly interjected, "Yao Gu, is there any way to contact the police station and suppress this matter?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt a sense of relief. No matter how chaotic the situation became, Tong Hansheng remained steadfast. More importantly, he consistently prioritized the organization. After pondering for a moment, Chinyu responded, "To suppress this incident, I will require 20 million to facilitate matters." Tong Hansheng nodded. "You need not worry about the funds. I will arrange it. However, this situation must be handled discreetly." "Can we achieve that?" "If tonight's events are leaked, Hung Hing's hard-earned reputation will be irrevocably destroyed." "It is possible. But the key is how we explain it to the public." Having endured too many upheavals, Chinyu felt a tinge of panic. Tong Hansheng sighed. "Let us convene among ourselves to discuss before deciding." "Very well." Subsequently, Tong Hansheng turned to the Dongxing representatives. "Gentlemen, can you assist us in keeping tonight's events under wraps? If you can, Hung Hing will reward you handsomely. Should it leak?" He left the sentence hanging, but his meaning was abundantly clear. Sha Meng's gaze was fierce, yet he stated, "Tong Hansheng, I owe you a life, and I have now repaid that debt. My word is my bond." Tong Hansheng nodded in acknowledgement. Dedong, a premier horseman of Bolan Street, clasped his fists and said, "Shenggu, I respect you as a person. We shall take our leave for now." Once the police departed, Chinyu summoned everyone to convene for a meeting. "Brothers, although Liang Quan committed acts he should not have, he is now deceased. If this matter were to leak, it would deal a fatal blow to the reputation of Hung Hing. This evening, we must present a unified front." Tang Hansheng was the first to speak. "Ah Sheng is right," Bosby nodded. "Though I have my grievances with Ah Kuan, he is no longer with us. We cannot allow the name of Hung Hing to be tarnished on his account." "I support this," another voice chimed in. "I concur," said Brother Chow, directing his gaze at Tang Hansheng. "How do we explain this to the outside world?" Tang Hansheng took a drag from his cigarette exhaling slowly. The news of his death cannot be concealed. We will say that Hung Hing was attacked by professional assassins, and that Long Tu Liang Kuan and Mr. Jiang were killed, while Grey Dog fell in battle, with the assassins being silenced on the spot. Subsequently, we shall give them a dignified burial. Yao Gu, what do you think of this plan? Isn't that tantamount to exonerating Liang Kuan? Brother Ji interjected, unable to contain his outrage. Chen Yao stubbed out his cigarette. We shall proceed as proposed. Ah Sheng is correct. We cannot let the name of Hung Hing falter. I will make the necessary arrangements. Wait a moment, everyone listen to me. Just then, the dinosaur stood up, his expression grave. With the position of Long Tu vacant, we must elect a new leader. Who shall assume this mantle? And what are the representatives for Chaiwan and Mong Kok? As soon as Dinosaur finished speaking, the hall erupted in discussion. Boss B slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding angrily. What do you mean by that? Mr. Jiang has just passed, and you are already thinking of these positions? Bigu, that was not my intention. Dinosaur quickly gestured to clarify. He understood that the position of Long Tu was not meant for him. Years ago, Jiang Tiansheng had made a deal involving several territories to secure the return of Brother Han Bin, which had included allowing Dinosaur to become one of the representatives. Deep down, he knew he was merely an addendum. Tang Hanxing interjected. Yao Gu, does Mr. Jiang not have a brother? Though he may desire the position, he must maintain composure at this time. Thus, he proposed the name Jiang Tianyang. This was to demonstrate his loyalty to the Jiang family and Hung Hing, and to inform Chun Yao of Jiang Tianyang's absence. Ah Sheng, are you suggesting we appoint Jiang Tianyang as Long Tu? Chun Yao immediately perked up. Tang Hanxing nodded, rising to articulate his thoughts. With Mr. Jiang no longer with us, we should invite his brother back to properly handle Mr. Jiang's affairs. As for the position of Long Tu, it can be temporarily assumed by Yao Gu. We must first honor his memory before discussing other matters. Tianyang, quietly observing from the corner, discreetly gave a thumbs up. Such talent should not go unrecognized in the realm of acting. Boss B also expressed his agreement, casting a sharp gaze across the room. Ah Sheng is right. I share the same sentiment. Anyone who opposes this is at odds with me. What Yao Gu and Ah Sheng propose makes sense. I, Han Bin, stand in support. Han Bin also stepped forward to voice his agreement. Brother Ji added, I am in accord as well. Sister Shi-san, the prince, and others all expressed their support. And there were no objections to Chun Yao temporarily assuming the position of Long Tu. Chun Yao looked at Tang Hansheng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He couldn't help but reflect on whether Jiang Tianxing's assessment of Tang Hansheng had been misguided. Had he trusted this individual sooner, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. Chapter 38. 2 bullets sent Gong Bin's soul to the afterlife. He sighed, saying, Then I shall assume the role of Long Tu temporarily. Once everything is settled, we will strategize further. We must present a unified front to the outside world. I will address some matters now. Ah Sheng, please remain. Yao Gu, wait, Tang Hanxing interjected. There is another matter concerning Chen Haonan. Harry personally informed me that they drugged Chen Haonan and that woman. If you do not believe me, I can bring him here to recount the details once more. Brothers, I believe it is time to restore Chen Haonan's honor. There are rules in the underworld, but we must not let our loyal allies feel disheartened. Chen Yao nodded, affirming. Indeed, it is time to bring Anan back. Brother Ji echoed, I agree wholeheartedly. Dinosaur, Sister Shi-san, the prince, and Han Bin naturally stood with Tang Hansheng on this matter. Boss B smiled broadly, waving toward the door. Anan, why are you still dawdling? Chen Haonan looked at Tang Hansheng, his eyes filled with gratitude and a complex array of emotions, tumultuous within. Once everyone had dispersed, Chen Yao turned his attention back to Tang Hansheng. Tonight, his method of handling matters was remarkably adept, without a single misstep. He spoke softly, Ah Sheng, you would do well to ensure you have ample support around you. You are now the only one in Hung Hing who can call the shots. The situation is precarious. He had already contacted the organization known as the Dark Gate. Their stance was firm. Only if Jiang Tianxing personally intervened could the assassination order be rescinded. In other words, Tang Hanxing remained their target. Yao Gu, I will remain vigilant. You attend to your affairs. I will transfer the funds tomorrow, Tang Hanxing acknowledged. Fully aware of Chun Yao's implications, but feigning ignorance. Chun Yao regarded him, his tone imbued with warmth. Ah Sheng, I did not misjudge you. Mr. Jiang held you in high esteem as well. Once this matter is resolved, let us celebrate together. He patted Tang Hanxing's shoulder firmly. Tang Hanxing sighed, feigning sorrow. Yao Gu, I must take my leave. He returned to the factory with a heavy heart, his mind racing with thoughts of the intelligence regarding the Dark Gate. It was backed by a premier assassination organization from Japan, filled with experts. Tang Hanxing promptly gathered Tianyang Sheng, Tianyang Yi, Luo Tianhong, and the likes for a meeting. The excitement on Shi Yin's face was hard to conceal. He remembered Tang Hanxing's promise. With the 2 positions of representatives now vacant, he sensed an opportunity arising. Tang Hanxing observed the expressions of those present. Shi Yin was still a bit too green. His flaw lay in not yet recognizing his own significance. Luo Tianhong furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Shang, will our explanation to the outside world be accepted by other societies? As long as we maintain a unified stance and control the media, there should be no issues. Anyone who dares to speak out against us will be opposing Hung Hing. Tang Hanxing pointed out the crux of the matter. He then lowered his tone. Ah Shang, Ah Yi, Tianhong, Ah Wu, you are responsible for my safety tonight. The situation is tense, and we cannot rule out the possibility of someone taking action. Xian, keep a close watch on the territory of Kowloon over the next few days. If someone attempts to disrupt our operations, we will endure for now. Once Mr. Zhang's affairs are settled, we will settle the score. The group responded in unison, understood. After the meeting concluded, Tang Hanxing climbed into the armored Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL and returned to the villa. On the way, Tianyang Sheng could not help but inquire, Brother Shang, is something amiss? You seem unusually tense tonight, even calling Ah Wu over. Tang Hanxing's gaze drifted out the car window, his tone somber. There is an assassination organization called the Dark Gate, and they may have set their sights on me. Once we return, everyone must exercise caution and prepare their firearms. I will notify Ali immediately. Tianyang Sheng promptly replied. Upon reaching the villa, Tang Hanxing removed his jacket, his expression grave. He donned a bulletproof vest, stating, Cindy, do not be afraid. This is merely a precaution. Cindy stood rooted in place, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, yet she nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Tang Hanxing urged her. A few individuals ventured out, the night breeze carrying a chill. The streets lay desolate, occasionally interrupted by the passage of a vehicle. Cindy trailed closely behind Tang Hanxing, her heart racing uncontrollably. She understood that this segment of the journey might represent the closest proximity between her and Tang Hanxing. Yet, his thoughts were already consumed by the turmoil surrounding Geelong. The He family was making frequent moves in Xiangjiang, and assassins from the Dark Gate had infiltrated. He had to tread carefully. Accompanying Cindy home was merely one component of the night's plan. As he opened the car door and gestured for her to enter, Cindy settled into the back seat, observing as Tang Hanxing joined her, taking a seat beside her. Luo Tianhong was at the wheel, with Tian Yangsheng in the passenger seat and Tian Yangyi on the opposite side. The convoy gradually departed from Baijia Road, plunging deeper into the night. The wind swept through the spaces between the buildings, carrying an unsettling air. Tang Hanxing donned a bulletproof vest, securing a handgun at his waist. You don't look well. Are you feeling anxious? He inquired. No, I'm not, she replied. He handed her another bulletproof vest. Put this on. All right. The destination was not far, and the group decided to walk the rest of the way. Tian Yangsheng and the others kept a vigilant distance of 3 meters behind Tang Hanxing, their eyes scanning the surroundings with wariness. Cindy leaned against him, occasionally glancing up at him, her gaze betraying an undeniable tenderness. Finally, Tang Hanxing spoke. I am about to get married. There is no future for us. I understand, but I like you, and that doesn't matter to me. Cindy halted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What of the wealthy? The He family has many wives and concubines. The future leader of Hung Hing, a prominent family in Xiangjiang, can afford to take a granddaughter as a concubine without losing face. He grasped her hand gently, his tone softening. Are you of age? I wouldn't want you to end up in prison. Cindy's heart nearly skipped a beat, recognizing the jest in his voice. Angrily, she stomped her foot. You scoundrel. If you like me so much, then come with me from now on. He murmured. At that moment, Cindy truly wished this path would stretch on forever. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the shadows, a bullet hurtling towards Tang Hanxing. Damn, the Dark Gate's people have arrived. He had thought that Xin Yao's side could hold steady for a while longer and that they wouldn't take action tonight. Reality, however, struck him unprepared. If it were just him, he was confident he could dodge. But what about Cindy? Tang Hanxing lunged to shield Cindy, and Luo Tianhong swiftly followed suit. Brother Sheng. Luo Tianhong grunted as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. Get down. Tang Hanxing shouted. Find cover. He held Cindy tightly, rolling them both to the roadside, while simultaneously pulling Luo Tianhong along. Gunfire erupted incessantly, the road a steep incline, with a slope just beyond the edge. The group scrambled down the hill, quickly crawling to Tang Hanxing's side. He urgently unfastened Luo Tianhong's clothing to assess his injuries. Tianhong, look at me. Are you all right? The bulletproof vest had absorbed most of the impact, but that blow was still potentially fatal. Boss, I'm fine. Luo Tianhong managed to respond before coughing up blood. Cindy shrieked at the sight of the blood, and Tang Hanxing immediately covered her mouth. Silence. Cindy, close your eyes and don't look. Trust me. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi had already drawn their weapons and began to return fire. Just then, 2 blinding searchlights illuminated the corner of Baijia Road. As a luxury car slowly approached, both sides instinctively ceased firing. I'll cover your return to the villa. Ali and the others are already on their way. Tian Yangsheng whispered. No, you must circumvent to the back. Tang Hanxing firmly rejected. The night was deepening, and Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi swiftly maneuvered, using the sedan as cover to advance towards a nearby refuge. Brother Qian and Ah Wu crept low, silently approaching Tang Hanxing's side. In the distance, the luxury vehicle had exited the engagement zone. Tang Hanxing retrieved an 8-ray special from Luo Tianhong and, without hesitation, rose to fire. Bang! A bullet tore through the night sky, the air exploding in a crimson mist. Moments later, they heard the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. The unmistakable crack of branches breaking. After firing, Tang Hanxing quickly darted behind a tree. Almost simultaneously, the spot he had just occupied was riddled with bullets. Dirt flying in all directions. Baka, Miyamoto I, a top assassin from the Dark Gate, spat out the stem he had been chewing. Tang Hanxing pulled out a cigar, placing it between his lips before abruptly leaping into the air, momentarily suspended. Miyamoto I's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Tang Hanxing hover for 2 seconds, still in shooting posture, before firing again. Bang! An exquisitely precise shot. Another scream echoed as another fell, the sound of breaking branches following in succession. Miyamoto I's complexion darkened, shock coursing through him. He had never encountered such terrifying marksmanship and could not comprehend the physical prowess of his opponent, which defied all logic. After landing, Tang Hanxing fired once more, then rolled behind the tree. 3 enemies were swiftly eliminated. Ah Wu gave Tang Hanxing a thumbs up, then signaled tactical gestures to Luo Tianhong and the others. They immediately lifted their M4A1s, unleashing a torrent of fire, establishing suppressive fire. In an instant, gunfire roared like thunder, smoke enveloping the area. Tang Hanxing seized the opportunity to eliminate another foe. Each time the 8-ray special fired, another assassin from the Dark Gate fell. In this shroud of darkness, it seemed as if the Grim Reaper had descended, harvesting the lives of their enemies. Faced with ordinary rifles and sniper rifles, Tang Hanxing's side maintained complete fire superiority, akin to a dimensional strike. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased. The group had nearly exhausted their ammunition, each person hesitating to act, assessing whether the enemy still had bullets left. Abruptly, 2 bright beams of light pierced through the corner of Baijiao Road, accompanied by the distant roar of an engine. Miyamoto I raised his hand to signal a pause, commanding his subordinates to reload swiftly. A Toyota troop carrier rolled into view, clearly reinforcements. Upon seeing this, Tang Hanxing decisively struck. His anti-material sniper rifle pierced through a tree trunk, eliminating the assassin hiding behind it. The troop carrier came to a halt, and Tian Yangli and the others swiftly leaped from the vehicle. Before Miyamoto I could react, gunfire erupted from behind. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi had stealthily circled around. Caught in a pincer movement, coupled with Tang Hanxing's precise sniping, the assassins from the Dark Gate fell one after another. Tian Yangsheng shot Miyamoto I's AWM from his grasp, and Tian Yangyi quickly stepped forward, pressing the gun to his forehead. Boss, we got one alive. Tian Yangsheng coldly stated, speak, who sent you? Tang Hanxing fired, sending 2 bullets directly to Miyamoto I's soul, sending him to his final rest. The system notification promptly followed. Congratulations on completing the assassination mission against the Dark Gate. Reward, 10,000 reputation, 2 to all attributes, and gaining the skill danger perception. Tian Yangsheng gazed at Tang Hanxing, his face a mask of confusion. Boss, next time, just leave such matters to me. Even if the other party is Jiang Tiansheng, I can make him speak. Tang Hanxing was reluctant to draw the employer behind the Dark Gate, Jiang Tiansheng, into the fray. However, Jiang Tiansheng had long since departed from this world, and it was best for matters to end here. Chapter 39. Let us first arrange the funeral for Mr. Jiang. His tone was steady. They would not divulge who had summoned them. I suspect it's a deadlock left by Liang Kuan. Ensure you leave no trace here. Understood. Tian Yangsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Hanxing then inquired, do we have any casualties on our side? 2 dead and 3 injured. Alas, it's my fault for not enforcing stricter training. Tian Yangyi responded softly. Each deceased shall receive a compensation of 200,000. Deliver it personally to their families to avoid disheartening the brothers. The injured ones should be sent to the villa immediately and find a doctor. With that, Tang Hanxing helped Luo Tianhong to his feet. After the gunfight, Cindy dared not return. Upon returning to the villa, Tang Hanxing promptly assisted Luo Tianhong in removing his bulletproof vest, taking scissors to cut away his clothing, meticulously examining his injuries. Fortunately, the bulletproof vest had absorbed much of the impact, and the injuries were not too severe. Oh, watching, couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, I never understood why the brothers respected you so much before, now I do. That shot to the head was simply incredible. Luo Tianhong, cigarette in mouth, remarked, our boss is a true slaughterer of the Hongxing, and that title is not given lightly. Tang Hanxing took a puff of his cigar and smiled at Cindy, saying, stick with me, and every day may feel like a hail of bullets. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Cindy gently shook her head. Her gaze resolute. I will not regret it. Before long, a series of screeching brakes echoed from outside as Big Brother B, Chun Haonan, and the prince arrived, accompanied by Dr. Liu. Upon seeing the injured brothers, Big Brother B erupted in fury. Who did this? Ah Shang, tell me. If I don't take action, do they really think I'm just a decoration in this world? It was the people of the Dark Gate, the Death Warriors, likely orchestrated by Liang Kuan. Tang Hanxing casually shifted the blame onto the deceased. Damn it, that guy died too easily. The prince gritted his teeth. After examining Lok Tin-hung's injuries, Dr. Liu whispered, are we really going to proceed like this? Compared to knife wounds, gunshot injuries were far more complicated, and he worried that Lok Tin-hung might not endure it. Lok Tin-hung grabbed a piece of clothing, twisted it tightly, and looked at Tang Hanxing, stating, Boss, I won tea brings shame upon you. I can endure. He then bit down on the cloth. He sought to emulate Tang Hanxing's former resilience in the face of pain. Tang Hanxing picked up a piece of rope, and several sturdy men promptly bound Lok Tin-hung's hands and feet securely. Once his wounds were treated, someone quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Dr. Liu administered a preventive injection. A group of individuals carefully carried him to the guest room. Chun Haonan approached Tang Hanxing, gently patting his shoulder. Ah Shang, Big Brother B, and I are here. You should take a break. Tang Hanxing, indeed weary, saw that everything downstairs had been arranged and did not insist further. All right, Nan. You've worked hard tonight. Between us, let us not speak of gratitude. If we were to count favors, I could never repay them in this lifetime. Chun Haonan spoke with sincere tone. In the master bedroom, Cindy remained trapped in fear, her gaze somewhat dazed. Tang Hanxing took her hand, softly reassuring her. It's all right. The brothers are keeping watch. There won't be any issues tonight. You should sleep for a while. A little rest will do you good. With that, he embraced her, gently patting her back. Morning arrived. Tang Hanxing opened his eyes to find Cindy tightly holding him. He carefully rose and descended the stairs quietly. In the living room, Chen Yao, the prince, Han Bin, Sister 13, Big Brother B, and others were gathered, all holding cigarettes. The Tony trio had also arrived, standing on the balcony smoking. Brothers of Hung Hing sprawled haphazardly on the sofa. Their sleeping positions varied. Some hugged cushions, while others lay directly on the cold tile floor. Witnessing this scene warmed Tang Hanxing's heart. Ah Shang, Brother Shang, Ah Shang, sleep a little longer. He waved his hand and stepped outside, sitting by the poolside, lighting a cigarette, and turning to Chun Yao. Brother Yao, how did things go? Chun Yao took a sip of coffee. All settled. News from Chiang Mai should arrive soon. Tang Hanxing looked towards Jimmy, who immediately responded. Brother Shang, everything has been taken care of, though the expenses were considerable, totaling 20 million. As long as the information can be kept under wraps, money is no object. That night, to silence all parties, Tang Hanxing spent 40 million. Observing his calm demeanor, all present were astonished by his financial prowess and awed by his decisiveness. Chun Yao exhaled a plume of smoke. Ah Shang, Hongxing will not forget this sum. Once the dust settles, the society will repay it. We're all brothers here. No need to mention such matters, Tang Hanxing replied, calling out to the side. Uncle Chong. An elderly steward clad in a gray long robe responded. Mr. Tang, breakfast is ready. Tang Hanxing nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Please go and gather everyone for breakfast. Just as breakfast was being served, Chen Yao's secretary, Ji Xiao, entered, whispering a few words in his ear. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yao's hands began to tremble slightly. Brother Yao, what's wrong? Han Bin immediately asked. Chen Yao clenched his fists, remaining silent for a long moment before shaking his head. News from Chiang Mai indicates that Jiang Tianqing's brother, Jiang Tianyang, and his entire family have been exterminated. What? By Liang Kuan. Big Brother B, in a fit of rage, smashed his bowl to the ground. Chen Yao sighed. First, let us arrange the funeral for Mr. Jiang. 2 days later, at dawn, Gaoshi Temple had been transformed into a mourning hall, with all members of Hongxing arriving early. The entire temple was draped in white cloth, wreaths, and mourning banners, creating a heavy and solemn atmosphere. In the parking lot outside the temple, there were designated individuals to receive guests coming to pay their respects. The scene was draped in white. Members of Hongxing wore mourning attire, each busy with their tasks, creating a dignified yet somber spectacle. Simple cars and white cloth, mourning garb. And today, we bid farewell to the dragon head of Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng, Liang Kuan, and Mr. Grey Dog. We kindly ask individuals from all walks to come and pay their respects in an orderly manner. A few relatively junior figures stood at the front, clad in mourning attire and white headbands. As the leaders of Hongxing, it was their duty to guard the vigil for the dragon head, symbolizing loyalty in the underworld. Failing to do so would be seen as a betrayal of brotherhood. Several of Jiang Tianxing's concubines and children stood next to Tang Hanxing and others, clearly divided into groups. Chen Yao stood at the forefront, central position. He was the acting dragon head of Hongxing. Though Jiang Tianxing had children, they were unfortunately unworthy. With the fall of the Jiang brothers, the decline of the Jiang family had become inevitable. The Lianxing have arrived. Several luxury cars drove up to Gaoxi Temple. Xue Ji, Deng Bo, and Lin Huayue, along with Di, got out of the car. Behind them, over 20 subordinates from Lianxing, dressed in black suits, lined up in neat formation. In the center of the morning hall were 3 black and white portraits, with Jiang Tianxing in the middle, flanked by Liang Kuan and Mr. Grey Dog on either side. Uncle Xue, Uncle Deng, Lin Huayue, Big D, and others successively offered incense. The family members returned their bows in gratitude. The host spoke softly. Chen Yao, accompanied by his family, slightly bowed and returned the salute. Uncle Deng stepped forward, grasping Chen Yao's hand. Yao, my condolences. Dongxing had arrived. Camel, accompanied by Crow, Smiling Tiger, and others, reached the scene. After offering incense, he gazed sorrowfully at Jiang Tianxing's photograph. Despite years of enmity, Camel and Jiang Tianxing were both mortal enemies and mutually respected adversaries. Dongxing had once been driven overseas by Hung Hing. Camel said to Chen Yao, Yao, I never expected Mr. Jiang to depart so prematurely. Loyalty and righteousness have arrived. Causeway has come. One luxury car after another pulled up, Mercedes, BMW, Bentley. Even Rolls-Royce appeared before Gaoxi Temple. Leaders and decision-makers of major societies arrived one after another, presenting wreaths and leaving elegies. Some legislators also personally came to pay their respects. The scale of the event was unprecedented. Jiang Tianxing's funeral was attended by both the underworld and the legitimate world. The police had already cordoned off the streets, deploying numerous traffic and uniformed units to maintain order. Otherwise, half of Yuan Long would have been paralyzed. Reporters were restricted to filming from 500 meters outside the cordon. The police deployment of such magnitude was not merely to protect the venue, but to manage traffic and closely monitor these society leaders, preventing them from causing trouble under the guise of the event. At that moment, a convoy slowly came to a halt, led by a Rolls-Royce. Shanji stepped out, approached the rear door, and reached out to open it. Lei Gong stepped forward with steady strides, his leather shoes firmly planted. Standing beside the car as he neatly adjusted his suit, he lightly tapped his foot, smoothing his trouser cuffs. Ji Gu, a familiar figure in the western district of Hung Hing, known for his opportunistic loyalties, stood at the door to greet guests. Upon seeing Shanji, who had been Chun Haonan's subordinate in the past, he greeted him with surprise. Shanji? Shanji's expression was solemn, devoid of the frivolity he once displayed. He turned sideways to introduce. This is Mr. Lei Gong, the leader of the Sanlian gang, and this is Sun Yong of the Zhongyi Hall. Take me to the memorial hall, Lei Gong commanded as he strode forward, followed closely by several bodyguards. The Sanlian gang has arrived. Zhao Shanhe of the Dusha Hall, Sun Yong of the Zhongyi Hall are here. Upon hearing the name Sanlian gang and Shanji's, the crowd looked up in astonishment. Was it a namesake, or had he truly returned? Led by Ji Gu, Lei Gong, Shanji, Sun Yong, and others slowly entered the memorial hall. Shanji, clad in a suit, exuded a transformed aura, sparking murmurs among the crowd. After offering incense, Lei Gong approached Chen Yao. Chen Yao recognized him immediately and hurried forward. Mr. Lei, good to see you. Lei Gong nodded in response. I was an old friend of Mr. Jiang, and I came specially to see him off today. Your personal attendance is truly considerate, Chen Yao replied earnestly. Lei Gong continued. Yao, you are now the acting leader, correct? I'd like to discuss some matters with you later. All right, we'll talk tonight, Chen Yao agreed, then glanced at Shanji and arranged for Hung Hing's men to escort Lei Gong's party to rest. Shanji and Chun Haonan exchanged a glance amidst the crowd, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Chun Haonan couldn't help but smile as well. After the morning ceremony concluded, the rites of carrying the coffin and seeing off followed. After a full day, everyone finally completed all arrangements. Dinner was organized at Gaoxi Temple Square, serving simple fare under white tents hastily erected by logistics. Only then did Tang Hanxing find time to mingle with the various underworld figures. Having just greeted Uncle Deng, Lian Haolong of Zhang also came to seek an audience. The reason was obvious. The arcade business was booming. Recently, Hung Hing, leveraging Han Bin, 13th sister, the prince, and Defying's strategy of low prices and high quality, had secured multiple venues. Naturally, other societies were envious. Chapter 40, Boss Lei. It seems you're determined to succeed. Tang Hanxing responded while sipping wine. I generally don't meddle in matters concerning the Azure Group. If they're business, you can discuss it at the company. He made no commitments, fully aware that this piece of the pie currently belonged to Hung Hing. After meeting several society elders, Shanji softly called out from behind, Brother Shang. Tang Hanxing turned around as Shanji tossed him a watch. He caught it single-handedly. It was the very Rolex he had given away years ago. Tang Hanxing stepped forward and patted Shanji's shoulder. Now you're the leader of the Dusha Hall. You're quite fortunate. Shanji smiled subtly, his gaze shifting to Chen Haonan. Brother Nan, I've heard everything. I'm truly sorry for causing you such trouble. A lifetime, just the two of us brothers. Don't bother with such formalities. Tonight, we'll drink properly. Chun Hunin replied with a smile. Amid the crowd, Tang Hanxing spotted Sun Yong of the Zhongyi Hall of the Sanlian gang. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a plump figure. According to Tian Shou, Liang Kuan's early foothold in Xiangjiang was largely supported by Sun Yong's strong backing. Moreover, Tian Shou himself had been a capable operative personally dispatched by Sun Yong to assist Liang Kuan. The Zhongyi Hall was the strongest branch of the Sanlian gang, and its leader's status was nearly equivalent to that of the deputy gang leader. Sun Yong appeared unremarkable in appearance, but securing such a position undoubtedly spoke to his exceptional qualities. In any case, Tang Hanxing wished to meet Sun Yong personally, partly to resolve the Liang Kuan issue thoroughly, and partly concerning Tian Shou's defection to Hongxing. The former was more critical. As for the latter, Tang Hanxing now commanded numerous experts and was not overly concerned about a newcomer, though smooth incorporation would be preferable. He asked Shanji, "Do you know Hall Leader's son?" Shanji leaned closer and whispered, "Hall Leader's son is a peculiar man. I'm not acquainted with him. What are you three whispering about?" A middle-aged man chewing betel nut patted their shoulders, speaking with a thick Taiwanese accent. Shanji introduced, "This is my cousin, Kujihua. Cousin, this is Sun Yong. My brother Tang Hanxing wants to get to know him." Kujihua smiled. "Sun Yong? Offer him a drink, and he'll surely come. I often drink with him. What is the occasion?" Tang Hanxing handed over a cigarette. "Hello, cousin. Just say that Tang Hanxing from Hongxing Kowloon wants to buy him a drink." "No problem. Leave it to me." Kujihua patted his chest. Coincidentally, Chen Yao also planned to host a banquet for the Sanlian gang members. Lei Gong had already reserved a bar located in the territory of other Xianzhang forces. On the Hongxing side, acting leader Chen Yao led the delegation, accompanied by Tang Hanxing, the prince, and Han Bin. They booked 2 private rooms, one occupied by Lei Gong and his confidants, and the other arranged for Sun Yong and his party, with Han Bin in charge of hospitality. After downing 3 rounds with Lei Gong, Tang Hanxing was approached quietly by Tian Yangsheng, who whispered a few words. He then rose. "Boss Lei, I'll go pay respects to Hall Leader Sunday. Please wait a moment." Saying this, Tang Hanxing stood and headed toward the door. Outside stood Tian Shou, recently recovered and looking in fine form. The Sanlian gang was, in fact, a coalition formed by several major Taiwanese gangs. Although Sun Yong holds the esteemed title of the leader of the Loyal Hall, his elevated status is far beyond that of the spokesperson of the Hongxing. When Tang Hanxing entered the private room with Tian Shou, he found Sun Yong indulging in solitary revelry with a bottle of liquor. Upon noticing Tian Shou's arrival, his previously dazed expression sharpened slightly, and he turned to Tang Hanxing, lighting a cigarette. "Tang Hanxing, please, take a seat. Greetings, Master Sun, and to everyone present." Tang Hanxing asserted his presence as he settled into a seat, exuding an undeniable aura. Han Bin, already significantly inebriated with a reddened face and swollen neck, spotted Tang Hanxing as if he had discovered a lifeline. "Ah Sheng, come and rescue me. Let us drink a few together." A prominent figure from the Sanlian gang appeared visibly displeased, questioning the competence of the Hongxing spokesperson. It seemed that Hongxing was not as formidable as it purported to be. Tang Hanxing responded coolly, "If it's merely drinking, why involve Hongxing? Is this how you entertain guests in the Sanlian gang?" Sun Yong mused to himself, recognizing the audacity of the young man. Several high-ranking members of the Sanlian gang, silenced by Tang Hanxing's verbal barrage, could only grasp their bottles. Attempting to engage in a contest of endurance, Tang Hanxing waved his hand dismissively. "Stop. What is so enjoyable about foreign liquor?" Just then, Tian Yangxing entered, pushing in boxes of Mao Tai. "Brother Sheng." Tang Hanxing uncorked a bottle of Mao Tai and seized a clean vase to pour, asserting, "This is how one truly drinks." After filling the vase, he raised it, declaring, "I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Feel free to partake at your leisure." The members of the Sanlian gang, overwhelmed by his commanding presence, could only muster the courage to follow suit. Tang Hanxing downed his drink in one go, and Tian Yangsheng promptly refilled his glass. "I shall have another. You are all welcome to join." The senior members of the gang could hardly withstand the pressure, collapsing one by one. Emboldened by the effects of the liquor, Tang Hanxing pointed at Sun Yong. "Now that others have succumbed, it is your turn." Sun Yong, with a hazy gaze, replied, "Drinking must have its justification." Tang Hanxing pointed directly at Tian Shou. "I want him. Name your price. I need him to accompany his girlfriend to the doctor." Sun Yong chuckled, glancing at Tian Shou. "You choose. Do you wish to accompany him?" Tian Shou quietly responded, "Master, I am grateful for your guidance. I have decided to remain in Xianjiang." During his time in the countryside of Yuanlong, he had found solace in teaching children martial arts. Sun Yong gestured towards Tang Hanxing. "The transfer fee is a bottle of liquor. You drink." Tang Hanxing wasted no time, raising the vase to his lips. After finishing, Sun Yong remarked, "Tian Shou, From now on, follow the new boss and work diligently. Understood. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Tang Hanxing's mind. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the martial arts expert Tian Shou, achieving 100 loyalty and earning 3,000 points of prestige. Delighted, he contemplated the internal strife within Hung Hing, the tasks and rewards at hand, and felt ready to strategize for the next business venture. Lighting a cigarette, he addressed the second matter. It concerns Liang Kuan. Sun Yong, no longer feigning ignorance, replied while smoking, I wish to know everything about Liang Kuan. Tang Hanxing recounted the conflict with Liang Kuan in broad strokes, omitting certain details. After listening, Sun Yong took a hefty swig from the vase, declaring, once a person is dead, it is over. That is between you and him. Liang Kuan had favor with me. I am aware of his character, and I have long repaid my debts. Let our grievances end here, and do not stir further trouble. Tang Hanxing, smiling, responded, should you find the opportunity, do visit us. I would be honored to treat you to a drink. I've heard you possess remarkable skills. Certainly. I am always eager to make new friends. When you come to Taiwan, we must share a drink, he replied with a smile. Sun Yong proved to be an intriguing individual, well worth forging a deeper connection with. However, while he outwardly consented to visiting Taiwan, he had no intention of doing so in his heart. Just as he was engaging in light banter with Sun Yong, Shanji entered, speaking in hushed tones, Brother Shang. Brother Yao requests your presence. An inexplicable tightness gripped Tang Hanxing's heart, an unshakable sense of impending danger surfacing within him. His newly awakened ability of danger perception was in play. He stood and addressed Sun Yong. Brother Sun, do remember to contact me in advance for your next visit to Xiangjiang. I would like to treat you to a meal. Certainly, Shang. I should also return to rest. I leave Tian Shou in your capable hands. Sun Yong responded with a smile. At that moment, aside from Tang Hanxing, Sun Yong, Tian Shou, and Tian Yangsheng, the rest were already intoxicated, with Han Bin and the prince snoring heavily in slumber. Tang Hanxing patted Tian Yangsheng on the shoulder, instructing, Shang, please escort Brother Bin and the prince back. Tian Shou, accompany me for a moment. Understood, Tian Yangsheng replied. Tian Shou remained silent, quietly rising to follow Tang Hanxing. The group moved to the adjacent room, where Tang Hanxing took a seat. Lei Gong regarded him and spoke. So this is the renowned Tang Hanxing of Hung Hing? Chun Yao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Mr. Jiang held him in high regard during his lifetime. With a firm gaze, Lei Gong declared, I have come to Xiangjiang to discuss potential collaboration with Hung Hing. Chun Yao maintained a calm demeanor. Please, elaborate. I propose a partnership with Hung Hing. You have several gambling establishments in the Macau region, correct? We could collaborate, splitting the profits 50-50 for mutual benefit, Lei Gong stated with a composed tone. The Macau gambling halls were territories acquired by Jiang Tiansheng in negotiations with the gambling king, He Xin, after Tang Hanxing had dealt with Fei Go. To think that Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang would set his sights on this territory. Oh. So he seeks to seize a piece of the pie while Hung Hing is in disarray following Jiang Tiansheng's recent passing? Chun Yao and Tang Hanxing exchanged wary glances, both recognizing the caution in one another's eyes. With a glimmer of anticipation, Lei Gong gazed at them. What do you think? Despite Chun Yao's significant standing as the acting leader, he appeared somewhat diminished in the presence of Lei Gong. Tang Hanxing offered Chun Yao a reassuring glance before smilingly responding. Lei Gong, the Macau region is far more intricate than you might envision. There are 4 major families, the Daquan gang, Portuguese interests, and those from above. On the seas, pirates roam, and with our own factions from Xiangjiang encroaching on business, there are no fewer than dozens of competing forces. If you were to enter, it would be quite the spectacle. More bustling than the United Nations, Tang Hanxing remarked, even applauding for emphasis. Lei Gong's expression hardened. There is no free lunch in this world. With that, he signaled to his subordinates. A box of modest size was brought forth and opened, releasing the unmistakable scent of fresh banknotes. Neatly stacked bills filled the entire container. With a smirk, Lei Gong maintained a relaxed tone, just a little token of goodwill, a mere greeting gift. Is it really so much? Tang Hanxing chuckled lightly. He had long become accustomed to such displays. Nowadays, his monthly earnings easily surpassed hundreds of millions, with profits from several bars reaching the tens of millions. Not to mention 2 factories and over 400 stalls in operation, let alone the soon-to-open 8-story entertainment venue, where renovation costs were nearing the 100 million mark. To him, Lei Gong's gesture was hardly noteworthy. Did he truly believe the underworld figures of Xiangjiang were unworldly? Arrange the 50% stake as you see fit, Lei Gong stated confidently. His tone casual. Such bravado. As if he were someone of significance? This is Xiangjiang. Even a dragon must abide by the rules here. Moreover, he is merely the leader of the Sanlian gang. Tang Hanxing remained undaunted. He inquired, Boss Lei, it appears that you are determined to achieve your goal? I never engage in ventures lacking assurance, Lei Gong replied, his tone steady. Chapter 41. Introducing truly competent individuals. Tang Hanxing's smile faded. Unfortunately, you may find yourself disappointed this time. Hung Hing has fought tirelessly to secure the gambling hall. How could they easily relinquish half of their shares? Not only would I, Tang Hanxing, disagree, but the tens of thousands of brothers in Hung Hing would never consent. Is that so? Lei Gong's gaze was sharp as a blade, intense and piercing. Suddenly, one of his subordinates whistled, and dozens of armed men stormed into the private room, their guns aimed directly at Tang Hanxing and his two companions. The atmosphere instantly became taut. Tang Hanxing surveyed the surroundings, then hurled his glass to the ground, shards scattering, yet no one dared to make a move. Rising to his feet, his eyes fierce, he confronted Lei Gong. Are you threatening Hung Hing? Chen Yao also stood, declaring that further negotiation was futile. Indeed, I am threatening you. Lei Gong slowly rose, his tone resolute. Tonight, you must provide me with an answer. Tang Hanxing exchanged a glance with Chen Yao, then fixed his gaze on Lei Gong. Then we shall leave now. Let us see if you dare to act. Before the last syllable left his lips, he stepped forward, exuding an aura of menace. If something happens to me and my brothers tonight, Lei Gong, you had better prepare a coffin within 24 hours. We are leaving. With that, he turned and departed. Chen Yao and Tian followed closely behind. Remarkably, none of Lei Gong's men dared to fire a shot. They had long heard of Tang Hanxing's reputation, and now, on his home turf in Xianjiang, should a confrontation occur, it was likely that no one would leave alive that night. Once inside the car, Tian Yangyi started the engine. Brother Sheng, where to? First to Causeway Bay. Anan has invited me for drinks. And you, Yao Ge? Tang Hanxing turned to Chen Yao. Take me to Causeway Bay, soon. Ji Xiao will come to pick me up. As Chen Yao spoke, he replayed the earlier scene in his mind. Had it been himself, he would have likely crumbled under the pressure long ago. Yet Tang Hanxing remained unfazed, remarkably composed. He sighed softly. Being the leader is not an easy task, Aixing. I plan to convene a leadership selection meeting tomorrow. Tang Hanxing waved his hand gently. Let us take it slow for now, Yao Ge. What? Do you wish for me to continue? Chen Yao inquired, gazing at him. Tang Hanxing's tone remained calm. The positions in Chai Wan and Mongkok are still vacant, and many are eyeing them. The most pressing matter is to stabilize these territories. Otherwise, others will soon take action. As for the leadership role, you still hold sway over everyone, Yao Ge. Stop flattering me. I am not suited for this. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yao's tone turned reflective. In fact, Mr. Jiang was always looking for someone to take over, so he could retire peacefully. Aixing, do you know who he had the most faith in? It wouldn't be me. Would it? It is you. Don't jest with me. Tang Hanxing chuckled, dismissing the notion. Speaking of a suitable candidate, do you have anyone in mind? Your subordinates are all capable individuals. Tian Yangxing, Tian Yangyi, Luo Tianhong, Wu, and the three brothers, Tony. Although they are in Causeway Bay, they still heed your call. It is time to contribute to Hung Hing, Chen Yao inquired. Tang Hanxing pondered for a moment. I lean towards recommending Defying. He is a man of loyalty and has sufficient experience. I recall an incident where one of his subordinates was suspected to be a police informant. Defying, in an effort to protect him, stabbed himself. A person like that commands my respect. Then there's Anan. You are aware he is level-headed and responsible. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao expressed surprise. Oh, are you not considering Tony and the others? Aixing, are you eyeing Causeway Bay? Speak honestly. Tang Hanxing could only silently commend Chen Yao for his perceptiveness, a true talent of Hung Hing. He shook his head, explaining, their experience is still somewhat lacking. This matter requires urgency. We shall discuss it further in tomorrow's meeting. First, we must select a candidate to stabilize the situation, then we will address the leadership. Tang Hanxing also needed to consolidate Kowloon. Once aiming to unify Causeway Bay, he had instead become the speaker for Kowloon. It was essential to clarify the integration of Kowloon before he could rightfully discuss the leadership position. As for Chen Yao, the temporary leader, he was quite satisfied with him. He consulted him on matters, and there was an implicit suggestion of promoting him. It had been nearly a month since he had last visited the Bowman. Now at Bowman, along with several nearby venues, he was the sole proprietor. Who among the likes of Qianzong would dare to voice any objections? Of course, Tang Hanxing had acquired his shares through legitimate financial means. The extended Mercedes-Benz came to a smooth halt at the entrance. Hu, having learned of Tang Hanxing's impending arrival, was already waiting at the door. Spotting the Mercedes approaching from a distance, he quickly jogged forward to open the car door. As Tang Hanxing stepped out, several younger brothers bowed their heads in unison, greeting, "Good day, Brother Sheng." This display drew the attention of several passers-by. "When you see me, do not be so reserved. Hu, join me for a drink later," Tang Hanxing said with a smile, patting Hu on the shoulder. However, Hu's gaze drifted to Tian, standing behind Tang Hanxing. Truth be told, despite now commanding respect, he preferred to remain close to Tang Hanxing. He could not fathom why Tang Hanxing had brought back an ornamental figure. Was it that his contributions weren't sufficient? Upon entering the bar, the top-notch sound system belted out exhilarating music without creating a cacophony. The resident DJ had been hired at great expense. Tang Hansheng discreetly made his way to the booth, where Boss B, Chun Haonan, De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Xiao Pai were already seated, alongside Luo Tianhong and Jimmy. Shanji had also arrived. He had indeed changed quite a bit over the past month or two. In the past, he would have rushed into the bar to flirt with girls, but now he sat quietly, enjoying drinks with Boss B and Chun Haonan. Soon, Ahu arrived with Asia and Tony. As the brothers gathered, they naturally indulged in a hearty drink, sharing stories. Shanji recounted his struggles in Taiwan, claiming he had helped Lei Gong eliminate enemies to secure his position as the head of the Poison Snake Hall. After a few rounds, Boss B patted Tang Hansheng's thigh. Aixing, Anan, I'm getting old. It's time for me to retire and emigrate. Chun Haonan, laughing while drinking, said, Boss B, don't joke around. Boss B shook his head. This time I am serious. I have already discussed it with your sister-in-law. The foreign school applications are in, and she will go over as soon as the term starts. Tang Hansheng felt a weight in his heart. It seemed Boss B was truly contemplating this. He replied, Boss B, Hongxing is at a critical juncture. You cannot leave us. Others echoed his sentiments. Boss B waved his hand with a smile. You young lads. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Rest assured, I will clarify my position in tomorrow's meeting. Once the appropriate candidate is selected for Causeway Bay, I shall take my leave. Aixing, Anan, come with me to the restroom. Tang Hansheng nodded and followed Boss B into the restroom. Boss B lit a cigarette. Aixing, I intend to nominate Anan as the speaker for Causeway Bay. Tang Hansheng nodded. I just mentioned this to Yao Gu in the car. We should finalize the speaker tomorrow. The positions in Mongkok and Chaiwan are still vacant, and I suggested Anan. It seems you share this sentiment as well, Boss B. Boss B chuckled. The Tony brothers have been with you for quite some time. Their qualifications are solid, and I trust them to take on a leadership role. When you become the one in charge, do not forget these brothers. I won T. Tang Hansheng nodded, though a weight pressed heavily on his heart. Though Hung Hing no longer basked in its former glory, it still boasted many capable men. The Tony trio, Jimmy, the advisor Su, the Tianyang septet, each a formidable figure in their own right. With some refinement, Luo Tianhong could undoubtedly stand on his own as well. It was truly vexing. Having too many talented subordinates sometimes proved to be a headache. Boss B gazed at Chun Haonan and said, Anam, Asheng, you two brothers must work together. Anam, communicate more with Asheng if anything arises. Though younger, Asheng has held the position of the boss steadily after only a month on the job. Chun Haonan looked at Tang Hansheng, who promptly punched him in the chest. Anam, there's no need for many words between us. Back at the booth, Tang Hansheng casually grabbed a bottle of champagne and drained it in one gulp. Everyone assumed he was troubled by Boss B's affairs and offered their condolences. Tang Hansheng smiled and said, What I fear most is any unforeseen mishaps among us. As for Brother B's immigration, I'm secretly hoping for it. After all, to end things like this in the underworld is not so bad. You scoundrel, you're hoping I leave sooner, aren't you? Boss B said as he stood, brushing off his pants. Let us move somewhere else to drink. It's too noisy here. The group then proceeded to a quiet bar owned by Tang Hansheng. Tang Hansheng lit a cigarette and spoke earnestly. Anam, let me be frank with you. Among those vying for the boss position in Causeway Bay, there's another contender, Defying. I've made it clear to him. I'm uncertain who will challenge you. But ultimately, it depends on you. Nonetheless, I will lend you my support. Chun Haonan nodded. Tang Hansheng then turned to the Tony trio. You three must not grow complacent. It's time to contribute to the syndicate. Azad danced exaggeratedly and said, Boss, no, I think things are fine as they are. Once I've saved enough money, I'll bring my mother over. No good. Don't let the comfort erode your fighting spirit. Tang Hansheng scolded with a laugh, kicking him lightly. Tang Hansheng had long contemplated supporting Chun Haonan at Boss B's behest. First, Chun Haonan's loyalty to Hung Hing was renowned in the circle. Second, he possessed both intellect and courage. With further training, he was fully qualified to become the boss. If he could curb his impulsiveness, the position of head leader was within reach. Most importantly, Chun Haonan had demonstrated his loyalty to Tang Hansheng these past few days. Some matters required no words. Tang Hansheng felt it deeply. Back in Haojiang, when Tang Hansheng was shot, Chun Haonan had guarded him through the night. That bond was genuine. If Chun Haonan rose through his support to become the boss, that meant Tang Hansheng would hold a decisive vote in the leadership election. More importantly, Tang Hansheng did not want to surround himself with sycophants like Ji Gu or slick opportunists like Fatty Lai. Thus, this election was also an opportunity to build his own core team. Having made up his mind, Tang Hansheng planned the following. Causeway Bay would be entrusted to Chun Haonan, Mongkok to Defying, and Chaiwan to the Tony trio. Figures like Luo Tianhong and Jimmy would be dealt with gradually once he truly assumed the head position. The old-school bosses like Jigu and Fatty Lai would be phased out, replaced by genuinely capable individuals. However, it was too soon to discuss such matters now. Chapter 42. A charismatic figure with a vast empire in the coming phase. Tang Hanxing's objective was clear, to accumulate dazzling achievements while Chun Yao served as acting leader. Boss B saw Tang Hanxing sitting alone at the bar, his face solemn, and assumed there were difficulties promoting Chen Haonan. He approached and said, "Ah Shang, if you find it difficult, I can hold the fort in Causeway Bay a bit longer." Tang Hanxing smiled and replied, "Brother B, that is not what is troubling me. I will definitely promote Annam. An organization requires a complete structure. Every link is indispensable. Appointing someone overly ambitious risks trouble. Though Annam hasn't fully demonstrated his capabilities, his loyalty is unmatched, and since we nurtured him from the start, he will surely succeed." Though simple. These words astonished Boss B. They were far beyond what one would expect from a mere underling. Boss B then asked, "How will you ensure Annam's footing within the syndicate? You know, that previous incident still leaves a stain in everyone's minds." Indeed, Chun Haonan's path to the top was more arduous than most. Tang Hanxing answered resolutely, "As long as he accomplishes a sensational feat, and we give him a push from behind, gaining respect won't be a problem. If Mr. Jiang saw you now, he'd probably laugh himself awake." Boss B chuckled, downing his drink. Chun Haonan stood nearby, uneasy hearing this. He knew his past entanglement with second sister-in-law was a lingering worry. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Hanxing interrupted with a smile, "Annam, the current situation is rare. I've already chosen your target, probably Crow, Smiling Tiger, or another formidable figure from a rival syndicate. When the time comes, I'll inform you." Chun Haonan was stunned. "Crow? That was a major figure in the underworld." Tang Hanxing continued, "A man's worth is measured by whom he has defeated. I want to elevate your status. Beating a minor player draws no attention. But if you conquer someone like Tyson, the whole world will remember you. Boss B and I will arrange your team, but you must lead it personally." Boss B patted Chun Haonan's shoulder. "You'll need to train more these days." "Understood. I'll spend more time at the gym." Chun Haonan nodded vigorously, filled with gratitude. If before he regarded Tang Hanxing as a brother, now his feelings had deepened into profound respect and unwavering loyalty. Tang Hanxing glanced at the three brothers playing drinking games and said, "Tony, spend more time training with Annam lately. Brother Nam, remember, tomorrow at 5:30 a.m., fasted." At Jimmy's old billiard hall, Tony responded immediately. Before the words finished, a mechanical voice rang in Tang Hanxing's ear. "Ding, congratulations, host has successfully recruited Chun Haonan. Mysterious gift box unlocked, reward, 1,000 reputation points. Truly worthy of being a future underworld boss in a Hong Kong flick." The rewards exceeded all expectations. Augmented by the mysterious gift box, Tang Hanxing's gaze fixed earnestly on Chun Haonan as he said solemnly, "Remember, when you ascend to the boss's seat, the subordinates fight fiercely over profits. If you truly take charge, your task is to secure financial channels, dress well, and drive fine cars. That is true strength. Money must be earned, but the path must remain righteous." He emphasized this warning deliberately. "I'm heading to the restroom. I'll join you again shortly." He entered the restroom and immediately activated the system interface to open the gift pack. "Ding, congratulations, host received Ultimate Gene Potion X1, Basic Gene Potion X10, Loyalty Pills X5. Ultimate Gene Potion. Optimizes genetic structure, comprehensively enhances strength and defense. Note, no adverse side effects. Elementary Gene Elixir. Enhances physical fitness, transcending human limits. Note, no adverse reactions. Loyalty Pill, after consumption, ensures absolute loyalty from the host. Indeed, this Ultimate Gene Elixir is evidently tailored for him. The Elementary Gene Elixir is perfectly suited for his brothers." He inquired with the system, "Is it true that this Ultimate Gene Elixir has no side effects? What are its actual benefits?" The system replied, "Produced by the system. Quality guaranteed. Upon consumption, it can withstand all attacks from civilizations below level 3. What does a level 3 civilization entail? To put it simply, the power of nuclear weapons falls into this category." Tang Hanxing instantly understood that with this, even if someone plotted against him, it would no longer pose a threat. He retrieved the blue vial and, without hesitation, consumed it in one gulp. In an instant, he felt a torrent surge within him, flowing from his dantian throughout his body, each muscle brimming with explosive power. He activated the system panel to check his attributes. Name, Tang Hanxing. Strength, 50. Constitution, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Skills, Master Level Tang Dao. Divine Level Handgun, Divine Level Sniping, Divine Level Free Fighting, Danger Perception, Divine Level Disguise Technique. Items, Fountain of Life, Capital Converter. Remarkable. Previously, he had exerted himself to barely reach 38 in each attribute while completing tasks. Now, with everything maximized, one punch could potentially shatter bones. As for the Elementary Gene Elixir, Tang Hanxing had already decided to arrange a vial for Lok Tin-hung. He had just recently come of age, and his strength was still somewhat inferior to Tian Yangxing and the others. It was time for him to venture out and gain experience. He would also procure a vial for Fei Ji, as this lad was obedient, showing unwavering loyalty to Tang Hanxing. The Tony brothers and the Tianyang 7 brothers did not require this for now. The remaining individuals could be considered gradually later. Suddenly recalling, he thought of arranging a vial for Zhou Jiesin and Cindy as well. In critical moments, it could provide them with a better chance of survival. As for the loyalty pill, it was unnecessary at present. His current subordinates were all more loyal than dogs. It was no exaggeration to say that those brothers from earlier either betrayed the leader or turned against him to eliminate the head. Now, after Tang Hanxing's training, they willingly followed him. That night, they indulged in drinks until the early hours, dispersing around 1 o'clock. Upon returning home, Tang Hanxing handed a vial of elementary gene elixir to Lok Tin-hung. Tin-hung, this substance is for physical restoration. Lok Tin-hung asked no further questions, tilting his head back to drink it all at once. Licking his lips, he remarked, "Boss, this tastes delightful. Is there more? Do you think it's juice? This is rather expensive. You should go rest now," Tang Hanxing replied with a smile. Cindy had returned home the previous night, so she would have to wait until tomorrow. The following morning, as the family enjoyed tea in the villa, an uninvited guest arrived at the door. It was Cindy's bodyguard, who usually accompanied her. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing, the bodyguard immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Tang, my master wishes to invite you to a game of golf." He Xinhui? Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed. It seemed that He Xinhui, the gambling king of Haokong, was indeed seeking him out. After all, the matter concerning Cindy amounted to taking away the granddaughter of the He family, and a meeting was inevitable. Of course, it could also be related to the affairs of several gambling establishments. Tang Hanxing picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and replied nonchalantly, "I'll change my clothes. Please arrange a car." After changing into casual attire upstairs, he felt that while the occasion was significant, formal wear would be inappropriate for the golf course. Once dressed, Tang Hanxing accessed the system's marketplace. It offered a plethora of items, including skill exchanges. Currently, he possessed 29,000 reputation points, which he rarely utilized. However, the occasion warranted a slight expenditure of points. The marketplace presented 2 options: Master-level golf skill, 1,000 points. Divine-level golf skill, 10,000 points. There was no need to aim for divine level. The master level would suffice to showcase his skills before He Xinhui. System. I wish to spend 1,000 points to exchange for master-level golf skill. The exchange was successful. In an instant, a wealth of golfing techniques flooded into his mind, as if he were inherently adept. After contemplating, he spent an additional 2,000 points to acquire a complete set of casino slot machine design blueprints and relevant data. Exiting the building, Tang Hanxing immediately instructed Tian Yangi, i.e., please visit the factory and deliver these blueprints to Jimmy. Have him commence work immediately. I require it shortly. Tian Yangi nodded in acknowledgement and took the blueprints before heading out. The butler had already prepared his golf club set. He had long since purchased a membership at the Deepwater Bay Golf Club. As a significant player in the industry, maintaining connections often required engagements such as golf. He never anticipated that his first use would be to meet He Xinhui. Settling into the bulletproof Mercedes, they arrived at Deepwater Bay 15 minutes later. As the car came to a halt, Tian Yangxing opened the door and casually opened the trunk. Tang Hanxing stepped out, flanked by 2 bodyguards, and the group swiftly made their way onto the course, where they spotted Cindy waiting in the distance. Today, Cindy appeared somewhat different. Typically, she wore little to no makeup and favored casual attire. However, today she had applied makeup, enhancing her delicate features while maintaining a fresh and innocent look. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing approach, Cindy beamed with joy and ran towards him, calling out, "Brother Sheng." Just then, a low cough echoed from a distance, causing Cindy to halt abruptly. It was a middle-aged man of mixed heritage with a prominent nose, exuding an air of arrogance. He was none other than He Xinhui, the notorious gambling king, a notorious figure known for his extravagant lifestyle and vast empire. Tang Hanxing approached naturally, gently embracing Cindy, who smiled radiantly in return. He Xinhui nearly ground his teeth in fury, suppressing his anger as he coldly remarked, "You are the spokesperson for Hung Hing, Tang Hanxing?" By deliberately highlighting Tang Hanxing's identity, he sought to intimidate him into retreat. Cindy was his most cherished granddaughter. How could she be taken away by a mere upstart? Tang Hanxing smiled calmly, unfazed, and presented a business card. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. He. I am the chairman of Shunfeng Entertainment, as well as the chairman of Yuelon Group." The implication was crystal clear. He was not an ordinary individual. Of course, prior to this encounter, He Xinhui had already had Tang Hanxing's background investigated. To be honest, he acknowledged that he could hardly have surpassed Tang Hanxing in his youth. The first time he heard Tang Hanxing's name was due to the public execution of Fei Go on the streets. Recalling the details of that incident, He Xin snorted coldly and said, "Young man, let us play a few rounds of golf together." Sensing that he could not suppress Tang Hanxing in terms of momentum and status, He Xin opted to shift the approach to skill in a bid to assert his dominance. Let Tang Hanxing experience the standards of high society. Tang Hanxing picked up a golf club and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. He, please go ahead." He Xian nodded, took the club, and aimed at the distant hole. With a powerful swing, the golf ball soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc before rolling slowly into the hole. A splendid shot. A hole-in-one. "Mr. He, you are incredible," exclaimed Tang Hanxing's grandfather. "You are amazing, Grandpa." Several of He Xian's subordinates applauded enthusiastically, and even Cindy couldn't help but offer her compliments. Chapter 43. The Dragonhead Conference of Hung Hing commenced punctually. He Xian felt a bit elated. His performance today was indeed commendable, achieving a hole-in-one, something he had long aspired to. The last time he accomplished this feat was back at the beginning of the year. He turned to Tang Hanxing and casually remarked, "It's your turn now, young man," with a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Tang Hanxing nodded, grasped the club with precision, and focused on the direction of the hole. With a decisive swing, he struck the ball with perfect force. The ball arced beautifully and landed squarely in the hole. His exceptional physical prowess, rated at 50 points, allowed him to masterfully control both strength and balance. "Wow, Brother Sheng is phenomenal, even more accurate than Grandpa," exclaimed Cindy excitedly. He Xian's subordinates couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Great shot. So impressive. Perfect." He Xian cleared his throat, already contemplating how to handle these fellows afterward, ensuring they understood who was truly in charge. And that granddaughter of his. Such audacity. Tang Hanxing looked at He Xian and smiled slightly. "Just luck, that's all." He Xian snorted and picked up the club again, but his performance began to decline sharply in the subsequent rounds. In contrast, each time Tang Hanxing took his shot, it resulted in another hole-in-one, leaving He Xian dumbfounded. The remarkable part was that Tang Hanxing consistently attributed his success to mere luck. "No more, no more." He Xian tossed the club to his subordinate and said to Cindy, "You and Tang Hanxing stay here. You go warm up first." "All right," Cindy replied, picking up the golf club and walking away. "Tang Hanxing, come sit with me." The two took their seats, and a waiter served them coffee. He Xian assessed the young man before him, tall and possessing an outstanding demeanor, nodding inwardly, acknowledging that the lad was indeed quite handsome. No wonder he managed to capture Cindy's interest. He took out a check, scribbled a few figures, and slid it across the table with a cold gaze, stating, "Leave Cindy. This is your compensation. Here it comes." The familiar scenario unfolds. Tang Hanxing glanced at the check, 20 million. He then produced a check of his own, wrote down a series of numbers, and gently pushed it forward. His tone gentle. "Mr. He, emotions cannot be quantified in monetary terms. If you insist on viewing it that way, this represents my sincerity. The betrothal gift can be discussed separately. I hope you will refrain from interfering in my relationship with Cindy. If you doubt the authenticity of this check, your subordinates may cash it in right now." He Xian cast a glance, then fixed his gaze on Tang Hanxing, coldly stating, "Tang Hanxing, aren't you afraid I might revoke the management rights of the Hung Hing Casino?" Tang Hanxing smiled faintly. "Mr. He, that was a discussion between Mr. Jiang and yourself. Now that Mr. Jiang has just departed, I trust you would not jeopardize your own credibility over such a trivial matter. Those who conduct business in casinos value their reputation above all else." Tang Hanxing understood that the credibility He Xian spoke of was more akin to a transaction. He Xian lightly tapped the table, his tone neutral. "Young man, I do indeed value credibility. However, in my eyes, credibility is the least valuable commodity. The situation in Macau is chaotic. The Sanlian gang has come from the Treasure Island, and the fourth section is establishing a foothold here, with many eyes watching. Moreover, I will not interfere in your relationship with my granddaughter. But do not presume that just because you are with her, I am obliged to assist you. I can offer Hung Hing an opportunity, but whether you can seize it depends on your capabilities." With that, He Xian lifted his coffee cup and took a slow sip. "With Mr. He's assurance, I feel at ease," Tang Hanxing smiled. He Xian's stance was crystal clear. The management rights of the casino could be handed to Hung Hing, but whether they could hold on to it depended on their ability to defeat the fourth section and the Sanlian gang. In other words, while the cake belonged to Hung Hing, whether others would relinquish their share depended on who held the stronger fist. The fourth section, unlike Hung Hing, had its roots in Hong Kong, having evolved into an international gang with immense power. In Macau, they had figures like Ben de Zhu in their ranks. Yet, Tang Hanxing felt no fear of these factions. He Xian added, "To gain my support, there is but one condition. You must ascend to the position of leader." Tang Hanxing nodded, taking a sip of his coffee. "I understand. Mr. He, since it's rare for you to visit Hong Kong, I would like to invite you to tour our factory. We have recently developed several new types of slot machines. He Xin raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as a quality he admired in Tang Hanxing. He was not a person who rose through dubious means. He shunned drugs and illicit activities, choosing the righteous path, a rarity in Hong Kong. Very well. I shall take a look. Keep the check. Tang Hanxing pocketed the check, fully aware that if he Xin did not visit the factory, he intended to use the billion to purchase several casinos from Hongxing to buy some time amidst the impending turmoil. After all, the decision-maker had yet to be established. Stabilizing internal affairs was imperative before formally advancing the casino's plans. The group arrived at the Yuelon Electronics factory, where Jimmy quickly organized the technical team to tackle the designs. Within hours, they had produced several robust prototypes. After the demonstration by the technicians, He Xion's interest was piqued. These electronic slot machines were even more innovative than those he had encountered in Las Vegas. He inquired, "How do you control the odds?" Tang Hanxing replied, "We considered this during the design phase. There is a back-end program for adjustment. I've seen the product, and I am satisfied. However, I am an old-fashioned person. I do not quite understand these high-tech gadgets." He Xian responded with a smile, making his stance clear. He had no intention of purchasing them at the moment. Merchants from Hong Kong and Macau inherently possess a calculating nature. They never place bets before grasping the full picture. Tang Hanxing smiled lightly. "Mr. He, I will send a few machines over for your people to study. As long as they are ordered from Portugal, I will ensure the price is minimized. Before our casino officially opens, I guarantee not a single machine will leak to the outside. Additionally, the Portugal group can act as our exclusive agent in Macau. The price I mentioned is strictly at cost. What is the catch?" He Xian asked directly, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Tang Hanxing's expression grew serious. With Mr. Zhang's departure, Hongxing's internal stability remains uncertain. I will discuss with the leader and several key figures, hoping that during this period, our casino can operate without incident. Once we have everything in order, we will officially launch. By then, whether it's the 4th section or the Sanlian gang, you won't need to intervene personally. Agreed. Come to Macau when you have the chance. I will treat you to tea. For today, I shall take my leave. He Xin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Such a courtesy would still be extended by the 4th section and the Sanlian gang. As He departed, the subordinates of Tang Hanxing cast admiring glances his way. It is no trivial feat to earn the nod of the gambling king of Haojiang. Such an aura is not bestowed upon everyone, nor can all endure its weight. In the afternoon, the meeting of the Hongxing leadership convened punctually. Tang Hanxing and Chun Yao arrived first. He succinctly recounted the conversation he had with He. Upon hearing this, Chun Yao's face lit up with delight. "Ah Shang, you truly are remarkable. I was fretting over this matter just last night. We are all working for the society." Tang Hanxing lit a cigarette and chuckled, but his tone quickly turned serious. With this secured, the gaming hall will soon spring into action. When the time comes, whether it be the Si Tiao or the Sanlian gang, they will learn what it truly means to be formidable. Before long, the representatives from various regions began to arrive. The current leaders of Hongxing from different areas are as follows: Causeway Bay, Big Boss B, Bolan Street, Sister 13, Saiwan, Brother G, Sim Sha Sui, Prince. Sing District, Han Bin, North Point, Fatty Li, Tun Mun, Dinosaur, Kun Tong, Achao, Kowloon, Tang Hanxing, and Chai Wan and Mong Kok, currently vacant, gathered together. The atmosphere remained familiar, filled with banter and ribaldry, for they were all seasoned individuals who had tasted blood. Once everyone had assembled, Han Bin inquired of Chun Yao, "Brother Yao, how did the discussion with the Sanlian gang go last night?" The prince interjected coolly, "Brother Yao, let me make myself clear. I am fully aware of what transpired yesterday. Why not simply take action and eliminate the Sanlian gang?" Big Boss B echoed in agreement. "We have no reason to allow the people from the Treasure Island to meddle in our territory. If we are to fight, then let us fight. What is there to fear?" Chun Yao raised his hand to signal for silence and spoke. "There is something I must clarify to everyone. Ah Sheng's performance last night was exceptional. We outright rejected Lei Gong. Currently, the positions of the representatives from Chai Wan and Mong Kok are vacant. We must first establish the 12 representatives before addressing the issues surrounding the Haojiang Gaming Hall. Ah Sheng has already negotiated with Mr. He, and they are willing to grant us time." As his words concluded, all eyes turned toward Tang Hanxing. The gaming hall is one of Hongxing's largest sources of profit. What methods had he employed to secure He's agreement? Had he unknowingly reached this level? Chun Yao observed the reactions of the crowd and continued. "First, we must stabilize our internal affairs before addressing external matters. We cannot leave Mong Kok and Chaiwan vacant indefinitely. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to confirm the representatives. As for the leadership position, once everything is stable and the Haojiang situation is resolved, I will certainly step back. Should I fail to do so, may heaven bear witness." With that, Tang Hanxing was the first to raise his hand. "I support this." Han Bin and the prince followed suit, indicating their agreement. Chen Yao surveyed the room and asked, "Now, does anyone have recommendations for candidates?" Today's primary agenda is to select the representatives. Big Boss B raised his hand. "Brother Yao, I would like to formally step down, and thus I wish to discuss candidates for 3 locations." At this declaration, a murmur of surprise swept through the room. Big Boss B smiled and explained, "Don't be so shocked. I am preparing to emigrate. My child will be studying abroad, and I need to accompany them. However, I will remain in Hong Kong for a while until the situation stabilizes. Brother Yao, since we have 3 locations to fill, I have 2 suitable candidates in mind, Chen Haonan and Aja. I recommend both of them." As soon as Big Boss B's words fell, a chorus of objections arose. "Chen Haonan, isn't he involved with the second sister? Are you mistaken, AB? Indeed, how can we expect him to gain the people's support? Simply regaining the status of a red stick is already a special exception." Tang Hanxing rapped the table, his tone resolute. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is precisely the time to utilize talent. Much of the misunderstanding surrounding Chen Haonan is well known to all of you. For Hongxing to develop, we must be bold in our choices. This matter has already been reconciled with Shanji. What else can we not accept?" Fatty Li raised his hands in protest. "AB, Shang, we cannot say it so lightly. It will be truly difficult for Chen Haonan to win everyone's approval." Brother Ji looked at Tang Hanxing and remarked, "Shang, I know Chen Haonan is capable, but the concern lies in his reputation." Chapter 44, Tonight. We establish our authority over Dongxing. Tang Hanxing sneered. "This point is well understood by me. Chen Haonan, if you wish to earn everyone's respect, you must achieve results." "Chen Haonan, do you have anything to say?" All eyes focused on him as he stood, his voice firm. "Thank you all, and I hope you will grant me an opportunity." Chen Yao interjected, his tone steady. "Shang is correct. Let us set aside misunderstandings for now. We are all individuals of the underworld. To put it plainly, we are all underdogs, and none should look down upon the other. Now, we need to arrange 3 territories, with 2 candidates, Aja and Chen Haonan. Does anyone else wish to propose a candidate?" Tang Hanxing added, "Shi Yan. I believe he is fully qualified to compete for the representative position." Tang Hanxing was acutely aware of Shi Yan's capabilities, compared to those red sticks. He still had a distance to cover. However, by proposing him, Tang Hanxing was merely repaying an old favor. Whether he could secure that position depended entirely on Shi Yan himself. Shi Yan gradually relaxed his tightly clenched hands, glancing at Tang Hanxing with gratitude in his eyes. Han Bin also exchanged a glance with Tang Hanxing, his expression profound. In truth, he did not wish for his brother to ascend, for he understood Shi Yan's capabilities too well. Merely being able to earn a living alongside Tang Hanxing was already a stroke of luck for Shi Yan. Among the other representatives, some were reluctant to step down, some truly lacked suitable candidates, and others were eyeing the leadership position, making it not yet the time to put forth their own brothers. Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. Tang Hanxing spoke again. Defei from North Point, Grey Dog, and Sheng Fan from Tun Mon. All 3 have qualifications that are no less than Chen Haonan's, and their abilities are sufficient. I recommend them." As soon as the words left his lips, Fatty Li slammed his hand on the table. "Shang, what do you mean by this? Good heavens." As soon as Tang Hanxing spoke, he sought to promote 2 of his capable subordinates. Tang Hanxing, fully aware of Fatty Li's intentions, replied with a smile, "Uncle Li, Hongxing is currently in need of personnel. Defei and Grey Dog are so capable. How can you, as the leader, be reluctant to let them go?" Fatty Li pointed at Tang Hanxing, shouting, "Reluctant? What about you? You only propose Shi Yan. Why not suggest others?" Tang Hanxing rose to his feet, spreading his hands. "Very well, I will put forward Luo Tianhong, Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangyi, and Jimmy as candidates. Would that suffice? The representatives from these regions would all be my people from now on. What do you all think?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Luo Tianhong and Tian Yangsheng were names they had all heard of, known for their skills and capabilities. Tang Hanxing, cigarette in mouth, spoke with bravado, "Uncle Li, do you agree? I have another formidable individual on my side, the giant Tianshou from the Treasure Island, who has defected from the Sanlian gang. His skills and qualifications are no less, making him eligible to compete for the representative position. Henceforth, all representatives will be my people. Do you wish to accept this?" No one dared to speak further. If this were to happen, would they have any chance to contest with Tang Hanxing for the leadership position? Tang Hanxing lowered his tone. "What defines a representative? Before I ascended to my current position, I often pondered why these individuals, many of whom are advanced in years and long devoid of power and influence, had the authority to dictate matters. Over time, I came to understand that they are elders. When they speak, it is imperative that others listen. A society is not the dominion of a single individual, it requires balance." Tang Hanxing gradually took his seat, remaining silent, his gaze steady. Everyone present understood that his vision far surpassed that of the street thug he once was. Da Fei sat nearby, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. unable to comprehend why Fatty Li refused to support him. Huego, seated beside him, felt somewhat disoriented. He had never received an education nor envisioned himself occupying such a position. He could not fathom why Tang Hanxing placed such significance on him. In contrast, Sheng Fan radiated determination, his eyes brimming with anticipation, fully prepared to make a significant impact. Chen Yao smiled and remarked, "Ah Sheng speaks wisely. I am in full support. Brotherly, we are all part of the Hongxing family. It is time for Dafei to step up and contribute to the society. Huego, you have been with us since you were 13. It has not been an easy journey. 3 positions, 6 candidates, Anan, Dafei, Azai, Xingfan, Huego, and Xianyan. Everyone would compete fairly. Their ability to ascend would hinge on their own merits." He paused and added, "Perhaps we should first allow them to express their intentions regarding which position they wish to compete for, and then compare their suitability." Boss B expressed confidence in Azai and Chun Haonan, nodding in agreement. "I support Brother Yao's opinion." Tang Hanxing contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Brothers, and Brother Yao? Allow me to share a few thoughts. This selection of the spokesperson is no trivial matter. In the past, we relied on brawls to gain prominence, but now, Hongxing cannot afford internal strife. I propose several criteria. First, to be well-versed in the poems and songs of the Hongmen. Second, to recruit 50 capable subordinates within a specified time frame. Third, to make tangible contributions to Hongxing, whether through territorial expansion or business operations. Measurable achievements are necessary. Fourth, to participate in a public debate. Ultimately, we, the spokespersons, will cast our votes to decide. Most importantly, no internal conflict shall be tolerated. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be disqualified." After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. "I support this." Boss G was the first to voice his agreement. He had already discerned the situation. Tang Hanxing had become an unstoppable force. This gathering of leaders had essentially turned into his domain. Every word he spoke was irrefutable, and no one could contest his authority. More crucially, he possessed resources, strength, and confidence. Chen Yao nodded in affirmation. "Ah Sheng is right. I concur. What about the rest?" The crowd raised their hands in agreement. Only Fatty Li remained visibly displeased, sitting in silence. Tang Hanxing cast a glance at him before addressing the others. "Brother Yao, I would like to raise a matter. As you all know, I am currently managing factories, one for high-security products and another for gaming consoles. Recently, we conducted some tests. Been good, what do you think?" Han Bin smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Boss Tian, when it comes to business, you truly have no equal." Tang Hanxing replied with a grin. "In the future, all spokespersons of Hongxing can procure goods from my factories. Let us prosper together." This decision was a collaborative effort among Tang Hanxing, Han Bin, Taizi, and others. They had already secured territory in the sneaker district, and their gaming console supply was nearly complete. Boss G gave a thumbs up, quickly adding, "I agree." It seemed he had become accustomed to expressing this sentiment, only realizing the implications after he spoke and hastily corrected himself. "Ah Sheng, when it comes to business, we still have much to learn from you." A Chow joined in the laughter. "Indeed, Ah Sheng, we are not particularly adept in this area." Tang Hanxing responded cheerfully, "This is not difficult. Later, you can send someone to the factory. They will be taught how to operate. It's quite simple. Either rent a storefront or set up a street stall. The profits from street stalls are not negligible." The group began to enthusiastically discuss business strategies. Chen Yao observed Tang Hanxing, his gaze filled with deeper meaning. While others were still vying for the position of spokesperson, he had already taken a step back to seek a path for the society's future. The future helmsman of Hongxing was becoming increasingly apparent. In the end, the 6 candidates each selected their territories. Causeway Bay was assigned to Chen Haonan and Huego. Mongkok was entrusted to Azai. Chaiwan was designated for Dafei and Shengfan. To everyone's surprise, Azai securing Mongkok was part of Tang Hanxing's strategy. The bar business in Causeway Bay had stabilized, and it was time for Azai, Tony, and others to venture into new horizons. Dafei, seeing Tang Hanxing's support for Chen Haonan, proactively chose Chaiwan. Just as the discussions were concluding, Fatty Li spoke up. "Ah Yao, Ah Sheng, sometimes I truly do not understand what you are all doing. You are busy all day long, yet cannot grasp the key points. Today, I heard news that someone has leaked the matter concerning Mr. Jiang and Ah Koen." His words openly questioned and subtly criticized their ineptitude. Tang Hanxing fixed his piercing gaze on Fatty Li. There were many present that night. It is impossible to silence everyone. "Since you have heard the news, tell me, who let it slip? I will confront him now." "I am not certain," Fatty Li stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Hanxing's tone turned icy. "That night, aside from our Hongxing members, only the police were aware. The rest were merely from Dongxing." "Very well. We shall seek an explanation from Dongxing tonight." Recently, the Crow and the Smiling Tiger had been making frequent moves, causing unrest. Had it not been for issues within Hongxing, he would have already taken action. Fatty Li hurriedly interjected. "Ah Sheng, those are your words. not mine. In truth, the information had indeed leaked from Dongxing. He had a good relationship with Yaoyang from Dongxing. They had communicated just last night. But now, he could not admit that it was Yaoyang who had let the information slip. Tang Hanxing smirked coldly. Uncle Li, are you jesting with me? Everyone is watching Hongxing's embarrassment. Tonight, we will take action against Dongxing. What? Are you afraid? Fatty Li quickly clarified. I have no objections to fighting. The ways of the martial world are inherently about conflict. Little justification is needed. The question is, who will bear the costs of the brawl? Tang Hanxing chuckled. This matter relates to the future of Hongxing. As for Dongxing, we shall all contribute. Taizi nodded slightly. All right, Sheng, contact me tonight. Han Bin added. I can mobilize manpower from my side. Count me in. 13 May quickly followed suit. I have no issues either. Boss B raised his hand. Count me in. Tang Hanxing surveyed the group, understanding their sentiments. Although others remained silent, their expressions revealed various calculations. He smiled lightly. Regardless of the expenses incurred tonight, it will be on me. Just exert your efforts. I do not impose any obligations. Chen Yao nodded in agreement. Good. Let it be so. Remember, no firearms. The authorities are already watching. The crowd responded in unison, understood. As the gathering of leaders dispersed, each harbored their own thoughts. Some in joy, others in sorrow. Tang Hanxing returned to the factory and promptly convened his core team. Han Bin, Taizi, 13 May, Boss B, and a number of red sticks. The conference room, though small, was filled with people. The blue factory lights illuminated each face, and the atmosphere was tense. Tang Hanxing inquired. Xian, how many people are currently in Kowloon? Xian swiftly replied. The main force numbers 1, 2, 03, while the perimeter consists of 5, 0, 56. This is a significant improvement compared to before. At least we have data now. Brother B, what about the situation in Causeway Bay? The esteemed B turned to his advisor. Su, you take this one. Adjusting his glasses, Su stated, the main force comprises 2, 0, 48, with the perimeter at 6, 987. Tang Hanxing nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 45. The Mountain Chicken desires to return to work. He pondered for a moment before issuing orders. Chun Haonan, Xin, Luo Tianhong. Tian Yangsheng, you are responsible for the East Stars territory in Causeway Bay. Haonan, you shall lead the team. The four responded in unison, no problem. Select a few more individuals. We must act swiftly. He then turned to Defei and Ajia. In Kowloon, Defei, Ajia, Tian Yangyi, Tian Shou. You four are tasked with clearing the area. Remember, no firearms are to be drawn. The group affirmed, understood. The prince sat to the side, unassigned, pointing at himself. He asked, what about me? Am I to just sit here? Tang Hanxing frowned. You are now a decision maker. It's time for those below to step into the limelight. We shall assess the situation tonight. The prince waved dismissively, no need. I've heard that there's a top-notch horseman named Dedong in East Star. I'll seek him out. Very well, Tang Hanxing nodded. Everyone, don black clothing, tie a red scarf on your right hand to avoid mistaking allies for enemies. The meeting concluded, and everyone sprang into action, sharpening knives, gathering personnel, preparing tools, each getting ready. At the same time, on Baoyan Road in Hong Kong, a well-built man in a suit stood aloft, gazing out over the city. A cigarette perched between his fingers, his demeanor calm and unmoving. A Mercedes-Benz was parked at the roadside, where Fatty Li sat inside, munching on an apple. The well-built, refined man could no longer contain himself and approached, saying, Hey, Fatty Li, did you miscalculate the time? Yaoyang, I made it clear to him. It's South Baoyan Road, no doubt about it. That bastard is a brute. I wouldn't dare invite him to a 5-star hotel for coffee, Fatty Li replied, continuing to eat his apple. This man was none other than East Star's Yaoyang. Yaoyang frowned and remarked, so timid, how do you navigate the underworld? Is Hongxing out of talent? Fatty Li stepped out of the car and slowly replied. We have plenty of talent in Hongxing, with Tang Hanxing being the most prominent. He is the one funding tonight's plans against East Star. Do you want to inform Crow and the others? Those two useless ones dying has nothing to do with me. Yaoyang exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze indifferent. Is Tang Hanxing barely 21? How did Hongxing appoint such a person as a decision-maker? The second generation of East Star's 5 tigers was embroiled in intense internal strife. The Downhill Tiger and the Smiling Tiger factions, alongside the Golden Hair Tiger and the Capturing Tiger factions, were at odds, with Yaoyang carving out his own path. He even resorted to violence when meeting Crow. Upon returning, Yaoyang had ulterior motives. Hongxing was currently weakened, and he desired to thoroughly dismantle Hongxing, subsequently assuming the mantle of East Star's leader. Of course, this was contingent upon the demise of the old camel. If you get the chance, meet Tang Hanxing. And you'll understand, Fatty Li suggested with a smile. Yaoyang glanced at his watch, his tone displeased. Is that bastard Xingfan mistaken about the location? We're nearly late. You know I detest mindless individuals. I sought you out because you possess intellect. Just as Fatty Li chuckled, He spotted Xingfan approaching in the distance and called out, "Xingfan, over here. Fatty Li, this place is truly hard to find." Xingfan, accompanied by two subordinates, excitedly made his way over, stating, "I thought it was Hong Kong Park." Fatty Li laughed. "I was worried you might not show up. This is Brother Yaoyang." Xingfan immediately bowed and extended his hand, saying, "Brother Yaoyang." However, Yaoyang merely inhaled from his cigarette, showing no intention of shaking hands, and turned to descend the hill, saying, "Follow me." As they walked, he remarked, "Getting lost in Hong Kong is not unusual, but in life, be certain not to stray from the right path." Xingfan listened intently, respectfully replying, "Brother Yaoyang's words are indeed profound." Yaoyang halted, his tone earnest. "I will fully support you alongside Fatty Li, in both funds and wisdom." Xingfan quickly nodded. "Thank you. Thank you." Yaoyang replied nonchalantly, "Once you're on our ship, you bear responsibility. Rights and obligations are intertwined. Do you understand?" Xingfan appeared bewildered yet nodded repeatedly. "Understood, understood." Fatty Li, wrapping an arm around Xingfan, cheerfully asked, "Xingfan, do you know why Brother Yaoyang arranged this meeting?" As they walked, he pointed towards the distant skyline, grinning, "To show you the most magnificent sights of Hong Kong. The Bank of China Tower, over there is HSBC, and further is Standard Chartered Bank. All power struggles converge in this area. Do you comprehend?" Xingfan stood still, gazing at the towering buildings before him, his mind a muddle. Yet, with both Yaoyang and Fatty Li present, he dared not voice his confusion, nodding fervently, "Understood, understood." Fatty Li laughed heartily. "As long as you understand, you shall not lose." At that moment, Yaoyang had already settled into the car, holding a copy of the sayings of Nietzsche. The essence of Nietzsche's philosophy centers on two main ideas, the will to power and the Übermensch concept. He murmured, "I, Yaoyang, am the demon within the hearts of men. If your heart harbors no evil, I cannot affect you." Meanwhile, the members of Hung Hing were busily preparing for battle. Tang Hanxing sat alone in the chairman's office. A delicate brocade box before him. He slowly opened it, revealing an ancient blade lying quietly within. The blade was long, with a central ridge, sharp edges, and a gracefully curved line. The hilt boasted two prominent rings, with concentric circle patterns etched into the blade's tip. Truly, it was a fine sword. He held a cigar between his lips, unable to resist gently caressing the blade. If the sword were likened to a person, then Chun Haonan would be that sword. In Tang Hanxing's mind, masters were divided into three tiers. The first tier was divine, nearly invincible. Only Tian Yangsheng belonged to this echelon. He had sparred with Tian Shou 2 or 3 times, and the giant Tian Shou was no match for him. The second tier comprised top-tier individuals close to divine status, including the prince, Luo Tianhong, Tian Shou, and Tony. The third tier encompassed the elite, belonging to the realm of dominance, such as Chun Haonan, a Jia, a Hu, and a Wu. Since Chun Haonan's loyalty had reached 100, he would be utilized effectively. With this thought, Tang Hanxing retrieved a vial of primary gene serum, hesitated briefly, then poured it into a cup. He then summoned Chun Haonan. Upon entering the office, Chun Haonan found only himself and Tang Hanxing present. A banner hung on the wall, reading, "Do not seek perfection, but rather seek a clear conscience." "How are preparations coming along?" Tang Hanxing offered him a cigarette. Chun Haonan accepted it and lit it, replying, "Nearly complete." Tang Hanxing inquired with a smile, "Feeling a bit anxious tonight?" "A little, as it's been quite some time since I last engaged in combat." Chun Haonan admitted candidly. Tang Hanxing reassured him, "I have already informed them, and the word is out. Should Crow appear and you struggle, Tian Yangsheng will act immediately. As soon as he makes an appearance, others will perceive him as fearful of you." "Understood." Chun Haonan nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Hanxing continued, "Come, drink this glass of water, and then make sure to rest while later." Chun Haonan, without a hint of doubt, lifted the cup and drank it in one go. At that moment, Jimmy knocked on the door. "Brother Sheng, the paparazzi have arrived." Tang Hanxing looked up to see a stout man of shorter stature and darker complexion with a Mohican hairstyle standing at the entrance. "Grey Dog, come in," Tang Hanxing called out. Grey Dog stepped inside but hesitated to take a seat, whispering, "Brother Sheng, I would like to offer my assistance with tonight's operation against Dongxing." Tang Hanxing smiled and replied, "Please, take a seat. Do you have any men with you?" "No, I don't." Faced with a figure like Tang Hanxing, Grey Dog felt somewhat anxious, and the question about manpower left him feeling even more awkward. Tang Hanxing was aware of Grey Dog's capabilities, which were top tier among the second tier, making him a competent individual. Unfortunately, he had wasted his potential by remaining loyal to the treacherous Fatty Li. Noticing Tang Hanxing's silence, Grey Dog felt increasingly uneasy. Being of mixed race, with a black father, his dark skin made it impossible to tell when he blushed. Growing up on the streets, he had fought for survival alongside stray dogs and earned his place in the Hung Hing gang through sheer force. He had always believed in the supremacy of strength, practicing tirelessly day and night. Such a background instilled a lingering sense of insecurity when facing higher-ups, leaving him at a loss for words and actions. Tang Hanxing glanced at Chun Haonan and said, "Grey Dog, this is Anan. You'll follow his lead tonight." "Anan, is that all right?" "No problem. We're all on the same side." "Grey Dog, you'll come with me later," Chun Haonan said, patting Grey Dog on the shoulder with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Sheng. Thank you, Brother Nan." Grey Dog expressed his gratitude. Tang Hanxing, with keen eyes, spotted Luo Tianhong passing by outside and called out, "Tianhong, come in." "Brother Sheng, what's the matter?" Luo Tianhong entered, carrying his sword. Tang Hanxing pointed to Grey Dog and said, "He'll be in your group tonight. Make the necessary arrangements and look after him." "Don't worry, Grey Dog, no?" "Dog brother. Since you're older, I'll call you brother." "What weapon do you prefer?" Luo Tianhong smiled as he put his arm around Grey Dog. After they left, Chen Haonan looked at Tang Hanxing and asked, "Do you intend to use him?" "Speaking with intelligent individuals is more efficient," Tang Hanxing nodded. "He's far superior to someone like BG Brother or Fatty Lee." He flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, "Anan, remember, the more down and out a person is, the more you should lend them a hand. They will remember you for a lifetime. This time, he won't be the one in charge. But perhaps next time we can elevate him." Just then, Shanji arrived. Upon seeing Shanji, both Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan felt a surge of joy. After all, it was only he who dared to utter such fierce words. Though he was now the leader of the Snake Hall in the Sanlian gang, he displayed no airs in front of his former brothers. "Brother Sheng, Brother Nan, I want to come back," Shanji uttered as soon as he stepped through the door. Chun Haonan was taken aback. "Weren't you doing well in the Sanlian gang? Why do you want to return?" Shanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "In the Sanlian gang, I always felt out of place. The last time Lei Gong pressed us from Hongxing, I merely spoke up a few times and received 8 slaps for it." Tang Hanxing stood up. "Let us go. We need to see Brother B. He must make the final decision on matters like this." "All right." At that moment, Brother B was in the boxing gym, instructing a group of younger members on their punches. Even though the situation within Hongxing was unstable, he still wanted to contribute what he could. Upon noticing the group entering, Brother B's gaze fell upon Shanji. Tang Hanxing spoke up, "Brother B, Shanji wants to come back to work." The return of this once jovial character brought joy to Brother B's heart. Yet, he still inquired, "Aren't you doing well on the Treasure Island? Why come back?" Shanji lowered his head and replied, "Brother B, I am not happy over there. It's fine if I no longer serve as the Hall Master. I only ask that you accept me back once more, so I can be with my brothers." He repeated these sentiments, which had been buried deep within him. In recent days in Causeway Bay, he had rediscovered that sense of grounding and ease. That feeling resembled home. A safe haven. Chapter 46. Conducting affairs with discretion, only striking and not killing. Brother B nodded. "If you wish to return, you must start from the beginning. Can you endure this hardship? This is the rule of Hongxing. It is not me being difficult." "Brother B, I understand. I can do it." Shanji lifted his head, his tone resolute. Brother B called for Chow Pai. "Shanji will now be under your wing." "Huh." Chow Pai was taken aback. "Address him as Brother Chow." Brother B added. "Brother Chow," Shanji quietly called out, as Chow Pai had once been his subordinate. Chow Pai had narrowly escaped death in that battle at Haokong. Brother B teased him. "Louder, show more seriousness." "Brother Chow?" Shanji raised his voice. Chow Pai, having mostly recovered from his injuries, playfully punched Shanji on the chest. "We're even now. Just call me Chow Pai from now on." The surrounding brothers burst into laughter. Brother B continued, "Make sure to read more, practice boxing, and learn to drive." These words were reminiscent of what he had told Shanji when he first joined. Tang Hanxing laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Tonight. It's your first time taking the gang out to deal with someone. Don't mess it up." Chen Haonan embraced Shanji, brimming with joy. "Welcome back." Bao Pai struck a muscular pose. "Call me boss, and I'll have your back from now on." "Get lost." Shanji feigned disdain, but warmth surged within him. This was the scene he had longed for in his dreams. When the time came, Tang Hanxing used his mobile phone to notify everyone, and the entirety of Causeway Bay and Kowloon sprang into action. Causeway Bay was the main battlefield tonight in a critical area. Before the operation, the team leader Chun Haonan assigned tasks. "Tianhong, Xian, and Dog Brother, you'll be responsible for those 2 nightclubs." Luo Tianhong drew his sword and swung it down. "Dongxing is stabbing us in the back. Brothers, are we going to take action?" "Yes." "What do you mean?" Luo Tianhong frowned. "Eliminate those bastards. Charge." With a mighty swing of his sword, Luo Tianhong pointed directly at Dongxing's territory. "Don't forget, we are Brother Sheng's men. We cannot bring shame to him. Follow me." A group of individuals, fueled by rage, surged towards Dongxing's stronghold. Following closely, Chun Haonan turned to Tian Yangsheng and said, "Brother Sheng, let us get moving. Make sure Shanji stays safe." Leaning against the wall, Tian Yangsheng lazily remarked, "Don't think that I will intervene while the crows are fighting you. My task tonight is to watch over you, and I won't steal your thunder." Understood, let us go. First, let us turn Dongxing upside down. Having just finished his drink from the blue bottle, Chun Haonan was filled with courage, itching to shout, "Who dares to stop us?" On this side of the fragrant harbor, Kowloon was one of the 12 districts, vast in area, bordering Yao Ma Ti and Kuntong. Tonight, the key point was East Kowloon. Defei, Tianyangyi, and Tian Shou stood face to face with Dongxing's crew, the tension palpable. Defei bellowed, "I am Defei of Hung Hing. Brothers, charge in and kill these Dongxing punks. Let them know the consequences of their insolence." With that, Defei charged recklessly into the fray. Kill those in the next instant. Tian shrewdly struck the opponent's machete aside with a single palm strike, then hoisted the man as if he were a mere sack and slammed him onto his knee. With a sharp crack, the man's spine snapped instantly. The small figure collapsed to the ground, barely able to draw breath. Damn! Defei watched in stunned disbelief. Was this even a human being? Tianyangyi then leapt forward with a blade, deftly slicing away an opponent's weapon, landing and spinning to deliver another strike. The adversary clutched his neck and collapsed motionless. Defei nearly dropped his jaw in terror, hastily shouting, "Aye! Don't be too ruthless. What if the police are outside? No way to control it," came the reply. Meanwhile, the trio of Aja, Tony, and their brother began their own assault. "Move out. Clear the scene," Aja commanded, leading his men into Dongxing's nightclub. The moment Ahu stepped inside, he bellowed, "Damn it, the Hongxing 3 tigers are here. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out now. Shit, Hongxing's here to clean house. I haven't even settled my bill. Screw your bill. Run if you want to live. Wait, I haven't grabbed my wallet yet." Within less than a minute, every patron had fled without exception. The Dongxing enforcers, long prepared, surged down from the upper floors wielding machetes. Aja shouted, "I am Aja of Hongxing. Who dares come up and meet death?" Emulating Tang Hanxing's tactic of announcing one's name, Aja led the charge. It wasn't fear of Chun Haonan that troubled him, but the monstrous presence of Tian Yangxing. Though Hongxing's overall strength had waned, their strongholds in Causeway Bay and Kowloon remained steadfast. Skirmishes between the factions had been ongoing, and he knew well the significance of these territories. Their impatience was evident, and the Dongxing men at each venue grew restless. Jimahu's strategist, Wu Duan, paced anxiously in his office, hastily dialing Shama's number. "Boss, Tang Hansheng is trying to elevate a newcomer and intends to use us as scapegoats." On the other end came the sound of applause, as if celebrating something. Wu Duan's fury flared, and he abruptly hung up. He sighed, reluctant to seek help from the Crow Gang. As a minor player within Dongxing, he knew all too well that the Triad was filled with those who recognized only money, not loyalty. Betraying one's brothers was as common as eating or drinking. Loyalty and willingness to stand up for others were scarce indeed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Wait, there really is one. The most dependable figure in all of Dongxing was none other than Dedong of Portland Street. He immediately called Dedong. Upon hearing the situation, Dedong responded resolutely. "I'm a man of old ties. Portland Street raised me and made me shine. This street, like Dongxing, is etched in my very bones. Hongxing's recent arrogance has long angered me. I've been wanting to teach them a lesson." Before he could dispatch his top enforcer, a commotion erupted outside as a figure stormed in, radiating menace. It was the prince. Just 5 minutes earlier, the prince had led his men to Portland Street, intending to make a grand scene. Yet, upon entry, he was swiftly surrounded by Dedong's well-trained women. "Handsome, how many of you? Pick me. I'll give you a discount." "Dear," the prince faltered, dropping his machete to the floor, causing the women to scream in surprise. Snatching up his blade, he roared, "I'm Hongxing. We don't hit women. You all get lost. Tell your boss the prince has come to wreck the place." Dedong's 2 capable subordinates, overhearing this, nearly exploded with rage. Daring to mess with Portland Street, they charged forward immediately. Inside the office, Dedong received the news and instantly told Wu Duan. "Wu Duan, the prince is coming. Take care of yourself." Meanwhile, Chun Haonan was leading a charge toward the Crow Gang's nightclub. He spearheaded the assault, rushing into the venue, facing the imposing tiger statue at the entrance. Though the tiger appeared fierce, its master was nowhere to be seen. With a swift stroke, Chun Haonan severed the tiger's head. No sooner had the head hit the ground than the Crow Gang's men surged forth. Chun Haonan confronted a Red Stick member. During the clash, his weapon slipped from his grasp. The situation looked grim, but Chun grit his teeth and charged, engaging in a brutal close-quarters brawl. Fueled by a reckless resolve and formidable skill, he quickly disarmed his opponent. The man, overwhelmed with fear, desperately tried to flee. Another Red Stick stepped in but was repelled within moments. Feinting a move, he signaled retreat, shouting, "Run." Chun Haonan's gone mad. "Get out of here. Outside." Tian Yangxing and Feiji smoked casually, observing Chun Haonan and Shanji pursue and slash their way through Dongxing's men. They nodded in approval. Feiji asked, "Brother Sheng, Should we step in and clean up? Tian Yangxing waved off the suggestion. Doing so would steal Chun Haonan's credit. Look at his features, prominent forehead, quick to grasp things. A little guidance, and he LL blossom. As he spoke, he applied his newly acquired physiognomy skills, analyzing Chun Haonan's countenance thoroughly before concluding, this man has potential. He is worth nurturing. Feiji stared in amazement. Brother Sheng, you can read faces now? If I couldn't, how could I be your leader? Tian Yangxing grinned. But my skills pale compared to Brother Sheng's. He has recently focused on politics. Soon, he'll stir up the winds in Hong Kong. Feiji dared not contradict and could only nod in agreement. After all, strengthened fists lends weight to words. Tian Yangxing gathered them daily for boxing practice, resulting in a group battered and howling in agony. Even the likes of Jiechi Gu, Wu, and the Tony brothers were constantly beaten. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong launched an assault on Smile Tiger's territory. Having served beside Tang Hanxing for so long, he acted with restraint, fighting but not killing. When Dongxing's men fled, he did not pursue but called out, brothers, don't chase after them. Hold this ground. I'll report back to Brother Sheng. In Causeway Bay, Dongxing could not withstand Hongxing's onslaught. Over in East Kowloon, Hongxing had already seized full control. As for the prince, his forces were somewhat thin, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, single-handedly, he still managed to scatter Dongxing's ranks. Only one man remained in the arena, a short-haired man wielding a machete, Dongxing's Dedong. The prince flung his blade aside, instantly cooling the atmosphere. Who are you? Dedong, came the reply. No sooner had he spoken than the prince charged forward. Though Dedong ranked among the top in the secondary tier, he was no match for the prince's near-divine prowess. Yet, skilled in grappling, he managed to endure several rounds. Interesting, the prince mused. Having discerned Dedong's style, he ceased play and seized him in a back-shoulder throw. Dedong's vision swam with stars. The prince applauded, lifted him up, and said, you're coming with me tonight. I'm strapped for cash. But don't worry, I'll treat you well. Faced with Hongxing's ferocious advance, the Crow Gang and Smile Tiger remained cautious, unwilling to act rashly. The main issue lies in Tang Hanxing's prior declarations of intent to invest 100 million to strike against Dongxing. Coupled with our own lack of preparation, a direct confrontation would only result in a more devastating defeat. However, we did achieve some success. We managed to capture Chow Pai. Since his previous setback, Chow Pai's strength has significantly diminished, and tonight he is at a small bar in Causeway Bay, overseeing the scene. The two returned to the Dongxing headquarters to report the situation to Luo Ta. During this period, they had contemplated taking action against Tang Hanxing, but opportunities had been scarce. The woman by Tang Hanxing's side, Zhou Jiasen, has been residing at the villa on Baijia Road number 22 since the holiday began, guarded by numerous individuals at the entrance. When she occasionally ventures out, she is closely accompanied by a protective entourage of 7 or 8. Even if Shi Li were to go to the palace, he would merely sit in the office, learning some business acumen from Master Su and reviewing accounts. Merely performing menial tasks. After work, he is escorted home, leading a highly regimented life. As for Tang Hanxing, there's no need to elaborate. Our petty tricks hold no ground against him. Chapter 47. Tang Hanxing had no intention of letting the adversary off easily. However, taking advantage of the internal vacuum within Hung Hing tonight, they managed to capture Chow Pai. What did you say? Luo Ta, puffing on a cigar, looked astonished. Tang Hanxing had cleared out the territories of Kowloon and Causeway Bay. Indeed, boss, Yuya said, lowering his head, a look of helplessness on his face. By the time we received the news, it was already too late. Our territories are scattered, and with Hung Hing's forces from Kowloon and Causeway Bay converging, I had no choice but to order the brothers to retreat. Luo Ta exhaled a thick plume of smoke, coldly stating, I do not care what methods you employ. We must reclaim our territory. I will provide the funds and the manpower. Boss, Xie Mian who interjected, Tang Hanxing's strength is formidable. Engaging him directly would be detrimental to us. He offers salaries of 3 to 4,000 and a 100 million relocation fund, which is no trifling matter. In the 80s of Hong Kong, such wages far exceed those of most white-collar workers. Luo Ta regarded Xie Mian Hu and asked, what do you mean by that? A sly smile crept across Xie Mian Hu's face. Did we not capture Chow Pai, one of Chun Haonan's closest associates? Both Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan are men of deep loyalty. Why not use Chow Pai as bait to draw them out and eliminate them all at once? He waved his hand, commanding, bring him in. Chow Pai was dragged in, battered and barely able to stand. This man had just returned from the river and had not yet fully recovered from his injuries, only to suffer further at the hands of Dongxing. Luo Ta cast a disappointed glance at Chow Pai, saying, did you think Hung Hing is to be trifled with? If you touch Tang Hanxing and Chun Haonan, do you believe you can withstand Hung Hing's full retaliation? Yuya and Xie Mian Hu exchanged concerned glances. Indeed, provoking these two would only invite greater troubles. Although Hung Hing had suffered some losses, it was currently the most united it had ever been. Should anything happen to Tang Hansheng, his followers would surely erupt in chaos. Just as the three wore troubled expressions, individuals from Bolin Street burst in. Not good, boss. Big Dong has been captured by Hung Hing. What? Luo Tuo sprang to his feet, his expression shifting drastically. Big Dong from Bolin Street is one of the most significant leaders in Dongxing, aside from the Five Tigers. Luo Tuo's heart sank. While Dongxing had captured the opposing side's underlings, Hung Hing had apprehended an important figure from Dongxing, pointing at Yu Ya and Xiamian Hu. Luo Tuo, agitated, scolded, "Look at the mess you two have created. How do you propose we resolve this? I have always said that in this line of work. In the end, it's all about true capability. What problems can you solve with petty tricks? I made myself abundantly clear. Yet you acted as if you hadn't heard. I told you to conduct business quietly, but you insisted on provoking Tang Hansheng. Look at how tough he is now." A deep, commanding voice resonated from outside. "Boss, allow me to negotiate with Hung Hing. I must rescue Big Dong." The speaker was Gu Huolun, Luo Tuo's most capable strategist. From the moment they initiated action to the time they returned to the Kowloon factory, it had only taken an hour and a half. Jimmy summarized the situation. "Boss, we have reclaimed the Dongxing territories in Kowloon and Causeway Bay. We lost 1 man, 3 are severely injured, and 30 suffered minor injuries." As for Dongxing, hearing that Yu Ya and Xiamian Hu had not shown their faces, Tang Hansheng understood that these two were undoubtedly preparing for a counterattack. He replied calmly, "Excellent. Disperse the relocation funds immediately. Ensure the severely injured receive comprehensive treatment, even if they cannot fight in the future. We must arrange for them to work within the company. Tomorrow, let the word spread that Chun Haonan, Defy, and Xiyan have laid waste to Dongxing's territory, and that Dongxing dares not retaliate, as Yu Ya fears Chun Haonan. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Yu Ya remarked. "Given our current momentum, a temporary retreat might be wise. Who knows, we might strike tomorrow." Chun Haonan hesitated slightly. "You are too naive. To ascend, one must create an impression of overwhelming advantage. Any success is 3-part strength, 3-part strategy, and the remainder is left to fate. Now, everyone, return to your posts. Dongxing will soon make a move. And only by holding our ground can we truly gain the upper hand." Tang Hansheng smiled. Once the crowd dispersed, Shi Yin remained seated, a grave expression on his face. Tang Hansheng tossed him a cigar. "Come, accompany me for a late-night snack." Oh. Shi Yin quickly rose. As the two stepped out of the office, they encountered Taizi escorting a person who turned out to be Dongxing's key figure, Big Dong. Taizi spoke boastfully. "What do you think? I've captured the most formidable fighter from Bolin Street. Sheng, I still owe you over 4 million, right? Is this person worth 4 million? Tang Hansheng could not help but smile wryly. He did not expect the usually upright Taizi to resort to bartering with captured individuals. Half-jokingly, he remarked, "Taizi, you've completely shattered my impression of you." Taizi shoved Big Dong forward. "What does impression matter? Cash is king. This person is in your hands. How you use him is your prerogative." With that, Taizi turned and left without a backward glance. Tang Hansheng and Shi Yin were left in a state of shock. Unsure of what to say, Big Dong raised his head, his tone resolute. "You can kill or torture me as you please, but I will not bow down." Tang Hansheng calmly instructed, "Shi Yin, untie him." Big Dong rubbed his sore wrists, puzzled about what scheme his captors were plotting. Tang Hansheng smiled. "We were just about to grab a late-night bite. If you don't mind, why not join us? Rest assured, I'll keep Shama alive." "How could I harm you?" Big Dong understood that Tang Hansheng was a man of principle, and he nodded. "In that case, I will gladly comply." The three chose a nearby upscale restaurant, and after placing their orders, Tang Hansheng turned to Shi Yin, asking, "What is troubling you? Brother Sheng, let me ask you, am I truly a failure in life? Today, my brothers and I discussed the position of the person in charge of Mongkok, and they advised me to voluntarily step back and focus on making money." As he spoke, the usually reticent Shi Yin lowered his head and sighed. Tang Hansheng regarded him calmly. "Your self-perception is what matters most. I know I am the least capable among you. In terms of skill, I am at the bottom. My entry into Hung Hing was only due to my brother Han Bin's connections." Shi Yin was acutely aware of his situation. To attain clarity of self within such a circle is indeed a rare feat. Tang Hansheng did not interrupt him, but instead spoke gently. "The one vying for Mongkok is Jia, the first person I brought in. Do not be misled by his seemingly frivolous demeanor. In truth, his mind is sharp, and his actions are decisive and efficient. My business in Causeway Bay relies entirely on him and our advisor Su. Alas, the key is that his skills surpass mine, and he is incomparable to Tianhong and the others." Shi Yin clearly appeared despondent. Tang Hansheng shook his head lightly. "No, Shi Yin, you too possess your own strengths. Never think of yourself as inadequate. Sometimes, the ability to recognize the right moment to withdraw is a skill in itself. Come, let us drink." After downing a glass, Shi Yin murmured, Brother Sheng understands me best. There are some things I cannot even voice to my brother, yet with you, it feels as though there are no barriers. That is because you are too familiar with them, Tang Hanxing replied, setting down his cup with a neutral tone. As the drinking continued, Tang Hanxing suddenly turned to Dedong. Dedong, would you be interested in working with me? Mr. Tang, while I acknowledge that Dongxing may lack the unity of Hongxing, everything I have now is given by Luo Tuo. I cannot betray him, Dedong resolutely declined. Tang Hanxing did not press further. Very well, then after we finish eating, you may take a taxi back. No sooner had he spoken than his mobile phone rang. He answered, and it was Chun Haonan calling. Sheng, Chao Pai has been taken by Dongxing's men. I plan to confront Dongxing for him. Could you lend me Brother Sheng and the others? Nan, do not act impulsively. I will bring Chao Pai back. Just have them come over, and we will discuss things face to face. Tang Hanxing's tone darkened. After hanging up, he retrieved a rope from the car and promptly bound Dedong. Dedong struggled, exclaiming, Isn't this a bit excessive? You guys from Crow have captured our people. Tonight. You must endure a little. Tang Hanxing replied with an emotionless tone, then turned to Shi Yin. You go settle the bill. We shall depart first. Upon returning to the factory, Chun Haonan soon arrived, followed by Tian Yangsheng, Defei, and others in succession. Shanji and Chun Haonan appeared anxious. They had grown up together, their bonds deep, and now that Chao Pai was captured, how could they not be worried? Tang Hanxing gestured toward the bound Dedong from Dongxing. Do not fret. Our prince brother has also captured Dongxing's Dedong. Now we shall see how Dongxing responds. Sheng, I had a premonition of this, Prince Brother grinned. That night, news of Hongxing's raid on Dongxing's territory spread throughout the underworld. This swift and decisive victory significantly bolstered the momentum of Chun Haonan and the others leading the charge. However, beneath the calm surface, some matters went unnoticed. The act of taking hostages is commonplace in the underworld, especially capturing the other side's subordinates, which is all too familiar. People must be rescued. Regardless of one's reputation or how domineering one may be, if you do not save your own subordinates, who would want to remain under your command in the future? Although many of the unwritten rules of the underworld have been disregarded, loyalty remains fundamental for those seeking to establish themselves. Dongxing dispatched the cunning Gu Huoluan, along with Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu, leading a group of subordinates to confront Hongxing, which was spearheaded by Chun Yao, Tang Hanxing, and Chun Haonan, who also brought along a contingent. That night, both sides agreed to meet at a cafe situated within the Lianxing territory for negotiations. A stretch. Bulletproof Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL slowly came to a halt at the cafe entrance. Shortly thereafter, a BMW and another Mercedes from the opposite side also came to a stop. The difference in aura was already palpable. Tian Shou was the first to exit, opening the rear door for Tang Hanxing, who stepped out just in time to see Gu Huoluan and his entourage disembarking from the two vehicles. The two sides exchanged glances, each letting out a cold snort before leading their respective parties into the cafe. Lin Huailu, the young master of Liansheng, was already awaiting their arrival inside. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing and his group enter, Lin Huailu took the initiative to greet them. Sheng, it has been a few days. Lu Xiao, this is Nan, and this is our leader, Qin Yao. They exchanged pleasantries, while Gu Huoluan and his crew sat down with an air of indifference. Lin Huailu remarked, Since all the brothers are here, let us engage in earnest discussion. For my sake, as this is Liansheng's territory, I shall not interfere. With that, Lin Huailu stood and walked towards the door, leaving only the cafe staff behind. Tonight was a negotiation, not a gathering for drinks. He was not a mediator and had no reason to linger. Once both parties were seated, Wu Ye took the lead in confronting Tang Hanxing. Sheng, you have shown a complete disregard for the principles of the underworld. An ambush? Hongxing's people must withdraw from Dongxing's territory immediately, or Chao Pai shall not return alive. Negotiations require a specific rhythm, and Wu Ye's aggressive opening clearly indicated his intent to provoke. Tang Hanxing had no intention of yielding easily. Chapter 48. The grievances between both sides run deep. He took a puff of his cigar, letting out a cold chuckle. An ambush? I made it clear at noon that I intended to sweep through your Dongxing territory. Do you think your elder brother didn't hear me? Others can be good elder brothers, so why is the gap so vast with you? We all roam the streets. Today you disrupt my territory. Tomorrow I shall return the favor. How can you? Wu Ye, lecture me on principles. Such words, if spread, would surely evoke scorn. After finishing his statement, Tang Hanxing took a sip of coffee and leisurely continued. I can return Dedong to Dongxing, but if Chao Pai loses even a hair or bears a scar, then I am sorry. I will seek double recompense from Dedong. I, Tang Hanxing, am a man of my word. His meaning could not have been clearer. People can be replaced, but territory cannot be yielded. Whoever triumphs shall reclaim what is theirs. Gu Huoluan chuckled, eyeing Tang Hanxing. The one speaking so fiercely must be Hongxing's Shenggu, am I correct? Tang Hanxing met his gaze, his tone steady and unhurried. No need to call me anything grand. Just call me Ashang. Chen Yao tapped the table, adding, Alun, we are all in the same boat. Let us dispense with the formalities. What Ashang says. I echo. Besides, Dedong is worth far more than a mere brother. However, we at Hongxing value loyalty and are willing to take a loss. But you must ensure that when Xiao Pai returns, he is intact. After all, Dedong is treated as a distinguished guest among us. Gu Huoluan, as the brains of Dongxing, was no fool. He scoffed, listening to both of you. I can't help but find it amusing. You know better than anyone how Mr. Jiang met his demise. Dongxing has always valued loyalty. Why is it that you at Hongxing engage in such tactics? When you held Mr. Jiang's funeral, Dongxing did not seize the opportunity to act. Let us consider this matter settled. I will return your man, and in addition, offer 2 million to exchange for Dedong. This is our sincerity. What do you think? Chen Yao lit a cigarette, coldly retorting, you claim Dongxing values loyalty? Then how do you know about this matter? The only ones present that night were Dedong and Sha Meng. Have you developed a sixth sense? Gu Huoluan responded with a smile. Ah Yao? One cannot speak in such terms, can they? Before he could finish, Xiao Mian who interjected, Ah Shang, though you are young, your heart is quite fierce. I respect you for taking the territory on Sheffy Road, yet you still presume to take advantage, do you? I have heard that the individuals Tony brought from Vietnam are all your associates. What a coincidence. I am quite familiar with the Vietnamese gang. You would do well to recognize your place. Vacate our territory tonight. Otherwise, I shall summon the Vietnamese gang to entertain you and see how long you can endure. The individuals from Vietnam are largely entangled with drugs and arms. They are ruthless characters who would risk their lives for money. Tang Hanxing laughed heartily. You laugh like a tiger. Were you raised on dung? Since you speak so boldly, I shall issue a kill order tomorrow, offering a bounty of 100 million for the head of anyone from the East Star. How does that sound? When the time comes, it will be quite exhilarating. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Upon his statement, a wave of silence enveloped the room, as everyone was taken aback by his words. Tang Hanxing stood up, his tone resolute. Do not speak to me of the rules of the underworld. When Sha Meng came to kill me, I bore the brunt of it. And in the end, one of my brothers was left crippled. Do I not have feelings for Dongxing? How did the crow manage to intrude on our territory? If you wish to reason, then it is you who owes me. At worst, if you create a nest, I shall return and throw Dedong into the dog pit of Kowloon City. How does that sound? Chen Haonan sat quietly to the side, merely listening. The three had long since reached a consensus, and the terms of negotiation had been predetermined. Gu Huoluan found himself in a difficult position. Dedong must be taken back. This was a task assigned by the camel. Yet, the crow and the laughing tiger had taken matters into their own hands, leading to this chaotic situation with no intention of negotiation. If a fight were to ensue, the crow and the laughing tiger alone would not suffice. Yaoyang and Sidu Haonan might not lend their support either. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Ah Yao, it seems everyone still harbors animosities. Why not propose an exchange of hostages? We could have a battle to determine who controls the territory. What do you think? Chen Yao had already considered this. With Jiang Tianxing's death, many believed Hongxing was on the decline. He sought to seize this opportunity to demonstrate to the people of Xiangjiang that Hongxing's fangs were still intact. He nodded. Very well, since you are unwilling to submit, let us fight. Tang Hanxing grinned. Then let us engage in battle. Will it be one-on-one or a free-for-all? Choose one. The number of participants will be confirmed tonight, as will the time. The crow, a champion of underground boxing, contemplated that aside from himself. The others had little chance in a one-on-one. He coldly declared, one-on-one is pointless. Let it be a free-for-all. Each side shall send 100 men, exchange hostages, and determine life and death. If you win, the territory of Causeway Bay and Kowloon will belong to you. If you lose, the territory reverts to us. And Shek Fei Dao must also be surrendered. Alan, what is your opinion? Chen Yao inquired, smiling at Gu Huoluan. After conferring, Gu Huoluan decided on a time frame of 3 days, with the location set at Fog Mountain. They would invite notable figures from the underworld to serve as witnesses. Tang Hanxing laughed heartily. Interesting. Crow, laughing tiger, I give you this opportunity. Prepare your coffins tonight. Haha, Tang Hanxing, I see you have gone mad. 3 days hence will be your day of reckoning. I, the crow, shall personally skin you alive. The crow rose, coldly fixing his gaze upon Tang Hanxing. Chen Haonan slammed his hand on the table. Crow, remember, your opponent is me, Chen Haonan. Haha, what are you? In 3 days, you will know who I am. The following day, discussions circulated regarding the past exploits of Hongxing's Chen Haonan and Luo Tianhong. News then broke that Dongxing and Hongxing were to engage in a decisive battle at Huashizu. The underworld buzzed with speculation regarding which side held greater strength. At the forefront was Hongxing's Tang Hanxing, whose record was unparalleled. One man, one knife, had toppled Ba Bai and his entire crew, accompanied by the three brothers Tony, Luo Tianhong, and Jimmy. He had taken down over 100 individuals from the He gang. He then led 50 of Hung Hing's underlings to directly crush the Chonglu gang. Though recently subdued, no one dared underestimate his past achievements. It was said that in close combat, even the prince could not best him. Some contended that the levels of Chonglu and He were far inferior when compared to Dongxing. Let us not forget, the Crow of Dongxing was the champion of the underground boxing realm, boasting dozens of consecutive victories, instilling fear for over a decade. Though the Laughing Tiger usually wore a smile, his mind was sharp, his tactical prowess could rival that of Dongxing by Ji Fan, and his skills were top-notch. As the discourse continued to intensify, the fierce individuals from both sides were brought into the limelight. The war god prince, the little monster Lok Tin-hung, Hongxing's three tigers Tony, Asia, and Ahu, as well as the legendary martial artist Tian Yangsheng, whose skills supposedly surpassed those of Tang Hansheng, all became subjects of discussion. The entire underworld was stirred, and rumors spread like wildfire. In the conference room of the Azure Blue Group, Han Bin, the prince, Big Boss B, and 13 Mei sat at the forefront. Tang Hansheng began. Today, I want everyone who can fight to step forward. I, along with Brother Prince, Aixing, Ae, and Tian Shou, will join the fray. For those participating, red sticks below will receive 500,000, while red sticks will receive 1 million. This is not child's play, lives are at stake. Volunteers, step forward. Lok Tin-hung stood and proclaimed, "This battle is my chance to establish my name. I, Lok Tin-hung, will never take a step back." Tang Hansheng nodded. "Tin-hung, upon your return, I shall promote you to red stick, establishing your own faction." The Tony brothers and Asia also stood to express their commitment. "Boss, I have long since pledged my life to you. For Hongxing, for you, I am duty-bound. I also request that you give my brother here an opportunity." He pointed at a young man beside him, impeccably dressed and possessing a clean-cut appearance. Tang Hansheng inquired, "What is your name?" "Brother Sheng, my name is Gao Jin." "Full name Gao Jin." The young man responded. "Wow, it turns out Hongxing harbors such fierce talent. Isn't this the suited thug from Killzone 2, Warden Gao Jin?" Tang Hansheng scrutinized him. "Do you fear death?" Gao Jin's gaze was resolute. "Serving the Lord's sustenance and bearing the Lord's burdens is my duty." Tang Hansheng laughed heartily. "Good. You are in." Shen Haonan raised his hand. "I, Shan Ji, de Tian Air, wish to enlist." Fei Ji stood up. "Last time I smeared your face. This time, I will surely retaliate. With 500,000 as a settlement, I have no reason to back down." Wu stood as well. East Guanzi raised his hand and called out, "Boss." Fei Shui, peeling peanuts, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice but a firm tone. "Boss, I am not afraid. I, Fei Shui, have yet to make a name for myself. This time, I want everyone to respect me." De Fei entered. Joining the big boss for this endeavor is just the right opportunity to get promoted to a decision-maker. A short but sturdy man hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Brother Shang, I am grateful for your willingness to include me. Could you grant the dog a chance once more?" Tang Hansheng rose, his tone grandiose. "Success or failure hinges on this moment. Brothers, feast and drink to your heart's content tonight. In the coming days, rest and recuperate." That evening, the employee cafeteria of the Azure Blue Group was transformed into a banquet hall. Tang Hansheng spared no expense, hiring a top-tier chef team. Delicacies such as star garupa, abalone, king crab, and a variety of premium ingredients were continuously served. Tang Hansheng raised a large bowl of rice wine, standing in the center of the crowd and declaring, "In this battle with Dongxing, we share life and death. The settlement funds will be distributed immediately. Remember, do not squander this money over the next few days. Stay home or at the company and rest well. I do not wish for you to fall just like that. Wishing you all great fortune in battle. Cheers." Upon finishing his drink, he raised his head and downed the contents in one gulp, forcefully shattering the wine bowl upon the ground. The others followed suit, emptying their cups and smashing their bowls into pieces. Secretly, he added a preliminary gene serum into the drinks of Shan Ji, de Tian Air, Aja, Ahu, De Fei, and Huigo. According to his tests, the absorption period for this serum was 3 days, perfectly timed to conclude just before the Battle of Huoshur Island. At present, Shen Haonan had not yet genuinely pledged allegiance to him, nor had de Tian Air and Shan Ji. Otherwise, under the influence of his leader's aura, their attributes would have increased by 2. Simultaneously, the Dongxing faction was preparing with great urgency. Wu brought forth a box of forbidden substances. Injecting himself before his eyes turned crimson, emanating a fierce aura. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he addressed the smiling tiger, saying, "Distribute these drugs shortly. We shall fight for 3 consecutive days. Even if Yao Yang refrains from intervening, we must see this through to the end." The smiling tiger also injected himself, laughing maniacally. "Ha! I want Tang Hansheng's entire family to perish. Ha!" This decisive battle at Huoshur Island was no ordinary street brawl, nor simply a matter of clearing territory. Among the 100 individuals embarking towards Huasher Island, it remained uncertain how many would return alive and how many would find their graves beneath the sea. The animosity between both sides had deepened, leaving no room for retreat. Should they lose, their chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Chapter 49. Together. Standing firm at the pinnacle of Xiangjiang, victory would yield wealth, women, and luxury cars. This was precisely why they were willing to resort to forbidden substances. As the Smiling Tiger and Wu Ye were injecting the drugs, Camel entered the secret chamber with 2 others. Observing the forbidden substances on the ground, Camel refrained from reprimanding them. Instead, he remarked, "Don't say I'm not helping you. I've just received news that the main forces from Hung Hing are in Causeway Bay and Kowloon, and the prince will also participate. Therefore, I have decided that Sha Ming has recovered well and will join this time. Hung Mei will also lend his support." Laughter ceased abruptly as the Smiling Tiger turned to Camel. "Thank you, boss." Hung Mei, one of the original 5 tigers of Dongxing, was known as the Cold-Faced Tiger. His strength shrouded in mystery. He had been active in the Violent Islands over the years, and it was unexpected for him to be summoned back by Camel this time. Puffing on a cigar, Camel spoke slowly. "I will cover the relocation expenses. You all should quickly select your men. Our objective in this battle is to eliminate Hung Hing, and we must exert our utmost effort. Do not let me down." With that, he turned and departed without a moment's pause. He understood that as long as he spoke, Lei Yaoyang and Situ Haonan would undoubtedly take to the field. Yet, he also recognized that Hung Hing's momentum was formidable, and their strength could not be underestimated. Even with both of them participating, the outcome remained uncertain. To preserve the last vestiges of vitality in Dongxing, he chose to remain silent. More importantly, he harbored no hopes for Wu Ye and the others, having no intention of believing they would return alive. The second generation of the 5 tigers of Dongxing had fallen behind the pace. It was time to usher in a new batch of recruits to take charge. He leisurely returned to the hall, his gaze landing on the 2 girls performing, a slight smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, both Hung Hing and Dongxing factions sent invitations to several heavyweight figures in Xiangjiang, requesting them to act as witnesses and referees, even arranging for notaries to be present. Tang Hanxing approved a staggering relocation fee of 60 to 70,000, and the news spread swiftly. Upon hearing this, several gang leaders marveled at his grand gesture. Such a level of expenditure signified that this battle would undoubtedly be tumultuous, potentially resulting in rivers of blood. Yet, some shook their heads, believing Tang Hanxing was being overly ostentatious, especially with the war god prince of Hung Hing personally entering the fray. Should they lose, Hung Hing would likely falter. Unable to recover from the blow, within Lianxing, Deng Bo, Xue Shu, Lin Huailu, Di, and others gathered together. Di spoke up. "Deng Bo, can we take advantage of the chaos to strike?" Deng Bo replied solemnly. "Both sides have only dispatched 100 men. The rest are on guard against us. Let them fight first, and we shall observe. Even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and their strength will certainly be diminished. Moreover, the police have been keeping a close watch these days. No one is permitted to act rashly." Meanwhile, Chongyi Xian also received invitations from Hung Hing and Dongxing. Lian Haodong held a wine glass, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Big brother, I've always wanted to stake a claim in those bars on Shek Pai Tao, but I never had the chance. This is a rare opportunity." I, Lian Haolong, will seize territory openly. Over the next few days, let the brothers hold steady. I've heard the police will not intervene in the battle at Huasher Island, but they will certainly manage affairs in Xiangjiang. Lian Haolong had once been hailed as the #1 expert and disdained the notion of stabbing others in the back. On the eve of the decisive battle, what was Lei Yaoyang up to? He was conspiring with Fat Guy Li to secure the position of decision-maker for the Sheng Fan. He suggested that Sheng Fan refrain from participating in the battle, seizing the opportunity to avoid this brutal conflict. For the past few days, he had been hiding in a private club in Central. Concurrently, he had retrieved all intelligence regarding Tang Hanxing. After reviewing it, he instructed his men, "Go invite Tang Hanxing over. Just say that Lei Yaoyang from Dongxing has matters to discuss." Understood. 2 of his men promptly set out. Once arrangements were in place, Lei Yaoyang sat at the piano, lightly touching the keys as he played a Mozart piece. Upon finishing, the door swung open. "Boss, Tang Hanxing has arrived." "Boss, we are back." Lei Yaoyang turned around, realizing only Tang Hanxing had appeared. He rose, clapping his hands with a smile. "Tang Hanxing, you actually dared to come alone? Speak your business quickly, do not waste time." "My time is valuable." Tang Hanxing, cigar in mouth, responded coolly. He was not arrogant, but rather confident in his capabilities. With over 50 body modifications, coupled with the enhancement of the ultimate gene serum, he was assured that even faced with 1,000 foes, he could emerge unscathed from a sea of corpses. This imposing presence even evoked a flicker of respect in Lei Yaoyang. He gestured for Tang Hanxing to sit. "Please, have a drink." Tang Hanxing casually took a seat, waving his hand. "I'm sorry, but I don't drink outside. I fear someone might tamper with my drink. Lei Yaoyang chuckled coldly. Aren't you afraid I might take action against you? Let us get straight to the point. Tang Hanxing flicked the ash from his cigarette, surveying the surroundings. In my eyes, these people here amount to nothing. No sooner had he spoken than two of Lei Yaoyang's subordinates rose angrily, hurling insults. What do you think you are? If you dare, give it a try? Do you think we at Dongxing fear you and Ji, Changlo? Lei Yayang slammed the table. Silence. All of you. The room fell silent. He took a sip of his drink and began. Tang Hanxing. Do you know why I invited you here? In this territory of Xiangjiang, only you and I can be considered wise men. I enjoy dealing with clever individuals. He had stated this numerous times before. Let me give you a heads up. Wu Ya and the Smiling Tiger have been using forbidden drugs for tomorrow's battle. For 3 consecutive days. Sha Meng, Wu Ya, the Smiling Tiger, and Hung Mei will all be participating. Was this news worth anything? With that, Lei Yayang fixed his gaze on Tang Hanxing's reaction. Tang Hanxing paused slightly, having not heard mention of the seasoned Hung Mei in quite a while. It appears that the Dongxing gang is truly prepared to fight this time. As for the use of prohibited substances, it is no longer a novelty in the underworld. However, he has always prohibited his subordinates from engaging with such items. Tang Hanxing remained silent as Lei Yaoyang pushed a box of banned drugs towards him. This is a gift for you. If the opportunity arises, please assist me in eliminating those 3 individuals. Tang Hanxing pushed the box back, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Thank you, but if I desired them, I have my ways. Do not presume that a mere piece of intelligence will elevate your standing in my eyes. I worry whether Dongxing can even muster 100 men. Does Lei Yaoyang consider him a novice? Once his subordinates resort to drugs, there are only 2 paths. Either they become reliant on substances, or, after the battle, they are rendered useless. Lei Yaoyang clapped his hands again, circling Tang Hanxing as he produced a sheet of paper, drawing several concentric circles. Ashang. The innermost circle consists of the common populace, enduring the harshest lives with the least space, yet they are the most numerous. The middle circle is composed of those with some financial means and social standing. You and I, however, occupy the outermost margins. Are you interested in joining forces to establish ourselves at the pinnacle of Xiangjiang? Upon hearing this, Tang Hanxing chuckled softly. Yaoyang, what exactly does your proposed collaboration entail? I have connections in Jinshan, Jiao, and South America. With my resources combined with yours, we could dominate the entire Xiangjiang market. The Yanai family? The Lianxing? They pale in comparison. We could even expand into the mainland, merely a step away. What do you think? Lei Yaoyang spoke with sincerity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tang Hanxing did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood up, stating, everything you mentioned, I can accomplish effortlessly on my own. There is no need to ally with you. Furthermore, our goals diverge. I, Tang Hanxing, cannot engage in actions that defy morality. I initially thought you might bring something surprising, but it seems I overestimated you. Chapter 50. All for the fight for Hongxing. With that, he turned to leave, a cold smile forming within him. Indeed, the 4-eyed Dongxing members do not comprehend his bottom line. He would never touch drugs. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yaoyang's 2 subordinates rushed forward to intercept him. You think you can stop me? With a flick of his cigar, Tang Hanxing sent the 2 men reeling back in surprise. In the next moment, he lunged forward, delivering 2 powerful punches to their midsections with precision and force. The 2 crumpled to the ground, clutching their abdomens, retching uncontrollably. I exerted only a third of my strength. And you cannot withstand it? Pathetic. Leaving that parting remark, Tang Hanxing departed without a backward glance. The personnel for Hongxing had been determined. There was to be no hint of complacency. Tian Yangxing and the Crown Prince began leading daily high-intensity training sessions. Some had already penned their last wills, preparing for what lay ahead. Others, facing the impending conflict, made choices they would typically shy away from, knowing full well that after this battle, their return was uncertain. Of course, there were also passionate youths eager to seize the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Tang Hanxing returned to number 22, by Jiao Road. The house was eerily quiet. Zhou Jiasen had just returned. She was acutely aware of Tang Hanxing's intentions and knew he would inevitably proceed. She did not attempt to dissuade him, understanding his character well enough that even if she spoke up, she could not deter him. Thus, she could only bury her worries deep within, silently praying for his safety. They exchanged light-hearted conversation, attempting to ease the atmosphere. After their chat, she gently grasped Tang Hanxing's hand, saying, "Darling, I am already aware of the situation regarding Cindy. I had intended to discuss it with you." Tang Hanxing smiled. Zhou Jiasen spoke softly. "I am not the type to be petty. I recognize your sense of responsibility as a man destined to stand at the pinnacle of Xiangjiang. Therefore, you must return safely tomorrow." "I will be fine," Tang Hanxing replied, a smile gracing his lips as he held a cigar. He stepped into his study, retrieving an exquisite wooden box, murmuring, "Old comrade, the last time we joined forces was against Fat Dog in Hong Kong. With a swift motion, a blade was drawn. Hum. He unsheathed the ancient knife, its gleam menacing, as if it had not tasted blood in a long while. A system notification suddenly echoed. Crisis detected for the host. An S-level mission has been issued. 1. When the Battle of Huashizu with our casualties below 30 and enemy casualties above 70. Reward, 10,000 prestige. All participating members' attributes enhanced by 1, leader's aura upgraded to that of a hero. 2. When the Battle of Huashizu with our casualties above 30 and enemy casualties below 70. No reward. 3. Failure in battle results in the host's immediate death. Hero's aura. All attributes of the host's subordinates increased by 3. This battle represents the most challenging confrontation of Tang Hanqing's life. He understood that Dongxing is not Heji, nor Chonglo, and certainly not the disorganized rabble of Haokong in the past. What does the mission issued by the system truly signify? The difficulty is beyond imagination. He pondered the strategy for tomorrow's confrontation. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Cindy. Her eyes sparkled with a smile, yet concern lingered in her brow. I wish to accompany you, Xinggu. At some point, her manner of addressing Tang Hanqing and Zhou Jiasun had subtly shifted. Oh, Tang Hanqing embraced her tightly, then effortlessly lifted Zhou Jiasun into his arms. Hearing the commotion, the little one quickly donned her newly purchased headphones and made her exit. Out of sight, out of mind. Damn those dogs and their scandalous affairs. Regardless of the fervent discussions surrounding this impending confrontation in the underworld, regardless of how many hoped to avert it, the Battle of Huashizu approached as scheduled. Huashizu is a desolate island in Xiangjiang, uninhabited and one of the few forbidden zones in the region. With surrounding waters designated for artillery training, unauthorized entry may result in being mistakenly targeted. Yet today, this area was unusually bustling. Near Saikung Pier, numerous speedboats darted back and forth, transporting individuals from the underworld to witness the battle at Huashizu. The island had long been secured by seasoned members of Lianxing, each armed. Except for the personnel from Hongxing and Dongxing, as well as referees and notarizers, no one else was permitted on the island. The leaders of various gangs could only remain on their speedboats, observing through binoculars from a distance. This battle would shake the entire underworld. Even the members of the Sanlian gang had arrived. Lei Gong, Sun Yong, and several hall masters sat aboard a yacht, sipping tea while gazing into the distance. Lei Gong still harbored grievances regarding Tang Hanqing's past tactics, but in this territory, he could only endure. From the Lianxing side, Deng Bo, Chue Shu, along with Di, Lin Huayue, and Chuan Bao, were also present. On the loyal and righteous side, there were Lian Haolong, Su Su, Lian Haodong, and Ahong. Tiao Si and Beng Yiju hurriedly made their way there. From the Ni family, Ni Kuan brought along his son Ni Yongxiao and Han Chen. The Dongxing members, led by Luo Tuo, observed coldly alongside Guohualun and Situ Haonan. Regarding the Hung Hing faction, nearly all the key figures were present, including several venerable elders such as Sister Lung and Wu Liang. The gambling king, He Xian, even arrived aboard a luxurious yacht specifically to witness this confrontation. Today's battle at Firestone Island had virtually gathered over 80% of Hong Kong's underworld elites. Should the police manage to apprehend them all in one sweep, the haul would undoubtedly be substantial. At the police station, Niu Xiong, Huang Ziqing, and Lu Qichong only just learned of the impending clash between Hung Hing and Tung Xing. They immediately requested reinforcements from their superiors, but those above had long been compromised and ordered them to stand down. The trio had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, they still managed to contact some underworld figures by phone, such as Han Chen. Over the line came Han Chen's voice, Officer Huang. I'm at sea with poor signal. I'll talk when I return. Then he abruptly hung up. Observing the unfolding scene, Han Chen asked Ni Kuan, Brother Kuan, who do you think will emerge victorious today, Hung Hing or Tung Xing? Ni Kuan leisurely sipped his tea and replied, what is the point of speaking of winners or losers? Unless one side is utterly crushed, no one truly triumphs. Ni Yongxiao nodded in agreement. Father is right. I only hope they both sustain heavy losses, so we can seize the opportunity. On Hung Hing's side, several leaders gathered with their trusted aides and subordinates, gradually forming squads. Although their numbers had yet to reach 100, as some were timid and unwilling to participate, there was no time to be concerned about that now. They boarded a small yacht, each burning with fighting spirit. Han Bin stood smoking nearby, his expression troubled. He asked Tang Hanqing, Brother Sheng, are we really not to intervene? Tang Hanqing shook his head. Brother Bin, you and 13 Sister should just watch. He understood clearly that if the prince and Chan Honam were harmed, Han Bin and 13 Sister would be the ones to uphold Hung Hing's future. Naturally, he would do everything in his power to protect their people. The System's mission was no trivial matter. 13 Sister's eyes welled with tears that began to fall. Brother Sheng, Prince, Anam, you must all return safely. Though she dressed like a tomboy, Deep down, she was a sensitive woman. She understood that everyone on that boat was fighting for Hung Hing. Defay, bare-chested and smoking, laughed. Don't worry. Those Tung Sing folks aren't our match. We have the god of war and the butcher. What is there to fear? Tang Hanxing drank some water and said, 13 sister, it's fine for you to worry about others, but I'll definitely be alright. Chapter 51. The men of Hung Hing and Tung Sing charged forward like beasts. The prince patted 13 sister's shoulder, smiling. When have I ever let you down? I will come back. Don't say such things. In movies, people who say that never end well, Han Bin said, smoking. When you return, I'll throw a celebration. He understood the weight on Tang Hanxing's shoulders and the significance of this battle for Hung Hing. Brother Bin, I want abalone. Brother Bin, bring a bottle of 82 La Fight. Brother Bin, have you been making big money lately? Several juniors teased lightly. Thinking that tomorrow they might never see some of these men again, Han Bin felt a pang of sorrow and quickly turned away. Forget abalone. As long as you come back, I can afford even less. How he wished to fight alongside them, to face the storm and death together. For they had walked through hardships as one. Victory in this battle would grant Hung Hing a year of peace. From some time ago, an unspoken trust and bond had formed between him and Tang Hanxing. Seeing this man bearing the burden of Hung Hing alone, Han Bin hoped he would remain unharmed. Tian Yangxing patted Han Bin's shoulder. Stop acting all soft. Why cry? 200 men fighting is nothing. I've seen worse abroad. Don't worry. We'll return safely. Just as he finished speaking, Han Bin's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. Brother Bin, so many from Waki couldn't take me down. How could anything happen to me today? Luo Tianhong said lightly, holding his 8-sided Han sword. He knew that man, like a god, would protect him. Of course, he would not let Tang Hanxing down in today as confrontation. He, Luo Tianhong, was determined to become the youngest red gangster in Hong Kong's history. Meanwhile, Chan Honam wondered if his girlfriend had seen the letter he left behind. Light a cigarette. Don't overthink. Tang Hanxing offered a smoke, and they exchanged a smile. At that moment, a yacht slowly approached in the distance. Crow lazily sat at the bow, flanked by a large group of Tung Sing thugs whose eyes gleamed like beasts. He lifted his head, revealing a grimacing smile. Though it was broad daylight, he appeared as a demon risen from hell, exuding a frenzied, malevolent aura. It was likely they had injected a considerable amount of illicit drugs in recent days. The gazes of both sides locked in the air. The prince was stunned by Crow's appearance. They're all doped up. Everyone be careful. Main battle against main battle. I'll do my best to assist. Tang Hanxing said, flicking his cigarette into the sea. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of an island gradually became clear. Firestone Island had arrived. Both sides disembarked from their respective landing points. Han Bin gave some final instructions to Slim Eyes, then patted him firmly on the shoulder. Go, be careful. Brother, you've worried about me all these years. Slim Eyes scratched his head. Oh, Xian, I've never misjudged you. You'll always be my proudest brother. Han Bin smiled, though tears streamed down his face. Don't worry, your brother got your back. Defay, cigarette dangling from his lips, scratched his nose and patted Han Bin's shoulder. Damn, exposing my flaws in front of my brother? Slim Eyes was annoyed. Defay, let us settle this. After this fight, I'll show you my 484, a unique move few in the underworld can withstand. Keep bragging. You look down on our Kowloon, huh? Let us have a match someday. Who did you think I was? Brother Sheng, don't be like that. We're family. Brother Dog, be careful later. Call me if anything happens. Tianhong, watch yourself. Haven't you heard? Concentrated is the essence. Brother Chicken, give us a self-introduction. My name is Mountain Chicken, damn it. Brother Scum, show us a dance. Damn, you look down on me with so many people around. You're crazy. Ha. The group laughed and joked, easing their inner tension. For none knew how many would survive this battle. None knew where the brothers who drank together last night would be tomorrow. All they could do was share the same sky and entrust their fate to brotherhood. A speedboat rushed over, but was stopped outside the police cordon by the notary. Sheng Fan shouted anxiously, Brother Sheng, it's me. Brother Sheng. Prince. It's Sheng Fan. Everyone turned their heads. He stood tall and proudly declared, I, Sheng Fan, am not afraid of death. If you didn't call me, does that mean you don't consider me a brother? I'm not afraid of being called a coward, but I fear being unworthy of being your brother. I've thought it over all night. Brother Sheng, take me with you. Tang Hanxing gazed at the naive youth and inquired, do you have your weapon? Yes. Sheng Fan, filled with excitement, hurried over. Damn it. Do you realize we are here to risk our lives? Defei questioned. Death. Then let it be. Sheng Fan's voice trembled, yet he stood tall as he proclaimed. The path is one we chose ourselves. Once you enter the world of the underworld, there is no turning back. As they reached the shore, a notary approached to conduct a search. The notary's entourage was formidable, comprising powerful figures from Hong Kong, the eight-faced Buddha from Siam, and even members of the American Mafia and South American drug lords, each wielding automatic rifles. Truly, a gathering of experts. The Hung Hing faction surrendered their weapons and underwent a body search, only being allowed to pass after confirming they bore no firearms. The two factions entered the battlefield. The Eastern Star donned white scarves, while Hung Hing sported red ones, easily distinguishing between the two. To Tang Hanxing's left stood Lok Tin-hung, brandishing the eight-faced Han sword. And to his right was Tian Shou, wielding dual axes. Chun Haonan held a Tang knife, while Shan Ji gripped a mountain-cutting knife, the Tony brothers wearing solemn expressions. The two sides faced off, 100 meters apart, eyes ablaze with animosity. The Hung Hing members itched to rush forward and turn the crows into minced meat. Tang Hanxing released the Golden Horseman, the Dong, from the Eastern Star, while on the other side. The crows hoisted Chow Pai as if he were a mere cat or dog. Although Chow Pai had recuperated for a few days, his injuries remained grievous. Tang Hanxing's heart seethed with the urge to charge forward and stab the Dong through. Yet Chow Pai was still in the opponent's grasp, and if he acted, the crows would show no mercy. Chow Pai, already injured, had an uncertain fate ahead of him. He could only stifle his rage. He shouted, "Referee, come and take the man away." Several referees responded promptly, swiftly separating Da Dong and Chow Pai. The wind howled. Both factions stood in eerie silence, each committed to their chosen path to the bitter end. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating even for seasoned veterans. Xian put away his binoculars and instructed Xiandi and Zhou Jiesin, "You two go inside the cabin, and do not come out without my command." With red-rimmed eyes, Xiandi cried, "Grandfather." Zhou Jiesin, tears in her eyes, pulled her towards the cabin, saying, "Don't let Shungu see you, it will distract him." Lian Haodong's eyes gleamed as he declared, "Whoever kills the most today will be the strongest." Deng Bo gripped his cane tightly, whispering, "Ah Sheng, hold on." Bosby clasped his hands together in silent prayer, "Heaven, protect my son." Jimmy clutched his walkie-talkie tightly, muttering, "It has begun." The notary stared at his watch. Microphone in hand. With a single command, the Hung Hing and Eastern Star factions surged forth like wild beasts. Chapter 52, with a sword in hand, no dust in heart. The Battle of Huosher Island officially commenced. The two factions collided violently, the scene erupting instantaneously. Yet Tang Hanxing remained unervingly clear-headed. His objective was to maintain his position while allowing his subordinates, eager to prove themselves, to make their mark. After surging forward a distance, he leaped high and shouted, "You go after their leader, leave the rest to me." He soared over the Eastern Star's vanguard, directly targeting the heart of the crowd. In midair, he unsheathed his ancient blade, and wherever the blade glinted, blood and flesh flew. No one could stand in his way. That ferocity utterly ripped apart any semblance of gentility. In an instant, the Eastern Star's underlings recalled the legend of the butcher, Tang Hanxing. It was no mere exaggeration. This man truly emerged from the depths of hell as a god of slaughter. Yet the Eastern Star members still lunged at him like madmen, determined to take his life. For if they could eliminate him, they would ascend to greatness. Fame and fortune lay within reach. Moreover, Luo had already provided them with an escape route. As the dark mass of people surged forward, Tang Hanxing unleashed his master-level Tang sword techniques. With 50 points of agility, he glided across the battlefield like a specter. Indeed, the blade glinted like rain, leaving no blood behind. "Tang Hanxing, I come to take your life." A roar pierced the air as the Dong's fiercest enforcer charged forth. Wielding his knife, Tang Hanxing's gaze turned cold. With a swift step, he reversed his ancient blade, the edge flashing with cold light, cleaving the enemy in two. "Don't waste time. Deal with the others." The opponent leaped through the air, roaring like a tiger, and with a powerful strike aimed at Tang Hanxing's head. Tang Hanxing smirked, raising his ancient blade to meet the attack, absorbing the blow, then countering with a palm strike that sent the crow retreating repeatedly. "Apologies, but this territory does not welcome you," he concluded, standing with his blade held horizontally, an aura so fierce that none dared approach. The tension was palpable, as if a war god had possessed him. For a moment, no one from the Eastern Star dared to act rashly. "Crow, have you prepared your coffin?" "Damn it." The crow, having taken potent medication in recent days, exhibited a surge in combat prowess, his eyes bloodshot. As Tang Hanxing fended off the attacks from the Eastern Star crowd, he clashed blades with the crow. They exchanged blows, the glint of knives sparking as they clashed. Just then, Chun Haonan burst into the fray. He stood directly before the crow, shouting, "Crow, your opponent today is me, Chun Haonan. I will skin you alive before dealing with Tang Hanxing. You piece of trash." The crow roared in fury and lunged at Chun Haonan. Having been burdened by rumors that he feared Chun Haonan, he was determined to shatter that misconception today. Witnessing this, Tang Hanxing ceased his entanglement and charged towards the group of underlings. He remained unscathed, his body drenched in the blood of his enemies. "Brother Sheng, I am here." Tony broke through the lines, reaching Tang Hanxing's side. The prince's side was already locked in a fierce battle. As the war god of Hung Hing, He charged straight into the Eastern Star's vanguard. With steadfast resolve, he would rather die than retreat. However, he became the prime target for the Eastern Star's concentrated assault. His reputation was too great. Whoever could eliminate him would instantly gain fame in the underworld. Everyone sought to rise through him. The crowd was overwhelming, and the chaos was intense. The prince's arm was slashed. He merely frowned. Yet in that fleeting moment, the Eastern Star members surged like a tide, surrounding him completely. Within seconds, he sustained another wound to his waist, instinctively bending over. Despite his injuries, the prince's fighting spirit intensified. However, the Eastern Star enforcers, having consumed drugs, attacked relentlessly like wild beasts. Though the name Prince was legendary in the underworld, the blade in his hand was now chipped, reduced to a mere stub. His situation grew increasingly precarious. "Prince, catch!" Dong Guanzi shouted, kicking a sharpened steel pipe to the prince's feet. The prince seized it without hesitation, plunging it into the abdomen of the Eastern Star's diminutive mule, then yanked it forcefully, the pipe emerging bloodied from the back. The Eastern Star members were momentarily stunned by the brutality, none daring to step forward. "Prince, are you all right?" Dong Guanzi leaned against him, asking. "I'm fine. You go assist the others," the prince replied calmly, his eyes fierce. Dong Guanzi did not move. He too was trapped, as they had been entirely surrounded. On the other side, Defay found himself engulfed by a swarm of enemies. Unlike the prince, whose martial prowess was formidable, his predicament was far more perilous. His body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming freely. Yet, driven by sheer willpower, he gritted his teeth and fought valiantly. Beside him, the agile Xiao Yin was no weakling either, but in his reckless charge, he became ensnared by a group of East English brutes, their blades raining down like a tempest. Xiao Yin was struck multiple times, blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony. "Xiao Yin!" Defay's eyes reddened at the sound of his name. Yet he was on the verge of collapse himself, unable to split his focus. In that moment of distraction, a fierce elbow from an East Star thug struck his face, sending his sunglasses flying. Blades flashed around him, and he could no longer discern whether he had been wounded. It seemed he was on the brink of death. Yet, Tian Yangsheng emerged from the encirclement, seizing Xiao Yin with a blood-soaked presence, resembling a hellish demon as he surveyed his surroundings with a fierce glare. After a cold smirk, he dove back into the fray. At that moment, Tian Yangsheng exhibited no trace of lethargy. His swordplay was ruthless, his movements swift. With a single kick, he sent two adversaries flying. He leapt forward, his feet landing on the chests of two foes. "Is this all you can do?" Humph. As his words fell, he exerted force, crushing their throats beneath his feet. The brutality of his actions surpassed even that of the drug-fueled crows. After dispatching the two, Tian Yangsheng closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, seemingly intoxicated by the scent of blood that permeated the air. "Let us not frighten the small fry." Tian Yangyi, having felt an enemy approaching Tian Yangsheng, approached his side, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Those who block my path shall perish." Tian Yangsheng roared towards the heavens, his murderous intent erupting forth. This god of slaughter charged once more into the enemy ranks. Defay too found himself teetering on the edge of life and death. Yet, he was ultimately Defay, seasoned and experienced. His blade was long gone, but he seized a crew-cut thug, delivering a punch to his face, followed by a strike to the abdomen, culminating in a knee to the gut, shattering the thug's teeth on the spot. Defay catch. A Wu, while dispatching several foes, rushed to Defay's side, handing him a picked-up knife. The two fought side by side. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The world dimmed, the wind howled, and the rain poured. The waves crashed against the rocks like thunder, as if intent on engulfing everything. Water splashed, drenching every face. "Plain, dog brother." Luo Tianhong spat out the green grass from his mouth, gazing at the shorter gray dog beside him. "Tianhong, brother Tianhong." The gray dog and Plain had never witnessed such a bloody scene before, their hearts aflutter with trepidation. "You two just watch from the sidelines." Luo Tianhong drew his eight-sided Han sword. The two were still grappling with the situation. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the surroundings, bloodshed glimmering all around. With his blue hair billowing, Luo Tianhong navigated through the chaos, his movements as graceful as a flying swan, like a dragon dancing in the water. The gray dog finally comprehended the aesthetic of violence, the essence of ultimate coolness. Luo Tianhong, a lone figure with a sword. Once the blade was unsheathed, blood was bound to spill. The cold light flashed, and the wails of the wounded echoed. He remained composed, steadfast as a mountain. To him, this slaughter was not mere bloodshed but a grand performance. The crimson before his eyes awakened the wildness within his bones. The wind swirled, the skies darkened. He did not revel in the act of killing. Rather, he sought to continually surpass himself, following in the footsteps of Tang Hanxing. In his gaze, there was no malice, only clarity. With a sword in hand, his heart remained untainted. Amidst the clamor of the world, He found his own joy, untouched by temptation. He held firm to his beliefs, unwavering. Chapter 53. Fighting for a position as a speaker for Aja. He had come to understand what the martial world truly was. Do you think we brothers are pushovers? Lok Tin-hung was in the throes of battle when suddenly, a kick landed squarely on his chest. The force was tremendous, akin to a death-defying flying kick from a movie, striking him directly. He staggered back several steps, regaining his footing only to discover that the assailant was the cold-faced tiger of the East Star, his brows furrowed. Lok Tin-hung realized this was the strongest opponent he had faced since his debut. Tin-hung, take him on. The gray dog and plane had somehow positioned themselves beside him. Hung Hing shall prevail. The gray dog bellowed, charging into the enemy ranks. Lok Tin-hung couldn't help but chuckle. Why was the gray dog fighting so fiercely? Because of his height, he had grown up amidst ridicule. When Hung Hing had recommended him, many had questioned his abilities. But today, he would prove his worth with blood. Not only by defeating the East Star thugs before him, but by cleaving through the biases against him. Plane was similarly undaunted. Tin-hung, you're surprisingly fierce. As he watched the blue figure leap through the darkness, the suited thug Gao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. That's my sixth brother, Tony said, his tone brimming with pride. He would forever remember that night at the billiards hall, battling against He. The vow made beneath the Yun building had never faded from his memory. Damn, Tin-hung has become increasingly formidable. Could it be that studying truly makes one stronger? The usually reticent Ahu scratched his head. At that moment, the ground around them was littered with East Star bodies. These were the achievements of the Tony brothers and Gao Jin. Seeing still some enemies gasping for breath, Aja approached and delivered a few finishing blows. This ruthless and clever character understood that none of these foes could be allowed to survive. Swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Although Gao Jin fought swiftly, he had yet to truly reach this level. He turned his head away, avoiding their gaze. I'll be damned. Don't touch them. A furious roar pierced the night sky as the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei suddenly burst into the fray. Having injected himself with stimulants for days, his visage had become grotesque. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast devoid of reason. Before his voice could reach them, his flying axe was already hurtling towards Aja's face. Aja swiftly dodged, but his weapon was knocked from his grasp. The others quickly took their positions, encircling him. As one of the East Star 5 Tigers, although he bore the identity of a white paper fan, Wu Jiwei's combat skills were quite formidable. Coupled with the drug enhancement, his fighting prowess had skyrocketed. Tony said to Aja and Ahu, brother, I'll handle him alone. All right. Aja nodded in agreement, turning to plunge into the enemy ranks, specifically targeting the East English lackeys. Smiling Tiger Wu Jiwei versus Wild Wolf Tony. Axe versus Cutlass. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two were entangled in combat. Blades clashed, sparks flying, the intensity of their struggle palpable. The axe was sent flying, the cutlass shattered. The two discarded their weapons and engaged in a bare-knuckle brawl. The 3 tigers of Hung Hing? Today, Smiling Tiger will show you what ruthlessness truly means. Fists rained down like a storm upon Tony. Yet Tony was the top expert acknowledged by Hung Hing. He quickly regained his composure, matching the Smiling Tiger blow for blow. With years of practical experience and the guidance of Hung Hing, I gradually gained the upper hand. Each punch and kick struck with unyielding force. Each blow delivered with deadly intent. Release my brother. As the cunning tiger began to falter, his subordinate seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, plunging a knife into Tony's back. Excellent. The cunning tiger, abandoning the rules of one-on-one combat, joined forces with his men to besiege Tony in a life-or-death moment. Just as the cunning tiger was about to deliver a fatal blow, a low growl echoed. Tinsho, the giant of the treasure island, made a sudden appearance. Like a bronze war god, he seized the legs of the cunning tiger's subordinate and tore him apart with a vicious pull. Crack! The wretch was instantly split in two. Blood, flesh, and entrails raining down like a gruesome downpour. Tinsho, drenched in blood, fixed a ferocious gaze upon the cunning tiger and coldly declared, "You two will duel. Dongxing is not to interfere. Otherwise, you will die?" Tony, catching his breath, shouted in fury, "Cunning tiger, today is your last day." The waves crashed, and the night wind howled. This primal and bloody melee sent shivers down the spines of all the powerful figures present. The invincibility of Hung Hing, the boldness of Chun Haonan, the bravery of the prince, the loyalty of the Kanto boys, the defiance of Da Fei, the ferocity of Tianshou, the aesthetic of killing embodied by Tin-hung, and the loyalty of the Tony brothers. All these fierce warriors of Hung Hing stirred the winds of fate, shaking the hearts of many. In the heat of battle, Hung Hing tore through the Dongxing fighters with bare hands, the scene so brutal that several elder leaders felt nauseous. Deng Bo's voice trembled. A general's success is built upon the bones of countless. Han Bin and Sister 13 closed their eyes, unwilling to witness further. Liao Dong descended into madness, roaring alongside the chaos. Throughout it all, Liao Long remained still, having already discerned the outcome in his heart. Lei Gong stared in disbelief. Such slaughter had never been witnessed on the treasure island. Sun Yong took up his brush and pinned a poem, Zhao guessed with a sable tassel. Wu Hook gleaming like frost and snow. Silver saddle on the white horse, swift as a shooting star in tow. 10 steps to slay a foe. 1,000 miles leave no trace. Who does it refer to? Certainly to the battlefield's Tang Hanxing. He understood that in this war, controlling casualties was the key to victory. He unleashed his full firepower, moving like a wraith, frequently appearing to support his brothers in Hongxing, who found themselves in dire straits. The Miao knife in his hand claimed the lives of the Dongxing lackeys time and again. Each strike was lethal, the cold glimmer flashed, and heads fell. A fearless lackey charged forward, attempting to intercept Tang Hanxing's blade with his own flesh. He grasped the edge of the knife with both hands and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill!" Without hesitation, Tang Hanxing discarded his weapon, twisted his arms, and snapped the lackey's neck. Without a weapon, he resorted to fists and feet. Each strike fatal. With a leg raised high, he brought it down, splitting open the enemy's forehead. Splat! Blood erupted, splattering onto him. He was drenched in the blood of his foes. The gene serum rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Even without armor, none could approach him. The blood pooled on his white t-shirt, forming splotches of crimson. The sky darkened, thunder rolled. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating half of the night sky. The gates of hell swung open, and Tang Hanxing embodied the Reaper. Tang Hanxing, if you do not kill me, today shall be your end. Charge! Golden-haired Tiger Shamong raised his machete high, charging forth. In the next moment, sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he saw Tang Hanxing's fist piercing through him. Isn't it better to live? On the Hongxing side, Ajia led the Copper Gong Bay death squad, slicing through Dongxing's heart like a razor. To secure Ajia's position as the speaker, the death squad fought valiantly. They charged from the mountain peak to the foot, like lone wolves and fierce tigers, undaunted. Yet, precisely because they advanced alone, their losses were heavy, with more than half already fallen. Another disciple of Ajia collapsed before him. Blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, a sight too harrowing to bear. Ajia's heart twisted in anguish as he gazed at the carnage. Unable to suppress a lament, what glorious leaders exist. They merely climb atop a mound of corpses. He wished for his brothers to retreat. Ajia, today I shall take your life. Exterminate them. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted, as several red sticks from Dongxing, accompanied by their subordinates, charged forward with murderous intent. Ajia's death squad immediately encircled him, preparing to face the enemy. Yet he did not want to risk the lives of these brothers for his own chance at power. He shouted, "Did you hear that? Get lost. What does it matter if I don't become this worthless speaker? Am I not still a brother of Hongxing? Jia Gu, I'm coming to help." Shan Ji carved a bloody path, charging down the hillside with the Tian Air and Bao Pai. Chapter 54, The Mountain Tiger and the Crow. The ultimate litmus test. The wind and rain poured down at that moment. Meanwhile, on Chun Haonan's side, he and the Crow had reached a fever pitch in their battle. Chun Haonan, having consumed the gene serum, doubled his strength and surged in combat prowess. The Crow was no ordinary foe, once a champion of underground fighting. His skills were vicious. In close quarters, the Crow's assault came in waves, his blade dancing wildly as if possessed. Chun Haonan swung his knife, barely managing to defend himself. Their fists and feet collided, sparks flying. Chun Haonan sought to counterattack, but the Crow deftly neutralized his efforts. In the chaos, Chun Haonan's weapon was knocked away, and the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Chun Haonan, with precise strikes, managed to knock the knife from the Crow's grasp. The Crow retaliated with a headbutt, breaking through Chun Haonan's defense and delivering a fierce elbow to his face. Chun Haonan fell to the ground, but in that moment, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the Crow reeling backward. As they both regained their footing, the Crow bore a deep gash, a horrific wound that laid his flesh bare. More terrifying still was the Crow's gaze, blood red like a beast. The pain merely distracted him for an instant. In the next moment, his fighting spirit reignited. Was he afraid? Not at all. Did he fear death? No, not in the slightest. Having taken stimulants for 3 days straight, he had forgotten how to write the word death. Chun Haonan was equally resolute, his gaze steely. Now, both were empty-handed. With a roar, they lunged at one another, fists and feet colliding in a primal struggle. They rolled on the ground, the Crow using his larger frame to pin down Chun Haonan, raining down blows in a frenzy, eager to finish him off. Chun Haonan dodged repeatedly, delivering a powerful blow to the Crow's ribs. The Crow winced in pain. Seizing the moment, Chun Haonan unleashed a series of kicks. But the Crow caught his left foot, and with a fierce thrust of his right leg, they both tumbled down the hillside. Throughout their descent, their fists and feet continued to strike, each blow deadly, leaving the outcome in the balance. On the prince's side, Although he was remarkably skilled and regarded by Tang Hansheng as a top-tier expert, he clearly struggled in the chaos of the melee. Dong Guanzi is a formidable character skilled in the art of swordsmanship, who proved invaluable at a crucial moment. The two fought side by side, driven by sheer tenacity, cleaving through Dongxing's subordinates with ruthless efficiency, carving a bloody path to freedom. Upon reuniting with Defei and Wu, the four formed an impenetrable unit, seamlessly combining offense and defense. After a brief respite, Shi Yin rejoined the fray, and the quintet surged towards Dongxing's ranks like a whirlwind. On the other side, witnessing the five charging in a frenzy, Dongxing's forces desperately scrambled to fortify their defenses. The prince, recognizing the urgency of the situation, seized a machete and re-entered the battle. Shi Yin's blade had become damaged, and the prince passed him a steel pipe, which Shi Yin grasped eagerly. "Take that, Dongxing," Shi Yin exclaimed, seizing the pipe and charging forth like a beast, wielding it as a spear that pierced the chest of a notorious Dongxing enforcer. "By heavens, Shi Yin! Ha ha! You are incredible!" Defei laughed heartily, clapping Shi Yin on the shoulder. However, Shi Yin remained silent. "Hey, stop pretending. Get up," Defei urged, giving him a gentle nudge. Shi Yin, drained of energy and bearing several wounds, weakly replied, "Don't touch me. If you push me again, I might just die." The relentless combat had exhausted him, and all he longed for was to lie down. "Damn it. You brat expect me to serve you." Defei grumbled as he squatted down to help Shi Yin up. At that moment, Tian Yangxing and Tian Yangyi charged in, joining the battle. Over on Lok Tin-hung's side, he was locked in a fierce duel with the cold-faced tiger, Hung Mei. The two had been locked in combat for over 10 minutes, both bloodied and battered. Hung Mei had taken performance-enhancing drugs to endure, but as the effects waned, his legs began to weaken. In contrast, Lok Tin-hung, having consumed the life spring provided by Tang Hansheng and enhanced by basic gene serum, grew increasingly exhilarated, his strength surging like tidal waves. His swordsmanship was relentless, forcing Hung Mei into a defensive stance, leaving no room for counterattack. As their blades clashed, Hung Mei was forced to retreat step by step. Seizing an opening, Lok Tin-hung delivered a powerful kick to Hung Mei's calf, causing him to kneel, his left-hand saber barely stabilizing him against the ground. Without granting him a moment's respite, Lok Tin-hung unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Hung Mei to fend off the onslaught with all his might. Capitalizing on a moment of vulnerability, Lok Tin-hung pierced Hung Mei's left arm with his sword, then swiftly severed his right arm with a backhanded blow. Hung Mei let out a pained scream as he collapsed. Crying out that it was over, Lok Tin-hung leaped into the air, plunging his sword into Hung Mei's chest, pinning him to the ground. Thus, the once mighty cold-faced tiger of Dongxing met his demise. Lok Tin-hung withdrew his sword, ignoring the lifeless body as he plunged into the fray. Despite the formidable martial prowess of the smiling tiger, he found himself at a disadvantage against the newly empowered Tony, who had been training diligently under Tian Yangxing's guidance and enhanced by the basic gene serum. The current Tony was a far cry from his former self, now an upgraded version. In this desperate battle, the smiling tiger quickly suffered a debilitating injury to his arm, and Tony's eyes glinted with ferocity as he seized a massive stone from the ground. With bone-crushing force, he smashed the smiling tiger's skull, blood and brain matter splattering across Tony's contorted face. At this moment, Dongxing's four elite fighters, the smiling tiger, the golden-haired tiger, and Hung Mei, had all perished, leaving only the last, the downhill tiger, Crow, still locked in a bitter struggle with Chun Haonan. The Dongxing Red Sticks and Short Mules were nearly wiped out under the relentless assault from the Hongxing crowd. The members of Hongxing gradually converged around the battleground of Chun Haonan and Crow. Tang Hanxing wiped the blood from his face and coldly commanded, "Anan, eliminate him. You must believe in yourself." Chun Haonan nodded in response while gasping for breath to regain his strength. Shanji, eager to assist, was halted by Tang Hanxing. "This is Anan's battle alone. No one is permitted to interfere. Unless Chun Haonan truly cannot hold on any longer, I will not allow anyone to steal his thunder. The path to leadership must be carved by one's own strength. The downhill tiger, Crow, is the perfect litmus test. Should Chun Haonan vanquish Crow, no one will dare contest his claim to leadership in Copperpot Bay. Even Fatty Li and the others will have to remain silent." To provoke Crow, Tang Hanxing seized the moaning head horse from the ground and dragged it before Crow, executing it on the spot. "Crow, your head horse has already met its end," he proclaimed, and with a swift stroke, he severed the head of a Dongxing Red Stick. "Do you see this, Crow? I am taking down your men one by one. What power do you possess to fight me? You cannot even defeat Chun Haonan. What are you worth?" Tang Hanxing viciously kicked the head of a moaning Dongxing thug, exploding it. Originally, these individuals might have had a chance at survival had they received timely aid. However, Tang Hanxing's frenzied slaughter, marked by cold-blooded brutality, was too much even for the prince to bear. "This is not human. This is a killing god," Riss immediately following. Another punch struck Chen Haonan's chest. Having endured 2 heavy blows, Chen Haonan was clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. Unexpectedly, Crow's 3rd punch missed its mark. In a swift motion, Chen Haonan seized his arm, delivering a vicious elbow strike to his previous injury. Crow collapsed in agony, and Chen Haonan seized the opportunity to lock his arm in a cross hold. This technique, once secured, would result in either shattered bones or a broken arm should Crow resist further. But how could Crow possibly concede defeat? He retaliated with a fierce strike to Chen Haonan's waist. Gritting his teeth, Chen Haonan remained steadfast, showing no signs of faltering. Crow swung again, landing another blow to the same spot. Yet, Chen Haonan maintained his grip on Crow's head, firmly holding onto his arm. A distinct crack echoed through the air as a bone fractured, rendering Crow's arm utterly useless. Crow writhed in excruciating pain, his face contorted with defiance. Chen Haonan rose to his feet, grasping a machete from the ground, and with all his might, aimed a fatal blow at Crow's head. Crow fell like a colossal tower, crashing to the ground amidst the torrential rain. He struggled to kneel, blood mingling with rainwater, slowly pooling on the earth. The bloody conflict between Hung Hing and Dong Xing on Firestone Island had finally come to a close. Furthermore, Tang Hanxing had fulfilled the requisite quota for head counts. A total of 98 members of Hung Hing had participated, with 15 casualties. Dong Xing had sent 99, yet 80 would forever remain here. Shanji, de Tian Air, and Bao Pai witnessed Chen Haonan secure the pivotal kill and rushed forward without hesitation, lifting him high into the air as cheers erupted around them. Chen Haonan's face was alight with exhilaration. After this battle, it was likely that no one in the underworld would remain unaware of the name Chen Haonan. Tian Yangsheng gazed at the remaining members of Dong Xing, quietly looking towards Tang Hanxing. Brother Xing? A mere glance conveyed his intent. Observing the Dong Xing members who had ingested poison, destined to endure a life of suffering, Tang Hanxing subtly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. The Hung Hing members sprang into action, drawing their machetes to systematically eliminate the remaining Dong Xing members until none were left alive. Aja's corpse lay quietly in the rain, the blood washed away. Defei supported Shi Yan, limping as they walked. Luo Tianhong, Fei Ji, and Huigo stood in the rain, their expressions icy and their gazes sharp as blades. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi inhaled the pungent scent of blood that filled the air. Every face bore the marks of battle. Tang Hanxing's gaze ultimately rested on Sheng Fan. Though Sheng Fan had sustained some injuries, they were not severe, and he had contributed significantly in combat. This young man had not disappointed him. Some wept bitterly for lost brothers. Others reveled in the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Yet others appeared fervent, as if their blood had yet to cool. For they had triumphed in this deadly contest. They had emerged victorious from a brutal conflict unprecedented in the underworld of Xianjiang. Their names were destined to be etched in memory. Tony looked at Tang Hanxing and softly asked, "Brother Sheng, can we take our brothers back?" Tang Hanxing shook his head. His tone somber. "Not a single one can be taken. If the police investigate, none will escape. Let them all burn." With that, everyone began to gather the bodies. They were divided into 2 piles. One for Hung Hing, the other for Dong Xing. Gasoline was poured over them, and a lighter was tossed. Firestone Island had truly become a land of flames. In the raging inferno, those petty figures who sought fame through bloodshed were irrevocably returned to dust. The price of victory was steep. 10 lowly souls, 9 met misfortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Battle of Firestone Island, completing an epic mission, and earning 10,000 prestige points. All participating members gain 1 to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the leader's aura to that of a tyrant. Tyrant aura. All subordinate members gain 4 to all attributes. As the system notifications rang out, the Hung Hing brothers present felt as though they had grown stronger after enduring this bloodbath. Even their demeanor underwent a subtle, yet palpable transformation. They gazed at the most radiant figure in the crowd, Tang Hanxing, their hearts filled with loyalty, vowing to follow him to the ends of the earth. Until the flames extinguished, each person took some ashes to carry with them. These were the remains of their fallen brothers, unable to bring the corpses. This was the only way to remember them. Among them, some would never even have a tombstone, eternally buried on this desolate island. This battle bore profound significance. The valiant warriors of Hung Hing who participated included Tang Hanxing, the Crown Prince, Defei, Chen Haonan, Tian Shou, Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangyi, Tony, and Luo Tianhong. Their names were destined to reverberate throughout the entire underworld. And as for Tang Hanxing, the man whose physical prowess had transcended human limits, words were unnecessary. With a single punch, he had slain the golden-haired tiger, his figure flitting across the battlefield like a specter. In critical moments, he had saved those Hung Hing brothers on the brink of despair. Had it not been for his repeated interventions, Hung Hing's losses would likely have doubled. The foreign gang leaders present, along with South American drug lords, were all inquiring about the name of this remarkable man, for his presence was simply too dazzling. The rain had ceased without anyone noticing. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. Lien Haodong and Ni Yongxiao departed Firestone Island with downcast expressions. Hung Hing's losses were minimal. After this grueling battle, Hung Hing's influence surged, and its internal unity had never been stronger. Henceforth, attempting to wrest territory from Hung Hing would be nearly impossible. Lien Haolong's brow furrowed tightly, while Ni Kuan remained indifferent. The camel-faced Dongxing member displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation, even after experiencing a devastating defeat. He had never intended for this group to return alive. These individuals were merely troublemakers within the gang, and their deaths would simplify matters. Outsiders often described him as amiable and approachable, yet this was his true nature. Kowloon felt a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that the hundreds he had brought would be entirely annihilated. The name Firestone Island was one he hoped never to hear again. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Hung Hing were celebrating, the atmosphere vibrant. The members who participated in the fight washed away the blood and grime from their bodies at the seaside. Some returned along the same route, while others took boats to leave. In any case, they scattered and withdrew. Fortunately, everyone successfully made it back to shore. This indicated that Niu Xiong and Huang Zhiqing had not yet obtained accurate intelligence. Upon reaching the shore, Tang Hanxing led his men to the hot spring center arranged by the dinosaur in Saigon. Those severely injured were sent directly to the hospital. In preparation for this battle, Tang Hanxing had spent tens of millions to purchase a hospital just days prior and renamed it Azure Blue. Han Bin, Big Boss B, and the dinosaur had also brought in numerous doctors specifically to treat the lightly injured. The physicians hailing from Kowloon walled city are unlicensed quacks. Once the injured were settled, Tang Hanxing disrobed and plunged into the steaming bath, savoring a moment of tranquility while puffing on a cigar. The core members of Hung Hing exhibited varied expressions. Some were still reminiscing about their fallen brothers. Lok Tin-hung, observing that Tang Hanxing bore no scars, couldn't help but jest. Boss, you truly refrained from fighting today. What do you mean by fighting? Tang Hanxing retaliated with a punch, asserting that one should wield their strength freely. Do you not understand, you fool? Stop hitting, stop hitting. If you continue, I shall become foolish. Lok Tin-hung quickly dodged. Ha! After his bath and donning the fresh attire provided by the dinosaurs, Tang Hanxing nonchalantly returned to 22 Baijiao Road in his Ferrari F40. The celebratory banquet that had been planned was met with a lack of enthusiasm. Everyone desired a few days of restful respite. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he casually tossed the keys to the bodyguard at the entrance. As he stepped into the villa's grand hall, Zhou Jiesin and Cindy, upon seeing the unscathed Tang Hanxing, could no longer contain themselves and rushed into his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably. As the women of the elder brother, they had always exhibited fortitude. Yet, even the strongest of women harbor a softness within. In the following days, the underworld experienced an unusual tranquility. Whether it was Hung Hing, Dongxing, or even other factions, all maintained a tacit understanding to remain dormant. The battle at Huashizu had stirred considerable turmoil. The casualties on Dongxing's side included prominent figures. The police, devoid of any evidence, apprehended Dongxing's Yaoyang and confiscated a shipment of psychedelic stamps worth 20 million. In times like these, it is prudent to conceal one's strength and guard one's capabilities. The day after the Huashizu conflict, Tang Hanxing, accompanied by Ajia, visited his hospital to check on Shi Yan. Upon seeing Tang Hanxing, Ajia struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Brother Sheng, you have come. Just lie still, do not move." Tang Hanxing gently pressed him back down. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Hanxing addressed Ajia. Ajia, Shi Yan mentioned to me recently that he no longer wishes to be the decision-maker. The position in Mongkok is now yours. Give Shi Yan 1 million. Huh, Brother Sheng, that is far too much. Besides, I voluntarily withdrew. Shi Yan quickly declined. Working under Tang Hanxing, he earned 2 to 3 times more than he did while following Xing Shu. Tang Hanxing waved his hand dismissively. Shi Yan, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Focus on your recovery. I will go check on Anan. Upon reaching Chun Haonan's hospital room, Tang Hanxing spoke. Anan, no one will oppose your ascension to decision-maker now. I will handle the situation with Grey Dog. Take this one. 5 million. Privately give him 1 million, and keep the remaining 500,000 for yourself. Brother Sheng, Hung Hing has treated me so well. I fear I cannot bear this. Chun Haonan replied. What Hung Hing? This money is a loan to you. It must be repaid. Buy yourself and your girlfriend some decent clothing. And do not forget about the younger brothers around you. With both Shi Yan and Grey Dog, 2 crucial figures, successfully managed, Tang Hanxing exited the hospital, where Tian Yangsheng had also arrived after completing his own tasks. Boss, those traitors have been dealt with. Those individuals had accepted Tang Hanxing's settlement, yet failed to stand by. Although Hung Hing triumphed, Tang Hanxing would not easily forgive the betrayal. He nodded and proceeded to meet with Sheng Fan, a fierce contender for the position of decision-maker in Chaiwan. Following the Huashizu incident, Tang Hanxing's standing within Hung Hing had reached unparalleled heights. Yaoyang was under police scrutiny and unable to fend for himself. Fatty Lai had also shuttered himself indoors. Without a backing, Sheng Fan was compelled to bow before Tang Hanxing. Additionally, Defei had discreetly slipped him 1 million, thus he acquiesced. Consequently, the list of Hung Hing's 12 decision-makers is as follows: Sister 13 of Bolan Street, Brother Ji of Saiwan, Prince of Tsim Sha Sui, Han Bin of Kwai Tsing, Fatty Lai of North Point, Dinosaur of Tun Mun, A Chow of Kun Tong, Tang Hanxing of Kowloon, Chun Haonan of Causeway Bay, A Jia of Mong Kok, Defei of Chaiwan, and Shen Yao, serving as both decision-maker and acting leader. The inauguration ceremony for the decision-makers was set to occur at the High Creek Temple, yet it was to be a modest affair, devoid of ostentation. In these times, excessive display could easily attract police attention. Following the ceremony, taking advantage of the temporarily stabilized situation, Tang Hanxing discreetly expanded his business empire. Utilizing the prestige and points accrued within the system, he procured a substantial quantity of advanced imported equipment. Chapter 56. Luxury cars on display. He even established a new factory dedicated to producing VCDs. In comparison to the gaming console and clothing factories, the VCD factory required a significantly higher technical input, and thus, the investment in prestige soared. After a flurry of vigorous operations, even someone as resourceful as Tang Hanxing began to feel the pinch. The funds acquired from the Macau side had also been nearly exhausted during this period. Regardless of the time, money only truly belongs to you when spent. Tang Hanxing finally comprehended why so many gang leaders in the underworld were reluctant to engage in direct confrontations with other factions. Each large-scale conflict necessitated substantial funds to appease families and manage aftermaths. These expenditures were no trifling matter, despite the fact that those leading figures were worth tens of millions. That amount barely sufficed for the aftermath following the Huashizu battle. Currently, Tang Hanxing's monthly income structure is approximately as follows. He operates 4 bars in Causeway Bay, and after deducting employee wages, bonuses, daily expenses, and operational costs, he nets an average of 15 million monthly. His counterfeit sneaker factory, combined with the sneaker street shops, yields a net income of around 50 million per month, while the gaming console factory contributes 30 million monthly. The Kowloon faction has over 1,000 Hung Hing brothers, each receiving a monthly salary of 1,500, totaling over 1 million monthly. This portion of expenditure was originally the responsibility of the faction. However, Tang Hanxing privately supplements each member with an additional 2,000 monthly, and the peripheral Blue Lanterns receive a subsidy of 1,000 each. Thus, his income from the faction is essentially entirely allocated to the Hung Hing younger brothers, and at times, he even has to cover additional expenses himself. He has continuously supported the foundation left behind by Xie Feidao. The Imperial Guard stationed in Yuanlong, which he meticulously cultivated, serves as his trump card. Fortunately, the 4 bars and 2 factories continue to provide a steady stream of income. Most of the money earned from the Macau side has been invested in land and buildings. However, land that is not developed or sold cannot be liquidated. He lacks talent in real estate. He initially had his eye on Su Wenbiao, but the latter was a distinguished graduate of Hong Kong University and not someone easily swayed. As for the properties, they primarily serve to accommodate his core brothers. Being an elder brother is no easy task. A leader who cannot generate profit and is reluctant to invest in his brothers is destined for a short-lived reign. The unwavering loyalty of Tang Hanxing's brothers is inextricably linked to his substantial monthly subsidies. Fortunately, after several months of preparation, the extravagant money-burning machine, the Shunfeng Entertainment City, has finally completed its renovations. The entire refurbishment cost a staggering 1 billion, with many details personally overseen by him. A month has passed since the Battle of Huasher Island, and on a propitious day, invitations were sent out, marking the grand opening of Shunfeng Entertainment City to the public. To commemorate this occasion, Tang Hanxing organized a lavish cocktail party. As instructed, Chen Yao also invited several esteemed legislators to attend. He was acutely aware that Tang Hanxing's ascension to the helm of the Hongxing organization was now a foregone conclusion. In the time following Jiang Tian's demise, Tang Hanxing invested substantial funds to stabilize the Hongxing brand, nearly disregarding costs. In return for this commitment, he personally engaged with several prominent figures from Hong Kong. An hour before the cocktail party commenced, the atmosphere at Xie Feidao was already bustling. A black-armored Mercedes-Benz 600 SEL slowly pulled up, stopping directly across from the entrance of Shunfeng Entertainment City. The Hongxing associates at the entrance promptly moved forward to open the rear door. Dressed in a bespoke suit, Tang Hanxing was the first to alight, followed by him bending slightly to take Zhou Jiasen's hand and assist her out of the vehicle. She, adorned in a stunning gown, radiated beauty that left onlookers breathless. Several of Tang Hanxing's close confidants hastened to greet him. Is everything prepared? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Jimmy and his advisor Sue. Rest assured, everything is arranged perfectly, Jimmy responded with unwavering confidence. Aja added with a smile, Brother Shang, I've also invited a few celebrities. Tonight the entertainment city will undoubtedly be a sensation. Since becoming the leader of Mong Kok, Aja had secured many of Kuan Ji's previous resources, so arranging for a few stars was hardly a challenge. Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow. Oh, who is coming? Aja pulled over a young man in a yellow outfit and introduced, this is the martial arts star Long Wei. Long Wei, this is Brother Shang. You may call him Mr. Tang, and this is Mrs. Tang. Long Wei, well-mannered, shook hands respectfully. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang, it is an honor to meet you. In the 1980s Hong Kong, the film industry had close ties with organized crime, and the quickest way to launder money was through filmmaking. Prior to Long Wei's arrival, his manager had thoroughly briefed him on Tang Hanxing's status. As one of the 12 leaders of Hung Hing, he was the most likely candidate to succeed Jiang Tian. Such a figure could determine whether Long Wei's career in film continued with just a word. Thus, he had come without requesting a single cent as an appearance fee, solely to make the acquaintance of this underworld magnate. Tang Hanxing scrutinized Long Wei for a moment before shifting his gaze to the agile man behind him, Li Jia, who was Long Wei's stunt double in films. Noticing Tang Hanxing's silence, Aja assumed he was dissatisfied and quickly exclaimed, Brother Shang, if you don't like him, I can easily replace him with other female stars. Tang Hanxing chuckled, no, I was merely contemplating matters. Let everyone enjoy themselves tonight. We can discuss further with Long Wei another day. Indeed. After Tang Hanxing departed, Long Wei looked anxiously at Aja. Brother Jia, did I do something wrong? Mister. Tang seemed displeased. Aja rolled his eyes. Have you lost your mind? Brother Shang is a person of stature. If he truly found you unappealing, he wouldn't spare you a glance. Just be sharp and don't embarrass me. Long Wei nodded earnestly. Understood, Brother Jia. Upon entering the main hall, 3 top-tier sports cars immediately caught the eye. A Ferrari F40, a Ferrari 288 GTO, a Porsche 959, and a Lamborghini Countach. These vehicles would certainly attract countless gazes, even in Hong Kong. Tang Hanxing displayed these luxury cars, which he had redeemed from the system's marketplace, to draw more attention. From a distance, Chen Yao noticed Tang Hanxing approaching and waved, Ah Shang, over here. Let me introduce you to some legislators. Tang Hanxing quickly walked over, holding Zhou Jiesen's hand. Chen Yao looked at Zhou Jiesen with some surprise. Is this your mysterious fiancée, Miss Zhou Jiesen? Tang Hanxing rarely brought her to public events, primarily to protect her. Thus, in Hung Hing, aside from his close associates and a few who had met her, almost no one was aware of her existence. Xin, this is Brother Yao, Tang Hanxing briefly introduced. Zhou Jiesen politely greeted, hello, Brother Yao. Chen Yao nodded in response and began introducing the distinguished guests present. Ah Shang, this is Zeng Tong, an old friend of Mr. Jiang. You should show him due respect, Chen Yao whispered. Zeng Tong was a commanding middle-aged man with piercing eyes and an imposing presence. Tang Hanxing did not expect to encounter such a significant figure here. He was none other than a heavyweight in the landlord society from the film The Listening Wind and Cloud. It seemed that Jiang Tian's rise to prominence was significantly supported by Zeng Tong. Uncle Zeng, it's a pleasure. You can just call me Ah Shang. Tang Hanxing extended his hand proactively. Zeng Tong appraised him momentarily, then smiled slightly. Tang Hanxing, I've heard of you. It's rare for Hung Hing to produce a talent like you. Tang Hanxing chuckled. Uncle Zeng, you flatter me. Just call me Ah Shang. Suddenly, Zeng Tong inquired, Ah Shang, I've heard you opened a gaming room. Do you have a place for cards? I personally enjoy playing Chuadadi. Chuadadi is the Hong Kong term for the card game Do Di Zhu, beloved by many leaders of the landlord society who would gather to play. Tang Hanxing replied readily. Uncle Zeng, the gaming room certainly has spaces for playing cards. If you wish to find someone to spar with, you are always welcome. Zeng Tong chuckled heartily. Then I shall certainly pay a visit another day. Chen Yao continued introducing one distinguished guest after another. Most of these individuals were old acquaintances of Jiang Tian and were already familiar with Tang Hanxing's reputation. They understood that the young man before them was no ordinary figure. Had he not originated from the underworld, he would likely have already become a prominent figure in the business world. At just over 20 years of age, ascending to the position of a leader is not unheard of on the streets, yet it is sufficient to command respect. Few young individuals in Hong Kong possess a fortune of billions at such a tender age, making Tang Hanxing's presence even more noteworthy. With a warm smile, Tang Hanxing confidently greeted the guests, engaging in light conversation over tea. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and Han Bin had already arrived to host, but found the topics of conversation far too esoteric to interject. However, upon Tang Hanxing's arrival, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Whether discussing the development prospects of Hong Kong or the fluctuations in the global landscape, Tang Hanxing articulated his insights fluently, grounded in substance rather than vague rhetoric. He had a profound understanding of the situation in 1980s Hong Kong. Presently, British capital was withdrawing from the Hong Kong market in droves, coupled with the uncertainty among the populace regarding future conditions, leading to a collapse in the property market and stagnant land prices. Those with the means were contemplating immigration overseas, while the audacious seized the opportunity to acquire assets on a grand scale. Although Tang Hanxing can now be considered affluent, the disparity between him and the true magnates of Hong Kong is significant. Their capital operations often soar into the tens of billions, a realm he cannot hope to reach. As the conversation flourished, Zhang Wenyao rose and made his way towards the restroom. Pardon me, everyone, I need to visit the restroom, he announced. Tang Hanxing naturally followed suit, with Tian Yangxing trailing closely behind. In a hushed tone, Tang Hanxing inquired, is he the one you are collaborating with? Tian Yangxing nodded gently, lowering his voice as he replied, Brother Shang, could this bring you trouble? You stay outside, I'll have a word with Sir Zhang. Zhang Wenyao was undoubtedly well aware of Tian Yangxing's background. Otherwise, he would not dare to privately pocket that illicit money and betray the Tianyang brothers. To be on the safe side, Tang Hanxing retrieved a pill from his space. Loyalty pill. After consumption, the host's loyalty instantly rises to 100. If it were not for dire circumstances, Tang Hanxing would hesitate to waste such a precious item on Zhang Wenyao. Wouldn't it be better to seek someone high up in law enforcement? Upon entering the restroom, Tang Hanxing stood before the urinal on the east side, while Zhang Wenyao positioned himself on the north side. Tang Hanxing, I know what you've been up to. Be discreet. We are no longer in an era where money can buy impunity. Your gang is easily crushable in the eyes of our police. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Hanxing swiftly approached and incapacitated Zhang Wenyao. Chapter 57, A Grand Social Faux Pas. You dare to openly assault an officer? Zhang Wenyao's expression changed dramatically, taken aback by Tang Hanxing's audacity. With a firm grip, Tang Hanxing forced Zhang Wenyao's jaw open and inserted a loyalty pill into his mouth. Zhang Wenyao coughed violently. What are you doing? Before long, the coughing ceased abruptly. He lifted his gaze to meet Tang Hanxing's, his tone now respectful. Ah Shang, what would you have me do? Astonishing. The submissive demeanor revealed that the loyalty pill had already taken effect. Tang Hanxing felt reassured. He stated, from now on, any police action against Hung Hing, notify me immediately. Understood. Tang Hanxing added, and when you encounter me outside, act normally. Yes. All right then, I will contact you if anything arises. You may leave now. As the two exited the restroom, engaged in light-hearted banter, Tian Yangsheng was left bewildered. Perhaps this was the chasm between me and my elder brother. He remained silent. Not long after returning to the tea room, Jimmy approached. Excuse me, may I interrupt? He leaned in and whispered a few words, prompting Tang Hanxing to nod and rise. Ladies and gentlemen, the ribbon-cutting ceremony is about to commence. I must take my leave. The ceremony was set at the southern entrance, the main entrance. At this moment, the south gate was already adorned with numerous floral arrangements and gifts sent by the brothers of Hung Hing and various dignitaries. Lengthy red banners hung from both sides of the building. With a smile, Tang Hanxing, accompanied by Zhou Jiesin, Chen Yao, Boss B, and several esteemed guests, cut the red ribbon, symbolizing the grand opening of the Shunfeng Entertainment City. Fireworks erupted at the entrance. Following the ceremony, Zhou Jiesin, having classes in the afternoon, asked Tian Yangxing to escort her back to school. All 12 of Hung Hing's decision-makers were present, and a steady stream of gang leaders arrived to offer their congratulations. The camel from Dongxing, along with Kowloon and Dedong, also made an appearance. It had only been a month since the battle at Huashizu. Naturally, emotions ran high upon encountering adversaries. Camel fixed a cold stare at him, his expression unyielding. Tang Hanxing was somewhat surprised. The two locked eyes for a moment, creating a palpable tension in the air. Even the gang leaders standing behind Camel were uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Tang Hanxing broke the silence first, smiling as he said, Uncle Luo, welcome. Your presence truly honors me. Camel responded with a chuckle. What? Did you think I wouldn't dare to come? Tang Hanxing laughed heartily. How could that be? Uncle Luo, you are magnanimous. I sent you an invitation. Not coming in person was merely to spare you trouble. Ah Shang. Your words. Camel paused, glancing at Dedong beside him. Here, this is for you. Wishing you a prosperous opening and swift success. Dedong stepped forward, presenting a golden galloping horse statue, an impressive 40 centimeters tall, with smooth lines and an imposing presence. Such a sizable piece, if indeed crafted from gold, would be worth no less than several $100,000. Aja accepted the statue. Tang Hanxing shook Camel's hand, saying, Uncle Luo, you are too generous. Please take some time to rest. We shall share a drink later. Brother Ji, would you kindly attend to Uncle Luo? Once Uncle Luo had distanced himself, Tang Hanxing turned to Chen Yao and asked, Did I seem a bit unnatural when I was laughing just now? Quite natural, Chen Yao replied. With someone like Camel, half a word is sufficient. Mr. Jiang has dealt with him for decades. Tang Hanxing was well aware that such seasoned figures possess profound insights. If Camel lacked the means, how could he have survived under Jiang Tianxing? Perhaps the scheme to use drugs against the 100 warriors of Dongxing at Huashizu was also his idea. Nonetheless, it must be said that Camel ought to be thanked, as in the movies, he was the one who was taken down by the crow and the smiling tiger. Just as they exchanged a few words, Lian Haolong, Lian Haodong, Su Su, and Ah Hung from the Loyalty Society approached. Lian Haolong, cigar in mouth, shook Tang Hanxing's hand. Ah Sheng, you're looking more handsome than ever. Brother Long, you two are exuding charisma, Tang Hanxing replied with a smile, then turned to Lian Haodong, Brother Dong. Do come by for a visit when you have the time. Lian Haodong nodded. I will certainly come to support you. Ah Sheng, this is our small token of goodwill. Ah Hung then presented a stone-carved pixiu. The pixiu symbolizes wealth and safety. Although its value pales in comparison to the galloping horse, the craftsmanship of this pixiu was exquisite. Clearly the work of a master. Tang Hanxing accepted it and handed it to his advisor Su. Please place this on the table. He then smiled at Lian Haolong. Brother Long, this is too extravagant. Ha ha ha. As long as you like it, Lian Haolong responded. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at the delicate Shishili beside Tang Hanxing. This is my sworn sister, Shishili. Shishili, this is Brother Long, this is Brother Dong. And this is Sister Susu. Tang Hanxing introduced her one by one. Now, after being guided by Zhou Jiesin, Shishili had undergone a transformation in her attire and demeanor, completely shedding her former image as a streetwise girl. Hearing Tang Hanxing's introductions, she felt a tinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, she politely greeted, Brother Long, Brother Dong. Hello, hello? Lian Haolong smiled. Ah Sheng, I won't keep you any longer. We shall have a chance to spar another time. Tang Hanxing replied, Brother Long, I will definitely pay a visit when I have the time. Do not go too hard on me. Are you being modest? All right, you attend to your matters. I'll go have a look inside. Before long, Uncle Chue from Lianxing arrived with Lin Huailu, Didi, and Xuanbao. Ah Sheng, congratulations on your grand opening. Uncle Chue clasped his hands in greeting. Tang Hanxing glanced around and asked, Uncle Chue, did Deng Bo not come? Uncle Che leaned in closer, lowering his voice. He caught a chill from the winds at sea a few days ago. Here, allow me to present a token of my appreciation that I prepared with Lianxing. I wish you great success with the opening of your new establishment. After much contemplation, I believe that gifting you a golden eagle is most fitting, symbolizing your promising future. Please don't mock me for being old-fashioned. Tang Hanxing promptly handed the gift to Ah Hu, smilingly waving his hand. Who would ever disdain such a gesture? I graciously accept your goodwill. You are too modest, Uncle Chue. Lu Xiao, Didi, within is a buffet. If you wish for any specific beverage, simply approach the waiter. Lin Huailu gently nodded. Ah Sheng, may your career flourish. Didi maintained his usual demeanor, resembling someone owed a debt, without uttering a word. To welcome the guests, Tang Hanxing stood at the entrance for nearly an hour. The various individuals from the underworld who arrived mostly took the initiative to greet him. Firstly, he was the center of attention today. Secondly, it was well understood that there were few within Hongxing who possessed the strength to vie for leadership. Among these individuals, Tang Hanxing stood out as the most formidable, both in terms of business scale and the power behind him. Of the 12 leaders of Hongxing, Defei and Ajia were his protégés, while Chun Yao was his close brother. As for the Crown Prince and Han Bin, although they were also competitive, they shared a close friendship with Tang Hanxing. When Chun Yao relinquished the position of leader, he would most likely take over. As the anticipated guests began to gather, Tang Hanxing entrusted the reception duties to his advisors, Su and the Tony trio, while he took Chin Yao and Jimmy to greet the important attendees. Waitstaff and elegant female employees navigated the venue, occasionally presenting exquisite dishes or fine wines. Several distinguished guests, accompanied by Tang Hanxing's subordinates, commenced a tour of the newly established entertainment venue. Tang Hanxing accepted a glass of red wine from a server and clinked glasses with a prominent gang leader. He glanced at Shishi Li and softly inquired, Are you adjusting well? Do you feel overly fatigued? Brother Sheng, I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry, replied Shishi Li, shaking her head. Ah Sheng. A voice interrupted their conversation. Lei Yao Yang strode forward, holding a bouquet of roses and directly presenting them to Shishi Li. Miss Shishi Li, greetings. Tang Hanxing raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Lei Yao Yang could no longer restrain himself from making advances towards the woman beside him. The man had a well-rehearsed approach to wooing women in films, and it appeared that reality mirrored fiction. I'm afraid I don't know you. Who are you? Shishi Li asked, somewhat perplexed, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Tang Hanxing. Clearly a bit flustered, Tang Hanxing nonchalantly smiled. This is Lei Yao Yang from the East Star 5 Tigers, Shishi Li. He is complimenting your beauty. Do accept the flowers. After saying this, he took the roses from her. With utmost seriousness, Lei Yao Yang declared, Shishi Li, shortly you will know who I am. I have prepared a piece, for Elise, for you. No sooner had he spoken than he approached the grand piano, dismissing the pianist. Tang Hongxing seized the microphone, addressing the entire assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, next, we invite one of the East Star 5 Tigers, the Thunder Tiger, to perform a few pieces for us. Today, our hospitality may be lacking, but thankfully, we have Yao Yang here. Is that agreeable? My goodness, who could have anticipated that Lei Yao Yang, one of the East Star 5 Tigers, would personally take to the piano for a performance? Who is Lei Yao Yang? He is a figure whose mere presence sends ripples throughout the underworld. The power he commands is far greater than that of most gang leaders. Even more perplexing was the fact that he stood alongside Tang Hongxing. How had these two formidable figures suddenly become the evening's performers? As soon as Tang Hongxing finished speaking, the banquet hall erupted with applause and cheers. Wow, Brother Yao Yang is so handsome. Yao Yang, play the moon represents my heart. Brother Lei, you are magnificent. In no time, a throng of individuals from the underworld gathered around, eager to witness this esteemed figure play the piano up close. In this modern era, even those unfamiliar with music felt compelled to feign appreciation to appear cultured. The less sophisticated among them may not comprehend the nuances of the piano, but they at least made an effort to present themselves as civilized individuals. However, as Lei Yao Yang sat on the piano bench, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, almost shaking with indignation. What a ridiculous situation. Tang Hongxing, you truly know how to have fun. He had initially intended to showcase his charm before Xixi Li, but now found himself enduring the humiliation, eyes shut tight as he played for Elise. This was not a performance. This was a grand spectacle of social mortification. Luo Tuo, Gu Huoluan, and Dedong stood awkwardly to the side, their expressions contorted with discomfort. While Tang Hongxing had engaged a professional pianist, Lei Yao Yang had chosen to showcase his own skills instead. If he was to embarrass himself, he had also tarnished the reputation of the East Star. Truly pathetic. Luo Tuo muttered under his breath before hastily making his way towards the elevator. Ah Luan, Dedong. Let us leave swiftly. Act as if we don't know him. Come on, hurry, someone is watching. The three dashed into the elevator, and once the doors closed, they finally exhaled, the heat of embarrassment dissipating slightly. Do you think you can play games with me? You have a long way to go. Tang Hongxing observed Lei Yao Yang's woeful expression and subtly smiled. Chapter 58. Officer Liao, you are welcome to return another day. Today is not suitable. The roses in his hand were casually tossed into the trash. He exchanged a glance with Xixi Li before stepping into another elevator. Inside, it was just the two of them. Xixi Li softly spoke. Brother Shang, do you ever feel that I am unworthy of being with you? Tang Hongxing was taken aback, turning to face her. Under his piercing gaze, her cheeks flushed. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage to continue. I understand what you are thinking. I will study diligently and strive to catch up to you. Tang Hongxing smiled. Then aim for Hong Kong University and show me what you can achieve. Best of luck. The elevator doors opened, and they arrived on the 6th floor. This was the high-end gaming hall of Shunfeng Entertainment, accessible only to VIPs. Upon seeing Tang Hongxing, Han Bin hurriedly approached. Ah Sheng, you arrived just in time. Uncle Tong is looking to play cards, and we are short one player. I don't know how to play Do Di Zhu. You must find someone who does. In Hong Kong, half of the population could play mahjong, but very few knew how to play Do Di Zhu. Tang Hongxing replied nonchalantly, lead me there. As he pushed open the door to the private room, resplendent decorations greeted his eyes. Two individuals were already seated. One was Zeng Tong, and the other, a middle-aged man, appeared somewhat familiar, though they had not been formally introduced. His demeanor contrasted sharply with Zeng Tong's, exuding a calm and understated presence. A few starlets, brought along by Aja, were standing in a corner, poised and ready. Tang Hongxing slightly raised his gaze and inquired gently, Uncle Tong, who is this? Sima Xiang, just call him Uncle Xiang. Zeng Tong waved his hand dismissively before continuing. Ah Xiang, does your gaming hall lack even a single competent card player? Uncle Xiang, good day, Tang Hongxing smiled. With your status, my subordinates would hardly dare to play cards with you. How about I join you for a few rounds? With that, he took a seat. Very well, very well. Just in time. Zeng Tong casually picked up the cards, waved his hand toward the actresses, and said, you all go out first. Then he turned and added, Ah Xiang, just keep one person to brew tea. Tang Hongxing scanned the room. None of the 12 key figures of the Hung Hing triad seemed suitable, and naturally, it was improper to approach those top bosses. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Wenyao playing mahjong next door with Uncle Chui and Chen Yao. His eyes lit up. Sir Zhang, what are you standing there for? Come over and brew some tea. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Damn, has Tang Hongxing lost his mind? Zhang Wenyao is a senior superintendent of police, already a high-ranking figure in the Hong Kong police force, just one step away from commissioner. Beyond that are assistant commissioners, deputy commissioners, and even the highest leadership in the police force. The underworld bosses present all understood clearly that people like Huang Ziqing and Niu Xiong were insignificant in Sir Zhang's eyes. For a moment, everyone became wary. Secretly calculating, it seems best to keep a distance from Hung Hing and avoid being dragged into any trouble. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wenyao merely smiled faintly, pushed aside the mahjong tiles, and said, "Sorry, I need to step out for a moment." There was no displeasure on his face. Everyone was stunned. Damn, could it be out of respect for those important clients? Thus, the senior superintendent personally brewed tea, while Tang Hansheng, Sima Xiang, and Zheng Tong began playing do diju. Tang Hansheng knew very well that no matter how addicted one is to cards, no matter how high their status, people cannot escape worldly conventions. Therefore, no matter how good his luck was, he never took the initiative to call landlord. Even when he did, it was merely to double the excitement. He always played thoughtfully, but would deliberately reveal small flaws at critical moments, like holding back a small card or playing an apparently mistaken one. In short, winning was not always the goal. Losing sometimes had to be done with all effort. Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang took turns as landlord, and with Tang Hansheng playing along, the game was exhilarating. Zheng Tong smoked a cigar and laughed. "Ah Sheng, you even split 4-2s? I thought my card skills were bad when I was young. But you're even more outrageous. If it weren't for knowing this landlord would be useful in the future, Tang Hansheng would have swept the floor long ago." He chuckled and said, "Uncle Tong, your plays are too fierce. I just can't keep up. If I fought hard, I'd probably lose even worse." "Ha ha ha. You rascal," Zheng Tong said, lighting another cigar. Sima Xiang was usually taciturn, but his gaze never left Tang Hansheng and Zhang Wenyao. The more he played, the more uneasy he felt. For a senior superintendent of police to show such deference to Tang Hansheng was highly unusual. He couldn't make sense of this world. Not only he was baffled, but the underworld bosses outside the private room were also perplexed. They superficially played mahjong, blackjack, or Texas Hold'em, but their minds were fixed on the private room. Each time Zhang Wenyao came out, his face bore no resentment, even a hint of respect. What on earth was going on? The dragon and tiger of Dongxing played music for him, and senior police officers brewed tea for him, even when Jiang Tiansheng was alive. Such a scene was never witnessed. Watching Zhang Wenyao bustling about, Chen Yao felt a chill down his spine. No one dared to say much or ask questions, only occasionally glancing toward the private room. The card game lasted 2 hours. Tang Hansheng's wins and losses alternated, ending with a slight loss of 100,000. Zheng Tong's odds of winning were low, but he played joyfully. Even the usually composed Sima Xiang showed a relaxed smile. When the game ended, Zheng Tong took out a golden business card. "Ah Sheng, you need to practice your skills more. When the business grows, you can't afford to be bad at cards. You lose winnable hands. Young people should be more steady. Next time, we'll have another match." Sima Xiang also handed over a card. Both cards were plain, showing only names and phone numbers, clearly private lines. Tang Hansheng understood this was mere courtesy and did not mean acceptance into the landlord's club. With his current strength, he was still a minor character before Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang, but they recognized his potential. Actually, he was not very interested in the landlord club. Those so-called big shots merely profited from insider dealings. Even if he joined in the future, it would be mutual exploitation. With his memory and abilities, he was certain to surpass big figures like Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang. Taking the 2 cards, Tang Hansheng rose and also produced his own. "Uncle Tong, Uncle Xiang, please accept my card." The 3 laughed and walked out of the private room, with Zhang Wenyao respectfully following behind. As the door opened, everyone outside witnessed this scene. At that moment, the expressions of the underworld bosses were deeply complex. Who were Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang? It was no exaggeration to say that a single word from them could obliterate an entire underworld faction. This was no boast. Previously, a gang accidentally offended Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang. That very night, their leader, after dinner, went to Saigon and threw himself into the sea just to protect his family. Watching Tang Hansheng, Zheng Tong, Sima Xiang, and Chun Haonan chatting and laughing, the nearby underworld leaders grew restless again. The performance was too contrived. Nobody could guess what the next move would be. The elevator descended from upstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, night had already fallen. Tang Hansheng spotted in the distance Tony's 3 brothers and Chun Haonan confronting several plainclothes officers. He quickly saw off Zheng Tong and Sima Xiang, then strode over. These plainclothes officers were newly assigned anti-Triad squad members in Causeway Bay, led by Liao Zhizong. Huang Ziqing and Lu Qichang had been transferred elsewhere long ago due to outstanding work. The Shunfeng Entertainment City had just opened today. Advisor Su, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized these familiar faces and called Chun Haonan and Tony to come support. Previously, there was an unspoken agreement between them and Huang Ziqing, Lu Qichang. Hung Hing maintained order in Causeway Bay, conducting clean business and never dealing drugs. Huang Ziqing and others would not provoke trouble. They coexisted peacefully. But the arrival of the new anti-Triad squad disrupted this balance. They frequently harassed Hung Hing, inspecting venues every few days. This is a private club. Do you have the necessary permits? Advisor Su asked one young plainclothes officer. The young policeman wore a haughty expression. Private club? So many people here. Aren't you worried about illegal gatherings? Aja could not stand it. Having been in Causeway Bay for so many years, he knew Hung Hing was very clean. Pointing at the young officer, he shouted, "What gatherings? Say that again." Another plainclothes officer stepped forward, speaking harshly. "What's your attitude? What do you want?" Lok Tin-hung pointed at him and retorted, "Since when did you get to speak here? What is all the noise about?" Tang Hansheng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, approached and looked at the middle-aged man in charge. "Officer Liao, what is going on?" Liao Zhizong remarked with a smile, "We initially intended to come here for some leisure. But upon seeing a few of you esteemed gentlemen present, we decided to observe what you are engaged in." He was renowned for his unwavering dedication as a police officer. And the cleaner the vicinity of Hongxing's Causeway Bay appeared, the more he sensed something amiss. Tang Hansheng furrowed his brow, drawing on a cigarette as he explained. "Today marks the inaugural day of operations for my entertainment venue. We gathered here to create a lively atmosphere. Is that so? Then shall we venture inside to take a look?" Liao Zhizong inquired. "Absolutely not," Tang Hansheng retorted firmly. "Today is our grand opening, Officer Liao. You are welcome to return another day, but today we cannot accommodate you. This is not merely a matter of procedure, it concerns face. To conduct an inspection on the very first day of business is to invite unnecessary conflict." A young officer glared at Tang Hansheng and challenged, "Who permitted you to smoke?" The atmosphere became palpably tense. Tang Hansheng narrowed his eyes and cast a glance at the hot-headed youth before deftly extinguishing his cigarette underfoot. He then slowly withdrew another cigarette from the pack, expertly placing it between his lips, and retrieved a DuPont lighter from his pocket. With a metallic snap, the flame ignited, and he took a deep drag before unceremoniously exhaling a cloud of smoke into the young man's face. The underlying message was unmistakable. "This is my domain. I smoke as I please. Do you have any authority over me?" The youth, incensed by this affront, was ready to retaliate. The Tony brothers and Lok Tin-hung quickly intervened, and a shoving match ensued. "What do you intend to do? What is your plan? Feeling spirited, are we?" Just then, Inspector Zhang Wenyo approached, his voice booming, "Everyone, cease this at once." His face was ashen as he strode between the two factions, pointing at Liao Zhizong and chastising. "What are you all up to? They are conducting legitimate business, and you come here to inspect?" Upon seeing Zhang Wenyo, Liao Zhizong immediately suppressed his displeasure, adopting a facade of seriousness. "Inspector Zhang, you have misunderstood." "Misunderstood? I have had my eye on you for some time. Instead of wasting time here, why not attend to more pressing matters?" Zhang Wenyo admonished without restraint. "All of you, return and write your reports." In this era, the one with the most authority dictated the terms. Given Zhang Wenyo's status, Liao Zhizong dared not oppose him and could only grit his teeth and reply, "Understood, we will withdraw." In the distance, several underworld figures who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle were rendered speechless. What sort of influence did Zhang Wenyo and Tang Hansheng possess? This was clearly favoritism. What does it mean to be hard-nosed? This is what true authority looks like. What does it mean to be domineering? This is the essence of dominance. "You offer me a cigarette? I will extinguish it and relight it just to embarrass you." Once Liao Zhizong and his companions departed from Shunfeng Entertainment City, Zhang Wenyo shook hands with Tang Hansheng, stating, "Mr. Tang, I have matters to attend to at the precinct. We shall converse another day." "Very well, Inspector Zhang, take care." Tang Hansheng replied. As soon as Zhang Wenyo left, Tian Yangsheng leaned in to whisper, "Boss, how did you manage to handle him? Observe more, learn more. And remember what I have taught you. Why do you still ask me?" Tang Hansheng chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Jimmy, see, gather everyone for a meeting on the top floor." The purpose of the meeting was to assess the operational status of each industry and the revenue for the month. In the opulent conference room, Tang Hansheng sat at the head, smoking while listening to his subordinates report in turn. Jimmy was the first to speak, adjusting his glasses. "Boss, this month, Waylon Electronics sold a total of 24,715 machines, and after deducting utility and labor costs, we netted a profit of 98.86 million. Tang Hansheng frowned. "So much?" Jimmy smiled. "Boss, last month you mentioned at the head S meeting that all decision makers could procure goods. Just Bigu alone ordered 5,000 machines. And Fatty Lee took 3,000. Tang Hansheng recalled this and nodded. "Proceed." Jimmy continued with his report. "As for the garment factory, the profit stands at 71.26 million, accounting for 400 stores, with all costs already deducted." He then turned to Master Su. "Your turn." Master Su cleared his throat. The 4 bars collectively earned 20 million. Among which the Pala. Jimmy concluded, "According to the boss's directives, all profits have been reinvested into land and property. Currently, we possess 30 000 square meters of residential land, and 63,000 square meters of commercial property. Our accounts show no cash left, and we owe suppliers too. 3 million. But there's no cause for concern. We can settle that by year-end. Tang Hanxing, while smoking, nearly choked on his cigarette upon hearing this. Goodness. I instructed you to buy land at the bottom, not to spend all the money. So, this month I have no pocket money left? The Tony brothers, Lok Tin-hung, and others struggled to suppress their laughter. Jimmy nodded seriously, saying, Boss, that's the situation. The company needs to cut costs. So this month's subsidies for the brothers must be reduced by 20. Tang Hanxing immediately countered, the brothers' subsidies must not be reduced by even a cent. After a moment's consideration, Jimmy suggested, well, boss, should I arrange to play golf with the senior manager at HSBC tomorrow? The land and property market is favorable right now, and I wish to seize the opportunity to acquire more. Tang Hanxing furrowed his brow slightly. First, gauge the situation. I will consider the details later. Jimmy nodded in agreement. Understood. By the way, I've also drafted a proposal to rent out our properties. Here's the plan. As he spoke, he handed over the document. Tang Hanxing did not open it, but simply replied, I trust your capabilities. Compared to his other subordinates, Jimmy and Master Su were the ones he felt most at ease with, especially Jimmy. He consistently anticipated the critical points before Tang Hanxing had to voice them. Such subordinates must be nurtured with utmost care. Tang Hanxing, drawing on his cigarette, suddenly inquired, Jimmy, have you ever contemplated severing ties with the society? Jimmy responded almost immediately. Boss, with just a word from you, I could do so at any moment. Is there some significant task at hand? Tang Hanxing nodded, slowly articulating. Whether you remain with the society is, in truth, of little consequence. In the near future, we shall maintain the status quo at our factory in Hong Kong, gradually reducing production and progressively relocating the facility to the mainland. I understand, Jimmy replied succinctly. Tang Hanxing smiled gently. There is a deeper reason which I shall disclose to you in due time. Furthermore, we must gradually loosen our grip on the 4 bars overseen by Master Su, allowing him to dedicate time each day to the factory, and you will guide him. No problem, boss, Jimmy affirmed. Next, Tang Hanxing turned to Asia. Asia, I intend to invest in that film company left behind by Liang Cohen in due course. Asia shrugged. Boss, if you wish to acquire it, no one would dare to object. Tang Hanxing laughed and reproached, if I were to seize it, what would they eat? How would they support their brothers? Asia grinned widely. Collecting a venue fee would suffice. As for the film industry, we truly lack expertise. Boss, if you assign us to manage the venue, that's no issue, but running a company is beyond our capabilities. Tang Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your intentions. That concludes today's meeting. In essence, we must earn money in a clean manner, without resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Read more, think critically, otherwise, you'll only ever be a mere enforcer. Just then, Feiji, who was lost in thought, was called upon. Looking bewildered as he raised his head, Boss, are you calling me? Not a chance, return to your boxing gym. Tang Hanxing retorted, his irritation palpable. Stepping out of the conference room, Tang Hanxing felt a slight ache in his head. For him, Hong Kong now represented a fortuitous opportunity. However, the paramount issue at present was not the opportunity itself, but how to generate revenue. More precisely, how to acquire legitimate funds. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately decided to forego the path of bank loans. The counterfeit goods and gaming console factories were, after all, gray industries, swift in returns, but fraught with peril. One was entirely a counterfeit operation, while the other involved hacked gaming businesses. To borrow money would be akin to willingly handing a knife to another. The mere thought of this made Tang Hanxing's head throb. Currently, he was responsible for the livelihoods of a considerable number of individuals, including workers and employees, totaling at least 20,000. Yet, he found himself facing a precarious liquidity crisis. If this were to be revealed, one might find it hard to believe. Perhaps he was indeed the most unfortunate figure in history. Upon entering the gambling den, he spotted Han Bin, and his eyes immediately lit up. When it came to the most lucrative hallmaster within the entire Hung Hing, it was undoubtedly Han Bin. In terms of the speed of generating profits, Tang Hanxing felt humbled. Recently, Han Bin had been focusing on maritime business, and each venture yielded profits that multiplied 3- to 4-fold. It would be disgraceful for a lowly figure like him not to engage in some gray enterprises. Bin Gu, sure San may I treat you both to dinner tonight? Tang Hanxing warmly embraced Han Bin, his tone cordial. Ashung, it should be I treating you, for you helped me get started back in the day. Han Bin replied with a smile. He had not forgotten that his initial fortune was entirely reliant on the counterfeit goods and gaming businesses that Tang Hanxing had provided. Tang Hanxing waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers for life. Why the formality? Why must we draw such distinctions? Tonight, I insist on treating. After all, he had matters to discuss. Brother Shang, I have already reserved a table at Fu Lin Men, and I've also invited Bi Go, Yao Go, and Tai Zi Go. Master Su reported quietly. Damn, Fu Lin men. Others may play the role of underlings, but you, Master Su, should not stoop to such levels. Tang Hanxing thought to himself. Fu Lin Min is one of the finest restaurants in Hong Kong, specializing in Cantonese cuisine, often frequented by the affluent, politicians, and celebrities, thus earning it the moniker of the wealthy canteen. Tang Hanxing felt a pang in his heart, yet maintained an impassive facade. Very well, let us go together. The entertainment venue is opening today, and I shall treat everyone to a celebration. As time was of the essence, they set out promptly. Coincidentally, his elder brother Bigu was also present. With the younger brothers struggling to make ends meet, surely the elder brother ought to show some acknowledgement, right? Thus, a grand procession made its way to the restaurant. Master Su had even arranged for the largest private room. As the door swung open, Tang Hanxing was momentarily taken aback as small fireworks erupted inside the room. Ashing, happy birthday. Boss, happy birthday. Boss, you haven't forgotten, have you? Today is your birthday. Today is my birthday? Tang Hanxing momentarily lost his bearings. Zhou Jiasin and Cindy approached, holding freshly bought roses. Darling, Shenggu, happy birthday. Gazing at the familiar faces in the room, Tang Hanxing felt a surge of mixed emotions. Big Boss B chuckled. Ashing, have you forgotten your own birthday? I had originally booked a flight to leave last week, but it was Jimmy and Asia who reminded me of your birthday, prompting me to stay. Wow. You all managed to keep this from me. Bigu, you are my elder brother. Tang Hanxing replied, torn between laughter and tears. Zhou Jiasin whispered. These arrangements were planned by me and Jimmy together, just to give you a special birthday. Damn. Tang Hanxing, upon hearing this, rubbed his face and then affectionately kissed Zhou Jiasin on the cheek, before turning to do the same to Cindy. Thank you all for preparing everything for me. Come, come. Everyone take a seat. Master Su, tonight as the entertainment venue opens, you must reserve the finest private room for me. It has been prepared, Shenggu. Master Su replied with a smile. As everyone gradually took their seats, an array of exquisite dishes was continuously presented on the table.